Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Issue 1, Reborn. Hi, my name is Parker Petrus, just your local nerd, medical specialist, and according to the directors of the orphanage I grew up in, I'm a teenage genius. My main focus in the medical field centers around cellular regeneration and increasing the human lifespan for a living, because hey, who doesn't want to live longer? My hobbies include physical fitness, science, engineering, and of course, Marvel Comics. My favorite superhero is of course Spiderman. I don't mean to gush, but reading the comics is what got me into science in the first place, and today I can die happy. The young man who had short brown hair and blue clear eyes smiled as he finished reading the newest issue of The Amazing Spider-Man. Parker leaned back into his chair and threw his arms into the air as he let out a cheer. Finally, the best pairing in Marvel history reunite. I hope this new guy fixes what that moron Dan Slut did to their relationship with one more day. Seriously, that was so out of Peter's character. They completely betrayed everything it meant to be Peter Parker, responsibility and power. Everyone knows the right choice was for him to be responsible for his actions and let Aunt May die. Activision really did my boy the right way, so maybe Marvel should take some notes. The Spider-Man I knew and grew up with would never make a deal with the literal devil. Now that MJ and Peter were back together, Parker gave a little prayer that things would work out for his favorite superhero before going back to his work. He was going over his life project, a serum that would trick the brain into reintroducing the hormone GSK-3 that the body produces when their teeth regrow. The reason he showed so much interest in this subject was because it allowed the human to access a chemical that wasn't normally active, like it was with elephants, and if he could find a way into fooling the human brain into thinking it was going through adolescence again, he might be able to trigger the GSK-3 hormone to begin reproduction. If he could figure out the right serum mixture that can fool the brain into making certain chemicals, then he could also start finding ways to make the body heal much bigger problems, such as cancer and disease. It could even slow down one's aging. Only if he manages to crack the serum he was working on. He was going through a book on cloning hematopoietic cells from bone marrow, when suddenly, like a bolt of lightning cracking through dark clouds, Parker had an epiphany. He then stood up and ran out of his office and into the hospital halls. As he was heading to the elevator to get to his lab, he noticed that it was on the first floor and oh so slowly coming up. With his impatience getting the better of him, Parker ran off and headed towards the stairs. He was so focused on his revelation that his foot slipped and he tripped running down the stairs. Normally this wouldn't be so bad. At the worst, Parker would have ended up with a couple of broken bones. Unfortunately for Parker, the window on the 15th floor just so happened to have been removed for maintenance, and just like that, he tumbled out the building and fell to his death. Days pass. Weeks pass. Months pass. Years pass. A/N. I wasn't thinking of this when I first wrote the time passing part, but now that I'm editing the work, I couldn't help but picture the South Park scene of Cartman in the hospital. Let me remove your face warmer son. Parker felt his consciousness awakening, rousing from whatever fog he was stuck in to realize that he stood in place, floating in endless space with only a white void as far as the eyes could see. So I'm dead? Parker questioned as he looked for his body. However, all that remained was his consciousness floating throughout the empty void. He looked like a transparent clone wearing a lab coat. He didn't know how many years passed, as this new form of existence had no concept of time. He was floating around for what felt like an eternity of struggling to maintain his ability to think. Sometimes he would black out, blend into the universe itself for centuries at a time, only to wake up again to see he was still in the same place. At least as far as he could tell, he wasn't moving. It felt like he was taking a really long nap with glimpses of waking up. When he suddenly heard a voice calling to his name, Parker felt his consciousness snapping back to his usual standard. He looked around with a panicked expression and shouted, "Hello? Is anyone there?" A voice slowly became more audible, as if the voice was blinking in and out of existence, when all of a sudden it spoke in a crystal clear tone. Strangely enough, it sounded like a blending of both a male and a female's voice. When Parker could finally understand it, the strange voice became somewhat masculine as it continued to call out. Then, it suddenly became clear, "Hello. I'm impressed that you adapted so quickly to purgatory and managed to hear my voice this soon. Are you God?" Parker questioned. "I am the one above all, from what you would call the Marvel Universe." The voice answered. "Beg your pardon?" Parker asked with a shocked tone. "Since you chose to worship me, even if it was a joke, I am the deity who presides over your soul. You have offered prayers on numerous occasions, such as, 'Dear one above all, the great Stan Lee of the sky, if I make this breakthrough with this formula, I promise to purchase 10 of the new Marvel comics, and spread your name, thus accepting me as your lord.' You have done many good deeds your lifetime, so I shall let you reincarnate as your hero in my universe with an alteration of your choosing. Parker's jaw dropped before he pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. After realizing he had no cheeks to pinch, Parker began to think of what difference he would choose. I wonder if this will follow the trend of getting an ability for reincarnating. Peter thought to himself. I want a gene that will activate when I receive my spider powers. It has to be on par with Wolverine's regeneration ability, but no claws please. Oh, and I'd like for Mary Jane to get the same powers too, if that's okay. Parker hoped with all his heart. He thought a lot of the issues about him being a hero could be solved if MJ was there to experience what he did. In the saga of Spider Island, MJ got Peter's power and finally connected with him in a way that allowed her to finally see through Peter's eyes. On top of that, Parker really loved the Renew Your Vows series when MJ became Spider-Woman. He always thought that it was a perfect way to move their relationship forward in a positive way. Sure, that sounds fun. While that is technically 2 alterations, your karmic level is high enough to ask for such a thing. Really? Parker's eyes sparkled. The one above all laughed as he said, I found the perfect universe to plant you in. It was a prototype world that never got its start. That's cool, Parker replied as he scratched his head, but he didn't have one. A/N, yo ho ho ho. Insert Brooke laughing. And to ensure you become Spider-Man, your memories of this world will be sealed until you're bitten. Wait, doesn't that mean I'd be stealing his body? Not exactly, you're still you, the newborn is just another you. The only difference is that you're living in the same environment that will raise a new Peter Parker with your personality. Then why seal my memories? I figured you'd want to pick up where you left off in your life. It'd be a pain to spend 16 years growing up again. It's not too hard to understand. Parker was about to complain that he was weeks away from turning 17 when he heard the sound of fingers snapping and blacked out. Sometime shortly thereafter, Parker Petrus was reborn as Peter Parker. The one above all reincarnated him in a universe that was similar to the Ultimate Universe Peter Parker series. It was a universe of the one above all and his own making, so it was not an exact copy. For example, MJ was childhood friends with him for a much longer period of time. The two have been neighbors and friends ever since they were 4, but the red-haired, firecracker known as Mary Jane Watson, only developed a firm attachment to Peter after he chased off a dog that was trying to attack her with a stick. After that event, she stuck to him like glue for most of their childhood. As they grew, they stayed good friends and eventually met Harry Osborn in grade school. The 3 of them hit it off after MJ and Peter helped him with another kid trying to steal his lunch money. When they learned that Harry was used to get picked on and used because his dad had money, they hugged the poor kid and learned a valuable lesson: not everyone with money was a bad person. As one can imagine, Peter and MJ were surprised to find out his parents were rich. However, they didn't treat Harry any different, and that only helped them grow closer as friends as they grew up together. Life was pretty good until they entered middle school. MJ's father, who was a seasoned cop, started drinking heavily to deal with the horrors one encounters on the job. Philip Watson's addiction began to harm his family life. First, it started with yelling, and although MJ and her mother wouldn't admit it, Philip had begun abusing them in drunken stupors. When she was 13, Philip's addiction got so bad that during a particularly tiring night, he had hit his daughter while arguing with his wife. MJ ran away in tears and snuck next door before climbing through Peter's window and crawling into bed while he was sleeping. When Peter woke up in the middle of the night, he noticed a bruise from a slap on MJ's cheek and consoled her to the best of his ability. He held her tightly and promised to ask Uncle Ben if they could do something to help in the morning. The two stayed together the whole night, and Peter wouldn't know it for some time, but this was the night MJ fell in love with him. Although she was too shy to ever confess, Peter and Mary Jane remained the best of friends even into high school. It was the 9th of August and Peter was a day away from turning 16. He and his whole class were on a field trip to tour Oscorp's research and development facility, and a certain nerdy kid was in the middle of taking pictures of the spider's display. The destined 8-legged escapee lowered itself from a thin web line and landed on Peter's hand. As soon as the radioactive spider bit into his flesh, Peter yelped out, throwing his hand up and grabbing with his other while the spider to slide into his jacket sleeve. When MJ came over to check on him, Peter's mind was thrown through a loop. It felt like he was stuck on a roller coaster that was running off the track. Peter suddenly remembered his previous life and proceeded to pass out from the pain. The teacher took a look at him and shook her head as she said, "Unbelievable. What parent in their right mind would allow their child to come to school with a fever this bad? He was fine a few minutes ago, and I don't think you should be insulting his parents like that. You don't even know them." MJ furrowed her brow. She didn't like hearing the Parkers insulted like that. They were basically her second family. The teacher scoffed and said, "Right, well then, Mary, you can help Mr. Parker home. The rest of us will keep on with the school trip." Their teacher then had the T.A call a cab and take Peter out of the building. Once the T.A put Peter in the car with MJ's help, he walked back inside with a not my problem face. "Hey. Where to?" The cab driver that looked a bit like the B-movie king asked. Forest Hill, 20 Ingram Street, MJ replied. Seeing as your friend there is unconscious, I suppose you'll be paying. The red-haired beauty looked back at the Oscorp building and frowned. I can't believe teachers these days, MJ thought as she decided to go with him and skip the rest of the school day. Besides, she was still ticked off at their teacher's attitude. I just don't understand how a teacher can act like that. What's wrong with public schools these days? Amen, sister. So, you getting in or not? The Bruce Campbell lookalike called out. I swear, the school better reimburse me for this, or I might just start up the old club to raise some hell. Sigh, I miss Jess. We used to keep the faculty on their toes. When they got there, MJ discovered that both May and Ben was out of the house at the moment. May was out shopping while Ben was fixing up a sink for a tenant that was renting out Richard Parker's old house. MJ led him to his room and sat him down with a worried expression. Peter was running a fever and the bite mark located on his forearm was covered up by a long-sleeve shirt, so she didn't know that he had been bitten by something. MJ was about to call for an ambulance when Peter's eyes snapped open and he grabbed her arm before saying, "Don't. We can't afford the hospital bills. It's just a cold anyways." Peter coughed a few more times before he passed out while pulling MJ into bed with him. She held her arm around his back while her emerald green eyes stared him in the face, and when MJ's gaze drifted to his lips, she then started to move her own towards them. Yet before she could kiss Peter, MJ suddenly felt a stinging sensation on her ankle. She then proceeded to freak out and jerked her leg before feeling something being squashed against Peter's bed frame. Looking at her ankle and seeing the small bit of blood, MJ assumed she killed a large mosquito. However, after thinking about it, she felt that it was a little too painful to be a mosquito. She quickly ran to the bathroom and washed off the dark blue-colored blood to make sure she wasn't stung by a bee. After seeing a little bit of the unidentifiable super spider wash of her foot, MJ started checking for a possible stinger when she suddenly started to feel dizzy. She wobbled back and forth as the wave of nausea overtook her, and somehow, like a zombie, MJ managed to stumble back home and fell on top of her bed before passing out. The next morning Peter woke up smelling the food made downstairs. He could also smell Uncle Ben's aftershave and his Aunt May's perfume like he was right next to them. Suddenly, memories of his past life came flooding into the forefront of his thoughts. The God that brought him to this world wasn't lying. Sure, he had the body of Peter Parker, but his soul was 100% himself. The experiences had, the person he was shaped into, they were all him. He was Parker Petrus reborn as Peter Parker. Only in this life, he had family to call his own. The reborn soul then gripped his fists tightly, feeling his new well-toned body's muscles flex, and the power contained inside them. Peter let out a laugh and started smiling as he looked in the mirror. Noticing his brown hair was almost ear length, Peter's hazel brown eyes glimmered with excitement as he thought, maybe I should get a haircut. Might get in the way of the mask. Peter then thought of how close he was with MJ and smiled. The redhead of this universe had hair down to her waist, her emerald green eyes shined like gems, her skin was rosy pink color, and her facial structure was flawless, a true future supermodel indeed. Her most noticeable feature was her lips. They almost seemed to have a mesmerizing property, because, throughout most of Peter's youth, he spent most of his time with her staring at them. I'm Peter Parker now. Wow, I didn't think reincarnation would feel like this. Hee hee. I'm Spider-Man. He shouted inside his head as he pumped his fist into the air. He then realized how much of a genius Peter was, as when the memories of the two lives fused, his mind quickly began to grow in intelligence, especially after combining all the information from his previous life. Peter didn't know if he could compete with Reed Richards or Tony Stark, but one thing was for sure, he was going to try with all his might. Still, this world is light years ahead of where I came from. The science alone is giving me so many new ideas, and the unknown resources left to explore. He put on his baggiest pants and a loose sweatshirt before he headed downstairs to greet May and Ben. Morning, Uncle Ben, Aunt May. Peter gave them a hug and gave May a quick kiss on the cheek. The two were in their late 30s and May's looks were similar to the Spider-Man of MCU's version. Ben looked a lot healthier and stern compared to most of his versions, and he had a shoulder-length long ponytail that had started to turn gray. I hear you got sick and sent home for being sick. What's got you so worked up, kiddo? Ben asked. Well, whatever I had, it gone now. Besides, I just feel so amazing. Peter said with a chuckle. I'm just glad he's better now. You should thank Mary for bringing you home. May said with a smile on her face. Peter smiled and said, I'll do that. Happy birthday, kiddo. Ben said as he moved the newspaper on the table revealing a plate of wheat cakes. Peter gave May another kiss on the cheek and said, Your wheat cakes are the best, Aunt May. Please tell me we got some syrup to go with them. Ben went to the cabinet and pulled out some homemade syrup and said, The guy who's renting your father's house owns a small farm. This stuff was from the trees on another property he owns. Sweet. Peter grabbed the bottle and put some butter on his wheat cakes before he started to chow down like he was a starved wolf. Easy there, kiddo. You'll give yourself a stomachache if you eat so fast, Ben said as he pulled up the newspaper and started reading. I skipped dinner last night, sue me old man. Peter said between chews. Of course, he knew that it had to do with his new metabolism working at 1,000%. While Ben laughed at the joke, Aunt May gave her nephew a gentle slap to the back of the head and said, "Don't speak with your mouth full. And happy birthday." "Yes, ma'am," Peter said as he gobbled down his meal. After eating everything on the plate, Peter grabbed his backpack and said, "Kay, love you, got to go to school." "Well, he's in a good mood," Aunt May commented as she picked up the dishes. "Teenage hormones. He's 16 now, right?" Ben chuckled, earning a playful slap on the shoulder from May. The truth was that Peter planned on skipping today. He wanted to test out his powers and make his suit, not to mention erasing the video footage of him being bitten. He had to act fast, and going to school would just get in the way. To be honest, Peter was already smart enough to attend college, and even more so now that the memories from his previous incarnation had resurfaced. The only reason he was going to high school was because his guardians insisted on having him continue to build his social skills with kids his age. This Peter Parker, however, wouldn't have that. He would have to convince his guardians to let him skip grades. He had to make them understand that he's wasting his future and the hurting people he could save by delaying his education. Hell, even the special genius kid classes provided by the school proved to be no challenge for Peter. It didn't take long as he appeared in a shop that sold the original red and blue jumpsuit that he altered into his famous classic outfit. After pulling out his wallet, Peter sighed, seeing that buying the materials to make his suit would clean him out. So much for saving up all my lunch money for that spectrometer. Peter entered the shop and made his purchases. After waiting for Ben and May to leave for work, Peter snuck into the attic through the window and started making his costume. Peter had some pretty good sewing abilities thanks to Aunt May teaching him a thing or two, and the experience as a doctor also played a part in his graceful movements. After a few hours of trial and error, Peter finally had his first red and blue costume. He started chuckling as he placed it on and felt kind of snug, but it was a bit uncomfortable since the suit couldn't breathe and was made of cheap materials. He then thought of something inside before saying, "Ugh, the smell is going to so bad. Have to get Tony to work on a suit with me, or maybe the Fantastic Four. To be honest, I'd rather they just give me the materials needed to build it." Peter then snuck into the lab he had in their basement and began working on his web shooters. Normally, Peter would have to spend a while making these devices, but with the hints he received from reading the comics, Peter was able to piece them together rather quickly. By the time Peter finished, another 2 hours had passed. The final products were rather bulky and had to be worn on the outside of his gloves. Functioning web shooters, check. Costume, little cheap looking, but check. Hee, but check. Nervous as hell, check. Peter thought as he snuck outside and hopped from house to house. Heading towards the central part of the city, he knew what had to be done. Since he didn't have any practice web slinging, Peter thought it would be safer for him to just stay on the rooftops while using his spider sense to avoid being spotted. As he jumped across hundreds of buildings in an acrobatic fashion, Peter made it to Oscorp Towers in a matter of minutes. Once there, he leapt off the conjoining building and started crawling up the building. He made his way to the roof and stealthily snuck inside the building through the ventilation ducts. Along the way to the server room, Peter made sure to use his spider senses in order to keep him hidden from the cameras. He avoided most of them, but occasionally, he found some without blind spots to exploit. To get around them, Peter simply pushed down on the trigger for his webbing, blinding the cameras before they could spot him, and with the formula he used to make the web fluid, the webbing would melt away in 60 seconds. Not enough to warrant fixing them, but just long enough for him to dash past them by. At most he webbed up 6 different cameras, so the guards that noticed the blackout assumed that they were simply malfunctioning. Peter smiled as he crawled through the vents and stopped before he sensed another camera. God, I love the Spidey sense. Peter thought before looking at a rotating fan above him. Timing his jump, he hopped through it and landed without making a single sound. Can't hate on the reflexes either, I just pounced like a cat. Making his way to the hall next to the server room, he discovered his path was blocked by a locked vault. However, he was prepared for this. Peter out a small cell phone and switched out his webbing fluid. With a quick thwip, it was strapped to the roof with some webbing that would take around 5 hours to dissolve. Once he turned on the video camera, it showed the image of the keypad from an overhead view. Peter then leaned back inside the vents and waited for someone to access the server for maintenance. It took a few hours when Peter realized he had patiently waited right up until it was time for him to get out of school. Peter was starting to grow impatient when someone finally came in to do their jobs. As the technician accessed the Oscorp mainframe, the phone Peter left on the roof recorded the whole thing. After the maintenance worker left, Peter snuck in and saw rows of supercomputers lined up in rows. He made his way to the terminal and started deleted all the files concerning the super soldier serum and all the security videos for the last 3 years. While he was strolling through the files, he noticed that the dates on a series of uploaded files. Well, that's good. They send the backups weekly. I guess it's good that I don't have to track down their external storage. Thinking a bit about what to delete, he quickly came up with a plan. He didn't want them focusing on the day he was bitten, so just to make sure they didn't focus on why only the day was deleted, Peter deleted a lot of other random files before planting an ad-spamming virus. Quickly leaving the same way he came in, Peter switched into his civilian clothes and headed home to see a pissed-off Aunt May and Uncle Ben waiting for him. Knowing he was in trouble for skipping school, Peter sat down prepared for what was about to happen. "Where were you all day?" May asked him while tapping her foot against the floor. "I was looking at college and universities I could apply for. I don't want to go to a school that can't teach me anything," Peter replied in a depressed tone. Ben stood up and fumed before he said, "This again." "Look, Peter, we've been over this. The reason we want you to go to high school is that we want you to make friends your age and learn to socialize." Peter frowned and said, "Uncle Ben, you tell me all the time that with great power comes great responsibility. I have greater intelligence than most people. Is it not my duty to take every advantage that I have so I can help those who need it sooner? If I were in college right now, who knows what I could be doing? I could get noticed by somebody famous like Reed Richards or Tony Stark. I could work on my own projects. The stuff I could invent could help all of mankind, yet you want me to sit in a classroom for hours on end and hear them talk about stuff I already know." The two were shocked at his tone when Peter placed his hands up and continued by saying, "I thought long and hard about this, and while you may be my guardians, I do have some child rights, such as the right to peruse a higher level of education." Peter then let out a sigh of defeat as he gave them a serious expression and said, "I said what I want to say. You can ground me now or whatever." Ben sighed as May sat down next to him. The mother figure in Peter's life then placed her hand over her nephew's and asked, "Is this really what you want, Peter?" Peter nodded his head and said, "I'll keep going to school for now. At least until I find a scholarship program that suits my talents. I know we're tight on money right now, and this way the state or some donator will have to pay for my schooling." The two smiled and tried deciding on how to punish Peter off for skipping school when they heard a knock on the door. A familiar voice that belonged to Madeline Watson came through. "May please open up, Philip's in the hospital with a concussion and Mary ran away." Peter opened the door and saw the beauty 30-plus-year-old woman in front of him. She had the same red hair as MJ and most of her appearance too. However, she was kind of like his other mom. He couldn't understand why her father kept ruining his marriage. He's a seasoned cop with more than 10 years of experience. He should be able to deal with his issues in a more healthy way. They have licensed therapists for Christ's sakes. "Maddie. You okay?" Peter asked with a look of concern. As May helped the weeping woman inside, Madeline began explaining what happened. MJ came home with a cold, she went to bed without dinner, and when she woke up the next day everything seemed fine, but... Madeline took a big breath to calm down before saying, "Philip started drinking and the two started fighting. MJ slapped him and his head hit on the corner of the table. There was so much blood that MJ thought she killed him, ran into her room. I called an ambulance and Philip in the hospital right now. The doctors say he'll be okay, but when I got back..." Madeline pulled out a piece of paper with MJ's handwriting on it. The letter was hastily written and Peter could tell her hand was shaking the whole time. "Dear Mom, something strange is happening to me, and I don't know what to do. I killed Dad so I can't come home. I'm sorry, Mom. I didn't mean to." Much to everyone's surprise, Peter grabbed his jacket and ran outside in a hurry. He then headed down the street as fast as he could while thinking, "Please be there." Ben and May were shocked by his speed while they tried to chase after. As their shouts for his to stop grew quiet in the distance, they lost track of Peter completely. When could Pete move like that? Aunt May breathed out a wheeze as she grabbed her hips. "Phew, adrenaline is a hell of a drug. I think he knows where she went. Let's have some trust in the boy, May." Chapter 2, Issue 2, Two Spiders. After running halfway across town, Peter found the abandoned construction site he was looking for. They used to come to places like this to get away from everybody. No one ever came here, and this place had plenty space and quiet to vent their life's frustrations. Peter ran inside and searched around desperately for MJ while he felt his heart was pumping through his chest. After a few minutes passed, Peter suddenly heard a small feminine voice call out to him, "Peter." Peter looked over to see MJ with a jacket and a sleeping bag. She was sleeping over some cardboard boxes in a dark corner of the room with clutter like old crate boxes around her to hide. When he saw that she was all right, Peter hopped over the barricade she built and woke her up with a hug. "I'm so glad you're safe," Peter said with a sigh of relief. MJ blushed as she tried to push Peter back but noticed she couldn't. She then looked at him with an expression of surprise while she thought, when did Peter get this strong? Wait, is he like me? Seeing her feeling up sculpted muscles, Peter figured out what she was thinking and began looking around. Once he found solid slightly rusted pieces of steel supporters laying in a stack, Peter walked over, bent one inward and crushed I-beam into a ball. "Peter, How? MJ shouted as she peered into Peter's eyes. Peter gave her a calming smile before he said, "Your dad is still alive. He's in the hospital right now. After a few stitches, some rest, and an ice pack, he'll be sent home." When MJ heard that her dad was still amongst the living, she shook before asking, "I'm not a murderer then?" "Oh thank God, I hate him sometimes, but I never wanted to," sniffle. Tears then formed in her eyes as she cried into his shirt. Peter smiled and held her close and waited patiently for her to relax. After she calmed down she realized that they were rather close when she asked with blush covering her face, "Tiger, I think we're mutants. What am we supposed to do?" Peter started laughing. "Well, you can't call yourself Storm, or Rouge. I think those names are already taken." In response to his lacking response, MJ's cheeks puffed up as she shouted, "You're making jokes now." Peter smiled as he decided to just go through with what he was thinking about doing for the past 10 years. With a single motion, he covered MJ's mouth with a kiss. She was surprised at first, but when the shock faded, she felt like it was a dream coming true. MJ closed her eyes while wrapping her arms around his neck and enjoyed the moment. After they parted, Peter started talking as he wrapped his arms around her waist. "We aren't mutants, not the normal kind. That day when I got sick, did you get bit by anything?" MJ thought back to the night she took Peter home. When we were in your room something bit me, but I killed it." Peter laughed as he said, "Well then, you just killed a multi-million-dollar project that belonged to Oscorp." MJ's face paled as he explained what the super spider was derived from. "You know that Captain America guy that's in the history books, the serum use on him was the base for the serum injected into that spider's venom." MJ couldn't believe what she was hearing. "You don't have to worry about them finding out about it. I wiped the hard drives of any footage they had of us." MJ grabbed Peter. "That's illegal." Peter shook his head with a smile as he commented, "So is destroying the spider." "I'm serious, Pete." MJ frowned. "I did what I had to. Norman Osborn is a psychopath. His company has its hands in a lot of dark places. Places so illegal that you'd go to prison for the rest of your life, kind of illegal. But he's Harry's dad." MJ retorted. "I know, that's why I feel bad. OS Tech has ties to illegal weapon manufacturing and he sells them to anyone that can afford. Then there's bribery from foreign nations, selling military secrets, and illegal human experimentation. Harry doesn't know about any of this, and we can't do anything to stop them, so I never said anything," Peter explained. "Poor Harry," MJ said with a depressed tone. "However, in time, I'll be able to help Harry out," Peter said as he then stood up and started walking along the walls. MJ gasped in excitement as she asked, "Can I do that too?" Peter smiled as he held out his hand. "Come on." MJ reached out to him and felt her body suddenly being pulled off the ground. As she stuck to the wall, Peter started to explain, "Our wall crawling ability is achieved by the use of van der Waals forces. By using electrostatic clinging on a molecular level, our bodies are able to control our internal magnetic fields in a way that allows us stick to objects or vice versa." "How do you know all this?" MJ questioned. "I know a thing or two about spiders and science," Peter informed as he grinned and ran up the wall before jumping up to the second floor of the half-built building. He poked his head out from over the cover of the half-constructed floor and said, "Follow me." MJ started to move slowly, adjusting to her newfound ability. She started to climb up when a huge grin came across her face. "This is amazing," MJ thought as she climbed after Peter. When they reached the roof, Peter stood up and took MJ while still clinging to the wall. "Care for a stroll?" MJ laughed as she took his hand and said, "This so weird." They walked up the wall by the hand and showed her the view of the city from the highest point this building could offer. The two sat in silence and waited for the sunrise. He held off on saying anything until she was ready to speak and just enjoyed the view of the city lights and tall skyscrapers in the distance. "Sue, we're not mutants, then what are we?" "Mutates." MJ raised her brow. "I'm being serious. We had our basic genetic codes rewritten through an unnatural manner. Mutation takes hundreds of years while ours was instantaneous." The redhead gave a look that said, "Come on, really? There's a difference," Peter announced as he stood and threw his hands up. MJ started laughing. Seeing her look a bit better, he sat back down and said, "Any other questions?" "Not right now, can we just, hang out?" "I don't want to go home yet," MJ blushed a bit as she grabbed his hand. They leaned against each other until the sun started to rise above the horizon and enjoyed each other's company. Not a single word was spoken, but they felt closer than they had in years. "Ready to go home?" Peter asked MJ before she wrapped her arms around him and placed her head on his chest. "Yes." "Hey, Tiger." MJ moved her head and looked him in the eyes. "What do we do now?" "Well, MJ, I think the only logical step is to become superheroes," Peter answered with a grin on his face. MJ gawked at Peter with a look of disbelief and asked, "You okay, Tiger? You didn't hit your head anywhere, did ya?" The would-be superhero laughed and said, I'm serious. You know that saying Uncle Ben always brings up. Mary Jane smiled and said, with great power, comes great responsibility. Peter snapped his fingers, that's the one. The two shared a soft chuckle before Peter continued by saying, MJ, right now, you and I have a lot of power. If we have the power to help others, and choose not to, isn't that the same thing as letting them suffer? MJ looked like she was thinking intensely when she said, that's really deep, Parker. Something about you is different, and I'm not talking about the powers. Peter looked to her and smiled as he pulled her closer. What can I say? After getting bit by that spider, I feel like a whole new person. Picking her up bridal style, he jumped off the building and landed safely below. MJ held his hand as they walked home. You know, I always wondered what it would be like to be a superhero. So, do you think we should make some suits? MJ asked with stars in her eyes. Peter laughed as he recalled MJ's liking for fashion. She got the same look he did whenever he saw something science-related. I actually made one already, and I'm wearing it right now, Peter said with a grin on his lips. MJ smiled and reached out her hands towards Peter's waist and started to tug on his tucked-in shirt while saying, let me see it. Peter covered his crotch and backed away in a defensive gesture before he said, not before you take me out to dinner, you deviant. MJ blushed and slapped him on the back, which ended up hurting him more than he thought it would. As they approached his house, MJ's mom came outside and embraced her daughter. MJ cried and apologized and said, I'm sorry, I put Dad in a hospital. It was an accident. I never. MJ's mother shook her head and replied by saying, no, it's my fault. I should have done something about his behavior sooner. I talked to some of his friends on the force and told them about his drinking habits. We've decided on pooling some cash together for sending him to rehab. Maybe that smack in the face will finally knock some sense into him. MJ cried even harder when Madeline sighed before saying, come on, baby. Let's go home. Peter walked back inside with May and Ben looking particularly peeved, but after giving it some thought, they both sighed and realized that he didn't do anything wrong. However, despite their nephew's good intentions, they couldn't forego punishing him for running out in the middle of the night like he did. So, after talking it over, they settled on sending him to his room to be grounded until the tomorrow. Peter was okay with this because he was kind of tired from all the running around the city. He really had to start practicing his web slinging and get into shape. Just because I have super muscles now doesn't mean I shouldn't work on them. Peter thought as he went to his bed. Falling onto his back and laying his head into his pillow, Peter stared at the ceiling and thought, so MJ was bitten by the same spider. I guess this isn't the amazing universe since we weren't going at each other like dogs in heat. The image of Silk pouncing on the amazing Peter Parker flooded his mind for a bit as he shook and cleared his head. He then looked over to the calendar and saw that it was 2012 and turned on his computer to begin looking through the web for information on other superheroes. There were stories about Captain America, Hulk destroying Harlem, and Iron Man. It seemed that Tony's storyline followed the MCU storyline pretty thoroughly, and he even looked like RD Jr. He didn't find any mentions of Thor but didn't think he would in the first place. Peter didn't exactly have the equipment to hack into SHIELD to get at that information. At least, not without being caught, that is. He was happy to find out that the Fantastic Four were up and operational at the Baxter Building, and it appeared that Reed and Sue have already gotten married in this universe. Next, he checked out various mutant sightings, and some other heroes that already existed, such as the Wolverine, the Black Panther, Ant-Man, the X-Men, and several others. Peter turned his monitor off and went to bed. He smiled and shouted internally, I don't think I ended up in any known universe of Marvel. I wonder what life's gonna be like from now on. Peter turned in for the night thinking about what he was going to do tomorrow after school. He woke up the next morning and met up with MJ. The two gave each other a knowing smile and held each other's hands while they walked to school. The two were shyly thinking about last night when Peter inhaled a breath of fresh air before saying, so we are going out, right? MJ blushed as she squeezed his hand and replied, you're not getting away from me that easy, tiger. Peter smiled as he felt like the luckiest guy in the world right now. So how's your dad? Peter asked before seeing a sad look come over her face. He's got 15 stitches across his forehead, and fancy new scar. However, the doctor said he'd be released this afternoon, MJ explained. Peter gave her hand a reassuring squeeze as he said, it wasn't your fault, MJ. Your body just changed too quickly for you to notice. With some training, we'll be able to control our strength, but until then, it's better to avoid physical activities for a while. MJ nodded her head and asked, how'd you get to be so smart, tiger? Peter laughed as he replied, a lot of studying. Studying that will also become part of your training too. MJ chuckled and let out a playful smile before asking, sure you're not making up reasons to spend more time with me? Peter smiled and answered, of course. Who wouldn't want to spend time with such a beautiful girlfriend? MJ blushed and gave him a kiss on the cheek that made Peter feel like he was walking on a cloud. He maintained that feeling right up until they walked into the school's halls, where Flash appeared like some kind of superbully magic. No way. Puny Parker's dating Mary Jane. Flash yelled out, calling the attention of everyone in the halls. While the children gossiped, Peter rolled his eyes before he smiled and said, I know you had your sights set on me, Flash, but I don't swing that way. A/N, get it? Spiderman not swinging that way, sigh, I'll show myself to the door. MJ tried not to laugh, but when the crowd joined in on it, they all couldn't help it as they started busting up in a wave of laughter. Peter smiled seeing MJ's cute laugh while Flash turned purple, then green, and then red as he shouted, You little twerp. Flash reached out his hand, however, Harry suddenly appeared and placed his hand in front of them before saying, I think that's enough, Flash. Flash stopped his fist and held his hand back before saying, Harry, why are you standing up for this dweeb? I thought you were cooler than that. Peter started laughing again before he shouted, Careful Harry, I think he's crushing on you now. Flash looked like he was about to boil over and pop when the bell rang. Saved by the bell, Puny Parker. Flash grunted. The only thing that was saved is our purity, Peter said as he acted like a scared stereotypical B-movie damsel in distress. A vein on Flash's forehead throbbed as he walked past his usual bullying target while attempting to bump Peter's shoulder violently. However, all he had to do was gently tilt his body and stick out his foot, making Flash almost fall on his face. While Flash hoped to regain his balance, Peter tossed in one more insult, Thank God, Harry. For if it weren't for the bell, I fear he might have started to hump your legs. You got to be careful around dogs that aren't trained. Harry started to laugh, making Flash turn his head and say, Parker. After school, you're so dead. Peter smiled as he placed his arm around Harry's shoulder and said, Sup, bud. Harry smiled and laughed before saying, I see you're in a good mood. Peter smiled as he looked back at MJ and held their conjoined hands in front of his face, Well, I nabbed the girl of my dreams, so I'd say I hit the jackpot. Harry went bug-eyed and said, You two are finally going out. Peter smiled and gave MJ a quick kiss on the lips before he replied by saying a simple but joyful, Yep. MJ blushed as she gave Peter's back a little pinch. Easy, Tiger, I don't mind a little PDA, but only when I'm aware, MJ said, teasing him. Ow. 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 I'm sorry, MJ. Forgive me. Peter cried out, making Harry laugh. I'm happy for you guys. All I can say is it's about time. Harry said as he wrapped his arms around their necks and hung them over their shoulders. Peter liked this version of Harry, although his dad was still a real piece of work, he hadn't yet become the Goblin, and with his actions deleting all the research data and their backups, he knew that only that the last week or so was actually deleted. He could only hope his action might have bought him some time or set them back enough that it puts the Spider and Goblin projects on hold. He would at least like to avoid Norman becoming the Green Goblin altogether. Call me crazy, but something tells me nothing can stop the Goblin's birth from happening. Heck, I might have just accelerated the process for all I know. Peter thought to himself. This version of Harry was Peter and MJ's best friend, and he had been since grade school. When Peter helped Harry study for the entrance exams for this school and actually helped him pass, and just like in the Ultimate Timeline, Osborn thanked Peter and showed little interest in his own son's achievements, focused on complimenting Peter's genius while ignoring his son's. Ever since then, Harry has always resented Peter a little, but not enough to stop being friends. As they sat in class, Peter talked with MJ and Harry throughout most of the period. They joked around, but after a while, Peter suggested starting a study group with Harry. Why would I want to do that when I can have some fun instead? Harry questioned with a serious expression. First of all, you're my buddy, Harry. I don't want you to get good grades, I want you to get spectacular grades, and before you ask, no, your dad didn't put me up to this, Peter replied. I didn't think that. Harry shot back. Yes, you did. MJ giggled. Look, man, you know how much I love your mom, right? Peter joked while wagging his brows. Harry almost spit as he held in his laugh. MJ pinched his arm, please explain. Ow, ow. Easy, girl, it was a joke. You know his mom is an environmental scientist. What I really love about her is what she's doing with her work. MJ led off as Peter blew over the red marking on his skin. He then turned back to Harry and said, You see, unlike other climate cash grabbers, your mom is actually making stuff to improve the health of the environment. I've read up on her plastic-eating fungi research and her air filtration designs for smog control. She's a freaking genius. Peter explained. And your point is? Harry waved his hands in a hurrying manner. Well, you should study to be like her. Honesty, how long do you want to hang on to Daddy's wallet? Peter answered and questioned. What the hell, Pete? Harry shouted, sounding really offended. Peter continued by saying, Now, hear me out. I'm tired of the scowls you throw my way sometimes. Your dad's an ass, I get it. Even I wanted to slug him when he didn't even congratulate you for passing that exam with high marks. I want you to do better for you men, so you can give Daddy Osborn the middle finger and tell him you don't need his approval to be a great man. Harry paused. He paled a little with a look of realization before he tried to think of a way to change the subject. Seriously, Pete. What the hell are you doing? Showing concern for my best buddy. You're smart, Harry. If you just forget about your dad and do this for yourself, you can excel at your studies just as well as I can, I just know it. I want you to get interested in something you like. Your mother's research is a good start. When you go home today, just ask her about her work, and join in on any one of her projects. The study group I want is for my friends for a very good reason. MJ lifted a brow and sighed. He's right, Harry. It'll be fun. We can get smarter together and hang out more often. It's a win-win. Harry turned around and wiped his eyes. Seriously, what's up with you two today? Why all the serious talk all of a sudden? Harry, how smart do you think I am? Peter asked with a blank look on his face. You're the smartest guy I know, Pete, Harry replied. I'm much smarter than you think I am. I'm not just planning on graduating early. My aim is to go to a university and study genetics and engineering. Both of them looked surprised at Peter's statement, especially since they knew how Uncle Ben and Aunt May felt about him staying in school with kids his age. Dude, you're gonna go for it? Harry asked with a saddened expression on his face. Yeah, and I'd like it if you guys came with. Peter said as he rubbed the tip of his nose in a shy gesture. MJ and Harry laughed at his expression and gave into the idea of being tutored by Peter. They agreed to spend 2 hours after school going over all of their school work and lessons ahead of the teachers. After school, MJ, Harry, and Peter went to the library and studied for 2 hours straight. Peter was a good teacher and helped them through their hurdles by offering good advice. In his previous life, he was able to graduate from a medical university by the time he was 13, so studying alongside other people who didn't know the meaning of sleep prepared him for this. Harry had a bit of trouble when they first started, however, Peter had him repeat the answers over and over again, explaining everything in minute detail until he had the subject they were studying completely memorized. The hardest part was finding something he could compare the terms to, and he sometimes needed to draw it out for them. Ugh, this is annoying, why do I have to keep reading the same paragraphs? Harry shouted in frustration. Because your memory sucks. You have to train the brain just like any other organ or muscle. Once you do this enough, memorizing stuff becomes easier. Just think, Harry. Won't it be nice to be able to read something once and recall its contents? Peter said with a grin on his face. I can't do that. Harry replied. Harry, you know what your social security number is, right? How many times did you have to repeat the 10-digit number until you can recall it without even trying? See, I can't is just an excuse. This is the exact same thing. Imagine how easy these stupid tests will be. Hell, we'll be able to relax for the whole year. No worrying about homework, finish the work in class, and we can goof off as much as we want, MJ said with a similar grin. That does sound nice, Harry commented before he begrudgingly went back to studying. Peter held his hand under the table and MJ gave him a low five. Did you guys just high-five themselves from building to building, and their skills were still lacking? During his off time, Peter continued to search for Shang-Chi. He monitored Chinatown and waited for reports of the martial arts master being spotted taking out Triad members. It took him the entirety of the 3 months before Peter finally found him sitting in a Chinese restaurant called the Golden Dragon. Looking at the photo of Shang-Chi and seeing the men sitting by the window, Peter walked inside before he sat down next to the Bruce Lee lookalike and smiled while holding his hand out. Hi, name's Peter. You're a martial artist, right? Peter questioned. Shang-Chi looked at Peter like he was a mystery. Thanks to his vast experiences, he could tell that the boy in front of him was both physically strong and had a powerful chi boiling inside him. Of course, the chi Shang-Chi noticed is what Peter called his bioelectricity or living energy. In Kung Fu, both chi and bioelectricity are essentially the same things. Furthermore, thanks to Wolverine's regeneration and the spider powers, Peter was gifted with an abundant amount of chi, far more than what Shang-Chi was used to. The master martial artist held out his hand to shake, and the moment he felt Peter's grip, he knew he was correct. My name is Shang-Chi. Tell Peter, why have you sought me out? Peter smiled and said, I wish to receive combat training from you. Right now, I have been granted extraordinary powers, and with them extraordinary responsibilities. I need someone to help me shape my abilities into the perfect tool for me to wield. If I can't focus and use my talents to their fullest potentials, then I can't save everyone that I come across. While hearing the boy speak, Shang-Chi used his chi to read Peter's pulse, and after hearing his whole story and discovering no lies were told, Shang-Chi smiled and asked, why would you risk your life for others like that? Peter scratched his head before thinking through how he wanted to phrase his next statement. I've always wanted to be a hero. Whether it was using my brain to solve some kind of world crisis, or through pummeling bad guys with my fist, I just wanted to do some good. A while ago, I was just a smart kid, but after I received these powers, I realized that the saying my uncle always tells me is true. With great power comes great responsibility. I know this sounds silly, but I always tried to live by this motto, and right now I have a whole lot of responsibilities. Shang-Chi smiled and handed Peter a piece of paper. Head here tomorrow, and I shall test you. Peter smiled as he took the paper and opened it up. The directions led to Shang-Chi's personal dojo were written down in Chinese. However, with the power Google Maps, Peter was able to find it without any trouble. Maybe I should start learning other languages. The next day, Peter and MJ appeared standing in front of a large Chinese-styled building with a white fence surrounding a large garden-like courtyard. Inside the building, Shang-Chi had sensed their arrival. After entering, Shang-Chi saw MJ and showed a surprised expression. Just like Peter, Shang-Chi could sense strong waves of energy emanating from her body. Shang-Chi then smiled as he placed out his hand in a martial stance before saying, "Show me what you can do." Peter moved forward and took up a very basic boxing stance, and as he tried to punch at Shang-Chi, Peter only managed to hit the air. Shang-Chi dodged Peter's punch with little effort and appeared beside him before saying, "Not a bad choice for punches. Boxing does indeed have many years of fist techniques under their belt, but your moves are amateurish and are poor imitations." Shang-Chi then kicked Peter's feet from under him, making his spidey sense go off. Narrowly dodging the low kick, Spider-Man jumped back and did a flip before landing in the low to the ground pose Spider-Man was famous for. "Oh. Now that was interesting. How did you detect my attack?" Shang-Chi asked with a curious expression. He knew that Peter wasn't fast enough, nor was he skilled enough to dodge. Peter smiled and rubbed the back of his head and said, "It's a danger sense of sorts. Although the ability borderlines on precognition, it's very hard to tell what level of danger is approaching us. In simpler terms, we get a tingling sensation that invades our minds and warns us of impending danger." After explaining a bit and the limits of their powers, Shang-Chi smiled before saying, "I can think of a few things to start teaching you, but first we begin with the basics. I especially look forward to training your spider senses. I wonder what kinds of training methods I'll develop. This could even prove useful for me." Peter smiled and said, "I'm glad we can help." With that said, the two began their training. It had been another 3 months of constant training until Shang-Chi had finally started to see the outline of their new martial art. To train their senses, he blindfolded them both and made them dodge his attacks. In the beginning, the two were beaten mercilessly. Shang-Chi pummeled them with soft and hard attacks in an attempt to help them learn of the difference in severity of danger for the attacks. Although they could sense it, they weren't able to tell which of his attacks were more damaging, and neither were they able to see through to his real attacks. However, after many days of this type of training, they began to fine-tune that section of their senses. On the end of the first month, the two spider warriors could feel a slight difference in the levels of dangers, and the ringing sensation inside their head had slight alterations to it depending on how Shang-Chi attacked. After another week of Shang-Chi's intense training, they began to sense and effectively dodge their master's attacks. With their spidey senses under control, they could almost see the image inside their mind before Shang-Chi's punches and kicks connected. Once he approved of their level of mastery, Shang-Chi removed their blindfolds, revealing that he too was wearing one, shocking the two spider-themed heroes. Shang-Chi removed his blindfold and said, "Defense is decent, next, we work on attacking." Chapter 4, Issue 4, Birth of the Way of the Spider Part 2. Throughout the 3-month ordeal, Peter and MJ kept up with both their studies and their physical training. Both were exhausted most of the time. However, Peter's grades never suffered, and MJ's grades kept rising. Even Harry's grades improved by leaps and bounds, so the teachers couldn't complain about them catching some sleep during their classes. As for Flash and his bullying antics, it had been put to the back of Peter's mind and no longer registered as an issue. When Flash would start something him, Peter would just give the bully one of his witty quips and avoid him whenever the jerky jock tried to fight him. Anytime they weren't studying, they were training with Shang-Chi. During this time, Peter also noticed that MJ's wounds from training were healing much quicker than the Spider Soldier serum was originally capable of. If he had Wolverine-level regeneration, MJ could be said to have Sabretooth's level of regeneration. When he learned of this, Peter asked for a drop of her blood to examine. When he took it under the scope, he discovered a second mutagen in her DNA that had come from his blood. Did the spider ingest some of my blood and transfer my healing factor into MJ's genetics? Peter thought as he began running some tests. After running dozens of experiments, Peter discovered her healing factor was only around half as good as his own. The theory of his mutant genes transferring to her would be a suitable answer. However, something was bothering him. He looked at his own blood and discovered a third strain that didn't belong to his healing factor or his spider gene. He crunched the numbers and ran hundreds of analyses, but no matter how he tried, Peter couldn't crack where this gene came from or what its purpose was. He put his hands down against the table and sighed, "I don't get it. I understand the one above all gave me a healing factor, but he didn't say anything about this. Did he add something in of his own?" Peter burned the blood sample and disposed of the materials. Next, he headed over to his current project. He was working on something that came from the Peter Parker of Earth 751263, the nanotech suit. The Peter Parker of that world based his suit on the Fantastic Four's unstable molecules and his own advancements with nanotechnology, thus making a suit that could change into any form and even control its own durability. Furthermore, thanks to the suit being made of unstable molecules, it can also be altered to create an unhackable and indestructible data storage unit, such as the Omega Drive. He was even thinking of building an AI, but right now that was more Tony's era of expertise. Since he was only in the blueprint stage, he didn't have to worry about money, but looking at the materials, he had a rough estimate. Since he didn't have access to the Baxter Building's resources, the cost for building this suit was around $5 million, meaning he would need 10 to make MJ's as well. Peter started thinking of how he could earn this funding when the idea of joining SHIELD occurred to him. He didn't know if Hydra had infiltrated the place, but Fury always had a way with moving money to the heroes that need it. Of course, he knew that it came with stipulations. He'd have to work for it. Peter shook his head as he pushed that option to the back of his mind. Maybe I could get Tony and Reed to personally teach me. I could also work for them. Peter, are you down there? It's time for dinner. Aunt May's voice called out. I'll be up in a few minutes, just put in the microwave for me, Peter shouted back as he hid away his blueprints and started working on MJ's web shooters. At the end of their 3 months of training, both of them managed to save up around $800. They finally had enough money to purchase some good materials to build top-dollar web shooters. Each of them had 3 different modes: spay, impact, and shock webbing. He placed the thin and sleek web shooters onto his wrist before he said, MJ's gonna love these. After school, MJ apparently had something to show him as well. When they ducked into an abandoned alley, she grabbed something out of her backpack before climbing up the side of the brick building. Keep watch, MJ said, confusing Peter. When MJ dropped her shirt on his face, Peter blushed as he figured out what she was up to. Stuffing her shirt in MJ's backpack, Peter guarded the alleyway with a protective expression. Acting like everything was normal in this situation was not his forte. She suddenly dropped down. She was wearing something that was similar to the classic Spider-Man outfit, but the colors were reversed, with blue being the prominent color and red being the secondary. The only thing that was the same was the black webbing pattern and spider on her chest. The mask was cut off at the forehead so she could let her hair out, and she also had a hoodie with that she could wear as long as she tied her hair up into a bun. So, what do you think? MJ asked, smiling under her mask. You know that saying about the clothing making a woman? Peter laughed as he quickly stripped down, revealing his suit underneath. Wearing your suit underneath, I should take some notes. MJ thought to herself. After he climbed up, handing her backpack over, Peter sat beside her and asked, So I'm Spider-Man, what are we gonna call you? MJ crossed her arms and laughed, Spider-Woman. Duh. Peter laughed and crossed his arms as he thought, sorry, Jessica. Looks like MJ beat you to it in this timeline. Looking at her new costume, Peter blushed a bit before pulled out the new web shooters for MJ and said, I like your suit, but something's missing. Oh, what's missing? MJ asked with a playful tone. Well, since you asked, I got you a little present for getting full marks on your finals, Peter declared as he handed over her set. MJ's eyes shined as she grabbed hold of the devices and pulled her gloves off before she placed them on her wrist. Unlike her previous web shooters, these newer models had a brown tan webbing pattern on them, looked thin and fragile, and when she put her gloves back on, MJ couldn't even see the outline of the web shooters underneath. Wow. It's so thin and flexible, it's like it's not even there. MJ praised as she pointed to imaginary targets. Peter pulled out a belt that was made of the same material and said, it's made out of a permanent solution of the webbing compound, so it's tougher than Kevlar and as flexible as silk. Peter then pointed to the slots on the belt and continued his explanation by saying, the web cartridges are at max capacity, and this belt is filled with extra cartridges. When you run out, I'll refill them for you. MJ put the belt under her suit and wore it around her waist as she said, nice. I'll also teach you the formula so you can make it yourself, and now that I've seen your suit, I can make a vest and leggings for you. Just because we heal quicker doesn't mean we shouldn't lessen the damage. It's easier to recover from a blocked bullet than one that passes through you, and in the game of saving lives, every second counts. MJ lifted up the lower part of her mask and pulled up Peter's mask before giving him a wet deep kiss. Babe, not while we're suited up. MJ chuckled and said, why not? I don't care if people find out we're a superhero couple. Peter coughed a couple of times and changed the subject as he said, well, I've added the web lining to my suit. It can stop a bullet pretty well, but this skin-tight suit isn't exactly boner-proof. Huh, that reminds me, I should add web armor for a cup. MJ smiled and said, perv, as she pulled her mask over her mouth and climbed up the building. Peter smiled back and followed after her. As the two stood at the edge, they held each other's hands and looked out at the city. Peter made sure MJ could handle web slinging like a pro. After countless failures, the two had become very acrobatic and could maneuver just about anywhere in the city. Peter made a web onto the nearest high rise and asked with a teasing tone, you ready? MJ aimed her shot next to Peter's and laughed before replying, "Try to keep up, Spider-Man." As she jumped off, Peter tried to chase after. However, as he tried to move forward, he discovered that couldn't move his feet. Looking down, Peter saw two piles of webbing trapping his feet against the surface of the ledge. He wasn't even angry and had to stifle his laughter. "I'm so damn proud of her." Peter acted like he was wiping tears off of his mask. He easily ripped the webbing and jumped off after MJ while yelling at the top of his lungs, "WAIT, FORME. YOUCHEATER." A whirlwind of nerves pinched Peter's stomach as he swung from building to building. Every time he reached the top of his climb, he felt weightless and free. The whole world seemed to melt away, along with all his worries and problems. The only thing that existed was MJ and the city surrounding them. Peter shouted cheerful yahoos and hoorays as he blazed past MJ and jumped over a sign and landed on the side of a brick building. Running across the wall as fast as he could, kicked off the corner of the building and webbed through some random construction site parkour style. MJ followed behind and they both jumped off a building in Chinatown and landed in front of Shang-Chi's dojo before they sprinted to the doors at full speed. Peter touched the door first and threw up his arms as he laughed and said, "You owe me dinner, Spider-Woman." MJ smiled under her mask before saying, "I hope you're fine with takeout." Peter wrapped his arm around her waist and flirtatiously said, "With you, pizza with 3 meat and mushrooms toppings would taste like fine cuisine." "Easy, Spider-Man. Like you said before, your suit isn't boner-proof." MJ swayed her hips seductively as she headed inside. Peter shook his head and smiled. While he followed his girlfriend's purposely temptful strut, he thought, "Damn, these teenage hormones. It wasn't easy in my past life, and it's still getting to me in this one." Peter had to wait a while before he could greet their master as usual. When Shang-Chi looked at their suits, he completed their designs. He even asked Peter to make him a vest out of his spider silk and to make sure it didn't restrict his movements. Peter obliged because Shang-Chi had been teaching them for free, and he felt that he owed him quite a bit. Training proceeded as usual. It was brutal, it was harsh, and several times, they were pushed to the limits of their physical limits. After their workout, they were taught the basics for capoeira, lucha wrestling and grappling, which emphasized their unique flexibility and high speeds they could reach. Lessons also included boxing and MMA, grappling for quick takeouts and powerful punches, Krav Maga for power and lethality. Lastly, they polished their Aikido for pressure point attacks for suppression. Little by little, the style was slowly blending together into Shang-Chi's new creation, the Way of the Spider. After another 3 months, Peter and MJ had managed to complete the initial mastery of the Way of the Spider. Now all they needed to do was spar with each other constantly to perfect it. They experienced constant combat sessions with martial artists and got in plenty of sparring. They faced surprise attacks from Shang-Chi while they were web-slinging or just wandering the city. Their master even threw darts at them while they studying at school and teaching Harry. Every day, they trained together, fought against each other, and grew stronger at a constant pace. Of course, they didn't fail to train their brains either with their study group. As for the study group, it was doing better. While ignoring any contact with Norman Osborn and gradually getting better grades. Bit by bit, the father and son relationship began to improve. Peter pretty much ran away from Norman anytime he saw the guy so he would have to focus on his son. Before he knew it, it had been 9 months after Peter and MJ were bitten. Shang-Chi stood in the center of his dojo as he bowed at his disciples. "You are free to use the dojo to train anytime you wish, but I will no longer be offering you 2 pointers. My work is done, and any improvement with your new skills is entirely on your hands now." Shang-Chi said while he thought, "Not to mention, I have fulfilled my contract with Madame Web." He could still recall their meeting several months before he met Peter. The strange old woman in a smoky room, she was sitting on a webbed throne, and the immense life force that he sensed around him sent shivers down his spine. He made a bargain that day. In return for helping the spider heroes, he was able to learn training methods for increasing his internal chi. Shang-Chi suddenly straightened his stance and placed his hands behind his back as he said, "I have taught you a unique martial art suited perfectly for you and taught you the basics of chi control. Now, comes your final test." Shang-Chi breathed in deeply and then shouted, "Come at me with everything you have." MJ bolted forward towards her master as Peter webbed a nearby pillar and pulled himself into the air to get behind him. MJ started sparring, trading blows, and blocks with their fellow martial artist when Peter dived towards him with a flying kick and ejected some webbing over Shang-Chi's feet. Their master jumped up, making MJ the target of the webbing. MJ leapt to the side, and as the webbing hit the ground, Peter pulled back on the spider web in his hand and pulled himself towards his target, whipping his body through the air before kicked out both of his feet at Shang-Chi's back. The martial arts master jumped up and spun around as he returned the kick with a chi-fueled attack of his own. As their feet met, a yellow electric light appeared around Peter's leg. "Gotta make the chi gather and burst," Peter thought as the shock of bioelectricity exploded and forced Shang-Chi to push himself away from Peter's punch. After kicking off his opponent's leg, Shang-Chi backflipped landed some distance away. He smiled at Peter and clapped, "Well done, my whole leg is numb." After learning to harness his chi, Peter discovered that it presented itself in the same manner that Miles Morales' Venom blast acted. Only a lot stronger, and he could direct it to manifest at any point on his body. Peter didn't give him any chance to recover. Dashing forward with all his speed, Peter's limbs were cloaked in the yellow electric energy while his fists and feet turned into blurs. Even with one leg, Shang-Chi dodged all of Peter's attacks using a style of drunken fighting. The teacher fumbled about the room with all the grace of a fish out of water, waiting for his leg to regain its feeling. After 5 minutes of dodging, Shang-Chi started to feel the nerves in his legs responding to his movements. Impressed by Peter's ability, he kept his combat senses at the peak of its performance. He knew that if Peter landed another hit on him, he could immobilize him completely. Shang-Chi didn't forget about his other student lurking in the shadows either. He amped up the chi surrounding his body and began to block Peter's attacks. "All I have to do is offset the chi by overpowering it," Shang-Chi announced as he shook his hand. "The only issue is the stinging sensation. The unique property of your chi is quite dangerous." "Nice to know." Peter got back into fighting stance. The two began to trade blows, throwing powerful chi-filled punches and spin kicks towards at each other. Peter managed to dodge most of the attacks and chose to let the fake ones through, allowing him to close the gap. Now that Shang-Chi was using his inner energy to protect his body, Peter couldn't make any advancements and was trying to keep him busy long enough for MJ to find an opening to exploit. Shang-Chi smiled and continued to dodge and counter Peter's attempts to hit him. "Not bad, I can't feel her presence anymore, and Peter's ability to improve on the fly is amazing as always." No sooner than the martial arts master thought this, 3 impact web bullets shot out. Shang-Chi dodged to the side easily enough. However, he wasn't expecting it to explode when Peter shot his own impact webbing into Mary Jane's. Peter quickly jumped back and landed next to MJ, and as the two looked at the sealed Shang-Chi struggling to escape his webby bonds, the two spider heroes high-fived each other while saying, "We won." Shang-Chi smiled, and then they watched as his glow bright yellow momentarily before blades of chi shot from his body, shredding their webbing without any effort. Shang-Chi then clapped his hands and said, "Congratulations, from today onward you are no longer my students but my fellow brother and sister in martial arts. I look forward to your future achievements." Shang-Chi clasped his hands together making a palm and fist. As he bowed, the two did so in return, thanking him for all the training they received. As they left they waved goodbye to their new martial brother and swung all the way back to their places. After sneaking into his room and changing back into their civilian clothing, they both met up to study. While they sat on his bed with their textbooks open, Peter looked up and asked, "So, to make you web armor, I kind of need your measurements." "For the armor of course, and just the armor." "Tiger, you've been watching my body long enough. Haven't you figured it out yet?" Peter gulped before he pulled out a pen and said, "Not as subtle as I thought I was. Well, I could take my best guess." He wrote down his answer on the blueprint paper and showed it to Mary Jane. After reading the measurements, MJ smiled before saying, "You are SOOO busted." MJ crossed her legs over his knees and sat in Peter's lap before she started to kiss him. In response to her advances, Peter grabbed MJ's waist and placed her on his bed before they started making out for quite some time, right until Ben knocked at his door. "Peter, are you there?" Ben asked as he continued to knock on his door. The two laughed before they sat up and Peter answered by saying, "Yeah, Uncle Ben. I'm tutoring MJ right now." Ben and MJ laughed at Peter's statement. They both knew there was no way that he believed Peter based on what his dear old uncle said next. "Okay, don't stay up here too late, MJ. After all, I can only convince May that you're studying for so long." I swear I can see him making quotation marks when he said the word, studying, Peter said before he let out a sigh. Deciding they should probably study, the two spent a few hours reading up on advanced calculus before Peter stood up and took MJ to his lab in the basement. Recently, she had really become accustomed to Peter's work, so much so that she was starting to really become a genius in her own right. Compared to what the schools were teaching, Peter had MJ levels ahead of everyone else. Even Harry was becoming a specialist-type scientist thanks to working with his mother. Peter wanted Mary to apply for the same scholarship he chose so they could go to the same university together, and she felt the same way. Call it young love, call it childish, but both of them were dead set on this decision, that way they could stay together. At first, MJ doubted herself, but after enough time passed and she began to get interested in the material, she completely flipped her attitude. Not to mention, she was sure that her new superhuman powers helped her brain power up too. Mary Jane was especially fond of engineering sciences. Once she dismantled and resembles her own web shooters, MJ was hooked, and with passion fueling her desire to learn, she managed to grow by leaps and bounds. Of course, it didn't hurt they had a genius like Peter helping them every step of the way. They grew so close that they even came up with nerdy nicknames for each other. MJ was Grease Monkey, and Peter was Bio Nerd. After making the vest and leggings for MJ, she tried them on. It looked like a two-part suit that had straps around the shoulders and was tight and close to her physique, showing off her curves. It looked a bit like latex but felt like silk. MJ then smiled as she tested the flexibility of her new suit in surprise. No matter which way she turned, the suit followed without a single issue. It was like an extension of her flesh. She placed her clothing over it and stretched around in a provocative manner, making Peter growl before he said, "You're doing this on purpose, aren't you?" MJ came over and sat on his lap and said, "You should try making some bras out of this material. Women would love it." Suddenly, Peter had an idea. Chapter 5, Issue 5, Finding Funding with Trustworthy Friends. MJ's words rang in the young scientist's head. Peter hugged his girlfriend and said, "You're a genius, babe." MJ gave a smile and said with a cocky tone, I know." Peter then smiled while thinking of his formula. Starks has got connections to military and law enforcement. While on the other hand, I could present the solution to Reed as a new bonding agent. He'd be up for discovering how useful permanent web glue could be used. Of course, he has to patent my dissolvent for the solutions as well. I'll have to engineer it so it doesn't work with my superhero webbing, but I can just change up the compounds, so that's not really an issue. He even wouldn't mind giving MJ the rights to the hardened web compound for clothing designs. After all, she still had a liking for good fashion, and he had to admit he didn't exactly have an eye for it. "I think you should pursue our unique spider silk as clothing material. You always had talent for making clothes." "You know what, I think I will. I just need to find a solution that can give the fabric different feels. I have one hell of a girlfriend." "Yep, and don't you forget it." Peter chuckled before he gave her a kiss. The young couple stayed down in the basement tossing around ideas and enjoying their company until it was time for dinner. "See ya, babe. Later, Ben, May." MJ waved as she walked out the door. "Hee hee, have fun studying." Ben smirked. Peter blushed when he shouted, "Shut up. They do make cute couple." "Just make responsible with her," May said as she tried to hide her smirk. The uncle and aunt laughed as Peter walked away while grumbling about hating being teased. "I sure have a lot to do. There's Stark, the Fantastic Four, and quite a few other heroes whose help I'll be needing. Luckily, it's a weekend," Peter said before he went to bed. The next morning, Peter woke up and worked out with MJ before heading to Stark's home. He was a little nervous meeting one of his heroes. While looking at the large, gated entrance, he took a deep breath and thought, "Okay, play it cool. Just play it cool, Parker." Peter then rang on the gate's intercom and pulled out a piece of paper that had a few of the compounds and the webbing fluid's chemical structure written on it. It wasn't enough for him to learn the recipe, but it was enough to give a genius like Tony Stark a good hint. Peter placed it in front of the camera and waited for an answer. A voice came over the intercom and said, "You've reached Tony Stark's badass house. This is Jarvis speaking. How can I help you today?" Peter almost laughed and lowered the tone of his voice a bit before saying, "I want you to send a picture to Tony of this and tell him I want his help patenting it so I can put it to good use." Jarvis scanned the document and said, "One moment, sir." Tony was in his lab listening to Black Sabbath's Iron Man while working on his latest model, the MK.13. While he was singing along to the song, Jarvis's voice shut off the music, making Tony complain, "Why'd you do that?" "It was getting to the good part, Jarvis." Jarvis then replied by simply stating, "My apologies, sir. However, there is someone at your door with an idea he wishes to present to you for funding and patenting." Tony wasn't even paying attention as he continued to work on his suit. He asked, "So, is it any good? Or is it another flop?" A giant holographic screen displayed the compound in front of Tony. "Oh. This is neat, a compound spider silk fluid that can harden to incredible density yet retain its flexibility." "The compound is incomplete, smart fella. Show him in, Jarvis. I'm interested in meeting the mind that came up with this." Jarvis then simply replied, "As you wish, sir." Peter stood outside the gates for a few minutes when he was met by an automated Iron Man suit being piloted by Jarvis. It stood by the gate and pressed a few buttons on the other side. As the gates opened, the AI turned to Peter and said, "Please, follow me this way. Tony wishes to meet you in person." Peter pumped his fist in triumph as he was led inside Tony's seaside penthouse. Along the way, he made sure to study the MK.6 armor in front of him, and while Peter was fascinated and gushing over the technology, he suddenly realized that he had been led into Tony's garage. He stared at the open reactor on one of the suits and began to inspect it while thinking out loud, this one was built for aerodynamic flight potential. The modified rectangular arc reactor provides it with enough power to achieve the same flight and maneuverability parameters as the previous suits. However, the reactor seems a bit shoddy. Using the original ring design provides a much more stable electromagnetic field. This one moves the energy back and forth around in a triangle. While it's an interesting idea, and the power output is weaker than the original design, the difference isn't big enough to notice either. Next, Peter looked over the suit itself. It resembles the original basic suits for its overall design. It's also notable that it has a lighter armor than previous incarnations. I see. He's utilizing aluminum and titanium steel over the original composites from the earlier designs is a pretty ingenious idea. What's this? Vibranium coils to sustain the magnetic field. What an interesting application. While Peter was gushing over the armor, Tony was watching him with great interest. What a little genius. While hearing Peter continuing to break down his suit's design and point out some flaws, Tony coughed and said, I know the output is weaker, but I wanted to see if there would be any trade-off in sustainability. Peter jumped up and turned around. Mr. Stark. Name's Peter Parker. I came here hoping to do business with you. Please, call me Tony, and I must say Peter, you sure know your stuff. How old are you, kid? Tony questioned. I turned 16 not too long ago, but I think that my age shouldn't account for my IQ. Wouldn't you agree, Tony? Peter replied with a confident tone. Tony laughed as he shook his hand and said, well, let's take a look at that formula. Peter handed over the permanent solution and armor designs. I thought you could pass these out to military personnel and local law enforcement. I have another that's for an adhesive, but I intend on selling that to the Baxter building as they have better ties to city construction and commercial tech companies while you're more lean toward. Peter pointed at his many Ironman suits. Tony waved his hand and said, yeah, I get what you're saying. I'll sponsor your products as long as I get a cut of the profit. Let's say 50%. Peter laughed before he gave Tony a dead-eyed stare and said, 25%. Tony smiled and said, 30 you little twerp. Peter shook his head and replied by saying, 25%. 30 and not a percent lower, Tony shot back. Peter grinned then sighed, okay, then time to bring out the big guns. 10%. Tony laughed and patted Peter on the back as he said, all right, kid. 25% it is. You know, should make your own company someday. I think you'll handle just fine, Mr. Parker. Tony shook his hand before Peter showed him how to both make the material and cast it in a shape. The technological genius only grew more impressed as he watched Peter use random parts around the shop to assemble a 3D printer that was similar in design to Spider-Man's web shooters. After the first set of body armor was made, Tony put it on before he pulled the vest away from his waist and felt a sharp slap against his flesh as it bounced back. Yee ouch. That stings. All right then, let's test this thing's durability, Tony declared as he grabbed a pistol out of one of his toolboxes. Tossing the gun to Jarvis' automated arm, the AI fired off a couple of rounds making Peter jump for cover. Tony slid back after feeling the concussive force from the bullet being distributed along the entire surface of the vest. Tony smiled and said, oh, I got to make a suit with this stuff. Jarvis, what do you think, a tux, or business attire? Are you crazy? How about a little warning next time? Peter shouted waving his fist in the air. Peter then noticed Tony picking up the shell casing. Tony looked to his vest and ran his hand across the slight dent on the armor's surface before it snapped back to its original shape. And to think, this was only a single layer. I'm impressed, kid. This is a pretty unique formula. Tony proceeded to put the gun away before he walked over to Peter and held his hand out as he said, I'll be looking forward to working with you in the future, Peter. Peter smiled as he shook his hand, thank you, Tony. I can't tell you how much of a tight spot this patent will get me out of. Tony laughed a bit and said, you got money problems. More like no money to have problems with. Peter replied. Well, one thing is for sure, that's about to change. I know some people that would love to get their hands on lighter and more effective armor. With the purchases from the army and law enforcement, you could probably net in around 10 to 100K for the first month. It would only increase once word gets out on how effective it is. Peter rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment when he said, gosh Tony, any more compliments and I'll think you're flirting with me. Tony laughed as he said, and you're funny too. Ah, high intelligence is wasted without a sense of humor. So, Peter, with your intelligence you must be in college by now. Tony was thinking of asking the kid to come work with him if he had already graduated. Actually, right now, I'm looking for a good scholarship. I'm currently attending Midtown High School, and have no money to pay for college, Peter replied in a depressed tone. A scholarship, huh? Tony then rubbed his chin before he smiled and said, well, keep your eye out for one in the future, maybe a special talent grant could just pop up at Midtown High School any day now. Peter laughed thinking that this was the Tony that he loved. He didn't doubt that the famous entrepreneur would do something like putting in a multi-million-dollar grant for a public school just to get what he wants. The two then began chatting. Tony prodded Peter's mind about several different subjects. He was constantly surprised by many of the kids' ideas as they bantered back and forth. Tony was seriously thinking of giving Peter special treatment and hiring him on as a chief engineer at Stark Tech, but first, he would have to get his parents' permission first. After a few hours passed, Peter had to excuse himself as he still had to take the adhesive compound to the Baxter building. Tony saw him off with a smile, and once Peter was out of sight, the billionaire turned to his AI companion before saying, Jarvis, get me the number for Midtown High School, and send me a file on Peter Parker. Jarvis replied, yes sir, and got to work. After a few minutes of web-slinging, Peter touched down near the Baxter building and changed back into his civilian clothing before exiting an ally. Standing in front of the massive Baxter building, he placed his hands in his pockets while he casually entered the building and strolled up to the front desk. A young Sue in her early 20s appeared on a holographic screen being projected by a floating orb behind the desk. Hello, are you lost? Peter shook his head and looked around with jokingly surprised eyes before he asked, this is the Baxter building, right? Sue smiled at the cute boy in front of her and asked, are you here with your parents? Peter laughed and asked, how old do you think I am? I'm here to ask if you guys would patent a revolutionary adhesive. Peter then held up the same piece of paper he showed Tony and said, this is just a taste of my product. If you guys are half as smart as I think you are, I know you can see the benefits for such a product, especially one that you could sell. Sue was going over the product and her eyes brightened up. She then stood up and walked over to the nearby control panel and called the box down. When the doors opened, the holographic image of Sue turned to Peter and said, please, come right up. Sue was really excited. The stuff Reed came up with was always revolutionary, but his inventions usually had a specific purpose that wasn't profitable or too advanced to replicate and sell. Oftentimes, they were things that could be made into terrible weapons if not handled by the proper sources, so they couldn't really be sold without major consequences. Lately, the luck of the Fantastic Four company hasn't been too good either. With no multi-purposed invention that would allow them to reach a large number of consumers and make some real dough, they were gradually losing money over time, but if this formula was as easy to produce as Sue figured it would be, then the Baxter company could actually stand to make a profit for once. When Peter entered into the main living space of the Fantastic Four, he saw Sue waiting for him dressed in a white lab coat and wearing a wedding ring on her finger. Johnny was standing next to her looking over Peter like some kind of freak, and Ben was sitting on the couch reading a book on rocket engineering. Acting on the chance of a gathered crowd, Peter introduced himself, hey folks, the name's Peter Parker, and I will be your local teenager genius for this evening. Please fasten your seatbelts, and get ready for my presentation. Peter pulled out a vial of the web fluid and continued his product expose. The adhesive is made up of both artificial and organic compounds. The semi-fluid is a shear-thinning liquid that is virtually solid until a shearing force is applied to it, rendering it fluid once more. By altering the formula slightly, it can quickly shift from semi-fluid to a concrete solution that is tougher and more durable than anything out on the market. It can even be used to move about in the vacuum of space and in underwater environments. The construction uses are endless. The solution can be maintained permanently. It does, however, emit radioactive particles. Although that's nothing to be worried about, as these particles are called radionuclides. As you know, radionuclides are found every day in soil that radiates from the Earth's core and is often found in the cosmic radiation we are bombarded with daily. The best part is that the chemicals for the formula of adhesive could be found in an average high school chemistry lab and bought on a child's allowance. Peter then waved his arms at the sample he pulled out. This right here is a wonder adhesive that can change the industry of construction. So, are you interested? Johnny started laughing as he said, sis, this guy is great, did you see how amped up he is? Sue slapped Johnny in the back of the head and smiled before asking, can your formula really do what you say? Peter smiled back and answered by saying, I brought this capsule to show one of the cement mixtures. Peter turned to Johnny and said, so you're Johnny the Flaming Boy? Johnny's eyebrow twitched as he said, beg your pardon. Peter smiled as he threw the capsule onto Johnny's arm and watched as the webbing locked around him and turned into concrete. Johnny shook his hand and shouted, I don't want to be like Ben. The fantastic hero then shouted, flame on, and they watched as the concrete began to heat up. However, it didn't break yet, as Peter explained. Because of the high carbon mixture, the material is capable of withstanding 2,300 degrees Celsius and can even absorb moisture to keep from being iced over. Johnny breathed a sigh of relief and was about to raise his temperature past the melting point when Peter marched over and dropped a few drops of his solvent. As they watched the concrete mix fade away, Peter turned back to Sue and said, of course the solvent for the different mixtures each require different solvents, and I happen to have one for every type of adhesive I've made thus far. Chapter 6, Issue 6, Rumble in Hell's Kitchen Part 1. Peter smiled as he watched Sue read through the formula. She then took a few samples of the material from the broken cement, moved to her lab, and placed it under a microscope. After concluding her findings, she came back out to see Peter getting along with Johnny. So, you're a fan of cars too? Johnny shouted as Peter shook his head. Well, I like engineering, and engines are always fun. I haven't had time to get my driving permit, but my first car has got to be amazing. Peter said while looking over one of Johnny's pet projects. I get what you mean when I look at an engine. I think, how can I make it move faster? Can I make it lighter without comprising the structure, stability, or engine performance? Peter laughed and said, funny. When I think about an engine, I'm thinking about how to make it fly. Peter then thought of Lola, SHIELD agent Phil Coulson's LOLA, levitating overland automobile. Oh, sweet, Lola, Peter thought to himself. If Peter Parker was going to own any car, it should at least fly. Johnny laughed as he patted Peter on the back before saying, "Now that'll be the day." Peter laughed and replied with a knowing smile, "You have no idea." Ben also started to get in on the conversation. It appeared that they all shared a common interest in engineering. The three of them chatted for some time before Reed appeared next to Sue looking rather exhausted. Mr. Fantastic had been exploring the negative zone and looking for new resources for months now. Recently, he managed to find a few good materials to study, but most of the time was spent wasted. When he looked over to see Peter making the two of his closest friends laugh, Richard leaned in close to Sue and asked, "Who's the kid?" Sue smiled and gave her husband a kiss before she looked back and handed him Peter's papers. Reed grabbed the documents and started reading over them. As his eyes scrolled down the content, they widened in surprise as he pieced together Peter's formula. "This is amazing, Sue. It even has usage in space, it has so many applications," Richard shouted with stars in his eyes. "Yeah, that boy is the one who made it. He wants us to patent the material for him. His name is Peter Parker," Sue said, holding half her arm around Reed. "You don't say." Richard looked over the cost of making the adhesive and almost choked. "So do you know what this means?" Sue nodded her head and smiled as she replied, "It means we can finally make a steady source of income." Reed walked up to Peter and smiled before saying, "It's a pleasure to meet another up-and-coming scientist. The work you've asked us to patent is revolutionary, and I can promise that we will only take 10% of the funds for endorsing the product." Richard. "At least fight for 20%. Sue complained. "Nonsense. This adhesive has countless uses. It can be used to help support buildings, build lightweight plastics, concrete filling, surgical applications, construction materials, outer space and underwater environments, over-the-counter super glue, and can even be made into a fabric. 10% is plenty." Johnny counted up the money in his head. "Whoa, little kid's gonna make us some money. Hey, I'm 16 in a few months from turning 17. You're only a year older than me, fire farter," Peter joked as he turned to Richard and shook his hand. "I will roast you like a shish kebab," Johnny declared while grinding his teeth. Ben laughed and slapped Johnny in the back as he said, "That's a good one. Do you really fart fire when you flame up?" Peter chuckled before he turned his attention back to Mr. Fantastic. "It's an honor, Reed. I follow all of your work. Your most recent review on folding space inside those crystals you discovered has me very interested. I've been mulling over the idea if there were any commercial uses for it. It's a rock of pure spatial energy. What if you cut them and stabilize the spatial environment by surrounding in a magnetic field? That way you can control the empty space through the magnetic field with a machine, and if my calculations are correct, a ring-sized piece of the spatial crystals could create a hammer space that can fit up to a little over 300 meters of materials. I was also wondering if it had any applications for CPU enhancements and data storage as well. If you could supply the power needed to a motherboard without needing power routers or circuits, you could place them directly where they're needed and you don't have to worry about overheating." Peter couldn't help but prattle on. "This boy is a godsend. Finally, I can keep up with all of our expenses." Sue thought as she started to cry and held herself back from hugging Peter. Reed had a blank look on his face as the wheels in his head started turning. Seeing the look on his face, Peter scratched his head and said, "Sorry, I sort of geeked out there." Reed started laughing before he said, "That's no reason to be sorry, Mr. Parker. Minds like yours are quite hard to find these days. The idea I had in mind for the temporal crystals, well, let's just say it was far less lucrative than your idea. Were you thinking of some massive transdimensional storage facility? I admit that they could be used in this manner, but you could only sell it to high-ranking government officials and personnel. I admit they might be useful for making farming space for agriculture and wildlife preservation, but those sound more like charity cases. If you focus on smaller pocket spaces, then you can make more money by making it more accessible to everyday people," Peter thought out loud again. Placing his hand on his chin and remembering the prison Reed once built, Peter couldn't help but sigh at how badly that went before he said, "Maybe making safe labs for certain companies so their more dangerous experiments don't destroy everything or affect the environment. Since the crystals have their own space and reality, any damage they cause would be localized to the crystal subspace only. Any toxic waste, smog, or chemicals could be cleaned out by dissipating the materials into void space. Can you imagine how easy it will be to transport large quantities to waste in these subdimensions? They hardly weigh a thing. This boy's thought process is a gold mine." The Invisible Woman grinned. Reed looked at his wife with a jealous stare. "Honey, you're brilliant, but your inventions just don't sell," Sue said with dollar signs in her eyes. Reed looked shocked as Sue and the rest dropped their jaws. "Did Reed get out Reed-ed?" Johnny shouted in disbelief. Peter shook his hands in front of him in a defensive manner before he said, "No, I haven't figured out how to make a hammer space. That was all Richard, but from reading Reed's notes I could certainly figure out what direction it was going. Dr. Reed was thinking of how to save the world's biggest problems with this stuff. I just figured out a few different ways the technology could be applied." Ben patted Peter on the back and said, "You should come around more often, kid. It's not every day that you get to see a look of surprise on this know-it-all's face." Peter laughed and held his hand out to Reed. For the patent your company can claim 25% of the profit. I offered a similar deal to Tony for military defensive products. Peter then pulled out the formula and handed it over before he said, this is a Kevlar-like material that's 50 times stronger than Kevlar and has the same flexibility as silk. Since Tony's sources tend to lead towards defense contracts and public security, so you can't sell these mixtures for those products. Reed looked over the formula and smiled before saying, this is pretty good. I've been thinking, for us to wear just unstable molecules was a bad idea. What if they were somehow disabled by something in the middle of combat? We wouldn't have anything left to protect us. And we'd be naked too. Johnny shouted in horror. Reed shook Peter's hand and said, we have a deal. Say, Mr. Parker, would you like a job? Peter shyly rubbed the back of his head and said, actually, I'm still in high school. The reason I'm selling this stuff right now is because I need money, or at least a scholarship to get into a good college. So how much will I get for the first check? Reed smiled and was reminded of a younger version of himself before he answered, with what you brought here, I can think of many contracts I can draw up for multiple companies. So, I'd estimate around 50,000 for the first check, minus our 25% of course. Of course, that number will increase once word spreads around. Almost everything these days has some form of use for adhesives, so it's only a matter of time before we corner the market. Peter smiled and said, I look forward to doing more business in the future. Well, it's starting to get late now, and my family should be getting worried. Sue giggled at Peter's antics. Ben liked anyone who made fun of Johnny. Richard saw big things for Peter's future, and Johnny asked for Peter's cell phone number. Let's hang out sometime, Pete. I show you my automobile workshop. I have tons of ideas. Johnny said as they exchanged phone numbers. Peter smiled and waved as the elevator door closed and said, sure thing, Johnny. It was an honor meeting you all. After walking away from the Baxter building, he suited up and started webbing his way back home. Along the way he saw a few muggers and purse snatchers, but they were dealt with rather easily with a venom blast that could knock a full-grown man out for around half an hour, long enough for the cops to get there and arrest them. Peter wanted to wait before his webbing formula became commonplace before he started wrapping up bad guys. That way, even if someone inspects his webbing, they can't trace it back to him because it's available for anyone to purchase. Peter landed on the roof overlooking the New York Square, and thought, odd, I have seen any drug pushers, or any of Kingpin's lackeys lately. Is that because Tony's still around? Peter called up MJ and said, can you ditch Liz? I think we got a case. You know those drug dealers we've been smacking around for practice? I haven't seen any of them around lately. Have you noticed anything happening lately? MJ, who was on the other side of the conversation, excused herself from her kitchen table. When she made it to her room, she locked the door behind her and sat on her bed. MJ then pulled up her web browser before she asked, Peter, haven't you seen the news? Been busy today, babe. What's up? Peter asked with a curious tone in his voice. MJ sent him a link in a text. After clicking on it, an article showing a blurred picture of a man in red armor, standing over a beat-down Kingpin, and the words, Red Devil of Hell's Kitchen stops drug lord Kingpin. Matt Murdock. Peter shouted out loud. When MJ heard him shout, she pulled the phone away from her ear before she whispered back, wait, you know this guy. Peter sighed, look, just suit up and come meet me at Hell's Kitchen. Peter hung up and thought of all the innocent people that were killed after Kingpin went away. I guess this means the Punisher's coming to town. Of all the first heroes to meet, it had to be the one he was most conflicted about. Peter swung to a building at the highest point in Hell's Kitchen, and while waiting for MJ to show up, he stared down at the streets and rooftops, looking for Daredevil. Seeing a few muggings going on, Peter quickly knocked them out using his venom blast without anyone seeing him and called the cops. After doing this a couple more times, Peter managed to get a hold of some information by holding up a thug by his feet over a rooftop while thinking, it worked for Batman. After a few minutes of Spiderman threatening the information out of him, Peter discovered that the Irish mob was meeting up tomorrow to discuss taking over Kingpin's turf. Peter knocked the guy out and put him on the ground with his unconscious allies. As he exposed any firearms or drugs they were carrying, MJ finally showed up. Hey, babe, ready for some action? It's gonna be dangerous. Tonight's weather forecast, guns and thugs will definitely be present, and it may possibly rain bullets, Peter said, cracking his fist. MJ leaned her chest against him and gave him a kiss over her mask before saying, let's go get him, Tiger. I have a good feeling about tonight. Peter and MJ swung until they stood over an apartment that is a high-ceiling bachelor pad loft. After a few minutes of searching the net, Peter easily found Matt's apartment. It was also the only building with an isolation tank that could be seen from the patio. Peter pointed to MJ and said, wait for me here, I need to talk to Matt. After climbing down the glass, slide-open door, Peter smiled as he took out a tiny but powerful magnet and slowly lifted the lock. After crawling inside, he made his way to the center of the living room and made a quick web line to climb down without making a noise. However, the release of the C-02 from the web shooter woke Matt up. The moment Peter's feet touched the floor, he felt his spidey sense blaring inside his head and dodged a cane that was being swung at his head. Jumping onto Matt's ceiling, Peter placed his hands up and said, "Easy, Matt, I need your help." Matt didn't listen to Peter's plea as he jumped off his couch and reached for Spider-Man's head. Peter rolled back and placed his whole body against the ceiling like he was laying down. "Please stop, you're embarrassing yourself, Daredevil." Matt stood still. "How did you know?" Peter dropped down and said, "Come on, take a look at me, I know you can see." Peter clapped his hands in front of his face. "You're a kid?" Matt shouted in surprise. Peter nodded his head. "Not a kid. I'm a teenager who could stomp you in any fight, by the way. Now, are you gonna calm down and listen to me?" "You have 1 minute," Matt said as he began tapping his forearm to count the seconds. Peter stood up on the roof and said, "I need your help. You did a good job of taking down the Kingpin, but you put away the big kahuna, and now the floodgates are open for every crook, thug, and gangster to take his place. This is no time to be celebrating and taking a break. You just created the biggest power vacuum in New York." Matt was shocked when he slapped his head in shame. He looked over to the corner of the room and then said, "Are you going to tell your friend to stop aiming whatever is on her wrist at me?" MJ's jaw dropped as she stepped out of the shadows and asked, "How did he know where I was?" Peter chuckled before he answered, "Because Matt isn't completely blind. You see what you hear, right? Like echolocation or sonar. Brother Shang could do it too by manipulating his chi into a large enough area." "Wait. Shang-Chi?" Matt had heard of the master of martial arts before. He had even met him once as a lawyer. Shang-Chi roughed up a guy trying to rob a convenience store and got in trouble with immigration. To help him, Matt taught him how to read and write English and helped him take the citizenship test before his trial came up. Once Shang-Chi was an American citizen, Matt just showed them the papers and the whole debacle came to an abrupt end. Peter nodded his head before he hopped off the roof and said, "Yep. Shang-Chi taught us to fight." MJ circled around him and said, "I still can't believe this guy brought down the Kingpin. Sorry if I wasn't what you pictured." "How did you find out about that?" Matt asked in response. "Sorry, that's a secret, and besides it's not that hard to figure out. Over half of the cases you take on end up having some mobsters put away the next morning or put in the hospital the night before. Did I mention I'm a damn good detective?" Peter said, gloating a bit. "What did you hack my records at City Hall?" Matt asked, frowning. Peter just whistled in response. "Sorry, Matt, I don't kiss and tell." Peter shot back, holding up finger guns. Peter then sat on his couch and leaned back while pointing his head at the ceiling. Normally I'd throw in a blind joke like, "Man, what do you do for downtime? Stare at the ceiling," but we don't have time for that. "You just said the joke, babe." "Clearly you had the time," MJ said as she rolled her eyes and crossed her arms. "Ahem. Right now is the most opportune time to put away a bunch of really bad people. The big boss is gone, and they'll do stupid and reckless things like throw parties and announce that they're going after Kingpin's territory. You know the place and the local gang hangouts, and we have lots of power. You see what I'm getting at?" Peter asked while he pointed to MJ and himself. "So, Daredevil, do you want to help record some evidence and put away a bunch of crooks before tomorrow?" Peter asked with a grin under his mask. Chapter 7, Issue 7, Rumble in Hell's Kitchen Part 2. Matt looked at the two heroes jumping off of his patio and sighed before saying, "I guess I should get suited up." He moved to the closet in his room and brought out a locked trunk. After changing into his Daredevil outfit, Matt met Peter and MJ on the roof before he asked, "So what do I call you two?" Peter pointed to himself before announcing, "I'm Spider-Man and she's." MJ held her hand in front of Peter's face before she chimed in by saying, "Spider-Woman. Dig the costume, by the way." "Okay, but why spiders?" Daredevil asked. Peter smiled and answered in a jokingly tone, "We were bitten by a super spider that gave us our powers." "How'd you get yours?" "You get bitten by a radioactive devil bat or something." Matt chuckled before he said, "Close, it was a chemical spill accident that fell on me when I was a kid." "How is that, close?" MJ asked while shaking her head in confusion. "I'm not sure, but I think the chemicals were radioactive," Daredevil answered. This time it was Peter's turn to laugh. Did the devil of Hell's Kitchen just make a joke? What can I say? I'm in a good mood. Kingpin is behind bars, and I'm sleeping like a baby these days. "So, spider couple, what's that plan?" Daredevil asked. "Ooh, spider couple. I'm keeping that one," MJ said before she giggled. "I'm thinking that you know every dirty scumbag in this neighborhood. You point them out, while Spider-Woman and I kick their butts until they confess, and if we're lucky enough, we catch them doing or speaking about something illegal." Peter threw a burner phone to Matt. "Press and hold 1 to contact me, 2 for Spider-Woman and 3 to record." Daredevil put the phone away and led them to their first group of thugs. They lucked out and managed to overhear them confessing their boss's misdeeds. Spider-Man and friends crept by a nearby window and watched as a group of Irish mobsters sat around their table playing poker. Can you believe that moron Fisk has finally been put away? What a dumbass. Who gets caught by the police by a regular dude in some devil mask? Lackey, one said. Lackey, two then asked, hey, that devil guy, think he's a competitor? Lackey, one said in response, nah, who dare compete with the boss? Lackey, three looked at the pile of cash on the table and smiled before saying, do remember that dame and her family we killed a couple of months ago? Man, I wish I could have had a taste before the boss offed her. How could I forget? Everyone was there, even the boss's sons. Dude, that undercover pig died in a lot of pain. I mean, killing his whole family in front of him, I'm telling you, I ain't never been that hard before, Lackey, 4 said before he laughed in a sadistic tone. Lackey, 3 smiled as he threw out a wad of cash, I've saved my commission from the job and I know you guys have some money left over too, so quit holding back. You're bluffing. Lackey 1 claimed. Spider-Man, who had snuck inside, slowly slid down from the roof on his webline and said, no, I don't think he's bluffing, he's got 4 aces. So, tell me Lackeys 1, 2, 3, and 4, is there anything you'd like to add before going away to prison for the rest of your life? Spider-Man kept the recording camera lens on his phone pointed at them as Lackey 1 shouted, how? Who the hell are you? I'm that which goes bump in the night. I'm the voice for all the victims that couldn't speak out against their oppressors. I am Batman. Peter said as he landed on the table. Get 'em, boys. Lackey 1 shouted as the room filled up with local thugs, all of them holding weapons, such as bats, chains, and golf clubs. Peter had a bunch of knives pointed at his face when he said, you guys want to hear a joke, dot. Who are you and where did you come from? Lackey 2 shouted at Peter. No. Are you sure you don't want to hear my joke? Peter said as he pointed to the window. Spider-Woman flew in from a window and kicked a guy through the wall, she landed in the center of the crowd, she turned to the lackeys and said, you should have listened to his joke, it was a real kicker. Peter laughed as the thugs began jumping towards MJ. Spider-Woman leapt off the ground, started kicking and punching everyone near her, every strike she made targeted their nerves and weak points, making it easy for MJ to knock them unconscious with a single blow. Next Daredevil suddenly busted down the door and started kicking the asses of every thug he could get his hands on. Matt's martial arts and combat senses were in peak form. He made sure to knock them out as many as he could with a single attack and preserve his stamina as much as possible by throwing the heavier opponents towards the spider couple. Peter went around the room tapping the thugs on the shoulder and nailing them with a venom blast that would keep the unconscious for hours. The lackeys were about to reach for their guns when Spider-Man webbed them to their hands to their chairs. He then stood on the table surrounded by the lackeys and webbed the mouths of everyone but Lackey 4. You're going to tell every little bad thing you and your boss have ever done. Spider-Man said, staying at the lackey. I ain't telling you shit. The lackey shouted in defiance. Spider-Man turned off the camera and placed his hands on the thug's shoulders before squeezed until the man screamed. You're going to tell me what I know, or you're going to experience what it's like to have all 360 joints individually dislocated. Eat a dick. The 4th lackey spat in Peter's face, only to watch Spider-Man dodge before gently pinching his left arm out of its collarbone socket. The criminal let out a scream of pain that made Peter roll his eyes and said, we already have you fessing up to murdering an entire family. Why not just give us the information and save yourself some pain? Go to hell. Freak. The lackey shouted out before Peter side dislocated his right arm, you know the funniest part about this? I'm so skilled at pulling your joints out, that I'm not doing any real damage to you. Ouch. Talk about disarming your foes. MJ shouted, making Peter laugh a little. Hey, I'm the one who's supposed to tell the jokes. Right. Peter said with a humorous tone. The men screamed for aid, but no one came to help. Spider-Woman started tying up the crooks while Peter worked on the villain. Daredevil supplied her with various items they found in the building such as ropes and chains. You see, the fun part about pulling your joints out is that they can be put back in, just like this. A loud snapping noise was heard as Peter put both of his arms back in their sockets. Arg. The lackey cried out in pain. And now that it's back in, you get to experience the whole thing all over again. After Peter threatened to dislocate his arm from the fingers up, the lackey couldn't help but cave in after the first finger. After resetting his bones, Peter smiled underneath his mask and said, okay, now tell me everything about your little gang. The rat spilled his guts and began confessing to a handful of crimes that almost made Spider-Man puke under his mask. Peter almost felt guilty about saving the lackey's life and felt that they deserved the Punisher's wrath. Sighing, Spider-Man stopped the recording and threw the phone to Daredevil. So is this enough to put them away? Peter tied up the last guy's mouth and knocked the 4 of them out. Walking over to the pile of unconscious crooks, Daredevil kneeled over their bodies as he said, I think we have more than enough. Peter smiled as he clapped the dust off his hands, then he moved to the window, and cracked his knuckles before saying, "Next gang, Daredevil. I plan on making a clean sweep tonight." That night the three took down 5 different gangs, each belonging to the Irish, Italians, Mexican cartel, and Yakuza. While they were working on the leftover thugs from Kingpin's group, Peter was tying up a group of crooks when his spider senses started suddenly ringing. As he jumped up to dodge, an albino man in a fancy suit charged through a wall and missed his attempt to grab Spider-Man by the throat. "Tombstone!" Peter shouted internally. "You think you can move in on my turf just because the boss is away at the moment?" Tombstone glared hate at the 3 heroes. "OMG. Look at that suit, it's the walking monument of MC Hammer." Spider-Man joked while jumped in and hit Tombstone square in the jaw. Tombstone's body flew into the wall while Peter felt a stinging sensation sting throughout his arm and shouted, "Man, what the hell is your chin made out of granite? No, maybe marble. After all, a good tombstone is so hard to come by these days." Tombstone pulled himself out of the wall and spit up a little blood before saying, "Been a long time since I felt pain." Tombstone then wiped the blood from his chin with his sleeve when Spider-Man said, "Get ready for some more. Because my fist is about dent the words RIP into your forehead. Babe, desecrating a tombstone is a crime." "But what the heck, we'll pay the fine," MJ joked as Peter webbed his feet and pulled him towards his fist. After sending him flying again, Matt pulled out his walking stick and separated it before he wrapped the thin wire inside the parted pole around Tombstone's throat and flipped the villain upside down. Spider-Woman responded by webbing up her fist with the cement webbing and punching Tombstone directly in the face with a fierce uppercut. The force from MJ's attack caused Tombstone's body to shoot right back up while Spider-Man used a slingshot maneuver with his webbing to slam his feet into Tombstone's gut. The villain then flew towards the wall while Spider-Man shot a web line on his chest and pulled him back towards the 3 heroes. Matt, Peter, and MJ all threw out their fist and hit Tombstone in the face, knocking him out cold as he hit the floor, smashing the wooden planks like they were made of cardboard. Spider-Man tied him up with a bunch of reinforced chains and made sure he was well secured. Tombstone was a beast in his own right, boasting super-powered durability, enhanced strength, and senses. Peter didn't want to take any chances, and he wrapped the villain from head to toe. Spider-Man wasn't joking when he said he felt like he smacked into a wall of concrete. Tombstone, originally known as Lonnie Lincoln, wasn't born superhuman powers. He gained his abilities through artificial means that was the result of a mutagenic reaction to an experimental preservative gas that had been absorbed into his bloodstream. He possesses physical strength that has been increased beyond his original limits, reaching superhuman levels. His reflexes, speed, and stamina are likewise heightened beyond a range attainable for normal human beings. Tombstone's body is also highly resistant to physical injury and is capable of withstanding extreme temperatures, great impact forces, high-caliber bullets, and toxic gases without sustaining injuries, making him a royal pain in the ass to take out. Luckily, he knew this beforehand and didn't hold back as much normally does. Peter made sure to take some blood samples as he finished up his interrogation. After heading out, they called in the cops and waited. Peter figured that if sending one or a group of them to jail, the politicians the hand has ties with would let them back out on the street in no time, but if he sent them all at once with supporting evidence, well, let's just say, City Hall is gonna be busy as hell for the next few months. Not even Fury would be able to sweep this incident under the rug. Peter thought to himself. Hearing the sirens approaching, the 3 heroes left the scene of the crime and dropped the evidence they had gathered off with a few mob bosses that had a note taped to their foreheads. When the cops read it out loud, a few of their officers chuckled, "Compliments of your friendly neighborhood Spidey couple and the angelic devil of Hell's Kitchen." Peter and MJ landed on top of Matt's house as the sun was starting to rise. Noticing this, Peter looked at his watch and cried out, "Oh. Men. We are so grounded." Peter then grabbed MJ's hand and got ready to web away, when Matt asked, "Wait. How can I contact you if something like Tombstone comes up again? I may need a hand. Superpowers like that are kind of hard to deal with on my own." Peter smiled and tossed him one of the burner phones and said, "Just press 1 to call. And 2 for me." MJ followed up. Peter then pulled MJ close to him and lifted her over his shoulder before he said, "Oh yeah. Matt, give me a call if you spot any ninjas, and don't do anything crazy." With that, he swung away carrying a laughing MJ through the city. Matt looked a little puzzled about the whole ninja comment, but decided that Spider-Man was just joking. After pulling off his mask, he then chuckled before he headed inside to get some rest, unaware of the coming hand issue. As Peter swung through the city, MJ stifled her laughing and said, "What are we gonna say to our parents?" Peter smiled and said, "Damn, I knew your ass was talented, but it can talk too." MJ slapped the back of his head and said, "I'm serious. You know my dad, he'll never buy that we were doing something normal all night." Peter grunted as he tried to come up with a good excuse. "How about we got locked in a library? That happens, right?" "I don't know about that one, Tiger," MJ said as she repositioned herself into his arms. She then looked him dead in the eyes and asked, "Got anything better?" Peter fervently tried to come up with a plausible excuse when he suddenly had an idea and said, "I got it, let's just sneak into my lab." We can act as we slept in there all night going over the patent for your clothing line. I keep the lab locked when I work and when I'm out so they might not notice we've been out all night. If they ask why we didn't hear them pounding on the cellar door, just say we were exhausted. You could even show them the products you've been working on. MJ smiled at the idea and purred before she said, now that's my tiger. Are you sure I'm the tiger? After all, you're the one purring. Peter joked as MJ puffed up her cheeks and jumped out of Spider-Man's grasp. She then webbed out a line and shouted out, last one back is a rotten egg. Peter grinned as the two took off in a blur of speed, jumping and bouncing off of the building the whole way back. When the two returned to Peter's house, they snuck into his lab before switching into their civilian clothing. They didn't need to worry about messing their appearance up as they were already tired and messed up hair could be explained away as bedhead. They put on their lab coats then took a nap for a few hours before coming out of the hatched-off cellar and headed into the house. When they opened the door, they noticed Aunt May and Ben were sitting on the couch across from MJ's mom. As the parents saw their children's appearance they all stood up shouted, where on earth were you two, at the same time. Peter and Mary flinched when Peter waved his hands in front of him in a defensive manner said, we were in the lab. We were working on something late last night when we fell asleep. MJ was holding a bra in her hand and said, Peter came up with a solution that could make some neat fabrics. This is my first product. Everyone in the room paused. Madeline looked over the bra and pulled a few times to notice it returned to its original shape without any wearing on the fabric. Smooth, feels a bit like a cross between cotton and silk. I love the design. Did you make this, Mary? MJ nodded her head before she said, Peter thought up the formula, the design and production of the bra was my doing. Since I wanted to get a job we've decided to sell the products to a clothing company. We worked so much that we exhausted ourselves and fell asleep. I don't think a mob of gangsters shooting guns would have woken us up. Peter almost laughed at the whole mob of gangsters but before he turned his head and hid his expression. Madeline then pulled MJ into a hug and said, my baby has an eye for fashion. This is going to make you some money, now I want you to be responsible with it and start saving up for college. Peter saw the happy expression on MJ's face and could relate to her. It was nice when parents acknowledged their children's hard work. Peter nudged MJ's elbow with a grin on his face and said, I told you science can be fun. May raised her eyebrow, and turned to Peter, and asked, that doesn't explain where you went this morning. Where did you go and why didn't you leave a note or something? Peter slapped his forehead as he said, I was so engaged in my work that forgot. I'm sorry I didn't let you guys know what I was up to, but I was just so excited. Peter then smiled and looked at everyone before saying, I managed to score 2 big sponsors that will help me patent the adhesive I came up with. After the first month, I can expect a big paycheck. Combined from the 2 sponsors I landed, I'm looking at around $60,000 for my first payout. Everyone's jaw dropped, MJ's included before she asked loudly, who did you get as a sponsor, Tiger? The only people I think I can trust with my materials, the heroes Tony Stark and Reed Richards, Peter answered with a big shiny smile. Chapter 8, Issue 8, X Factor Part 1. May and Ben were still shocked, even Madeline couldn't believe her ears when Peter said he got Iron Man and the Fantastic Four to sponsor him. MJ wrapped her arm around Peter before she said, so how much do you think I'll get from the clothing wear? Peter did the calculations in his head, and said, if you can get a hold of some good companies, then maybe even more because clothing can be sold to an even wider range of consumers. I won't be making any real money until word spreads. Materials for clothes can be sold to companies and shops alike. So, if I had to guess, it could anywhere from 4 to 6 digits. MJ jumped into his arms, making everyone in the room scratch their heads in shame. Here they were struggling to get by, and now their kids would be making more than them. Ben thought that Peter might have overheard them talking about their mortgage when he put his hand on Peter's shoulder and asked, Peter, did you do this for us, did you? Peter smiled and said with a lofty grin, what, you think this is about the bills? No. I did it for myself. Helping you two is just a bonus. May and Ben gave Peter a hug. They held him there for a while with pride welling up in their chests when Peter said, I know things have been rough for you too. I mean, what kind of nephew would I be if I didn't help my family? While the 3 of them shared a nice embrace, MJ and her mother excused themselves from the room. Peter was let off with a warning but told not to let it happen again. Later that night, he went to bed and slept for a few more hours. After waking up he stretched out his arms and decided to continue studying like he always does. Turning on his computer, he began absorbing as much knowledge as he could. If there was something that caught his interest he would focus on that matter until he had a complete understanding of the subject. After 4 hours or so he headed to his lab again to study Tombstone's genetics, and as he thought, there was an additional genome attached to the villain's DNA. Peter scratched his head as he started to take apart the compound. It appeared to be similar to his spider gene but was far less advanced. However, there was only one place that he'd seen such a familiar structure, and that was the super soldier serum Luke Cage, otherwise known as Powerman, was injected with. The gas used on Tombstone gave him a watered-down version of Luke Cage's abilities, but there were still many issues and flaws in this strain. Peter sighed as he thought that the person who made Luke's S.S serum must have been getting close to perfecting his formula, and he figured since this strain showed up, Luke should be popping up in Harlem sometime soon. Peter walked back inside to get some food and saw Ben and May watching the news. They were covering the story of the Spider couple's work last night. Peter poured himself a bowl of cereal and sat down next to them and watched as his favorite JJJ ranting on screen. Reporting in, we have our first description of the vigilantes that had apprehended 5 gangs last night. They're depicted as a male and female pair that dress up with a spider-themed costume, and a man in a Red Devil's outfit that is suspected of being full body armor. A drawing of them made by the NYPD sketch artist popped up. All in all, they did a pretty good job in depicting them. However, the proportions of his muscles and height were way off. I guess the mobsters didn't want to admit getting their asses kicked by a person almost half their height and frame. Peter thought as he chowed down. It's total mayhem down at the courthouse as lawyers are scrambling to handle all the new cases. With over 400 arrests made last night and the evidence handed to the police, it's looking like multiple open and shut cases. Peter chuckled, but what he saw on the news next made him choke on his breakfast. Also, a man responsible for killing dozens of members belonging to the Mexican cartel turned himself in this morning. As it turns out, the killer was previously an Army Special Forces Ranger and an undercover agent for the FBI. After the tragic slaying of his family and killing criminals related to his case, the recently presumed dead Frank Castle turned himself in peacefully and without a struggle. Peacefully, my ass. Peter thought as he quickly finished his meal. Damn it, Frank. I put the ones he wants to kill behind bars, and he goes and turns himself in. I forgot how hard it was to predict his actions. Out of all the Marvel heroes, the Punisher was always the wild card. Peter stood up, went over to the sink to wash his dishes. He then sighed before he thought, what do I do? I know a lot of people are going to die, but if I interfere, even more innocents will lose their lives. Frank isn't the kind of guy to care about collateral damage. After cleaning up, Peter went up to his room and flopped down onto his bed. He scratched his head in frustration before he jumped back up and searched out Castle's history in this world. It was like a half and half of the Netflix and Thomas Jane version of Frank Castle. Peter pulled out a pen and a piece of paper, and wrote down a quick spoiler: Colonel Schoonover is blacksmith. Billy Russo and Agent Orange are at the root of it all. Do what you have to do, but stop causing trouble in my city, Frank. He couldn't stop him, unlike the Punisher. If he got arrested, he'd just escape somehow, but if he gave him the killers, then maybe Frank would retire, and it's not like he didn't feel for him either. No man should experience what Frank went through. There is no therapy for that, only revenge. He snuck out miles away from his house and sent the envelope to Matt with instructions to get it to Frank. Writing in Braille was a new one for Peter. He had to cut each individual hole in the paper to perfectly match the Braille patterns. After dealing with the Frankie mess, Peter then went back to his lab and started working on his first nanobot design. The next few weeks the two spider heroes got a lot of publicity. They weren't hiding their deeds anymore, and were out in the open working alongside the cops, often in taking down criminals. Peter also enjoyed the little stuff. Stuff like helping an old lady cross the streets, or changing a few flat tires here and there. MJ liked seeing Peter chat it up with the citizens. When he did stuff like this, she fell for him even harder. MJ eventually earned a reputation for being a big anti-bullying symbol, as she often put a stop to anyone who's been through Peter's situation. He caught her more than a couple of times yelling at and scolding some bullies they found. When a poster of her came out that had an anti-bullying slogan on it, Peter started laughing at the red-faced MJ before she buried her head into his chest and hit him a couple of times. John Jonah Jameson, unlike in the original, didn't seem to harp on the two as much. Maybe it was because they kept the damage to the city at a minimum and did more than just fight crime. For some reason, he seemed to want to interview them more than berating them. It was still summer, so they had a lot of time to work on their image as heroes. The next morning after the poster incident, Peter took a break and went out on a date with MJ. Since she got to decide where to go this time, MJ gleefully took Peter to the mall to buy him some new clothing. He complained, but she insisted that she pay for everything by saying, "Tonight, I'm going to be your sugar mama." Peter snorted before she explained. Apparently, some of the clothing samples she sent out to a few high-paying clothing lines showed a lot of interest in the new fabric. Recently, most of MJ's time was either doing hero work or dealing with numerous fashion lines and fabric-producing companies. After tweaking the webbing formula into something that made high-quality silk, which was much closer to clothing than armor, MJ managed to score more than a few dozen sponsors, giving her more than a few huge paychecks to make the product in large quantities. Peter had Matt help her with all of the legal stuff so that she wouldn't be taken advantage of by greedy people in suits. Peter was over the moon when she told him she already applied for the patent to protect the silk formula and was considering hiring some college students that shared her interests in fashion. With some good workers, she could make her own clothing line. Although MJ wanted to start clothing line in the future, she didn't want that to be all that she accomplished. She had a keen interest in technology now and was even thinking of applying for an internship at Horizon Labs when she graduated. While Peter was sitting in a chair and Mary Jane was constantly swapping out clothes and placing them in front of him, he smelled a terrible odor approaching. It was like someone hadn't washed for months alongside the scent of cheap booze and cigars. Peter poked his head out of the shop while MJ was picking out a pile of clothes for him to try on when he spotted a certain noticeable group. Logan was a short but built man that looked a lot like Hugh Jackman. He wearing blue jeans, a white tank top, and a cowboy's hat. Next to Wolverine was a young teenage Scott who was closer to his comic book design in appearance. He was dressed in blue jeans and a blue and red shirt with a tan leather jacket over top. He was holding hands with the red-headed Jean Grey, who Peter had to admit was gorgeous and could even give his MJ a run for her money. Jean had on a green jacket, a pink shirt, and blue jeans as well. Next to Jean, Peter saw Kitty Pryde wearing a pink tracksuit, and walking next to her was the holographically disguised teleporter known as Kurt Wagner. Peter started to sweat a little when Logan noticed Peter staring while sniffing. Odd, I've been smelling this scent all over the city lately. Jean, seeing their teacher focusing on the boy, couldn't help but use her psychic mind-reading ability on Peter and dropped her jaw as all she saw was a rush of random information. Peter was thinking of advanced calculations and biological formulas along with random DC Comics and other geek culture references to try and keep Jean from reading his mind. Jean looked a little confused when MJ came out of the shop and said, "Pete, you have to see this, they have Spider-Man and Spider-Woman plushies." Peter slapped his forehead as the dam he put up in his mind came rushing down. When the image of him and Mary Jane in costume came to mind, Peter knew the jig was up. "No way!" Jean shouted in disbelief. Jean was impressed with Peter's mental defenses, but being the polite mind reader that she was, she didn't want to pry into him any deeper than his surface-level thoughts. However, MJ's mind was an open audiobook for her that spilled their secrets by the truckload. "This is not cool at all, Jean," Peter shouted mentally. She waved her hand apologetically, making Scott raise a brow. Peter then sighed and waved back, seeing her as their party approached. Jean rumbled through her backpack before she took out a pen and notebook. She then walked up to Peter and asked, "I'm a big fan. Can I get your autograph?" MJ noticed Jean and walked up next to Peter before she placed her arm around his elbow and questioned him, "Peter, who are these people?" Peter rolled his eyes and took the pen and paper. When MJ saw him write, "To the X-Men known as Jean Grey, from your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," she knew something was up. After handing the notebook back, everyone who read it showed a shocked expression. Scott, however, frowned before he asked, "How did you know her name?" "I know all your names. Since we're in the same line of work, it wasn't hard for me to figure out that the X-Men are students of Professor X. I just read up on you guys online. For having secret identities, you guys don't hide them that well," Peter said before MJ looked at them with stars in her eyes. "Wait, are they the, you-know-what men?" MJ asked as she clapped her hands together. Peter smiled and nodded, "Well, I guess there's no hiding who we are anymore, but, can we move this conversation to another location? You know, somewhere more secluded." Jean nodded her head and handed the notebook to MJ before she asked, "Before we leave, can I get yours too?" MJ blushed and nodded her head and signed her hero name next to Peter's before she commented, "This is a lot easier with the mask on." "Tell me about it," Peter followed up. "No fair." "I want one too." Kat and Kurt shouted. "Not here, let's go to the roof to talk, I can sign one for you all there," Peter said as he started to walk away. "Peter." MJ called out. "Yes. My love." Peter called back. "You're not thinking that this will get you out of buying new clothes, are you?" MJ asked with a frightening smile on her lips. Peter cringed and visibly shook before he said, "I would never." Jean giggled before she said, "Yes, he would, and that's a rude thing to call a lady, Peter." "Don't need to be a mind reader to figure that out," MJ said as she and Jean smiled at each other. "I have a feeling we're going to be good friends," Jean held her hand out. "Funny, I was thinking the same thing," MJ declared as she shook Jean's hand. While they walked to the roof, Jean had told her party that Peter was the mutant Professor Xavier sent them to pick up. Peter figured it was only a matter of time before Cerebro picked him up and he would meet the X-Men, but he didn't think it would be so soon. After the spider bit him, the dormant mutant gene given to Peter by the one above all became active. So, it was no surprise that he would appear on Cerebro's radar, and with an unsupervised mutant as powerful as Peter running around unchecked, Spider-Man expected Charles Xavier would surely come knocking. Thanks to Jean's telepathy, they all could easily gain access to the roof without raising an eyebrow. They passed by guards and restricted areas without any staff members batting an eye. When they got to the roof, Peter turned to Jean and asked, "Can you not pry into our thoughts? We have a lot of personal information we don't want to share." Jean sighed and lowered her head before she said, "Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Although your mind is rather well guarded. I could still bust through your defenses though." It took her a few seconds to realize how rude that sounded as she suddenly waved her hands in front of her face. "Not that I would. I mean, I could offer you some advice to better your mental barrier." "Whoa. How'd you learn to do that?" Kurt asked with a curious stare. "I know Tony Stark, and the Fantastic Four, Sue taught me some tricks to fend off mind readers. The X-Men gasped while MJ figured it out she was the reason they were busted. Does this mean it was my fault? MJ placed her hand over her mouth. Yeah. But it's my fault too, I should have prepared you for a mind reader, Peter said before he sighed in frustration. Peter, if you told me you wanted me to train my mind against telepath before now, I would have called you loony, MJ joked while thinking rather harshly of herself. Jean lowered her head in shame. I'm sorry. We were sent here by our professor to see if we could convince you to come and visit his school. I didn't think we'd meet Spider-Man and Spider-Woman in person. Oh, is that who this kid is? Logan asked with a disinterested tone. Autographs, please. Kurt and Kat asked in tandem. Peter and MJ sighed as they obliged them, after signing, Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man, and Spider-Woman. The two were officially invited to go to Mansion and meet with Professor X. So much for our date. MJ said in a grumpy tone as she crossed her arms. Maybe after meeting with Professor X, we can continue our date, or better yet make this our date. Peter said looking at Jean, who bowed her head in apology again. No, just no. After we're done here, we are going to get you some new threads. You have a hot body, Parker. You should show it off, MJ declared, earning a chuckle from the X-Men, excluding Logan. Peter and MJ placed their masks on and took their clothes off, revealing their suits underneath. After putting away their civilian clothes, the Blackbird jet appeared uncloaked with a certain white-haired ebony beauty flying it. Jumping up effortlessly while the rest were carried up by Jean's telekinesis, the whole group entered the Blackbird and took their seats. After buckling up, Logan looked to the two of them and asked, So, you two been dating a long time? MJ smirked before saying, What gave it away? My close proximity. Or maybe it was the fact I said, you ruined our date. Logan smirked and replied, No, you two are drenched in each other's scents. MJ blushed and was glad the Logan couldn't see her face. She turned to Jean and asked, So you can read minds, can you choose not to? Jean started to explain, I don't really try to. Normally I would have to pry into an individual's mind, but some people are so open with themselves that it kind of just flows off of them. Peter here covers up his surface thoughts with advanced mathematics, and several different types of sciences, kind of like a barrier around his thoughts. Not to mention that lately my powers seem to be getting even stronger, it's hard not to skim the thoughts of those in close proximity. MJ suddenly thought of something and sat in a meditative position and cleared away all her thoughts, making Jean surprised. That's never happened before. It's different than Peter's method, but all your surface thoughts have been hidden by a black void. Logan smiled, the state of Zen, huh? Scott asked, What's that? Clearing your mind of all distractions and thoughts, Peter answered. MJ opened her eyes and maintained that state while asking, Still leaking thoughts. Chapter 9, Issue 9, X Factor Part 2. As they made their way to Xavier's mansion, Peter looked around the Blackbird and asked them, So what are your abilities? I mean, it's not fair that you guys know ours and we don't know yours. Cyclops is my codename, Scott Summers my real name. I have the ability to shoot beams of energy out of my eyes, Scott said as he pointed to his glasses. Jean Grey, I'm a psychic. Kitty Pryde, I phase through objects. Kurt's my name and I can teleport to any place that I've seen. My name is Logan, and I can heal fast. As for our pilot, Strom, she can control the weather. My name is Aurora, it's a pleasure to meet you too, Storm giggled. MJ was excited and while hearing how their powers work, but she was more interested in their personal lives. They chatted for a while about themselves. A little under 10 minutes had passed by before Storm announced that they had arrived. After exiting the jet they were met by a bald older gentleman in a wheelchair. Standing next to him was Beast, the furry with blue fur. Hello, it's a surprise. See, Spider-Man was the mutant we were searching for, Charles said with a smile on his face. Everyone exited the Blackbird when Peter said, It's an honor to meet you as well, Professor Xavier, but I ask that you respect my privacy and avoid reading my mind. I think a gentleman such as yourself can do that, right? Peter frowned under his mask. Although he respected Charles, he had to be wary of one with his kind of power. Peter didn't know if Charles could pry into the memories of his previous life and would rather not take any chances. Little did he know, those memories were protected by the one above all. Charles laughed before saying, Of course, I wouldn't abuse my power without a good reason, but I think you won't mind me using the intel Jean gave me, Peter. Spider-Man shook his head and said, Let's get this straight, while we're in costume nobody call us by our real name. Secret identity and all. I'm going to have to agree with him on that one, MJ followed up. Xavier turned his hoverchair around and asked them to follow him. While Charles led the group throughout the mansion, Peter saw numerous unique children with many incredible abilities that caught his interest. Peter smiled as he looked around at how happy the students were. He had to give Charles some props, as not many places would accommodate mutants so willingly on top of letting their powers flourish naturally. When Peter was observing the mutants use their powers, a kid around the age of 5 appeared beside him. The boy could change the surface of his skin to mimic the environment much like a chameleon, so his body was almost unnoticeable, and since he posed no danger, Peter was taken by surprise as the kid pulled on his suit and asked, "Are you Spider-Man?" Peter smiled and gave a thumbs up before he said, "Yep. But you forgot the friendly neighborhood par.t." Suddenly, the other kids took notice of them and started at the two spider heroes. Cheers erupted throughout the school halls. Peter and MJ were crowded by fans asking to sign their belongings. After a few minutes of this, they made their way towards Xavier's office while signing shirts, notebooks, and toys made in their image. Once the two made to the professor's office, they sat down while the Charles poured them both a cup of tea. "The children here love the spider duo, they look up to them," Charles said as he moved behind his desk and placed a cup of tea out for MJ and Peter. The spider couple lifted the lower half of their masks and took a sip of tea before smiling. "I'm more of a coffee guy, but this stuff is pretty good," Peter commented as he took another sip. "It's way tastier than what we have at home, that's for sure," MJ said as she licked her lips. Charles smiled, happy that they enjoyed the tea he prepared. He proceeded to proposition the spider heroes by asking, "So tell me, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, what do you two think of this place? I think what you've done for these kids is a kind thing, and the place is full of interesting people," MJ stated before she took another drink. "It's pretty neat, could use some Spidey-covered drapes, and a couple of posters, but other than that, I'd give you 5 stars, Peter said with a laugh. "I'm glad you two approve. So, let's cut to the chase, shall we? How would you like to come to my school?" Xavier asked while Spider-Man sipped his tea. "I have to think about that one," MJ said with a bit of a frown. Peter put his cup down and said, "Sorry, Xavier. While I'm sure we'd get along, I don't want to join the X-Men. Nor do I want to attend school here, I have other goals for my education." Xavier sighed in disappointment before saying, "If you want you can spend a few minutes here while we refill the Blackbird. Should you ever change your minds, please feel free to come and join." Peter thanked them as he took MJ to explore and meet several mutants. They caught up with Scott, who was working on a motorcycle in their garage. Peter offered to help, but Scott declined by saying, "No one touches my baby." Peter smiled and couldn't repress the joke he came up with as he said, "Man, if that's your baby, then the mother must be one ugly monstrosity." Scott laughed and loosened up. They started discussion different as the two chatted for a while, getting to know each other better. Peter hoped he didn't become the dick that Marvel turned him into. He recalled his early years reading the X-Men comics. Scott was kind, brave, and a damn good leader. It wasn't until the age of soap operas that they really started to mess the character up in just the worst ways. MJ chatted with Jean and even offered Scott some advice to improve his bike's performance speed, which only made Peter laugh harder when Jean chided Scott for thinking, "Great, Logan will never let me live this down, I can hear him now, a girl can do a better job than you. What's wrong with a girl knowing mechanics better than you?" Afterward, laughing up a storm, the spider couple met up with Kitty and Kurt in the courtyard. They chatted about school life, how they started attending Xavier's school, and how their abilities worked. "So you can phase your body, huh? Is it like quantum tunneling?" Peter asked. "Quantum, what now?" Kitty asked with a puzzled expression on her face. Quantum tunneling is a quantum mechanical phenomenon where a particle passes through a potential barrier that it classically cannot surmount. It's like popping in and out of existence to move through matter. The theory I have is very complicated, but I think you might be altering the structure of your body to become a wave, rather than a particle. Because as a wave, you'd be transporting your physical body to a reality that's aligned with ours, but in a realm where no matter exists, Peter explained. Peter then turned to Kurt and said, "Your ability is a little more advanced, you could be entering another reality entirely, and once you are there, you can re-enter our universe wherever you chose. Or, you could be dispersing or shrinking your body to the point where you can access wormholes. In that case, your memories may be guidance system used to access which wormholes to traverse and get to where and when you need to be on instinct alone." Peter was fascinated by using science to try and figure out their abilities. While he was discussing their powers and how they might be used, Beast came strolling along and joined in on their conversation. Peter and Hank hit it off and became friends rather quickly. While they talked, quite a few of their ideas on biology, Peter turned silent for a few seconds before asking, "I was wondering if you could take a look at my blood. I managed to identify my X gene and even the spider gene, but there's something else there I can't identify. With your advanced knowledge of genetics and bioengineering, I was hoping you could help me take a look." Beast smiled and agreed before leading them to his very expensive-looking lab. Hank took a sample of Peter's blood and placed under a costly microscope and began his examination. Peter informed him that there was a possibility of his blood being radioactive, and helped Hank take the necessary precautions in dealing with his blood. After running a few tests, Hank returned to Peter and said, "Any radioactivity in your blood has been cleaned out by your regeneration factor. The second mutation I discovered appeared to be a mutation caused by some kind of venom or serum, you spider gene as you so elegantly said. The third is similar to your spider gene, it wasn't originally part of your genetics. The best way I could describe the piece of genetic coding is that it acts like a blank gene that can allow your body to accept multiple strains of augmented genetics, and judging from how old the strain is, I'd say you were injected between the ages of 4 to 6 years old. Peter was shocked because if what he said was true, someone inoculated him with this blank gene when he was too young to remember, and whatever he was injected with had already merged with genetic coding. Can you tell what used to be in the blank gene before the spider bite took place? Peter asked, making Beast sigh. Peter, do you ever remember being sick? Hank asked with a serious expression. Peter frowned and searched through his memories, twice, once when I was a child and the second was after I was bitten by the radioactive spider. When you were young, did you have problems seeing things? Did you have trouble moving your limbs, or have other symptoms such as clumsiness, walking problems, and seizures? Hank questioned. Peter frowned and then asked, are you saying it's a vaccine for NP type C? Smart boy. Yes, and if I'm not wrong, it used to be a cure for an extremely rare genetic disorder called Niemann-Pick type C disease. As you know, that genetic disorder is a defect on the gene that regulates cholesterol metabolism in the cells. Peter continued Beast's explanation. Harmful amounts of the fatty lipid which our bodies make continuously and normally excrete, accumulate in the spleen, liver, lungs, bone marrow, and, ultimately, brain. Prolonged effects from the genetic disorder lead to neurological deterioration that can trigger seizures and loss of motor skills like walking, holding a pencil, even swallowing. NPC is sometimes dubbed childhood Alzheimer's because it leads to severe dementia. Which is why I'm so impressed with the design of this serum. It managed to locate the disease and create a replicate antibody that targets this disease. Peter gulped. He remembered a certain viscous ectosymbiotic neuroactive obligate mutualist that sounded an awful lot like what Beast was describing. It was too close to how a symbiote acts in order to cure cancer cells. He thought of the ultimate timeline and the fact his parents were the ones who helped make the symbiote in that universe. Peter got up off the examination table and destroyed the blood sample before saying, Beast, you can't tell anyone about this, doctor-patient confidentiality and all. Hank understood and said, relax, Peter, I have never broken my Hippocratic oath, but this has given me some ideas on how to target cancer cells. It could even be used to augment existing harmful mutations. I hope you don't mind me acting on this knowledge. Hearing this, Peter felt reassured. Out of all the X-Men, Beast was actually his favorite, especially the gentlemanly version of him. Hank always remembered to keep his humanity and morals above all else, so Peter knew he could trust him to keep his promises. Peter then returned to MJ, who was chatting it up with the X-Men, and told her to prepare to leave. After saying their goodbyes and thanking Professor X for his hospitality, the spider couple was dropped off a couple of blocks from the mall they were picked up from. After spending the rest of the day shopping with MJ, the two of them headed home after grabbing a slice from Tony's Authentic Pizza. After they got back, MJ gave Peter a kiss and said, see you later, Tiger. Remember to wear the one I like to our next date. I thought you liked them all. Peter grinned as he turned around and carried in a few dozen bags of new articles of clothing through his front door. Keeping the happy grin and the lipstick mark on his cheek, Peter greeted his chuckling aunt and uncle before heading up to his attic. After putting away his new clothes, Peter headed up to the attic and started going through some of the boxes taken from his parents' old house. Searching hundreds of files and boxes, Peter came across a set of tapes, along with dozens of locked cases. He easily picked the locked and opened the cases to discover a few hundred files that were titled Project Venom and Medbed Blueprints. Peter slapped himself in the head for being so forgetful. He promised himself that he would clean out the attic in case there were any other dangerous projects that parents may have left laying around. Peter took the boxes to his lab and began going over the notes and videotapes concerning the research. After 4 hours, Peter managed to go through the whole stockpile of mother and father's research. He had a pretty good idea of how Venom was made, and what materials were used to make it. First, he was surprised to learn that a single drop from a unique sample inside a moonstone was the source and start of the Venom project. It appeared that JJJ's son found this on his exploration of the dark side of the moon and brought it back to Earth. Peter couldn't find any information as to how his parents obtained the moonstone, but he couldn't shake the feeling that they were being funded by one of the big agencies in the Marvel Universe. Peter figured that if he had the same substance, he could even replicate his parents' experiments, but he didn't know if he should. A symbiote is a powerful ally and can give Peter a wider range of powers, but they were volatile and easy to fall prey to corruption. Peter took a deep breath and sighed as he thought, Venom has the capacity to do good, but his way of understanding things is problematic. Question is, how do you teach a symbiote how to behave like a human? I hope Dr. Strange is around, maybe he could help me communicate and teach it, then maybe I could put up with sharing my body. Peter also knew he had to go to steal the Venom sample from Eddie. He wouldn't put up with a symbiote and monster like Eddie constantly hunting him down. The kid couldn't help but feel rather depressed at the moment. It wasn't like just suddenly possessed Peter Parker, but he was Peter Parker from birth. These were his parents, and although his memories of them are fuzzy, he remembered that they did love him more than their own life. He was told so every night before he went to bed. Seeing his dead parents on the video recordings made him cry and miss them even more. After so many years he could barely remember their faces, yet all of this sudden stimuli started to help him remember his youth, along with the happy times he shared with them. As he was cleaning out the boxes, Peter noticed a key of unknown origin in his father's favorite first edition copy of Moby Dick. Putting it in his pockets, he proceeded to destroy all of the data his parents left. Everything on Project Venom was burned to ashes in a tin trash can. Peter had a lot to do, so after nightfall, he called MJ and told her to meet him at 177A Bleecker Street in a few hours. Sneaking after his aunt and uncle went to bed, Peter headed out to Reed Richards Science Center in an all-black costume. It looked just like the classic Venom suit, without the spider. Sneaking inside the facility, he easily found the cold storage center. Peter then crawled along the roof and destroyed all the cameras in the room. He stopped in front of dozens of locked cabinet-sized freezers and spent half an hour picking open all the locks. In the process, Peter managed to find 2 different samples of Venom. One that belonged to his father and the one Eddie made from his father's sample. After webbing them up and placing them in his backpack, Peter closed all the lockers and exited the building the same way he came in. Once he was outside, Peter carefully made his way through the city and changed into his Spider-Man costume once he was out of sight. Standing on top of a tall building, he looked around for the path to Bleecker Street and began web-slinged his way towards New York's magical sanctum. It took a while to reach because he had to be careful with the Venom samples in his backpack. He didn't want to drop or break them. Peter didn't want a Venom to be born out of an accident, so he managed sure to stay on high alert throughout his entire trip. When he saw the sanctum, Peter spotted MJ on a nearby rooftop and landing next to her. "Now be honest, did you miss me?" Peter said after putting the samples down by his feet and throwing his arms out. MJ jumped into his chest and wrapped her arms around his back before she replied, "Always Tiger, what you got in there?" MJ was looking at the webbed-up vials. Peter picked the Venom samples back up and answered her by saying, "Something that I hope never becomes a problem for us. Come on, follow me." Peter then swung down to the street alongside MJ and knocked on the sanctum's doors. After waiting for a few minutes, they were met with an older, slightly tubby Wong. He was wearing the traditional leather robes master spellcasters are given when they graduate from the inner sanctum. Wong looked at both of them with interest before he asked, "What brings you to these doors, young heroes?" Peter coughed awkwardly and said, "I wish to speak to the Sorcerer Supreme. I require his assistance with an important matter." Wong looked at him, then to MJ, and then at the webbed-up vials before he heard the master of the house call out, "Let them in, Wong." Looking past Wong, Peter noticed Stephen Strange, who looked like the MCU universe's Benedict Cumberbatch, walking down the stairs while holding his hands behind his back. "So you're those spider people that have been gaining a lot of popularity recently?" Dr. Strange said as Peter and MJ stepped inside the building and the doors magically closed behind them. MJ jumped at the sight of the door closing behind them, and while she was a little spooked, she turned to Peter and asked, "Who is this guy?" Strange waved floated down the rest of the way and hovered in front of them before he said, "Didn't you hear him announce my title earlier, Spider-Woman? I am the Earth Sorcerer Supreme." Wait. MJ waved her hands in front of her face before she asked, "So, magic is real?" Peter laughed and then said, "Well, yes and no, by the definition, magic isn't real. However, what Dr. Strange here knows is just science we don't understand yet." Strange lifted a brow and said, "Very astute of you, Mr. Parker. Madam Webb was right about your intelligence. You accept science while keeping your mind open to every possibility. Very suitable for learning magic. The Ancient One would be pleased to meet you." Suddenly Peter felt a cold chill drip down his spine as he thought, the Ancient One is still alive. It appeared that Dr. Strange became a sorcerer much sooner than the MCU timeline and was closer to the Ultimate timeline. Meaning he hadn't met Dormammu yet either. Peter sighed as he unwrapped the webbing around the Venom samples along with Peter's overall summary and personal notes on the Venom Project's research. "As a doctor, I'm sure this will interest you, but there is a problem with the lack of control over the suit. I was hoping you could help me find a solution to this problem. Please burn that when you are done reading it." Peter requested as Strange took the items. Chapter 10, Issue 10, X Factor 3. Dr. Strange looked over the Venom files and was surprised by Peter's work. Stephen was so impressed, he thought that if he had seen this before he learned magic, he would have lost his calm and gone a little apeshit. The symbiote would have not only have cured his hands completely, it would have revolutionized medical procedures across the world. However, Stephen also saw the dangers of such a powerful biosuit as well. One could augment the human in a way never thought possible before, and countless people would send armies to obtain it. Mankind wasn't ready for this responsibility, not as long as they're still fighting amongst each other. Stephen used his magic to skin the symbiote. A golden dust-like box appeared around the vials while the Sorcerer Supreme floated in front of them and broke the symbiote's genetic information into raw data. MJ shocked as she turned to Peter and whispered in his ear, "Spider-Man, can we do that too?" Actually, you two possess a phenomenal amount of mana. I don't know if that is a result of your mutation or if you were born with it. Either way, you both have the potential to make good sorcerers. Wong chimed in. MJ had an excited look on her face when Peter nodded his head before saying, "Yep, probably has to do with our regeneration factor, but I see no reason we can't learn magic." Dr. Strange completed his analysis and tuned to Spider-Man and said, "You were right in choosing not to bond with this creature. Its intelligence is far too primal compared to us. Its thinking pattern is one-dimensional, protect the host and survive. I think I can help you teach it, but you'll have to go somewhere and collect what I need." Peter raised his eyebrow, before asking, "What do you need?" Strange responded by saying, "I need the stones of Merlin." "Wait for it," Spider-Man said, confusing MJ. "Unfortunately," Dr. Strange added. "Oh, I get it. There's always a but, or an, unfortunately," Spider-Woman said, shaking her head. "They are in another reality." Stephen Strange. "Of course, there are," Spider-Man sighed, because there was very little known about these magical artifacts. Even in the comics they are only mentioned briefly and with no explanation as to what they do. MJ raised her hand and asked, "Oh, what are the stones of Merlin?" Suddenly, with the use of a little magic, Wong appeared beside them holding a book in his hand and started reading. Centuries ago, Merlin, the previous Sorcerer Supreme, conferred upon a collection of gems and empowered them. Each of his creations was modeled after the Infinity Stone's abilities. These gemstones, later known as the Merlin Stones, would be sought after and used as sources of power by various beings over the following centuries. After Merlin retired, he stored his gems in our vault, but was recently a Bamf appeared and teleported many of our treasures across a few different realities. Bamfs are denizens of Nifem, which is the home realm of their father Azazel. They are mischievous little creatures that like to cause trouble, Stephen followed up. "And I brought him here." A very Ryan Reynolds-like voice could be heard echoing throughout the sanctum. That's right, readers, you didn't expect this saga to be a Spidey and Deadpool team-up. Yay, Spideypool. Talk about random, right? This writer needs some help. Wade Wilson's voice echoed from the nearby hall. Peter slapped his head as he looked over and saw Deadpool, constrained, and tied up by a pair of magic chains. Wade was slowly making his way over to them via a worm-crawling maneuver when he looked at the two spider heroes and said, "This universe has a Spidey-Man too, and whistle, aren't you sexy one? Maybe Spider-Man and I can share the D.P name and have a little fun. Just call me Tiger." Peter walked over to Deadpool and snapped his neck. In response, MJ's eyes went wide as she screamed out, "Peter! What have you done?" Peter then leaned down and spoke in a very calm voice as he declared, "She's 16, asshole. Talk about my girl like that again, and next time you can spend the next few hours regrowing everything below your neck." Wade jumped back up, making MJ jump back in horror as he said, "Owie. You're a lot meaner than my amazing Spider-Man. Bad form, author, bad form." Peter then backed off before saying, "Spider-Woman, meet the merc with the mouth. He's essentially me but with guns, weak morals, and a face only a mother could love." "Hey. I do not have weak morals. I feel very strongly about the bad guys I unalive. I have a purpose, a motto I live by. With great firearms, come great piles of dead baddies." Deadpool shouted as he threw up a Power Ranger pose. "Shouldn't we be throwing him in prison?" MJ asked with hope in her eyes. Peter shook his head as if it was hopeless when Deadpool suddenly shouted, "A prison can't hold me." "Well, it can't hold me forever, at least. It would only serve as a momentary plot device where we could throw away some potential bad guy by randomly killing them. R.I.P. Black Tom Cassidy. By the way, did anyone else think it was weird that Black Tom would serve no purpose other than a quick racial joke? I mean, he was white as snow. Oh, I bet it was soft to the touch. Please, can we just throw this guy in prison?" MJ begged. "Weren't you listening? That would only delay the plot. Quit stalling, writer, and get on with the story." Deadpool shouted in the air. "Spider-Man, I need you to travel to where Deadpool's Bamf went and retrieve the bag of infinite storage for me." Strange pleaded with them. "You forgot to add, take Deadpool far away from you," Peter said before he sighed. "Please, Spider-Man, I can't take his incessant rambling anymore, it's driving me crazy." Spider-Man could almost see the tears forming in Stephen's eyes. Peter rubbed his forehead in frustration when Deadpool somehow escaped the magical bindings restricting his body, wrapped his arm around Spider-Man's shoulder, and said, "Come on Spidey, this is your fault in some way. Another version of you removed M.Y. Bam's collar, and ever since, I've been chasing him down across the dimensions. It's only right a Spider-Man fix his own problems, regardless of which universe they're from. Seriously, all I have to do is play the responsibility card and you're in. Ugh. I hate that you're right about that." Peter yelled as he slapped his forehead. Spider-Man then looked at Wade and held his finger up in a demanding gesture as he said, "Fine. Just this once, Wade. But no killing. Deadpool jumped up and wrapped his arms and legs around very annoyed Spider-Man in a koala hug before he shouted, "E-I-I-I. Spider-Man and I get to team up again." MJ still was lost as Peter tried to explain multiverse theory that lulled Deadpool to sleep. MJ was starting to get it when she asked, "So there's an infinite number or realities with an infinite number of us, and the only differences besides the ones with different natural laws, are the choices we made in life?" Peter elbowed Deadpool off of him and said, "It's your cue. Now the hot spider lady gets it. I need to capture that Bamf and return him to Shikla or she'll have my hide for losing her gift." Deadpool then turned to Steven and said, "Well, Doc, can we get to work? We have a Bamf to catch." Doctor Strange snapped his fingers and summoned a yellow paper talisman before he said, "I tagged him with a tracking spell. This will guide you to the Bamf. Of course, Wade will join you in traveling to the universe to make sure to capture the Bamf, collar it, and return." By the gates of Shangri-La, a portal opened up leading to a high altitude overlooking the city of New York in another universe. MJ stepped up next to and grabbed Peter's hands before she spoke with eyes full of wonder, "This is so unreal. You get used to it," Deadpool mentioned as he walked next to them. Without waiting any longer, the three heroes jumped through the portal and started free-falling towards the Earth. On the way down, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman webbed out to the nearest high-rise seconds before they heard Deadpool shout, "Hold me like you love me, Spidey." Peter rolled his eyes before he shot out and webbed up Wade's waist. While he held onto his line with his other hand while Peter starting his swing with Wade screaming like a girl the whole way. MJ and Peter jumped up from their first swing and rapidly fell towards the nearest rooftop they could spot. As they landed, Peter watched as Deadpool rolled across the rooftop and landed in an awkward position with his back against a wall and his head against the ground. Wade then jumped up, brushed the dust off of his suit and proceeded to hug Spider-Man as he said, "Normally I prefer the straight-laced Spider-Man, but this is really starting to spark the M in me." Peter almost hurled in his mask as he pushed Wade in the gut and sent the Merc rolling back. Right in the muffin button. Deadpool shouted as he struggled to stand back up. "Okay, Deadpool, spread out and find that Bamf. Remember, no killing, or else we'll never have another team-up again, in any timeline." Spider-Man said, waving his finger as if he were disciplining a child. "You wouldn't." Deadpool shouted back. "I'll contact every last universe, don't make me do it." Peter threatened. "Don't worry, Spidey, I won't let you down," Deadpool declared while Peter grabbed MJ and webbed away. After they were out of view, Deadpool looked around and with a confused gesture before he said, "Now what was I doing here?" "Looking for Bamf." A deep voice echoed in Deadpool's head. "Right. Killing Francis. Oh, God. I hope there's a Francis to kill in this world." Deadpool shouted as he clapped his hands together. "Why do we even bother?" An innocent and almost childish voice spoke in Wade's head as he jumped off the roof. As the two were web-slinging throughout the city, MJ caught up to Peter and asked, "Are you sure it was a good idea to leave Red alone like that?" Peter groaned in annoyance before he answered by saying, "Trust me, we're better off avoiding him and focusing on the task at hand. Besides, I'm sure he's not too far behind. Deadpool has a thing about being in the spotlight." As they were searching the city for the chibi Nightcrawler, a loud boom echoed throughout the streets. Looking over at the commotion, Peter and MJ heard a large human roar before they saw the red-armored juggernaut rushing through a building. "Easy, Juggy. Ah, man, of all the days. I just had to leave my Matador's cape at home." Peter heard a familiar voice call out. "Don't worry, citizens, with Spider-Mom, Spider-Dad, and Spiderling gonna save the day." The voice of a young girl called out. "Ah, Spiderling. You get your butt home. We told you that you were grounded, young lady." Mary Jane's eyes widened when she saw a woman with red hair wearing a black and white Spider-Woman outfit. The Spider-Man of this world grabbed his little Spiderling and jumped up and over a few buildings while simultaneously webbing up Juggernaut's legs and face. "Young lady, you were grounded from crime fighting because you blew up the kitchen with your experiment. I told you not to ignore your Spidey sense, but did you listen to me? Now I have to punish you or else Mom will force me to sleep on the couch, and you know how I feel about the couch." "Ah. Come on, Dad. Cut me some slack," Spiderling shouted. "Yeah, Pete, it's not like you've never blown up a lab or two," the visiting Peter said as he passed by the adult Spider-Man and headed towards Juggernaut. This universe's Peter dropped his jaw as he thought out loud, "Clone." The visiting universe's MJ appeared beside the adult Peter and said, "Da MN, Tiger. You got tall." Spider-Dad turned around to see a youthful MJ standing beside him in a completely different outfit from his wife. "MJ." Adult Peter shouted with wide eyes. "Wait. What?" Spiderling jumped up looking over young MJ and shouted, "Who are you? I'll have you know my daddy is married." Young MJ started laughing as she hugged Peter and said, "Pete, you didn't tell her about us. I thought you loved me. Get off my daddy." Spiderling shouted while waving her arms around in a violent manner. Adult Peter held onto his daughter while his face flushed red and he said, "Wait a moment, what's going on?" Young MJ pulled her mask up to show Spiderling. Both Adult Peter and his daughter gasped in astonishment. Back with Juggernaut, Adult MJ wearing the Venom suit was fighting toe-to-toe with the giant muscleman, dodging his charges while tripping him on every occasion she got. Young Peter jumped down and smiled as he stared at MJ's developed body and thought, "Damn. I made a fine choice." Charging up his bag of jokes, young Peter waved at Adult MJ and shouted, "Spidey wife. Help. I shrunk and I can't grow up." Young Peter zipped in and started swinging circles around Juggernaut while webbing him from the feet up with cement webbing. Spider-Man. What happened? Adult MJ's jaw dropped as she watched a youthful Peter continue to encase Juggernaut in cement. Young Spider-Man's trusty spider sense was blaring constantly from just standing in the same proximity of Juggernaut. As he ripped through his cement prison with ease, Peter felt the ground beneath his feet rumble as the unstoppable Juggernaut stomped on the ground, lifting both Peter and the slab of asphalt he was standing on, into the air. Juggernaut ripped through his webbing with his bare hands and sent a punch flying directly at the center of Peter's face. "This is going to hurt," Peter thought as he webbed a nearby building and tried to pull himself away, only for Juggernaut's fist to hit him in the gut and sending him soaring across the street and through the wall of a nearby building. "Spidey." Both the MJs called out. "That could have been a lot worse if I didn't reinforce my body with chi," Peter thought as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. While Peter's healing factor kicked in rapidly and started regenerating his wounds, he felt his over half of the bones, organs, and muscles in his torso snap back into place. As he jumped out of the rubble, Peter glared at Juggernaut before he shouted, "You, son of a, calm down, Pete. Daughter's present. Must watch my language." Standing in place and looking over his wrecked suit, Peter's eyes twitched as he almost blew a casket. The classic Spider-Man suit was his favorite outfit, although he wasn't planning on wearing it forever. He still carried the same respect for it the same way every Spidey fan carries it in their hearts. Peter looked over to Juggernaut and shouted with fury in his tone, "Hey Q-Ball. That all you got?" The two Mary Janes sighed in relief as the young Peter Parker cracked his knuckles and started to fill his fist with chi. Peter then turned to the Spider-Man of this world and said, "Can you please call Jean, and ask her to put this buffoon to sleep? I'm about to knock his block off." The Peter of this universe quickly pulled out a cell phone from his waist belt and called up his second favorite redhead. Within seconds, he asked her to prepare a psychic attack for Juggernaut when the visiting Spider-Man shouted, "Spidey team. Blind him." All the spider heroes shot their webs in Juggernaut's face when young Peter shot forward, slamming his fist into the helmet. The wave of chi exploded, crushing off the hinges, and sending the dome-shaped helmet flying. Young Peter then stood on top of Juggernaut's chest and shot his face full of cement webbing before brought down a double-fisted hammer smash against the red giant's face. Juggernaut grabbed Peter's ankle and started to squeeze, but Peter kept punching away and hitting him with Venom Blast after Venom Blast while ignoring the pain of his shattering bones. Adult Jean, who was halfway across the city, finally managed to locate the giant brute when she suddenly slammed Juggernaut with a mind-shattering mental blast. Juggernaut screamed out in agony as his eyes rolled back and he fell unconscious. Seeing that the big guy was down for the count, Peter fell over on his back and threw his arms out while panting heavily at the sky. "And stay down, you overgrown fire hydrant." The adult Peter chimed in as he came over and held his hand out. Young Peter sighed as he grabbed his counterpart's hand and stood up. He then looked at his appearance and said, "Ugh. Men. My costume is ruined." Young MJ ran to his side and hugged him before she said, "We can fix it when we get back." Tiger. The spider parents looked at the two young versions of themselves and said, "Can someone please clue us in?" at the same time. "I second that," Spiderling shouted. Young Peter quickly webbed up the Juggernaut and threw his helmet into a trash can before he said, "You may not believe us, but we've come from another universe," Adult Peter said while shaking his head. Chapter 11, Issue 11, X-Factor 4. After waiting for the Blackbird jet to arrive, the X-Men marched off their airship and arrested Juggernaut. The adult spider heroes chatted with the X-Men for a while before waving goodbye as the Blackbird took off. The spider heroes reconvened on top of a nearby rooftop and gathered around before young Peter began telling them why they were here. "We're looking for a BAMF that managed to escape from Deadpool's clutches. It looks like a little cat-sized nightcrawler, and has the ability to teleport through time and space." Adult Peter sighed before saying, "I know what a BAMF is. And why aren't you in need of a hospital right now?" Young Peter tried to explain, "Well, I have a mutant gene that's at least equal to Logan's healing factor, as well as my Spidey powers. Even MJ's got a bit of my regeneration factor when she was bitten by the same arachnid." Adult MJ was shocked. She had to rely on the symbiote to use the powers of Spider-Man and was a little jealous of her younger counterpart. Adult MJ then sighed before she asked young MJ, "You got your powers from the spider that bit Peter?" Young MJ looked to her other reality equivalent and asked, "Yeah, didn't you?" Adult MJ looked to her husband and asked, "Peter, do you think it's really possible that these children came from a different reality?" Adult Spider-Man nodded his head and said, when you've been in the business as long as I have, you never rule out interdimensional travels and parallel worlds. Not to mention it's happened before. Young Peter grinned before he and MJ pulled up their mask. Spiderling, otherwise known as Annie, widened her eyes as she shouted out, OMG. You're so young. Dad, Mom, I can't believe how cute you were. Adult MJ lightly slapped her daughter in the back of her head as she said, hey, I still am cute. Annie rubbed the back of her head as she grumbled and asked, so are you guys really from another universe? They're probably telling the truth. I don't have his regeneration factor and your mom is getting my power from a symbiote. I don't think they're clones, oh god, I hope they aren't clones. I don't think I can handle sharing a kid with Wolverine, Adult Peter confirmed. Young Peter looked at Annie and guessed her age to be around 10 to 12 years old, seeing her being such a happy child made Peter smile. When he looked back to his MJ, whose face quickly flushed red, Peter asked, so we name her Annie, huh? Adult MJ wrapped her arms around Annie's neck and leaned her body back into her stomach with a loving hug before she said, yep, her name is Annie Mae Parker. She's adorable, young MJ patted Annie on the head. The adult MJ smiled at her younger self and asked, so, how long have you two known each other? I've known Pete since we were toddlers. Why? Is that different here? MJ asked as she lifted a brow. I moved next to Peter to live with my aunt to pursue my modeling career. We met when Peter was in his first year of college. Our aunts introduced us to each other. Adult MJ explained. Bummer. You missed out on some fun times, young MJ said, feeling a little sad for her opposite. Adult Peter placed his arm around his MJ and said, we still ended up together regardless of when we met. We've been married for 15 years. MJ and Peter, destined to be with one another regardless of the universe, huh? Young MJ commented before she smiled as she held her Peter's hand. Blech. Nasty, I have to watch my mom and dad flirt enough in my universe. I don't want to see it happening when they're young too. I'm going home. Annie said, shooting her webs out and swinging off in the distance. I guess no kid can handle seeing their parents acting lovey-dovey, Adult MJ said before she laughed and walked over to and hugged the teenage Peter. I can't believe how cute you were, Tiger. I should have let my aunt fix me up with you years ago. Adult MJ gushed at Peter's baby face. Young MJ was shocked. She didn't know how to react because it was technically her doing this. Suddenly, Adult Peter grabbed his wife back and said, you have your own kid, this is my MJ. Young Peter laughed when his MJ pinched his back and said, I agree. No Parker of mine gonna ogle women from another universe. I don't care if it is me. You will never cheat on me. Ow. I didn't know if you could classify that as cheating. Peter joked. So you weren't staring her curves? MJ countered. Just a little. Peter answered honestly, which ended up landing him in a headlock. After they were done fooling around, the spider heroes put their masks back on and young Peter looked to his future self before he said, we could use your help. Locating a BAMF is hard enough on our own, but if you guys help out, it should make it easier. Adult Peter then offered to aid them. He mentioned that he has a device that can track Nightcrawler's temporal anomalies and began explaining how it worked. When Kurt teleports, he leaves a small tear in spacetime that heals over time. During this process, the tear leaks out temporal and cosmic radiation that can be tracked by using a radiometer. Young Peter finished the deduction of his alternate self. The two MJs stood next to each other and looked at their husband and future-to-be husband before saying, nerd. The two Spider-Women looked at each other and blinked a few times before they started to laugh. The two Peters rolled their eyes when Adult Peter declared, we have to head to our apartment and pick up the device. The women continued to laugh and joke around as they webbed around New York. Eventually, they ended up in Midtown residential area and ended up entering through a window on the 5th floor of an apartment complex. When they stepped inside the living room, the young spider heroes saw the small but loving home the two had built together. They didn't hate it and could feel the warm fuzzy that one got when they saw a happy family. While they looked at the photos of their kid growing up, young Peter turned to his counterpart and asked, odd, I'm not complaining, but why are you so broke? The spider parents looked at the younger versions of themselves with a funny and shy expression before Adult MJ said, well, Pete's a teacher, and I'm working on my acting career, so money's a little tight at the moment. I'm an actor in this universe. Young MJ shouted in disbelief. Adult MJ then flexed her body and said, yeah, I used to be a model, though if you ask me, still got it. So, do you have any plans to become one now? Young MJ then shocked her counterpart by answering, actually, I'm aiming to be a fashion designer right now. Oh, and I'm also pursuing a job as a technician once I graduate. Yep, I'm convinced, we really are different people. Me, as a technician. I can barely fix my web shooters. Adult MJ declared as she changed her symbiote's form into her at-home clothing, which consisted of a loose-fitting shirt that said, World's Best Spider-Mom, and tight-fitting blue jeans. Peter pulled off his mask and then turned to the adult Peter before asking, didn't you patent your webbing formula? Or any, of your other inventions. Adult Peter scratched his head as he embarrassedly said, well, the webbing formula isn't permanent, so I couldn't sell it. And due to how busy I am lately, most of my lucrative inventions have been put on hold. The stuff I already made is for a specific purpose, Spidey purposes. Dude, you haven't figured out how to make the webbing permanent yet. Young Peter complained. Well, I don't think it would be that hard to figure out, but I don't want anyone to tie my identity to the product, Adult Peter replied. Young Peter ran his hand through his hair with an aggravated expression before he said, Spider-Man has been around for what, 22 years or so. I think everyone knows what your webbing is made of. As for everything else, you can use your identity as a reporter to just say you were inspired by Spider-Man's technology that you saw him use over the years you spent shadowing him. Young Peter then grabbed a piece of paper and started writing down a series of formulas. Next, he handed it over to his MJ and asked her to write down her mixture for the clothing as well. Once she was done, young MJ handed the sheet of paper over to Adult Peter as she said, here a gift from us, to, let's just say, no daughter of mine ours is going to have money problems growing up. Adult Peter looked to the papers and formulas as felt his rusted scientific mind started spinning again. This is. Adult Peter shouted with a happy expression. Why, I'm not broke, of course. I also disagree about your inventions being only useful for Spidey events, young Peter said as he looked over some of his counterparts' tech. Do you remember the first science kit Uncle Ben bought you? What you thought when you opened up the kit? Young Peter asked. Adult Peter then smiled and said, I want to make something to benefit mankind. I wanted to use knowledge, the greatest power in existence, to make people's lives better. Right. You just need to change your approach to how you view what you invent. For instance, what about the tools you made to take down bad guys? Stop thinking of how they could be used to help you arrest a villain. Instead, think of how what you've already invented can be used to better the lives of others. Continue this train of thought for a while, and I'm sure you come up with plenty of ideas for technology that you could patent for public use. Young Peter thought of the many inventions that this Spider Dad missed out that the amazing Spider-Man went on to own Horizon Labs after getting his body back from Dr. Octopus. Even before that, when he worked at Horizon Labs, he had a similar train of thought. The amazing Peter Parker went on to make a serostasis pod to preserve and transport organs and blood. Sound-canceling earphones and a few others he made to swell his pockets. While the young Peter was thinking of other ways to aid adult Peter, the Spider Dad was going through his box of gizmos. When he pulled out a flat handheld screen and turned on the device, adult Peter smiled before saying, now all we need to do is wait. During this time the two Spidermen chatted back and forth about various things such as science, different events that occurred in their life, and family. Peter peeked through the box of old tech. From what he'd gleaned of his work, adult Peter could make a fortune, and with the knowledge young Peter had, he could offer his adult counterpart many hints to help him along and live a better life. Young Peter also had a lot to learn as well. Adult Peter could teach him many weaknesses of possible future enemies, and while they chatted back and forth, young Peter learned a lot while feeling the fanboy in him squealing for every second of it. He was learning from his personal hero, and as a geek, he could now die happy. So, Uncle Ben is still alive in your world? Adult Peter gasped. Young Peter nodded his head in affirmation as he was shown pictures of them on Peter's phone. This was taken a couple of days ago, when the documents officializing my patents arrived in the mail. Peter bragged as he showed the picture showed him holding a certificate with Ben and May standing beside him. So even without Ben dying I still chose to become Spider-Man, adult Peter said, scratching his head. Face it, you've always wanted to be a hero, I just realized it sooner is all, young Peter said with a grin on his face. MJ spent a lot of time talking with her counterpart and pinching Annie's cheeks. I wonder if you'll be the same kid Peter and I have someday. Adult MJ pondered. Annie slapped young MJ's hands away and tilted her head before she said, it's a possibility, but you could also end up not having me at all, you could end up with a boy, or twins, the world you're from is just one of the infinite possibilities. Young MJ smiled at the girl's intelligence when adult MJ said, she gets that from her father. Although I was surprised to hear that you're a lot smarter than me, maybe I should get Tiger to teach me a thing or two. Peter makes a good teacher, he always finds some way to describe what you don't understand in a way that makes you interested, young MJ explained. Adult MJ moved close to her younger counterpart and whispered, I remember our study sessions, I was just surprised you managed to focus on the material. To which young MJ replied with a flushed red face, I didn't spend the entire time studying. We kind of made a fun game out of learning. Adult MJ gave a coy smile and whispered, tell me. Before adult MJ could continue teasing her younger self, the Parker twins in the kitchen shouted, Bam spotted. Masks on, let's go, at the same time. Everyone jumped out the window and followed after adult Peter, who was leading the way. After traveling halfway across New York, the group landed next to Central Park. The scanner's reading for the BAMF was rapidly going on and off along with the angry shouts of New Yorkers yelling, someone stole my food. Who took my hot dogs? Son of a, my beer's gone. Peter slapped his forehead. Stop a juggernaut, capture a magical imp devil stealing food from citizens. Just your average day in the life of your friendly neighborhood spider family. I agree. Now, let's capture that bamf. Deadpool placed his hand around the two Spider-Men. Wade, the two Peters shouted in unison. Both MJ slapped their foreheads while Annie asked, who's this guy? Seeing Annie, Deadpool squealed out as he hopped over near her and said, it's Spider-Girl. Wait, that's the wrong universe. Spiderling. Thanks for the heads-up voices in my head. No problem. A deep-toned voice responded to Deadpool alone. So, since there are kiddies present, Deadpool will be switching to PG-13 mode for future S***T talking, Deadpool said with a smile under his mask. How did he do that beep with his voice? Annie asked wide-eyed interest. Well, it's certainly not because of the author. So strap your beeps in and beep 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 because we're working as a team. Deadpool shouted before he cocked his head back and laughed into the air. I just want this nightmare to be over. Both Peters said before sighing in frustration. They spread out over the park and spotted several angry people fuming about missing food and stolen items. While they walked, Deadpool was questioned by adult Peter. I thought bamfs are a carefree and fun-loving species. Don't they live in small puffball houses and yearn for nothing more than frolicking about the countryside playing with the creatures of the forest? Deadpool laughed. Yeah, normal bamfs do, but this one was owned by Shikla and her bamf are well, a little undisciplined. Suddenly, young Peter had an idea. He walked over to his adult counterpart and Deadpool before he whispered something for Wade to say. You want me to say that? Wade shouted in shock. You would use me as bait. Spider Daddy, help me, your otherworld counterpart is evil. Deadpool cried out as hid behind adult Peter's shoulder. Actually, I agree with Spider Boy. Just say it, Wade. Adult Peter yelled. It's Spider-Man, and you know it. As for you, Wade, quit complaining. Young Peter growled. But he could end up teleporting me anywhere. Deadpool complained. Not our problem. The two shouted back in frustration. Wade put his hands down and stomped his foot before he said, fine. Deadpool then took in a big breath before shouting at the top of his lungs, Lockheed got Kitty Pryde to go out on a date with him, and they even kissed. Wade was supposed to stop here, but in classic Deadpool fashion, he kept going. He took her back to my place and I showed her why they call me D.P. The bamf appeared on top of Deadpool's head and smiled with a wicked grin. Deadpool gulped as he heard the bamf laughing before he said, don't you do it, you little ba. BAMF. BAMF. A rich scent of sulfur spread out with the dissipating puff of black smoke. The bamf could be seen patting its hands off like it just took out the trash and it was about to jump away when both Peters shouted, wait. The bamf recognized the Spider-Men as the ones who freed him and listened. Kitty wouldn't approve of you stealing. Young Peter said, pointing at the pouch strapped around his shoulder. The tan satchel leather bag appeared to have shrunk down to fit the current owner and the material constantly glowed with runes and mystical symbols. Peter had figured that this was the bag they'd been sent to collect. I have a proposition for you. You hand the bag over and I'll take you to see a Kitty Pryde that hasn't met any other bamf yet. Think about it, you get her all to yourself. Young Peter said, pleading with his hands together. The bamf looked tempted when the adult Spider-Man said, better hurry, it might not be long before other bamfs discover his universe. The bamf smiled, held out his hand, and nodded his head in agreement. Smart guy. Young Peter said as he shook the bamf's hand. The bamf then ran on top of young Peter's head, hanging the leather bag strap over his face. Young Peter took it and watched as it took the shape of a satchel and grew to perfectly fit his physique. I guess that's a win. Adult Peter exclaimed. Well, at least that part's done. I guess we can get out of your hair now, Peter said with a smile on his face. However, it appeared they couldn't go home yet. Everybody's spidey senses suddenly went off as large explosion sent up a smoke screen of dust nearby and shook the ground around them. Chapter 12, Issue 12, X Factor V. An electric glow covered the south side of Central Park. The two Spider-Men ran over to see their spider ladies kicking Shocker and Electro's butt. After knocked the two around, young MJ jumped at Electro as she shouted, time for you to chill out. Zero pellet webbing shot out from her wrists, freezing Electro in a thin layer of ice. Before the villain could fall to the ground, young MJ switched her webbing back to normal, and wrapped him up before she threw him into a nearby pond. Spiderling and adult MJ kicked Shocker around while hurling insults at him like, look Spider-Mom, this punchline, it's a shocking kicker. Annie punched him in the jaw. You said kick. The Shocker said as his head spun. You calling me a lair? I said punchline and kick. Get it? Annie giggled while she followed up with another attack. Annie's kick sent him flying towards her mom when adult MJ appeared in front of him and said, you know, your outfit reminds me that I need to pick up some quilted quicker picker-upper on the way home, as she gave him a swift uppercut. The Shocker was sent flying into a nearby tree, and before he could retaliate, the Shocker was quickly webbed up, put together with his partner in crime, and had both in cuffs with power dampener technology. Young Peter asked for a few to study and take back to his dimension. Adult Peter agreed, understanding where he was coming from. It would be a good idea for young Peter to have this technology, so he could restrain some of his more dangerous enemies. While young Peter showed off the Bamf, Annie squealed on how cute it was and said, "Forget owning a dog. I want a Bamf." The Bamf stood on Peter's head proudly and let out a boastful humph while blowing air out its nose. Adult Peter laughed before he suggested that they move their conversation to a nearby rooftop. Standing around on top of a hotel, the Spider family looked at their counterparts while feeling that they were going to miss them. Adult Peter was the first to break the silence when he said, "Well, I guess this is goodbye." Young Peter looked to Adult MJ and then to Bamf before whispering into its ear. The Bamf nodded its head a couple of times then smiled before giving the young Peter a thumbs up and Bamf ing away for a few seconds. Everyone looked puzzled as the Bamf returned holding something in its hand. Young Peter then said, "Are you sure it's the same one from this timeline?" The Bamf nodded its head before he walked over to Adult MJ and held out its hand. "Something for me?" Adult MJ asked. "What are you up to, Peter?" Young MJ asked. "A present for my new friend, of course," young Peter answered as Adult MJ retracted her suit around her hand. "Ouch!" Adult MJ shouted as she pulled back her hand. The Bamf then crushed the super spider in his hands, resolving a paradox he created by pulling it out of the moment in time before it died. Adult MJ's symbiote quickly settled in the new spider gene and pushed her body past the fever one would normally get and augmented her body. Her muscles became more toned and her body was filled with energy. Adult Peter went wide-eyed as he shouted, "What was that?" Young Peter smiled and replied by saying, "Now if something happens to the symbiote, your wife will still have something to protect her." "Was that spider what I think it was?" Young MJ asked. "Yep, the same spider that bit Peter. I said I was giving my friend a going-away present," young Peter explained. Adult MJ grinned and said, "You sneaky little." She then gave young Peter a kiss on the cheek before she finished by saying, "Thank you." Young Peter grinned with a red face and felt his MJ pinching his waist. After talking for a bit, they shook hands and said a few farewells. The Bamf suddenly smiled and sent everyone, both MJ's and Peter's, including Spiderling, all back to Doctor Strange's sanctum. When they appeared inside the sanctum, everyone realized that we're upside down and a few feet away from the ground. Young Peter groaned out, "Really?" as they both crashed into the ground. In response, the Bamf shrugged his shoulders and laughed playfully. "Ah, Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, I see you've returned, with, guest." Doctor Strange looked at them, the group of spider heroes from the other universe, and sighed. "I'll send you back," Doctor Strange declared as he lifted his hands. Before Steven could open a portal, Adult Peter held his hands up and shouted, "Wait." Strange lifted his eyebrow when Adult Peter asked, "Can I see Ben?" Peter looked to his counterpart and said, "I don't think that's a good idea, you'd reveal, oh, maybe this could work. You can meet Ben but as Spider-Man. People seeing you would dispel any suspicion towards me being Spider-Man. MJ would also be safer if she came along as well. Can Venom change shape to match my MJ's outfit?" Adult MJ smiled as Venom copied her outfit, and she said, "This good enough, little tiger?" Young Peter nodded his head, and said, "Now, to do what I originally came here for." He then took off the satchel of infinite space and handed it over to Doctor Strange. Steven smiled, reached his hand inside the satchel as he took out a bag of gems. Giving the satchel over the rest to Wong, Steven then pulled out a fist-sized bright green emerald and glowing blue sapphire from the smaller bag as he said, "These two were modeled after the Mind and Soul Infinity Stones. Although they only have a fraction of the Infinity Stone's power, the spells they allow a sorcerer to use are quite powerful. I intend to use the opal and topaz to copy your mind and emotions and transfer it to the suit, thus aligning your consciousness and spirit to exist as a sort of magical learning system." Peter looked at the second sample and said, "Can you do the same for Spider-Woman as well?" Doctor Strange laughed and said, "It would be my pleasure, Spider-Man," as he held the stones in his hands. Suddenly a complex spell circle appeared around Peter, MJ, and their symbiotes. When suddenly a ghostly figure of the two appeared from out of the stones and flew into the samples. The unimprinted symbiotes then began to bubble, turn, and twist out in random directions. After a short while the two Venom samples broke free from their containers and covered MJ and Peter. Like in the Ultimate Universe, the bioorganic symbiotes bubbled over them into a cocoon-like form and shattered away into dust before revealing their new sweets. Peter could feel his new power coursing through his veins. The symbiote, magnifying his ability several folds. As he gripped his fist and smiled, Peter said, "I can get used to this." "I agree," MJ replied. The sweets were both pitch black when Peter sent a single thought to change the design on the symbiote into his classic red, black, and blue uniform. Responding to his command, the symbiote suddenly spoke out through a mental connection. "Good morning, Peter, altering pigment and structure." The symbiote said in a similar tone to Pete's own voice, only with a slightly lower pitch. With a quick augmentation of the symbiote's color and shape, Spider-Man appeared in his classic suit once more. He then looked over to Mary Jane, who was experimenting with different uniforms until she settled on something that looked like a mix of red and black cane, Scarlet Spider and Spider, red fingers, and boots from the Ultimate Jessica Drew's outfit with a slight alteration of a web-patterned hoodie. Peter grinned before he quickly switched around his design to match the MCU look of Spider-Man. He couldn't help it. As much of a fan of the classic, he had to admit the MCU design was sharp, and very to his liking, just without the unnecessary lines. Peter then made the suit retreat and finally discovered where the symbiotes stored themselves. Peter was more than surprised to find out the symbiote was tucked safely away inside every cell in his body. As a bonus, since MJ and Peter's suit was made from the same source, they even could communicate telepathically with each other by speaking through their symbiotes. I'm not calling you Venom. So, how about Spidey-biote? No, that's no good, Spider-biote. Symbiote. Symbot. Oh, I got it, Webster. That's your new name. MJ had settled on naming her as a Spiderling so that she could always remember Annie. The two put on their civilian clothes and said, time to go home. Annie decided to go along as well. She was curious to meet the men her father talked so fondly of. When the group appeared in their neighborhood, a lot of people came outside to see Peter and MJ being carried by their adult counterparts. Spiderling hung back and watched as MJ's parents, Uncle Ben, and Aunt May come running outside to see what the commotion was. Seeing their children being carried by two superheroes, they felt a little faint. However, their worry for their children overpowered all of their instincts as they rushed over to their sides. Peter and MJ were suddenly pulled into the arms of their relatives. They were berated with questions of where they were all day and what was going on. Adult Peter held out his hand and said, "You have a remarkable nephew and daughter." Adult Peter felt his nerves building as was doing everything he could to stop himself from crying. Thank you," Aunt May replied. "Did something happen to them?" Uncle Ben asked with a worrisome expression. Adult MJ smiled at seeing how happy his mother looked alongside the Parkers. She then saw her husband was having a hard time speaking when she stepped in. "We happened to come across them while they were in trouble and gave them a lift back." Adult Peter shook off his nerves when he said, "Your nephew told me some words that someone dear to me often told me. That person told me that with great power comes great responsibility. I've tried to live my entire life by this motto, and if your nephew lives by it too, I'm sure he'll turn into an amazing person. You did a fine job raising him." Ben couldn't help but have the strangest sense of familiarity when dealing with Peter's adult counterpart. Uncle Ben shook his hand and thanked him for his kind words. Annie looked at her grand Aunt May and was surprised by how young she was. She even saw her grandparents when they were younger. "Hey Aunt May, do you think we can get a photo?" young Peter asked as he pocketed adult Peter's cell phone. "Sure, I don't see why not," Aunt May said as she smiled at the group. Young MJ smiled and waved her hands at one of the neighbors. She handed over her own and adult Spider-Man's cell phones. After taking a couple of pictures and saying their farewells, the trio of otherworld visitors webbed their way back to Doctor Strange's place so that they can return to their universe. Peter and MJ were questioned relentlessly. After lying about Spider-Man helping them deal with a mugger on their morning jog, their guardians seemed to have gained a bit of respect for the spider-hero couple. Peter headed inside and waited for Ben and May to go to bed before sneaking out to patrol with MJ. Tonight, they were testing out the limits of their new abilities. Thanks to the symbiote, the two didn't have to worry about wasting their webbing while traveling about anymore. The symbiotes also ate his different web formulas and could even replicate their effects. However, they made sure to keep a spare set of web shooters on underneath the symbiote, in case anything happened to strip them of their symbiotes. The upside of it now was that they could web swing infinitely now, as long as they ate enough starchy foods. The two shouted joyously while they pushed their acrobatics and bodies to their limits. They blazed across the city, hopping across rooftops and swinging from high-risers. Not worrying about having to refill our web shooters freed up the range of mobility and speed greatly. Peter shouted as whistled past MJ. "No kidding. According to Spiderling, we can shoot our webbing for our consistent hours before we need to eat in order to refuel." MJ shouted as she ran across the surface of a 20-story building. While they were on patrol, Peter and MJ saw a mugger holding a gun on a young couple. Quickly jumping down, the two heroes webbed the mugger up and promptly saved the victims. However, when they looked over at the defenseless couple, what they saw left them slack-jawed. The two they saved turned out to be Harry and Liz, who were out on a date. MJ was far more shocked than her boyfriend. She knew Liz was dating Flash, but they broke up before the start of summer break because Flash was caught kissing another girl. However, what surprised MJ the most was that somehow, Liz had kept dating Harry a secret from her for almost a whole month. "Thanks for helping us," Harry said while holding tightly onto Liz's hand. "No problem, stranger, but you should be more careful around these parts," Peter said before he webbed onto a nearby building along with MJ. Looking at the two who had been keeping secrets from their friends, MJ tapped her foot against the ground as she said, "That girl's got a lot to explain." I mean Harry's our friend too, why didn't they tell us? Peter smiled and replied by saying, hey, we keep secrets too, and since we became heroes we've bailed them a number of times. MJ sighed before saying, I think we should do something before school starts. You know, go to a beach for vacation or something. Peter thought for a second and said, you know what, that sounds good, we could use a break. After setting the date, Peter and MJ continued their patrol and stopped a break-in at a jewelry store, a burglary of an ATM machine, and convenience store robbery. They were getting ready to call it a night when they saw an explosion go off at the N.Y Expo Center. Peter saw the trace of lights signaling gunfire being shot through the air and explosions going off like fireworks. Rushing into action, the two spider heroes started to zip across the city with breakneck speeds. As they approached the source of the chaos, they saw Iron Man being shot at by dozens of HammerTech drones. Peter and MJ dove right into the action. Iron Man landed on the ground and began shooting his blasters at the approaching remote-controlled robots. As he was firing away, one of the drones approached his back. Tony raised his hand and ready to blast, ready to intercept the drone. When he was suddenly interrupted by Peter, who came in swinging and kicked the robot in half with both of his feet. MJ swung down and started webbing up the robots and punching through them like they were made of paper, while Peter started using concrete webbing to put up shields and walls in order to keep the stray bullets from hitting citizens and firing out into the city. Seeing the help arrive, Tony let out a relieved shout before he asked, who the hell are you guys? Peter was busy swinging back and forth to rescue citizens from danger. Every time he passed by Tony he added an additional word until it formed a sentence while taking out a drone. I'm your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, you tin can. Don't you watch the news? MJ was also doing her best to help the innocents. Thanks to their speed and strength they were making quick work of evacuating everyone, while drastically lowering the drone count. As a laser passed through a drone near Peter, Iron Man shouted out, thanks for the help Spidey people, but I got to fly. Can you take care of the citizens? Leave it to us, Buckethead. Go do what you have to do to end this, Spider-Man declared as he webbed up a Hammerbot's legs and began swinging it around in a circle. Loud consecutive clangs rang out as the webbed-up drone tore through and destroyed a row of 10 drones. Iron Man took off heading towards the one responsible for this mess while Peter and MJ devastated the remaining drones. They could feel their spidey senses guiding them to each of their targets. If they took that one out, then they would be able to protect that section of the crowd. If they took this one out, then the level of overall danger would lower, and if they hit drones where their senses were directing them, then its entire frame would collapse without a struggle. Their teamwork was flawless as they covered each other's backs and blind spots. Throwing out their hands and shooting out a line of webbing, the two hook a drone on both the torso and legs. With a single tug, Peter and MJ ripped the robot's body in half and used its broken pieces as a flail to knock out a few more flying drones. Their strength was far stronger than it used to be. They felt no damage to them as their fists crushed and ripped through metal like it was tin foil. With a single notice from Webster, Peters commanded the suit to switch to his taser Semtex settings. He started shooting the targets with shocking sticky web bullets that exploded in a zap of blue electricity once they made contact. MJ smiled as she learned from Peter's strategy and started to do the same. After an hour of them putting down an army of drones, they stared down the last of the hammer drones. The two Spider heroes then suddenly webbed the drones up in a noose weaving and squeezed them until their bodies ripped to shreds by their combined strength. As a bonus, Peter and MJ made their way around the battlefield, making sure to break and destroy any of the bombs they discovered with the aid of their spidey senses. The two walked up to each other and looked at the scene of hundreds of destroyed drones around them. I love you, Spider-Woman, Peter said as his adrenaline pumped through his bloodstream. MJ grinned in the same mood. With her heightened emotions, she looked at Peter with a hint of lust in her eyes as she said, I love you too. Reacting to their biology, the symbiotes pulled their masks back around their mouths and threw them at each other. Once their lips touched, they realized that their symbiotes still had a lot to learn. However, they were so charged up that they chose to enjoy the kiss. After sharing a deep and loving kiss for a while, the survivors started popping up, noticing that the commotion had died down. The spectators then looked over and saw the Spidey couple kissing when suddenly, dozens of cameras and phones started taking pictures of the two making out. Peter and MJ parted with an embarrassed expression. Looking around at the wasted pile of scrap, the two laughed before Peter said, we should probably check in on the rust bucket. No sooner than Peter spoke, Tony came flying in like a bat out of hell, but to his surprise when he arrived there wasn't a massive explosion waiting for him. Looking at the remains of the drones and the two spider heroes, Iron Man was pleasantly surprised that he didn't have them all blowing up. However, he was still worried about Pepper and was searching frantically for her. After looking around for a few seconds, Tony suddenly heard Pepper calling out to him. Tony. Pepper ran up to him and placed her arms up to his armor. After lifting up his short-circuiting helmet he threw it to the side and the two looked at each other for a while before Pepper said, I quit. I can run the company anymore. Really? Well, I guess I'll have to take back over, Tony responded. The two went back and forth bickering for a while, when Peter said, just kiss her already, Buckethead. Tony looked at Spider-Man and then back at Pepper and said, you know what? I'm gonna follow the kid's advice before kissing her. After the two pulled away, Tony awkwardly asked, that wasn't weird, right? No, it felt right. Pepper responded while blushing red up to the tips of her ears. Without anyone noticing, War Machine, who stealthily approached them somehow, spoke out, I think it was weird. I mean, you two look like a couple of seals fighting over a grape. Peter laughed before saying, are you saying they aren't? Then what am I looking at? Maybe a couple of octopods trying to mate. Wait, is it octopods or octopi? Rhodey laughed as the couple rolled their eyes. Chapter 13, Issue 13, X Factor 6. Tony turned to Peter and MJ and asked, don't suppose I could offer you two a drink as thanks for tonight's whole debacle? Peter looked to him and shot a web off into the distance before pulling MJ over his shoulders and saying, no need, Iron Man, we rather go home and spend some quality time together. If you catch my drift. Peter then swung off with MJ laughing happily on his shoulder. As they rushed home, Tony looked to Pepper, gave her another kiss before saying, you know what? They have the right idea. Jarvis, take the suit home. Tony stepped out the suit, as it started flying back to his bachelor pad. He then picked Pepper back up and carried her to his limousine. As they drove away, a very familiar red-headed S.H.I.E.L.D. agent was watching the two spider heroes swing away. Fury's gonna be really surprised by my report. Vanishing from the shadows, Natasha Romanoff headed off to a S.H.I.E.L.D. safe house stashed away near Midtown. Peter swung back to his room with MJ and fell on his bed while making out. The symbiotes switched them into nightwear as their tongues twirled around one another in a pleasurable entanglement. Peter grabbed her ass and pulled her crotch against his hard member. MJ moaned as she reached down, grabbing his crotch. She then gasped before she commented, I'm always surprised by how big you are, Tiger. Peter summoned every ounce of his will to stop as he laid MJ beside him and wrapped his arm around her. I wish we were a bit older right now, Peter said, kissing the back of her neck. You know, Peter, we could always. MJ mumbled out with a red face. Peter leaned over her shoulder and kissed her before saying, I want to, believe me. I want to. However, I want us to be a little older before we do anything we're not ready for. Maybe we could get our own place after we graduate high school. Peter felt MJ shake. Tiger, do you mean that? Peter nodded his head in affirmation. Tears started to form at the corner of her eyes when Peter gave her another kiss and pulled his blankets over her. He then set his alarm for a few hours earlier than usual so MJ could sneak back home before her parents woke up and said, good night, my tigress. Peter placed his hands around hers and slept with MJ until the early morning. Peter woke to the sound of his alarm ringing. With a quick tap, he shut it off and told MJ it was time for her to leave. After getting up, MJ gave him a kiss and said, I'll see you around, Tiger. Once MJ snuck back into her room and went back to bed, she buried her head in her pillow, and with a smile of absolute joy she declared, I love him. I love Peter Parker. MJ turned around and looked at her ceiling with a loving expression on her face. Before she started to fall back asleep, she felt her eyelids lowering as she thought, and he loves me back. Peter woke up a few hours later. The following morning, his cell phone began ringing next to his head. He rolled over, reached his hand out, and answered, Peter's Pizza Delivery. Unfortunately, we're out of flour, sauce, and cheese, so I have no pizzas to give. Please call back at another date. Funny kid, you want your paycheck or not? Tony's voice called on the other side of the call. Mr. Stark, good morning. How was your night? Peter asked as he jumped up out of bed. Kid, didn't you watch the news last night or this morning? What were you doing this entire time? Tony responded. Making out with my girlfriend. A lot. Peter replied. Well, that's a valid excuse if I've ever heard one. Is she hot? Tony asked, making Peter laugh as he sent him a pic of MJ. Damn son. You really hit the jackpot landing this girl, huh? Tony shouted. Peter laughed before replying by saying, you have no idea. Anyways, come on over. I want to introduce you to Pepper. Stark said before he abruptly ended his call. Peter then took the time to look at his messages. Apparently, Reed had called Peter an hour earlier to inform him that his paycheck had arrived as well. Peter stood up with yawn, got dressed before heading downstairs, and made a pot of coffee while putting a couple of pieces of bread in the toaster. Next, Peter grabbed the newspaper off the living room table and started reading for a few minutes before he headed to the kitchen to pour himself a cup of coffee. He was in such a good mood that he didn't even notice the additional person sitting at his kitchen table. Good morning, Mr. Parker. Peter heard a smooth and beautiful voice calling out to him. He suddenly dropped his paper and stared at Natalia, aka Black Widow, sitting in front of him. She was wearing a gray business suit with a knee-high skirt, and was drinking coffee that Aunt May had served her. A/N, Natalia is Natasha's real name. Peter gulped and calmed his nerves before he asked, who are you and what are you doing in my house? Aunt May, who was carrying in the laundry out of the room next to the kitchen, suddenly spotted Peter and said, "Oh, good you're up, Peter. This is Natalie Rushman, a worker for Mr. Stark. She said that she's here to drive you to Mr. Stark's estate so you can get your first paycheck." Peter looked back at the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and said, "Well, Mississippi Rushman, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Likewise, it's an honor to meet such a brilliant youth such as yourself," Natalia replied as she held her hand. Peter shook her hand before he asked, "Can I bring MJ along with me? She's a bit of a tetcha herself. If she could see Stark's labs, I'm sure she would appreciate it." Natalie smiled with a cute expression and asked, "And, MJ, is my girlfriend, and she's a bit of a genius like myself." Peter answered with a look of pride on his face. "I'm sure Mr. Stark wouldn't mind. Shall we leave once you've finished eating?" Natalie asked before taking a sip of her coffee. "Sure, just let me text MJ real quick," Peter said as he pulled out his cell phone and texted her heads up. When MJ heard she would get to see Stark Tower, she squealed in excitement, and texted back that she'd be right over. Peter couldn't help but tease her by calling MJ a grease monkey. To which she replied by saying, "Shut it, bio nerd." The two laughed at their childish antics and met up after breakfast. They met in front of Peter's house before they saw the one and only, Happy Hogan, sitting in the front seat of a rather expensive limousine. Peter slapped his head because he forgot how showy Stark was. It was only a few weeks until their summer break ends, and with Tony picking the two of them up in an expensive car like this, it was going to become a big issue when they go back school, not to mention explaining things to his neighbors. Sitting inside, Happy looked at the two of them and said, "So you the new local genius Tony has his eye on?" Peter smiled before saying, "Yes, I'm Peter Parker. It's nice to meet you, Happy smiled and introduced himself, "I'm Happy. Stark's best friend, paid bodyguard, and chauffeur. I'm MJ, nice to meet you Mr. Happy," MJ said as she smiled at him. MJ then sat next to Peter and watched as Agent Romanoff entered the limo and sat across from them. Natalie smiled at them as if she knew something, making Peter break out in a cold sweat. He thought he'd been careful not to reveal his identity, but Fury always had his unique methods of uncovering superhero identities, so he didn't know if he had been found out. As they drove, Natalie asked, "So Mr. Parker, I hear you're the one who invented the body armor that is going around right now." "I have to say I'm impressed." Even Tony commented on how popular the item is amongst military and law enforcement. What Peter didn't know was that she was especially thankful for Peter inventing the spider silk armor because it has already saved a couple of her friends' lives at S.H.I.E.L.D. Tony wouldn't give up his Iron Man suits, so Peter's armor was a good replacement, as it was lightweight and could be mass-produced cheaply. Even she was wearing it these days. Peter smiled and replied, "Thank you for the compliment, Mississippi Rushman. But I'm just doing what I can to help good people survive. The paycheck isn't too bad of a bonus either." "So, Mississippi Rushman, how long have you been working for Mr. Stark?" MJ asked, moving closer to Peter and possessively wrapped her arm around his elbow. Natalie giggled at MJ's covetous attitude and replied by saying, "I've been a secretary for Mr. Stark and Ms. Potts for a few months now." The three talked all the way to Stark Tower, and when they arrived they were guided into Tony's office. He and Pepper were going over a pile of legal documents that would transfer all his company rights back to Tony. Now that Pepper knew that he used to be dying, everything Tony had done these past couple of months made perfect sense to her now. Pepper felt like a fool for not figuring it out earlier. When Tony saw Peter walking in, he smiled and waved them over before saying, "Mr. Parker, I'm glad you could make it." Pepper looked over to Peter and was surprised how young he was. Tony had bragged about the kid's genius a few times. The spider silk body armor made them a quite few bucks and it looked like the profit margin would only increase in the future, so Pepper was very interested in Peter. "Heya Tony." Peter smiled and waved as he walked up to the desk with MJ by his side. Tony looked over to MJ, "You brought your girlfriend." MJ walked up to Tony and held out her hand. "I'm a big fan of your work Mr. Stark. I happen to be aiming to become an engineer myself in the future, and your work is a great inspiration." Stark shook her hand and smiled. "She's a beauty and has brains. You really did hit the jackpot, Mr. Parker." "You talked about me?" MJ asked Peter. Peter smiled as he said, "Only good things, I assure you." "You better have," MJ shot back with an innocent smile before giving Peter a kiss on the cheek. "They're so cute," Pepper thought as she watched the young couple interact. Stark then started looking around his desk as he said, "Right, on to business. Now, where did I put that thing?" After a few seconds of Tony making a mess while searching for Peter's paycheck, Pepper slapped her head before opening up a drawer Tony continuously overlooked. She then picked out the check from it and handed it over to Peter. "Thanks, Pepper. I'd be lost without you," Tony commented. "I know." Pepper responded with a smug smile on her face. Peter read over his check and almost choked before he said, "This is a lot more than you anticipated, Mr. Stark." Peter was only expecting $9,000 to $10,000, but the check he was holding in his hand was $125,000, more than 10 times their original estimate. What can I say, your armor has really become popular, it has a lot of uses. After the first satisfied buyer reviewed your product, he gave the product full marks on his review, and now that the word is going around, almost every major military and law enforcement personnel signed up to purchase their new affordable armor. I sold 10,000 units for 4 times their production cost, Tony informed them while he cleaned up his mess. Peter smiled as he folded up the check before placing it in his wallet. Tony then pulled up a holographic screen containing Peter's background check and said, "So Mr. Parker, I've read up on you since you last came here." Tony poked the screen a few times, scrolling through Peter's records that he illegally obtained, and started reading off his achievements. Straight A's all throughout grade and junior high, you aced all your advanced classes too. Tell me, did you really use junkyard parts to make a device that could detect cosmic radiation for a 5th grade science fair project? Peter smiled as he waved his hand. No, it wasn't that impressive. Dr. Reed once built a teleportation device for his science fair project, kind of hard to beat that. You're too humble, Mr. Parker. I'm interested in making a grant available for your next year of school. Of course, it will only go to the most qualified. Those that manage to meet the requirements of my grant will also be given a chance to serve an internship for my company. Peter shook Tony's hand as he thanked him and said, I'll be on the lookout for it once summer break ends. Peter, MJ, and Tony chatted for a while, mainly about technology. Tony was impressed at how tech-savvy MJ was. When she helped him come with an idea to make a better stabilizer for his jet engines, Tony looked to Peter and gave a thumbs up before saying, "Marry this girl, Parker. If you don't, I will." Peter knew he was joking and laughed it off before he said, "I don't think Pepper would approve." As they continued to talk, the hours passed by. Peter and MJ were beaming from everything they learned. Every question Peter or MJ could ask about engineering or mechanics, Tony would make them work out their own answers by giving them hints every now and then. Even 1 hour of talking to a world-renowned genius like Tony would have been beneficial for them. However, they spent 4 hours just going back and forth about various ideas they had and how they could be accomplished. After a while longer, Pepper strolled in and apologized because she had to make them leave. "Tony has a lot of paperwork to sign off on today, and the longer you stay here, the longer he'll use you as an excuse so that he can avoid work." Tony laughed before he said, "I'm not that bad, am I?" Pepper gave Tony a dull look before she continued by saying, "It's been a pleasure to meet the two of you, and if you're as smart as Tony says, I look forward to working with you in the future." By working with you, she means being your boss. "And boy is Pepper a real slave driver, so I hope you're prepared to work tirelessly," Tony remarked, earning himself a slap to the back of the head. They then shook hands with Tony and Pepper and said goodbye. While they were being driven home by Happy, Peter leaned in through the limousine window and asked, "Can you drop us off at the Baxter Building? We can make it home from there." "You guys know the Fantastic Four?" Happy asked in surprise. "Actually, Peter here is good friends with Johnny. It'll be my first time coming here though," MJ added. Peter smiled, thinking back on how MJ insisted that until she could understand the more complicated scientific subjects, she wouldn't visit the Baxter Building. MJ didn't want to feel like a third wheel when it came to her boyfriend, not to mention watching him talking with the pretty Sue Richards without being able to follow the conversation would be rather embarrassing. Peter grabbed her hand and gave her a quick kiss on the cheek before he said, "You'll do fine. I told you before that they don't care about your intelligence. Besides, you're way smarter than Johnny. I guess you can show off something other than pictures now," MJ flirtatiously teased before she giggled. Happy, getting irritated by their public display of affection, rolled up his driver's seat window with an annoyed grunt before as he mumbled, "Kids." After a few minutes of driving down the streets of New York, they arrived at their destination and waved goodbye to Happy. They then entered the Baxter Building's lobby before Peter pulled out his visitor pass card and slid it through the panel on near the elevator. "So, this is the Baxter Building. Isn't security a little lax?" MJ commented. "Yeah, usually a bot watches the lobby. I wonder if it's undergoing maintenance today," Peter pondered out loud as they stepped into the elevator. Peter pressed the 7th floor button, and before they reached the top, the two spider heroes felt their sixth sense going off like a car alarm. Chapter 14, Issue 14, X Factor 7. Activating their suits, the symbiotes engulfed their bodies, covering them completely moments before the elevator door opened. The spider heroes were shocked to see that the entire room shielded in by barricades made of household items and Sue's barriers. Ben was grappling with giant insect-like creatures. The top half of the monsters looked like a gargantuan prey mantis mixed, while the lower half had the appearance of a caterpillar covered in dozens of razor-sharp legs. Peter felt his stomach pinch in worry as he recognized the creatures and thought, "Oh, God no. It's the Arthrosians." He saw chitinous exoskeletons, claws, pincers, mandibles, and eyes that appear to glow. Barbed mandibles that are able to easily rend flesh and armor. Even the spaceworthy Nova uniforms stood no chance against some of these creatures' formidable strengths. Some of the Arthrosians have other abilities, such as flying via wings, the ability to breathe fire, and fire blast of energy like massive bombs. They come in a wide variety of shapes, from bipedal semi-humanoids to strange centaur body types, beetles, wasps, spiders, and centipedes. They also come in a wide variety of sizes, from insects as tall as humans to monstrosities the size of dinosaurs and spaceships. Thankfully, after gleaning that there were only ground-type insectoids flooding the room, Peter managed to notice that the portal they were coming through was also restricting the bigger ones from entering. However, the more that came through that small portal, the larger the portal expanded. Peter and MJ tried to rush out of the elevator to help but were suddenly stopped by one of Sue's barriers. It appeared that she blocked the area off so that the creatures couldn't escape the building. Peter started to pound on Sue's invisible barrier while yelling, "Sue, open up. I can help." Sue, who was holding back a large and invisible bubble around the negative universe transportation pod, noticed the powerful strikes that Peter was railing against on her containment field. Johnny was inside the fighting off the swarm of insect monsters with everything he had. His entire body glowing white rather than his usual sun orange, and every time the creatures attacked, they were burned to a crisp by Johnny's fires. When he looked like he was growing tired, Peter started to ram against Sue's barrier with all his strength. "Sue! Open the damn barrier now!" Peter shouted at the top of his lungs as he and MJ relentlessly assaulted the invisible barrier. Sue felt her head pounding as the strain of holding two barriers began to take its toll on her mental state. She then shut down the one surrounding the elevator and focused her attention on the remaining barrier around the dimensional transference machine. Not wasting any time, Peter and MJ jumped into action. First, Spiderman used his concrete webbing to reinforce the building's structure and metal shutter barricades that covered the windows. MJ clogged up the elevator and started fighting the first creature she could get her hands on. Peter jumped over to Ben while the giant praying mantis that he was struggling against pinned him to the ground and attempted to claw off his face. He then quickly punched his arm inside the back of the creature's torso before he ordered his symbiote to take the shape of barbed wire and launch it out in every direction. The creature turned into a porcupine before Peter's suit ripped the giant praying mantis's body into shreds. Helping Ben up by picking him up effortlessly off the ground, he then turned to the approaching foes and said, "Ready for some smashing time, big guy?" "You're saying it all wrong, kid. It's not smashing time, but clobbering time," Ben shouted as he jumped over to the nearest enemy and began clobbering away. MJ was burning through her arsenal of weaponized webbing cartridges. She blasted her shock webbing like a machine gun, she used her concrete webbing to seal their bodies before dispatching them, she used her blast webbing to blind and lock their limbs, and after she ran out, she switched to suffocating them with her symbiote's webbing. Peter charged up his chi as his arms and legs as he watched them be enveloped by a golden hue of energy. He was pleasantly surprised by the control and quantity of his bioenergy. Peter could only be reminded of Iron Fist's ability as he rushed forward and punched through his foes, slaughtering his way through his around the room. Greenish-blue blood shot out over his decapitated and smashed foes as Peter zipped around the room at incredible speeds while busting through their shell-like exteriors using martial arts alone. MJ was no slouch either. Just like Peter, she had learned to control her chi from the same master and continued to practice their techniques daily. The only difference in her chi was that as her arms and legs glowed red rather than gold. She webbed, kicked, and punched her way around while easily managing to hold her own alongside Peter. "I hate bugs," MJ shouted as she kicked the head off a strange bipedal beetle. "Arachnids are cool though," Peter chimed in as he bisected an alien insect with a single chopping motion. MJ then punched her hand through a strange-looking antlion and ripped it in half, and as she threw the monster's head into a group of insectoids, the tail of a giant centipede slammed into her waist and sent her flying across the room. Peter called out her name in worry as he caught her and asked, "You okay?" "I'm fine, except I'm pretty sure you just blew my cover," MJ stated as she stood up and noticed Ben yelling at the top of his lungs while slaughtering back the horde of insect monsters. "I don't think he heard me," Peter replied as he helped place MJ back on her feet. Thanks to the defensive properties of the symbiote, she only felt that her ribs slightly bruised before a tingling feeling quickly spread across her body while the wounds on her body recovered. Seeing her condition improved, MJ shook off her nerves and jumped back into the fight. Peter charged up his chi and looked at the monster that hurt MJ before he said, "You got a lot of nerve, touching my woman." Running over to centipede creature, Peter swung his fist out with as much force as he could muster. His punch landed against the creature's body, causing the room to shake and creak. If Peter hadn't reinforced the room earlier, then with that single punch, he would have caused the entire floor to collapse. Peter looked at his own fist and smiled before kicking into overdrive. As he and MJ hopped around killing every monster they touched, they started to notice the numbers thinning. After clearing out the room, Peter, MJ, and Ben all ran towards Reed's lab and was stopped by another one of Sue's barriers. Reed was frantically typing away at a massive computer with a very frustrated expression on his face. Johnny was doing everything he could to hold the army back, and Sue was straining to hold everything together with her barriers. Peter looked around and started pounding against Sue's invisible wall. "Sue, open up!" Ben shouted, joining in on the pounding. Noticing the fluctuations coming from her barrier, Sue looked over to see the three yelling at her to let them in. Joy spread across her face as she saw her fellow FF teammate and the spider hero couple that she heard about recently. Sue quickly waved her hands and opened up a small section of the barrier so they could pass. Without waiting for an invitation, Peter, MJ, and Ben ran in before Sue replaced the barrier. "Reed, your storage crystal prototype, where is it?" Peter shouted out in a hurry. Reed looked over and saw Peter in costume, confused how he knew about the prototype. He glared at Spider-Man before he shouted back, "Who are you and how do you know about that?" Peter looked at the growing portal to the negative universe and made a rash decision. Desperate times, arf, it isn't worth keeping it from them. Knowing that they were running out of time, Peter suddenly pulled back his mask and shouted, "Where is it? We don't have time waste." "Peter." Everyone shouted, even Johnny, who was on the other side of the portal, almost lost his cool and undid his flame-on form. "Damn it, answer me." Peter shouted again, snapping them out of their shock. Reed stretched his arm out to a large cabinet and pulled out a large technologic metal box with a fist-sized temporal crystal placed inside the center of it. Tossing it to Peter, Spider-Man webbed it over to his position while he towards the portal and shouted, "Johnny, move." Johnny jumped back through the portal and to the side of his family. As Peter placed the high-tech box on the ground and turned on the machine, a bright light suddenly flashed, causing the horde of insectoids to be pulled into the empty space that existed inside the temporal crystal. Peter slowly moved it closer to the portal's entrance. He then lined up the portal to the box's subspace before placing the spatial device on the ground and backing away. The room started to grow quiet when Peter took a deep breath and said, "Phew. This will only buy us a few minutes." "Reed, what the hell happened here?" Pet, Peter is Spider-Man." Johnny was pinching himself to make sure he was awake. Sue also pinched Johnny, and as he let out an ouch, she said, "Yep, you're awake." "Why'd you pinch me?" Johnny yelled out. "Seemed like the better option," Sue replied. "Peter, you're..." While Reed was pointing his finger and bumbling, Peter snapped his fingers and said, "Pay attention, Reed. We don't have time to chat and catch up. Now, tell me what happened." Reed took a deep breath and said, "Something on the other side is keeping the portal to the negative universe open. No matter what I try, I can't close it. Damn it, is there nothing I can do?" Reed slammed his hand on the dashboard of the supercomputer. Peter did his best to try and come up with a solution, but it was only a matter of time until the alien insects filled up the temporal crystal subspace. Since they hadn't yet found a way to jettison the stuff inside into void space, they had a solid half an hour to come up with a plan. With that time, they spent every waking second racking their brains for a solution for their current predicament. When the clock hit the 5-minute mark, Peter and Richard managed to discover that the portal had been hijacked by the invading species, but they still didn't have a way to close the portal, short of destroying the creature responsible keeping it open. Johnny looked at everyone in the room, then to Sue's stomach, and then at Peter before he said, "Hey Pete, you have a lot to explain, but I'm afraid I won't get to hear it. Sue, take care of yourself, you're gonna be a great mom." Everyone knew Johnny was about to do something stupid when he shouted, "Flame on." The room lit up in a flash of light and heat as the Human Torch charged through the portal. Peter knew he couldn't stop him and his only option was to chase after, but for a second he hesitated. Peter thought that if he jumped through that portal, he may never return. Even if he didn't get lost or stranded somehow, there was a great abundance of dangerous beings on the other side of that portal, and even with his regeneration ability, it might not be enough to protect his own life. On the other side, Johnny sent out waves of explosions, taking out everything he could get his hands on. Suddenly, as Johnny destroyed a giant spaceship insect-looking creature, the portal started to shrink. Peter then felt a boiling sense of disappointment running through him. He slapped himself in the face with both his hands before thinking, "I'm Spider-Man. I'm Peter Parker, and Peter Parker never hesitates to do the right thing." Peter turned to MJ and smiled before he said, "Go get Dr. Strange. He'll be able to find us. I'll keep that moron from dying." The moment Peter made this decision, something very special was happening across the city at Strange Sanctum. Inside the magic vault were the Merlin stones sitting upon a pedestal. All of them glowed with an intense light, signifying that they were in the process of choosing their true owners. MJ's eyes widened in fright, and as she reached out her hand to stop him, Peter slipped through her grasps and jumped through a collapsing portal. Everyone tried to stop him, but it was too late. Whatever Johnny was doing over there, he managed to close the portal. MJ was freaking out when she turned around and started to run away. Seeing her leaving and thinking MJ was abandoning Peter, Sue shouted, "Wait, where are you going?" "To get help," MJ shouted as she ripped a hole through their barricades and webbed out of the building as fast as she could. Meanwhile, in the negative zone, Peter jumped out of the other side of the portal screaming, "He rees Johnny." As Spider-Man landed, he saw Johnny burning up like a small sun in the distance. After using his power to disrupt the portal and kill the creatures holding it open with their strange biotech, Johnny's flames died down as he reverted to his human form. Peter knew this technique as Johnny's Nova Flame Burst. The torch refers to his highest, hottest levels of plasma that he can create, and causes a huge explosion that he calls his Nova Flame. The exact temperatures that his nova flame body form can attain are similar to the heat of a star that's reached the peak of its explosion. As an adult, Johnny could stay aflame in this form for about 16.8 hours. However, this is his younger days, where he could only maintain his flame for much briefer periods, and it constantly exhausts him while in combat. As a teenager, he could not maintain his nova flame form for as long as could maintain his usual flames. The blast version of this allows Torch can release all of his body's stored energy in one intense, omnidirectional nova burst which can reach about 1 million F, and is similar to the heat pulse of a nuclear warhead detonation. With an area of total devastation of about 900 feet in diameter and the power of a supernova, the Torch once claimed that he can destroy a small moon with his nova flame burst. This technique of his placed Johnny at the top 30 of Marvel's heavy hitter listing. The drawback was that this violent discharge of heat uses up all the reserved energy in his body, with except for the necessary to keep him alive. Once he finishes entirely exhausting his flame power, he enters a state of total weakness, and generally requires hours to recover entirely from such a feat. Peter jumped down next to the wasteland that Johnny created and said, "Admit it, you're glad to see me." Johnny was so exhausted that he couldn't even get angry. He simply turned to Peter and asked, "Pete, what did you do?" "Only one of us had to." "Shut up," Peter shouted before he plucked Johnny off the ground and proceeded to scold him by saying, "I'm saving my friend from committing suicide. You got a problem with that? Do you think you're hot shit jumping in here without a plan?" While he was being criticized for his choice of action, Johnny and Peter noticed a new wave of Arthurosians in the distance rushing towards them. Johnny sighed and stood with his own strength before he asked, "So you got a plan?" Peter sighed as he enveloped the symbiote over Johnny. As it covered Johnny, he felt what it would be like if he had Peter's powers. As the powerful strength of the spider gene and Peter's regeneration gene flowed through him, Johnny lifted his arms into the air and shouted, "I feel great." "Easy, we have a Tony and a tiger, we don't need you shouting that phrase," Peter joked. Without being able to discern that his fantastic force-suit was gobbled up by the symbiote, Johnny's stamina and power suddenly shot back up to max while his body was once again lit aflame. Only, this time, a clear outline of the black from the symbiote could be seen containing his fires, giving Johnny the same appearance as his fantastic four outfits. Johnny looked to Peter amazed that he could now perfectly maintain his nova flame form and asked, "What the hell is this thing? I feel like I could blow up a star." "It's my suit and I'm only lending it until this whole ordeal is over," Peter answered before he quickly webbed up his body in a makeshift vest, arms, leggings. He didn't want to face an army of advanced alien insects in his Spidey boxers. Johnny looked back at the approaching army and gulped before he asked, "So about that plan? Kick butt and survive?" Peter's arms started glowing with a great amount of chi that would make the Iron Fist jealous. "Ah, a classic," Johnny stated as he got ready to take off. Peter continued to spread his chi around his limbs until his entire body glowed with a golden hue. Every time his chi depleted, Peter continued to regain it through his healing factor and infused it into his body. While he might not have as much chi as a dragon god of Kunlun, as long as he maintained this pace of storing it in muscles, he could eventually rival one. Peter then looked back to Johnny and asked, "You ready?" Johnny smiled and nodded his head before he charged spheres of white fire around his hands while saying, "You know it, bug boy. Spiders are arachnids, you moron." Peter shouted as the two charged into the war zone and started their onslaught. Every one of Spider-Man's punches carried the same force as Thor, if he were playfully swinging his hammer. The air cracked and powerful concussive waves echoed from Peter's attacks as the blood and gore of hundreds of victims began flying about. Johnny was mercilessly blasting white-hot flames at every insectoid creature in sight. The ground surrounding his targets melted like glass and nothing of their corpses remained, not even ashes. Back in N.Y., Spider-Woman could be seen flying across the city moving at very reckless speeds. Seeing the sanctum within her sight, MJ launched herself through the air. Landing a few feet away from the building, she then dashed towards the door before she started pounding on it. "Hello, Dr. Strange. Please, open up. Peter needs your help," MJ shouted with panic in her voice. The doors opened and Strange stood over her and said, "Lead the way, Spider-Woman." Steven had a strange expression on his face as looked over towards the Baxter building. Chapter 15, Issue 15, X-Factor 8. One portal later, Spider-Woman and Dr. Strange hurried into the Baxter building, and when they finally arrived, they saw a devastated Fantastic Three looking like they had lost their souls. MJ walked up to them and shouted, "What are you doing? Get yourselves together. Right now Johnny and Spider-Man are fighting to survive, and every second we waste they are in more danger of dying. Why aren't you trying to do something to get them back? Why aren't you doing anything?" Reed sighed before he answered her with a sorrowful expression, "Spider-Woman, every time we open the portal we come out at a random location in the negative zone. The reason we can't find them is that the universe is built like a constantly revolving 4D maze. The doors we open are pinned to a single location in space while the rest of the universe moves around it. If we opened it up again, it wouldn't be in the same place as before. With the sheer size of the negative realm, it could take us an eternity to find that spot. Sue finished Richard's sentence. Hearing all that, MJ gulped before she turned to Doctor Strange and asked, "Can you bring my Spider-Man back?" Strange smiled as he looked over Reed's mechanical wonder and said, "I must say I'm impressed. Your invention is actually able to tap into world energies and create a bridge between the realms." Strange walked around the device and continued to speak as he inspected it, "However, you have no defenses or cloaking mechanisms. Very reckless, Mr. Richards. One as smart as you should know that when a person stares into the void, there is something that is going to be staring back." Reed slumped his shoulders and asked, "Who are you?" Stephen smiled and said, "I'm the Sorcerer Supreme of this world, Dr. Stephen Strange." "Sorcery like the magic Doom uses?" Sue asked. "No. Doom is a charlatan compared to real sorcerers. He has just started on his journey of spell crafting and only knows a handful of spells. Since his training is incomplete, I can say with complete honesty that I am far more proficient than him." Strange then started to levitate and began using his magic to locate Peter and Johnny. He was searching through multitudes of possible locations, making his body seem like it was moving through time slightly. His face turned left and right, leaving an afterimage of it, making it look like he had more than one face, each face representing a possible location. While he was searching, Peter and Johnny were still fighting for their lives on a floating piece of what Peter thought was a titanium atom the size of a moon. Peter was covered in blood, both dry and fresh. Entire hillsides of dead alien insects were laying around him, forming into a larger canvas of gore that covered everything in a 100-mile radius. Johnny was lighting up the battlefield with his symbiote-enhanced flames and still going at full strength. However, even after fighting so long, it was beginning to wear on their mental state. Peter's chi had waned greatly, the golden glow on his body dimmed and his attacks became weaker. When Peter realized that he had exhausted most of his reservoir of chi and his chi's regeneration had slowed, he raised his hand towards Johnny and called back his symbiote before he said, "Sorry, need a refill." Webster covered his body as Johnny was now fighting in his Fantastic Four logo design boxers that thankfully the symbiote didn't eat. Peter felt a change in his suit, the most obvious one being that Peter now could gain a slight copy of Johnny's power, but it was much weaker as he could only ignite around half the length of his arm and legs. Although the pyrokinesis was pretty cool. In addition, Peter figured out why he didn't gain Johnny's full power. It appeared that since the suit had a weakness to fire, it couldn't gain the full source of Johnny's ability. However, the upside to this was that the symbiote had now gained a resistance fire and negated its original weakness. He felt another change that came from eating Johnny's unstable molecule suit, but he decided to look into it later as he had a swarm Arthrosians to deal with. Peter sent the suit back to Johnny and the two fought for what feels like hours. Peter remembered that 1 minute on Earth was equivalent to 5.5 hours in the negative universe, and he wasn't too sure of how long they were fighting. The place they were in was dark and full of exotic materials floating around a void. With no markers to keep track of time, Peter didn't know if they were fighting for 10 hours or 10 days. However, despite all this, the two continued to fight on. Peter and Johnny covered each other's backs perfectly, a ring of dead insectoid bodies piled around them reaching higher into the sky. Every time they switched the symbiote back and forth, Peter gained a little more of Johnny's power while Johnny mastered more and more of his power. After so many swaps, Peter could now perform the most basic flame-on ability. Testing it out, Johnny was surprised to see Peter able to replicate his power. Johnny quickly blasted another wave of searing heat towards the enemies when he asked, "Seriously, can you get me one of these suits?" "Sorry, but Webster stays with me. Besides, even if I could get you one, I wouldn't know how," Peter mentioned as he thought of the symbiote's breeding ability. He didn't know what the circumstances were for allowing his symbiote to spawn an offspring, so he couldn't really help Johnny get a symbiote of his own. Also, Peter didn't know if letting Webster spawn another symbiote would be such a good idea either. He was unsure if the magical alterations would carry over, and Peter really didn't want a crazed symbiote running around. Thanks to Webster, the two managed to survive for days in combat. Because of Peter's regeneration factor, losing sleep would only tire him mentally. However, even he, with all his supernatural boosts, needed to sleep. Not even the symbiote could keep him awake forever. Johnny was even worse off. He had to rely on the symbiote's copy of Peter's powers to stay awake and replenish his energy, and every time the suit came off, he felt like he was going through withdrawal. Honestly though, regardless of the drawbacks, if it weren't for the symbiote, both Peter and Johnny would have ended up as food for these creatures a long time ago. Back with MJ and the rest, Dr. Strange was still searching through the massive maze that is Negative Zone, when suddenly, without any warning, he opened up his eyes and stated, "I found them." The magical doctor waved his hands in a circle as a portal opened up, showing Peter and Johnny still fighting on top of a horde of dead Arthrosians. Peter and Johnny were panting heavily and mentally drained. All they wanted to do was go home and take a nap, but these damn endless swarm of insectoids just wouldn't stop coming. As they continued to fight, a group of voices rang out in their ears that gave them a sense of endless joy. To them, the shouts of worry coming from their allies sounded like a group of angels singing in a church choir. Peter felt MJ's webbing reach out to him and tagging his back before she started to yank him towards her with all of her strength. Johnny quickly spotted Reed stretching out his hand and took hold of him as his flame powers died down. Within seconds, the two flew through Strange's portal while it was rapidly closed behind them. Peter was caught by MJ and was being held like a princess. Being the troll that he was, Peter placed a kiss on MJ's cheek, and with a corny and flirtatious tone, he said, "My hero." MJ slapped him, dropping him on the ground before she glared at him and started shouting, "Don't you ever do something like that to me again." MJ felt her legs grow weak as she fell to the ground. She then wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and started crying loudly, "I thought I'd never see you again. Do you know how bad I felt? Spider-Woman, I'm sorry, but I had no." Peter didn't even get to finish his sentence before MJ slapped him a couple more times. "I thought my heart was going to explode," MJ declared as she sat on his waist and gripped her hands through the webbing vest on his chest. While she shook Peter back and forth, MJ continued to cry out as she said, "Promise me, Peter. Promise me you'll never pull a stunt like that again. Promise. Never again." Peter sighed before he picked MJ and hugged her. "No promises, Spider-Woman, you know more than anyone what I'm like. If I can save someone, then I'm going to do it, regardless of the danger, and you know better than most why." MJ pouted as she glared at Peter and said, Then, at least promise to take me along next time." Peter chucked and said, "Fine, the next time I jump into the negative zone without a way back, I bring you along." "Peter, you know what I mean," MJ shouted as she stomped his foot. "Ouch. I get it. I get it. I promise not to leave you out again, but I think you just outed my identity to Dr. Strange," Peter declared as MJ finally removed her heel from his foot. Strange laughed and said, "Actually I know both of your identities. I guess you have the Ancient One's old friend to thank for that. Her name is Madam Web. Furthermore, in the future when you two begin your magic training, you will have the chance to meet with her." Peter's heart thumped. "Madam Web?" MJ asked. "Someone very close to the spiders, all spiders," Peter answered before looking at Strange. "I may not know of my totem, but I at least know of them." Dr. Strange looked to Peter, smiled before saying, "I look forward to our next meeting, Mr. Parker, and Mr. Reed, next time think about cloaking your portal presence and maybe add some defenses to it." After offering Richard some advice, Stephen made a portal, stepped through it before it disappeared behind him, and he returned safely to his sanctum. Sue was apparently taking a note from MJ's earlier actions as she was ruthlessly slapping Johnny across the face. The symbiote, noticing the danger that was coming from Sue, returned to Peter, and left Johnny in his boxers. Now, Sue was currently slapping an almost naked Johnny while shouting, "You idiot. Stupid. How could you? You're the only blood I have left, Johnny. Did you think your life belonged to you alone?" Johnny cried out for help as he begged for mercy when Sue's hand came to a halt. Tears filled her eyes before Sue hugged him and started crying, "I wouldn't be able to face our parents in the afterlife if you died for me. I don't ever want you to do something that reckless again." Peter smiled as he held MJ's hand and said, "I'm sorry as well, I try my best not to worry you like that again." MJ, who was still sniffling, squeezed him harder and said, "I'm going to hold you to that, tiger." Ben grabbed Johnny and put him in a headlock before saying, "Don't you ever do something that's stupid again. You hear me, punk?" Reed sighed and looked over to Peter in amazement, not only because of him saving Johnny, but because he saw the symbiote in action and it fascinated him. When Johnny was finally released, he turned to Peter and shouted, "Now Spider-Man. You have some explaining to do." Peter laughed and removed the symbiote's mask before he said, "Well, this may come as a shock to you, but I'm Spider-Man." "No, duh. How? When? Why?" Johnny shouted in frustration. "Long story, for another time," Peter said, holding back his laughter. Not understanding what Peter was snorting at, Johnny then turned his attention over to MJ before he looked her up and down. "Well, are you going to introduce us or what?" Johnny questioned. "Maybe you should put some pants on first. You wouldn't want your flaming Johnny to be seen now, would you?" Peter asked, pointing to his underpants before he burst into laughter. Johnny looked down and crossed his arms over his pelvis. "Damn it. I forgot about that. Give me back my suit, Peter." Peter laughed before responding with a wide grin. "Sorry, the price of saving one Johnny Storm was a suit comprised of unstable molecules. Besides, once the material's been absorbed by the symbiote, there's no way of getting it back." Johnny didn't really care about the suit. After all, Peter did just save his life. He just figured it was worth seeing if he could get it back. "Ahem. Give me a second. I'll go get dressed," Johnny said before running out of the room. Along the way, Johnny saw the damage to the building, and after a few seconds, one could hear Johnny shouting, "Ugh. My room," from a distance. Grabbing a replacement suit, Johnny ran back to Peter and slicked his blonde hair back before saying, "Hi, my name's Johnny Storm. Of course, you probably already knew that." MJ laughed as she removed her symbiote mask and shook his hand while saying, I heard a lot about you from Peter. My name is Mary Jane. I'm sorry we couldn't meet under better circumstances. No way. Johnny said as he looked at MJ's face. What? MJ asked innocently, making her look even cuter. Johnny glared at Peter and said, how'd a nerd like you land a babe like this? Watch it, Tor kick. Peter bumped heads with Johnny. You did not just call me a Pokemon. Oh, it's on Webhead. The two suddenly started calling each other a string of insults. Motor brain. Peter yelled out. Geek. Johnny countered. Says the guy who claims Harry Potter is the best book about wizards. You need to expand your repertoire beyond children's books and magazines of Player Weekly. Do those pickup lines even work? Peter shot back. Oh, yeah, you skipped over being a four-eyed nerd and went straight to, wait, how many eyes do spiders have? 8 eyes. And what's up with the color scheme of your costume? You look like an American flag and a spider had a baby, Johnny shouted out. MJ looked to the adults and pointed at the bickering children as she said, is this normal? Sue and Reed started laughing before Ben said, whenever Peter visits. This kind of thing happens often. Peter and Johnny were panting when they suddenly stopped and shook hands. Not bad, Peter Punker. Not many people can diss it out with the best like me, Johnny said with a grin on his face. You're not too shabby either, Johnny Stork. Peter said as he withdrew his hand. In response to their tomfoolery, MJ rolled her eyes and mumbled, boys. I guess we owe you one, Peter. Ben told us how you managed to keep the building from falling apart, not to mention what you did with the temporal crystal to buy us time. You really saved the day, Richard said as he patted Peter's head. Peter flicked Mr. Fantastic's hand away while he said, knock it off, I'm not a kid. Sue smiled and patted Peter's head as well before she said, you saved Johnny. I don't know how I can repay you. Peter smiled as he held out his hand before he stated, a paycheck would be nice. Ben laughed before shouted out, kid's got a point, Reed. We did invite him over today to pay him. Yeah, but who knew that we'd be paying Spider-Man? Johnny added in. Ben slapped Peter's back and joyously said, you did good, kid. Sue, pay the man. Sue gave Peter a hug before she said, thank you for saving my brother. She then quickly left to grab his check. When Sue came back she held out his payment, while Peter pulled out his wallet, his symbiote. He wondered, where does Webster keep my wallet? As he took the check into his hands, Peter's eyes bulged as he shouted, why is it so much? The check he was holding in his hand made him shake. Seeing this, MJ walked over and scoffed before she shouted, $150,000. Don't be so surprised, Peter, your solution has pretty much taken over the adhesive market. Right now is only the beginning. Once we alter the solution we can sell every type of glue that outperforms everything on the market. Not to mention how quick concrete can be set with your adhesive solution. Contractors and building developers drooled over it. It even had medical uses such as a replacement for sutures. Peter smiled and put the check in his wallet. He then turned to the rest of the Fantastic Four and asked, so anyone want to go get something to eat? I'm buying. I could go for some pizza, and then a long nap, Johnny said while raising a hand into the air. I just get the mother of all paychecks and all you can think of is pizza. Peter shouted. What, pizza is good food? Johnny complained. After bickering back and forth for a few more minutes, the group decided on going out for sushi, against Johnny's protests. Along the way they stopped by a central bank and opened up an account for Peter before he deposited all of his money. He also bought a new phone along the way. This one would be the main one he would use, a Peter, so no more burner phones. Peter started entering all the numbers into the contacts listing and then sent a mass text informing everyone that he had a new number. Peter, MJ, and the Fantastic Four returned to their building and ate while talking and getting to know each other. They noticed that Sue wasn't eating the meals and only going for the cooked fish when she announced that she was pregnant with Reed's child. Of course, everyone congratulated her. Ben laughed like the jolly giant he was. The only reason Johnny figured it out was because found the pregnancy test in the bathroom trash can, so he wasn't shocked at all. Reed, on the other hand, was the most surprised and the happiest of them. I'm gonna be a father. Mr. Fantastic shouted with a joyful expression. Chapter 16, Issue 16, X Factor 9. Everyone celebrated, while Peter thought of the soon-to-be-born Franklin Richards. Being beyond Omega classification power level given by the Celestials themselves, Peter thought of the pains the Richards family would experience and of what he could do to help them. He wondered if he could give Franklin a programmed symbiote as Strange did for him and have that symbiote limit the infant's powers until he could control them. He really wanted to learn magic, but on top of daily martial arts katas, working out with MJ, crime fighting, going to school, and preparing for his future, Peter still had no time on his hands to focus on training in the art of magic as well. After the celebration, Peter went home that night in high spirits. When he entered his house, he saw May and Ben watching the news. Walking up to them he spotted JJJ speaking on the news. A recent breakout occurred at the Rikers Island prison where a group of superpowered inmates has escaped. Please be on the lookout for their appearance of these two criminals. Maxwell Dillon, who has the ability to manipulate electricity, his moniker is named Electro, and the second is Alexei Sitsevic, who has superhuman strength and endurance. A snapshot of their mug shots appeared on the screen. Peter looked them over and frowned as he thought, of course, I have to deal with the genetically altered Rhinoman, and he looks even stronger than any other version he's seen him in. Electro looked like a street punk with a bunch of piercings on his face and was sticking his tongue out while holding up his middle finger. Peter's eyes went wide as Jameson showed the viewers a few clips of them using their powers. He saw Rhino take a few punches from the Hulk and even managed to knock him back a couple of times. Electro was completely made of lightning. He looked like a glowing blue version of the Human Torch and was zapping everything in sight. Jameson continued his report as he said, if you see these prisoners, then do not engage, do not talk, or even look at them. I implore you to instead run away from them and call the police. This is John Jonah Jameson reporting to live from Channel 4, stay safe and good night, New York. Peter's fist gripped until his knuckles creaked as he thought, okay, now I know my world's villains are a lot stronger than just the Ultimate Universe's bad guys. The one I was born into just shares a lot of similarities with it. Hearing the popping noise from behind them, Ben and May turned around as said, Peter, you're home. Peter relaxed his hands before he smiled and pulled out a stack of cash with $125,000 rolled together. Peter threw it before Ben caught it and frowned, Peter, this is your. Peter interrupted and said, this is our money, and I still have $150,000 left in my account. Every month I'll receive a check for royalties. It'll go up for a while then drop before stabilizing. So, I will be getting a lot more. I know we've been struggling with the bills, and this should hold us over for a long time to come. Ben and May's eyes started watering when Peter hugged them and said, you're my family, and even if I'm younger than you, I'm going to take care of us. Now, remember, the money I give you comes with a lot of responsibility. Can you handle it, Uncle Ben? Ben smiled as he said, with great power comes great responsibility. The trio of Parkers spoke in unison before laughing. Peter then turned towards around and said, I'm going to be in my lab for the night, got something I'm working on. I already had dinner with MJ and some friends, so don't wait up for me. Okay, don't stay up too late. It's bad for your health, Aunt May recommended. I got it, good night you too. Peter said before heading to the cellar. When he was alone, Peter suited and took off towards the city while he began asking Webster, what changes happened when you absorb the unstable molecules? A vast amount of information suddenly entered Peter's mind. I see, with this I can upgrade you again. If I manage to complete my nanobots, I can rid you of your weakness to sonic attacks. As he swung from building to building, Peter then asked Webster to scan his body. When the new information flooded Peter's head, he took notice of the changes in his body and began experimenting. Peter lifted his hand out, and while focusing his chi into a single point until it burst into flame, Peter grinned as he thought, incredible, Webster. You really do act as a conduit for the blank gene inside me, but it seems the gene I took from Johnny is locked in my genetic coding and untransferable. MJ should still be able to gain more powers through the suit, but my gene gives this power to me in its own mutated form. Even without the symbiote, I can still use Johnny's flame power. Although, while he retained the pyrokinesis without the suit, Peter was incapable of using the full flame on form to its greatest capabilities. Unless the symbiote was enhancing the copied gene, he could only use the watered-down version. Pulling Webster back to his body, Peter then headed into a manhole before traversing the sewers till he ended up at an old and abandoned subway tunnel. Stealing a bit from the movies, Peter retrofitted a 60-year-old train cart into his personal lab that he built by dumpster diving. He may not have approved how they handled the amazing Spiderman films, but he approved of the train lab idea. Peter flipped a switch and turned on the power connected to his electric generator connected to the solar panel's power line. He used it for equipment that needed to stay idle, such as a refrigerator, ventilation, and heating. Once he entered the cart, Peter walked over to his freezer and pulled out Tombstone's blood sample. First, he ran it under a microscope and ran a few comparison tests on his computer. Once he separated and made sure there weren't any dangerous components, Peter had the symbiote skin the blood sample and extract the strengthening formula. As the symbiote deposited the serum into Peter's blank gene, he felt his bones become denser, his organs became more robust, and his skin growing slightly tougher. It was nowhere near Tombstone's level, but now Peter had a slight additional amount of toughness to his body. This requires more study. Peter thought as he turned off all his equipment and started heading back to the surface. After going back home, Peter waited for his guardians to go to bed before he exited outside and jumped onto a nearby lamppost. Pulling out his phone, Peter quickly sent a text to MJ that read, "Did you see the news?" However, the moment he pushed send, MJ's phone rang behind him while she placed her arms around his shoulders and said, "Way ahead of you, Tiger." Peter smiled and gave MJ a kiss on the cheek before saying, "Let's go take down an overgrown rhino, and that sparky light bulb guy." The two webbed off. They searched for the streets of New York for hours. When they met up at their rendezvous point, the Chrysler Building, they hung their feet of the eagle ornament and held a map over their lap. After going over the land they've covered, Peter rubbed his head in frustration as he said, "This method is getting us nowhere fast. We really don't have the resources to investigate their personal histories. All I could manage to figure out how the cops arrested him. Electro and the Rhino were brought down by a private investigator's information." Peter slapped himself on the forehead before he pulled out his cell phone and said, "I can't believe I didn't think of this before." Peter and MJ continued to look through dozens of different news articles until they came across one with the title Alias Investigations written in bold print. Jessica Jones, the other J.J in my life, Peter thought while looking off towards Harlem. Guess we need the help of AP.I to solve this one. Plus, we can think of it as a learning experience, MJ stated as she peered over Peter's shoulder. Peter was about web-sling away when the burner phone that he gave Matt Murdock started ringing. Answering, Peter started off the conversation with a joke, "Well, if it isn't my favorite blind lawyer. I have a few parking tickets I was wondering if you could take a look at. You would not believe the cost of parking on walls for too long. Very funny, Spider-Man. You know those ninjas that you warned me of? Well, you told me to call if they ever showed up, and they showed up. Sorry gotta, duck." The sounds of furniture breaking could be heard in the background of Matt's end of the call. Peter palmed his face. "MJ, you go meet up with the P.I and get the information we need to find the guys who escaped, while I'll go save Matt." MJ looked a little worried about Peter because of the recent event with the negative zone, but after realizing that it was the right move to make, they split up heading towards opposite directions. Peter made his way across the city rather fast, after reaching Hell's Kitchen within a few minutes. He dropped off a building and landed on Matt's house before he crawled inside from the patio window. Foggy, Electra, and Matt were standing lunging around on his torn-up couch while looking rather worn out. Peter then crawled along the surface of the ceiling before he snuck up on them and said, "Okay, can someone tell me what's going on here, or have I interrupted something?" Peter landed on the ground, and held his hands out, and said with a cocky tone, "Because if I did, I can always come back later." "Whoa. Spider-Man." Foggy shouted at the top of his lungs while Matt looked relieved, and Electra put up her guard. "Matt, who is he?" Electra questioned as she pulled out her weapons. Matt smirked as held his hand in front of Electra and said, "Foggy, Electra, this is my friend Spider-Man. You weren't lying that time at the bar, you really know a superhero," Foggy said with wide eyes. Peter looked to Foggy and then back to Matt. Once Matt shook his head left and right, Peter realized that Foggy didn't know about his extracurricular activities. "Hello, Mr. Nelson. I'm a big fan of both yours and Matt's work. Not many honest lawyers left in New York. So, props for that. If I ever get into any legal trouble, I'll be sure to give you guys a call," Peter stated while holding his hand out. Foggy shook Peter's hand with a starstruck expression before he said, "I'm shaking Spider-Man's hand." Retracting his hand, Peter then looked over to Matt and asked, "So what's the problem?" Electra looked to Foggy with a deadly expression. In response, the slightly overweight Foggy shivered in fear before he raised his hands up in defeat and declared, "All right, I'm leaving." Foggy went into the other room and closed the door. After waiting for a bit, Electra shouted, "Get your ear away from the door." Foggy showed a surprised expression as he backed away from the door and sat on the corner of Matt's bed. "How does she do that?" the lawyer questioned as he sighed. Peter looked to Electra and waited for her to explain. However, she wasn't making much of an effort. Peter could tell that she really didn't want to rely on anyone other than Matt. "Well, I'm waiting. Look, if you're not going to talk, I'm leaving. I have other issues besides saving you guys from, well, whatever this is," Peter declared as he pointed to the sword cuts and ninja stars everywhere. Instead of giving him a straight answer, Electra lunged at him with her sais aiming for his throat. Peter didn't even feel his spider sense tingle, as he grabbed her arm and stopped Electra in her tracks. She smirked as if he had somehow fallen into a trap. Throwing her legs around his arms, she tried to take Peter down with an armbar throw, but she found that she couldn't move him at all. While she was suspended in the air and being held up by Spider-Man's arm strength alone, Peter waved it with a single whipping motion, forcing Electra to flip back through the air. Once she landed, Electra attempted to charge Peter again when she suddenly found out that she couldn't move from her current position. Quickly looking down, Electra discovered that her feet were webbed to the apartment floor. Peter withdrew his symbiote's webbing and pointed his finger towards her head before he pushed her back onto the couch. Peter then lowered the tone of his voice, webbing her feet back up as he said, "Okay, now that you've played your little game, how about you explain what's going on? Why not start with who the hell you are?" "Fine." Electra grumbled as she used her sais to cut Peter's webbing. Peter was surprised to find out how different Electra's life was compared to the material he read about or watched in his previous life. The first major difference he noticed from her tales was that she always had a desire to learn martial arts way before she made her first kill, which was almost a group of rapists and murderers bragging about their latest victims. When they cornered her and she was about to retaliate, she was stopped before she could snap the neck of the first guy that tried to touch her. Fury lucked into the situation and stopped Electro before she started snapping necks. To keep her hands clean, Fury shot them himself. After introducing himself, Fury then went on to offer Electro a job as his personal shield agent. Since she failed the mission given to her by Stick, the only other option was to return and be beaten to an inch of her life. Needless to say, she agreed. Thanks to her new job, Electro's father had SHIELD protecting him from the shadows, and as a result, he wasn't killed by Bullseye. Her father wasn't killed early on in her life either, so she wasn't adopted by Stick and raised as an assassin. Although, somehow, regardless of whether or not her father had died, Stick still found out about her destiny and still managed to worm his way into her life as her teacher, this time, being hired by her father to teach her martial arts instead of him taking in an orphan. Peter looked a little excited as he thought, this really is a new universe. I can't wait to discover more. My most recent job involved infiltrating a group known as the Hand. I tracked them to the city and decided to see an old friend, Electra said before she looked to Matt as if asking for permission to speak about something. Matt nodded that it was okay and then back Peter before saying, Matt, or Daredevil and I, were attacked by the Hand's members, we fought them off, but for some reason, they don't die. Peter then said, so what, you're fighting zombies ninjas? Didn't you warn me about ninjas? Matt said with a look of disbelief. Yeah, because, my spidey sense led me to say it, look sometimes I get flashes of future events. All I saw was you being attacked by ninjas. Peter explained, and to fool the human lie detector, Peter had his symbiote control his heartbeat. Neat power, Matt said with a slightly impressed expression. Peter sighed as he grabbed his forehead, okay. If they can't die, how about sealing them up, make a prison. Matt then sat up and took his glasses off, that's why I called you Spider-Man, these guys aren't alive. Peter frowned, what do you mean not alive? My cover was blown thanks to me saving a couple of kids that I was supposed to kill. So instead of following orders any longer, I wasted 3 years of undercover work and killed a head member of the Hand named Bakuto. The big twist was that he was the one who attacked us. Peter groaned, I really don't need this tonight. All right, what did S.H.I.E.L.D. say? Electro looked down and said, I can't get a hold of them anymore. I quit after killing Bakuto. Electro looked back at Matt before showing a saddened expression as she said, I couldn't let him down again. Peter sighed and said, well you better call them up. Even if you did quit the agency, they won't leave their operatives out to die. You should be able to get some good intel, right? Back with MJ, she appeared over the window of Alias Investigations and knocked on against the glass surface until a man appeared wearing a long tan trench coat, a white button-up shirt, and tan business pants appeared. He had short shaggy blonde hair and looked to be around 20 years of age. The young man looked out the 7th floor and saw Spider-Woman waving at him. Quickly unlocking it, he opened the window and stepped back as MJ hopped inside. Can I help you? Spider-Woman, right? The blonde asked, full of nerves. You're the P.I that tracked down Electro, right? MJ asked as she sat at the edge of his desk. I'm Philip Campbell, and yes, I was the one who found Electro. But I wasn't the one who brought him in, Philip declared while scratching his cheek in embarrassment. MJ then said, I need your help to track down Electro again, and see if you can the Rhino as well. Phil pulled out a bottle of whiskey and took a shot straight out of the bottle before he replied by stating, I'm not cheap. MJ pulled out her wallet and threw out $2,000 as she said, find them and I'll give you another 1,000. Phil took the roll of cash and placed it in his coat. He then picked up a gun from his desk and placed into the holster wrapped around his shoulders. Tomorrow, come back and I'll have their locations, Phil declared as he made his way to the door and opened for MJ. What a gentleman, but I'll take the expressway out, MJ said as she climbed halfway outside the office window and launched a web line over to a nearby building. Next, she turned back and gave Phil a thumbs up before jumping out while saying, see you tomorrow, Phil. As she swung away, he turned around, the P.I started to get to work, pulling out file after file as he investigated the Rhino's history. Well, I guess superheroes need help too sometimes. Phil then pulled out a glass and poured himself a cup of whiskey. After taking a sip, he then picked up the phone on his desk and called up a contact he had at the police. Yeah, Stacy, it's me. I need some information. Back at Matt's place, Peter was looking at Electro with a very frustrated expression. So, all they gave us was Bakuto's latest location? Peter questioned. That's better than nothing, Matt said, trying to point out the silver lining. Peter grabbed his head and felt like shouting, well, that's better than nothing. I could think of 100 things better than that, but held it back. Suddenly, Peter's phone began to ring MJ's ringtone. The old 60s Spider-Man theme music blared out before a few seconds before Peter answered and said, I hope you're having better luck than me. The P.I is on the case, we have to check in with him tomorrow. How about you? Feel like kicking a bunch of immortal ninjas around? Peter said in a joking tone. Really? Immortal ninjas? MJ asked before saying, wow, our life is never going to be normal again, is it? Don't you miss the days when all we had to do was web up common crooks? Chapter 17, Issue 17, X Factor X. Peter laughed at MJ's statement and agreed that their lives would never go back to being normal. He then turned to Matt and asked, "Okay, now that we have that settled, what do we do about Foggy? We could send him to the police station. The Hand may have their hooks in a lot of things, but I doubt they'll make an attack on the police station. It would draw too much attention to them," Electra added. Peter's spider sense blared before he suddenly webbed up Matt's and Electra's mouth with a filter mask's pattern. Next, he then ran into Matt's room and did the same. Foggy. Before they could ask what the hell he did that for, a tranquilizing smoke started to fill up Matt's apartment. While they quickly began taking a defensive stance, Peter grabbed Foggy and threw him in the closet before webbing up the door with a cement cartridge. Just as he finished, a group of hand ninjas jumped through Matt's windows and started to attack. Matt and Electra worked like a well-oiled machine. Their cooperation was flawless. Their movements were so in sync with one another that it almost looked like a private dance between the two. Every time a ninja got close to them, they covered each other's backs and easily beat down by their enemies with swift and near-lethal attacks. Peter, of course, didn't wait around either. As he flew into action, webs, punches, and kicks all merged together in a single onslaught against the Hand operatives. It wasn't long until the entire room of baddies were immobilized. They were tied up, webbed to the walls by Spider-Man, had broken spines and limbs, otherwise, they were simply knocked out. Peter started to clean up the room. He grabbed every last ninja in the building and webbed them all into a ball. They may be immortal or whatever, but without the proper solution, they'll be stuck in this thing for life. Electra looked over to Peter, then back to Matt before saying, "You know, at first I didn't believe you about your friend's strength, but with his help, we might be able to chase off the Hand from New York." The sound of a cane tapping could be heard coming from down Matt's hall when an older man's voice called out, "I'll admit that the spiders are strong, but it's a far cry from defeating the Hand." Peter looked over to see the old gray-haired Stick stepping inside Matt's apartment. "Stick!" Electra and Matt shouted in unison. "It's been a while, you two," Stick said, poking the unconscious Hand lackeys. Peter looked at Stick and mockingly said, "Don't act as you know of the web's true strength, the Hand is nothing compared to it." Stick walked up to Peter and said, "That may be true, but you have no control over it either, so why bring it up?" Peter shrugged his shoulders, before saying, "I may not be able to take on an alpha-level threat, but taking on the Hand, I can pull that off." Stick walked up to him and frowned, "So you're the one Madam Web was speaking of?" After inspecting Peter for a minute, he then turned around before saying, "I'm not impressed." Peter felt his spider senses tingle as the blade Stick pulled out of his cane charged towards his neck. "Please," Peter said as rolled his eyes, and he grabbed the blade with his hand after coating it in chi. Sticks heard the sound of his katana snapping and sighed as he put what was left of his blade back in the cane sheath. Peter dropped the blade and said, "What a waste of a perfectly good master craftsman's work." Stick grunted, "You're not wrong." Peter then looked around at the group when he smiled and turned around. Suddenly, MJ hopped through one of Matt's broken windows and said, "Looks like I missed the party." Peter then laughed before saying, "Not at all. In fact, you're just in time. We were about head over and kick some hand ninja ass." "That's a mouthful, so are we kicking their hands or their butts?" MJ joked as she observed the room. Peter then webbed up the trapped ninjas into another sphere of webbing, this time using his concrete webbing to seal them in. Of course, he made sure to puncture a hole in it so they could breathe. As he finished, Matt and Electra had switched into their costumes and holstered their weapons. Stick felt frustrated and knew he couldn't talk them out of this. According to his knowledge, the time for the great war between light and dark had yet to come. Rubbing his forehead, Stick struggled with what he was going to say next before he stomped his cane against the ground and shouted, "Fine. Don't mess it up. If you can take out a leading member of the Hand, I'll do a little jig." "Do a little jig? What are you, 120? Peter said as grabbed the cage of hand ninjas. Taking them outside onto the patio, Peter shot another web and attached it to the cement ball before hanging them against the wall of the neighboring building. Next, Peter went to Matt's room and retrieved Foggy. After informing him that the bad guys were gone, he said, "We're going to be dropping you off at the police station." "What about Matt and Electra?" Foggy asked with a look of worry. "I already got them out of here, you're the only one left," Peter said before he picked Foggy up and webbed his way over to the nearest police station. After dropping Foggy off, Peter rushed back to Hell's Kitchen as quickly as he could. Once he arrived and saw that everyone ready to go, they headed out towards Bakuto's last known location. Luckily SHIELD's information was still good. The area they were led to was one of Bakuto's training centers for the Hand's recruitment projects. They snuck inside and began investigating with the utmost precautions. During their search, Peter discovered a fully stocked facility, but there was no one else around. As they went from room to room, besides the absence of people, they found nothing that stuck out from the ordinary. The building was completely abandoned. Peter was about to give up and have Electro try to contact SHIELD again when he heard the sound of swords clashing in the distance. Peter and the rest dashed towards the noise before arriving outside in the courtyard. There, they all saw a much younger Colleen Wing fighting against her old master, and judging from her looks, she appeared to be around the same age as the spider heroes. Peter was about to jump in and start causing mayhem, but, before he could interfere, a man wearing a green martial arts GI appeared wearing a long yellow belt around his waist, black-colored chest-piece body armor that covered up his entire torso with a single image of Sholau the immortal dragon imprinted on the chest piece. Around his arms were black armored gauntlets, and around his legs were long knee-high boots that looked both flexible and durable. Lastly, the top half of his head was covered in his signature yellow headband mask combo. Peter was surprised to discover that armor Iron Fist was made from his hard glue armor, which Tony patented it as silk armor. Peter was also overwhelmed by Danny's current age. Just like Colleen, he was around the same age as him, at least a teenager. Peter and the rest moved in and started to remove Bakuto's henchmen with ease. Danny, who seemed to have mastered his basic training with the Iron Fist, was actively and completely controlling his chi without problems, not like the Netflix version who couldn't get it up. D/P, ooh. Damn. Netflix and the shitty actor they got to play him should be feeling that one from here. A/N, get out of my head, Deadpool. Iron Fist looked over to Spider-Man as he punched a bad guy's lights out, and smiled, thank you for your help, man of the spiders. Although your assistance is not needed, it is, however, most appreciated. Peter yelled in his mind, freaking sweet, this Danny took after the one he admired the most, the highly polite and philosophical Zen master. The reasoning Peter liked Iron Fist was because of his persona. He always tried to apply his Zen logic to the situations at hand, as a real Zen master should, not just reading off some fortune cookie BS like the Netflix Danny Rand. Seriously, what in the actual hell were the writers thinking? Did they even read the source material or read up in the mythology of Chi to better improve his powers? Nope, they stuck him with some twig with almost no muscle mass and gave him the Chi form of erectile dysfunction. Peter thought as he smiled and tossed a henchman into a group of foes. It's Spider-Boy. One of the hand ninjas shouted. Peter kicked that guy in the face as he said, it's Spider-Man. Spider-Man. You got that name wrong and forgot the hyphen. MJ chuckled and said, how do you forget the hyphen when saying it, as she punched a ninja in the gut and sent him flying backward. Easy, there's a subtle pause, Peter declared as he tripped a ninja with a low kick. Is this banter normal for you too? Electra asked as she dispatched a few ninjas with limb-breaking holds. I don't think we'd be spider people without it, Peter replied as Matt knocked out a few ninjas beside him. As they beat down the enemies in front of them, they raised quite a racket, and thanks to the noise they were making, the rest environment became aware of their existence. As more of the hand operatives charged towards them, it took the pressure off of Colleen. Wow. I still can't believe we're fighting ninjas. You guys know it isn't Halloween yet. But I'm a nice girl, I don't have candy, but I can give you a knuckle sandwich. MJ shouted as she pummeled dozens of hand operatives into submission. Electra and Matt were making a beeline towards Bakuto and taking down every ninja that blocked their paths. When Peter saw Bakuto getting ready to flee, he jumped onto the side of the building and used his symbiote webbing to chase after. Bakuto pulled out his sword and a glow of purple energy surrounded the blade. He tried to chop at the web, but to his horror and surprise, as soon as the web line touched his blade, the webbing absorbed his chi before spiraling down the katana and wrapped him up like a cocoon. With a strong pulling motion, Peter lifted and slammed Bakuto against the wall before he webbed him to it. With a quick jumping motion, Peter rushed back the fight, taking out another squadron of hand ninja. After everything settled down, the group of heroes gathered around Bakuto while Iron Fist suddenly jumped in front of the confused Colleen and began restraining her. Let me go, Danny. This bastard. How many children did he make me send to their graves? How many of my students did you sacrifice for your sadistic resurrection ritual? Colleen shouted out in fury. As everyone heard this, they felt a deep shock. They then looked to Bakuto in anger as he said, they gave their lives for a greater cause, the strongest moved on while the rest became parts for the children to use in future. Even you, Colleen, would have been given the right to resurrect as you were my direct disciple. Peter webbed his mouth shut, stopping his crazed speech before he turned to the party and said, sorry, I can't stand the smell of shit spewing from his mouth. Peter then looked to Colleen and placed his hand on her shoulder before he said, I don't know what it is you've done, but, based on what I heard, you had no idea what they were doing behind your back. If you want to make right what you've done, then save as many lives as you lost. You've got to work harder to make up for what you've done, and use this pain to help those around you. Colleen started crying into Iron Fist's chest. She began calling out the name of all her most talented pupils and began begging for forgiveness. Iron Fist looked to Peter and bowed his head before saying, thank you, Spider-Man. All of you as well. Peter waved his hand and said, no problem, all in the average day of your friendly neighborhood, Spider-Man. MJ then looked back to Bakuto and asked, now, what do we do with this respawning zombie man? Electra pulled out a cell phone and called up SHIELD before saying, this is Agent Black Sky, send in the retrieval squads. After a few minutes, a group of invisible mini-jets removed their clocking devices and appeared in the sky above them. A group of SHIELD operatives could suddenly be seen descending down the high-tensile metallic ropes towards the ground. As they landed, they began cuffing everything in sight and transporting them to single-cell containers that resembled human-sized pods. Elektra, what is the meaning of this? Daredevil asked. Elektra turned her head back towards Matt and gave him a deep kiss. As they parted, she said, "The only thing I lied about was me quitting S.H.I.E.L.D." Matt felt hurt and a little betrayed when he asked, "You're not going to stay with me, are you?" Elektra looked pained as she said, "Sorry Matt, I'm good at what I do, and because of it, I can help a lot of people. I know it's different than the road you're walking, but..." Matt sighed before he kissed Elektra again and declared, "I hate you. You know that, right?" Bumping her forehead with his, Elektra smiled and said, "No. You don't." "Yeah, you're right about that too," Matt replied while he held her tightly in his embrace, afraid that it would be years until he saw her again. Elektra said, "I meant what I said, I want you to come with me. There's a place for you at SHIELD, and someone with your skills would be greatly appreciated. You know I can't do that. This is my city. I have to watch over it," Matt said as the two parted from their hug. "What will happen to Bakuto?" Colleen asked with hate in her eyes. "He'll be interrogated and probably have his mind read to gain superior intel on our target. I can promise you this, little girl, that he will not enjoy having his thoughts force out of his head. I heard if he resist it cause untold pain," Elektra declared with a sinister smile. Peter shivered a little. He understood the importance of such an ability, but it still made his skin crawl. Just thinking that someone would use such a painful extraction method made him a bit scared that the same thing might happen to him someday. However, when he looked at Bakuto, he found it hard to care for the 1,000-year-old monster who's committed more atrocities than the worst war criminals in history. As the crowd started to thin out, Peter noticed a beautiful brunette with well-proportioned curves walking up to them. The brunette then held out her hand and said, "My name is Agent Maria Hill. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Spider-Man. I'm a big fan of your work." Chapter 18, Issue 18, X-Factor End. The person standing in front of him was none other than Agent Maria Hill, one of Nick Fury's best S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Appearing for the first time in the Avengers film, she has been seen as one of Fury's most capable agents, and one whom he trusts. She was both a competent field agent and a right-hand woman of Fury. Peter held out his hand, and after shaking it, Agent Hill went on to MJ, shaking her hand as well. Maria then looked to Elektra, who was still holding her arms around Matt's neck and making out when she coughed, "Agent Black Sky." Elektra pouted as she let go of Matt and declared, "Don't worry about the hand operatives around your apartment, Maria over there has already picked them up." "That's good to know." "Thank you," Matt said, thanking the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. "It's no problem, all part of the job," Maria responded. Peter was just about to web away when Danny held his hand out and asked, "Spider-Man, can I see you again sometime? If you want, you can visit my girlfriend's dojo if you want to find me. The name of the dojo is Chikara." The reason he was asking was because he sensed a power chi inside Peter, and was wondering how he achieved such a thing without killing a dragon. Peter smiled under his mask and said, "Iron Fist, was it?" Danny nodded his head in affirmation. Peter then pulled out his Spidey use-only phone and asked, "You got a number?" The two exchanged numbers while MJ talked to Colleen. After a few minutes of idle chatter, the four of them parted ways as friends. As Peter and MJ were webbing back, she shouted while zipping through the air, "I'm exhausted, I'm just gonna go home and crash." "What about you?" Peter smiled and answered, "The same." After all, he had been awake since the Negative Zone incident, and he was truly at his wit's end and was mentally exhausted. After Elektra's little rouse to use Matt and himself, Peter didn't have to worry about guarding her anymore, since she was still working for S.H.I.E.L.D. and all. Peter still couldn't believe she used herself and Matt as bait just to capture one of the Hand's leaders. She's not one of the best assassins in the world for nothing, Peter thought as he reached his neighborhood. After a long kiss with MJ, the two retired to their rooms and crashed over their beds. The next morning Peter woke up and stretched his arms and shut his alarm off. As he did, Peter suddenly felt his head getting heavier as the voice of a certain troublemaker sounded out. "G.A." Peter looked in the mirror that was at the inside of his bed and on his dresser, which was pressed against his wall. Seeing the BAMF sitting on top of his head, Peter lifted a brow as he asked, "What are you doing back here? I haven't seen you since I left Dr. Strange's place." The BAMF shouted, "Gee," and then continued to mumble on top of his head with a displeased expression. "So, Kurt is always around Kitty and you can't get any alone time with her. Then you decided to come chill with me since fun things are always happening around me." It took a few seconds for Peter to register what just occurred. "Did I just understand you?" Peter realized that it wasn't the first time either. Back when he handed over the satchel, Peter thought he heard the BAMF say, "Okay," but he believed it was just his imagination. Peter was then informed by Webster that as long as he was in contact with the species, the symbiote could translate their metal waves into his native language. "Thanks, Webster," Peter said as he put the BAMF down on his table. "Look, my aunt and uncle don't know I'm Spider-Man, and I don't think they'll let me keep an interdimensional species in my room. Peter mentioned. Gweo. The Bamf waved its arm around. Peter watched the Bamf beg with a big puppy dog pout before he caved in and said, I suppose you can act like plushie if Aunt May comes in. If you can fool my uncle and aunt, you can stay. Gra. The Bamf responded. What's a plushie? Peter repeated the Bamf before answering, it's a type of doll. Just stay real still. I suppose you could teleport to the cellar lab as well. Gee, fine with me. The Bamf shouted. Thank you. Peter responded. After settling the house rules with the Bamf, Peter went downstairs to grab a bit to eat. With a bowl of cereal in Peter's hands, he sat down to watch the news for a bit to see if good old JJJ had anything to say about the Rhino and Electro's escape. Unfortunately, the two villains have been laying low all night. However, Peter knew it was only a matter of time before they made a commotion. He turned off the T.V and washed his dishes. Peter then started to head towards his lab when MJ called him. Hey Tiger, our private investigator has a lead. Care to join me in a day of web slinging? Peter heard the intense winds blowing through the phone speaker. He then smiled and answered her question with another question, are you where I think you are? I'm already waiting for you there. I'm telling you, the reception is crystal clear up here. MJ laughed out. Peter grabbed his jacket off the coat rack near the door and shouted, I'm going out on a date with Mary Jane. I'll check in every now and then to let you know we're okay. Peter then ran out of the house and ducked into an alleyway before webbing out the other side in full costume. After a few minutes of slinging across the city, Peter felt the moment when everything around him faded away and only he and the wind rushing by him existed. He zipped through the rooftops and jumped over entire buildings with incredible acrobatic prowess, and as he reached the Empire State Building, Peter saw his girlfriend waving at him from the top of the spire. About time. MJ shouted at Peter as he ran up the wall. After reaching the top, Peter ran down the thin pole and yanked MJ into the air as they both jumped off. Using their symbiotes to make a squirrel suit, the two and shot off in the direction of the Alias Investigation Building. Actually, although he knew about it, MJ was the first one who suggested turning their suits into gliders. She got the idea while was looking at vacation pamphlets and saw one that had someone in squirrel suit flying down a mountainside. MJ laughed. She and Peter attempted their first flight, and thanks to their webbing they could simply launch themselves into the air to glide again. Peter thought it was a pretty cool idea, and they took such a liking to base jumping, they decided to jump off the Empire State Building every once in a while for fun. Within minutes, Peter and Mary Jane landed on the side of the apartment complex and knocked on the window of the Alias office. Peter was surprised to find out that it wasn't Jessica, but her older brother that was supposed to have died in a car accident. This was the first real major difference in any timeline Peter had seen in his previous life. As in every other version of Jessica Jones, she had lost her parents and Phil was supposed to be her little brother. In this timeline, he was 7 years older than Jessica and was working during the car accident where he was supposed to die. According to Peter's memories, then sometime soon Jessica would be waking up from her coma and would meet the Purple Man, aka Kilgrave, shortly after discovering her powers. Like hell would Peter let that psychopath crush and ruin her dreams of being a hero. At least, not while Spider-Man was around. It wouldn't come to pass. He even had the perfect way to end Kilgrave's reign of terror, forever, and with what he planned, it wasn't going to be nice. Peter pushed that matter aside for now and sat down to go over Philip's findings. Peter was surprised at how thorough Phil was in his investigation. He not only managed to find Rhino and Electro's girlfriend, he even found out where they had a high chance of showing up. Targets based on their personality traits were outlined in red. A bank that had electrical locks rather than old-fashioned steel. As for Rhino, he liked to knock over cash transporters and was a creature of habit. So he would likely target supply lines that he had stolen from in the past. Peter paid the men by leaving $1,000 under the near-empty bottle of whiskey and thanked him for his services with a note. They then webbed off towards an old Russian mob holdout. When the two superheroes arrived at an abandoned apartment complex that was shut down due to a drug bust, they stood across from the building and took notice of the worn-down condition it was in. It had been empty for years and was awaiting demolition. However, with how lazy City Hall was, it would take years more for them to get the job done. Pretty ingenious actually, who in their right minds would make a hideaway in a building that's scheduled to be blown up, MJ said, crawling on the ceiling of the building's top floor. It's a hideaway that only has to change locations once demolition begins. All they have to do is relocate to another building under the same circumstances. That Phil is a good detective. Maybe I should ask him to teach me a thing or two, Peter said as he crawled behind her. They explored most of the building's structure when they discovered a hidden room, or more precisely a sealed-off room. Peter noticed that the dimensions of the floor were different than what they should be and that a room should be where a wall was. Entering the room beside it, the spider heroes started searching everywhere. Peter covered the bathroom, the kitchen, and the living room, while MJ checked the bedrooms and bedroom bathrooms. Suddenly, Mary Jane managed to find something in the bedroom closet as she whispered loudly, "Peter. I found a hidden hatch." Thanks to MJ's efforts, she found an additional room that had a descending and winding staircase that was big enough for a hippo to make their way down. "Are these I-beams?" MJ questioned as she looked at the stairs. "It would have to be to hold up the rhino," Peter answered as they made their way down the staircase and ended up in a buried and long-forgotten subway tunnel. Taking a few steps into the soft soil, the two spider heroes easily spotted Rhino's Bigfoot impression trailing down a long and winding tunnel. They continued to follow the rhino's footprints until they traversed their way to a large train track cross-section that served as the old train's maintenance tunnel. There, Peter and Mary saw the rhino bench pressing a train car up and down like a weightlifting bar. Peter shook his hand to MJ and the two got into position. They crawled to the opposite side of the rhino and were ready to pounce. Without any warning, the two spider heroes webbed up the rhino's arms and pulled them out. A loud clang rang out as the train cart fell on his face and sent up a plume of dust around him. Unfortunately, he was still conscious. Their spider sense tingled like crazy as the rhino roared and tore apart the train with his bare hands, sending debris flying everywhere in the process. The spider couple dodged with ease and webbed away a few chunks of steel that came close to hitting them before landing safely a few feet away. "Who the hell has the nerve to come after the rhino?" Rhino screamed out when Peter suddenly webbed his mouth shut and said, "I did, you gray hippopotamus." The rhino had no idea who the funny kid in the costume was, but before he could retaliate, MJ appeared behind him and hit him directly in the back with a chi-covered slap. Crimson-red chi blew up in a flash of bright light and forced the rhino to fall forward. Peter followed up her attack with a powerful spring kick to the villain's chin, sending the rhino flying back into the wrecked train. The rhino yelled like a maniac as he blindly charged out again. Peter couldn't risk him bringing down the tunnel, so he began rapidly webbing the rhino arms back and legs and slammed his feet into the ground trying to stop him from trading about and damaging the tunnel support pillars. MJ launched a series of impact webbing to build up a large blob of webbing that surrounded the support beams while Peter continued to shoot webbing around his legs, arms, and torso. MJ joined in and helped Peter turn the rhino into a silk cocoon. Then, pulling back with all their strength, the two spider heroes stomped on his face with a flying stomp kick. Blood spewed out from the rhino's broken nose as their spider senses tingled. The rhino suddenly grabbed their legs and slammed them into the ground a few dozen times. A surge of pain swept throughout their backs, but the two fought through it. They shouted back at the rhino as they webbed up his eyes and began repeatedly punching him in the face with chi-infused fists until the giant oaf collapsed. Peter and MJ stood over his body and were both panting heavily. Although they had healed from the damage, their backs were still broken several times during his last assault and caused them both a lot of pain. Peter stood over him thinking of how he was going to deal with the rhino, when suddenly, he had an idea. Peter sent out Webster to cover Rhino and remove the strengthening formula from his genes. "Those morons in Marvel are using the symbiotes all wrong. With this kind of genetic control, I think I can become even stronger than I previously thought I could," Peter thought as the rhino's body began to shrink in both height and girth. This continued until the rhino reached the size of a peak 6-foot-tall muscle builder, instead of his 8-feet Hulk-type body. Peter then had Webster separate the genetic waste and unwanted mutations out of the stolen serum. Using Webster, Peter slowly perfected the formula through both his and the symbiote's knowledge. After a long discussion with Webster, the two managed to resolve any issues they had with the serum. Peter then smiled while Webster altered the structure of the chemical compound and held the finished product in his hands. A red pool of strengthening serum the size of a small ball hovered over the hand of Peter's symbiote as he then split it into two and transferred the other half to MJ. MJ was surprised as her symbiote absorbed the serum and started to enhance her spider gene's strengths. She didn't grow in muscle mass, but rather, she felt a change in the composition of her muscles. He couldn't give her mutations like he got, but serums on the other hand, could be shared. The words Peter spoke to her before drifted into Mary's thoughts: if her muscles used to be gold, now they're diamond. Peter felt the same change in his body and was surprised that it strengthened his spider gene as it did. The only explanation for that is that the serum strengthening effect replaced that particular section in their spider genes. The formula has to be close to the original spider formula for this to happen. Peter pondered as he looked over to MJ and continued his train of thought, meaning Osborn or some other company must be trying to recreate it. First Tombstone and now this, I should try and find out where this stuff is coming from. Peter started to wonder if he could do this to mutants and cosmic mutations as he asked, "Can I completely remove and steal the mutant gene from other people?" "No sorry Peter, but I can only take away powers from mutates, not mutants. At most, I can sap or seal their power for a while, but eventually, they will recover. People like Rhino who relied on a super enhancement method using chemicals are different. With mutates like them, I can completely remove the drug from their bloodstream and return them to their previous forms," Webster answered. "Oh. This is good news," Peter accidentally said aloud. Seeing MJ lift a brow, he turned to her and scratched his head before saying, "Sorry, I was talking to Webster just now. How do you feel?" MJ gripped her fist and answered with a smile, strong, really strong. But, what was it that you did? Peter laughed before he explained how the Rhino got his powers. He told her how he removed the impurities and the unwanted side effects such as massive physical growth in weight and muscle mass. Okay, but why did you do it? MJ asked again. Why not? Peter said as he patted the Rhino's head before continuing his monologue, it was the best way to return him to being a normal human. Now, he can't break out of prison anymore, and won't be causing any future trouble as the Rhino ever again. And since the strengthening formula was just up for grabs, I thought, why not put it to good use? MJ nodded her head as what he said made a lot of sense, when what Peter said next made her shake. Something big is coming in the future, and we need to be prepared for it. From what other world Peter told me there are monsters out there that could slaughter gods and entire universes. I just want to get strong enough to protect you and the rest of my loved ones. MJ kissed him on the cheek and said, thank you for worrying, Tiger. Peter smiled back and they proceeded to carry the webbed-up Rhino across N.Y. before leaving him on the NYPD's front steps with a note saying, this is what the Rhino looks like after having his horns pulled out by your friendly neighborhood Spidey couple. Feel free to do a DNA analysis to confirm his identity as Alexei Sitsovic. Now off to stake out the lightbulb's girlfriend, Peter shouted as they webbed off towards their next location. Chapter 19, Issue 19, Avengers Initiative Part 1. The two landed on top of a rooftop sitting across from the house of Electro's girlfriend. Peter thought it would be a long stakeout, and as it turned out, he was right. To pass the time, Peter bought a blanket, some food, and their favorite sodas. While observing the girlfriend's house, the two shared a romantic dinner while waiting for their bad guy to show up. Who knew a stakeout could be so fun? MJ said as she took a bite of her sandwich. Peter laughed and replied by saying, actually, I thought, why make it boring? After all, we have each other to keep company. Peter was so glad that he wasn't sitting here and stalking Electro's girlfriend all by his lonesome. Having MJ here was really making the time fly, and the two really enjoyed their idle chatter. However, the Spider couple didn't manage to catch Electro this day. Both Peter and MJ stayed until almost 12 p.m., just to make sure he didn't show up and the guy still didn't appear. Realizing he wouldn't come out today, Peter took out a camera phone and webbed it to the wall across from the girlfriend's windows. They webbed home and went bed, eager to try again the next day. The next morning, Peter checked around 8 hours of footage and saw nothing out of the ordinary. The Spider heroes met up at their stakeout point and did observe the girlfriend's house for almost an entire week. When one night, while they were making out on the opposing building, MJ saw Electro's girlfriend sneaking out of her apartment. MJ sighed as she removed herself from Peter's lap and said, "She going to meet him? Are you sure she's not just going out for a pint of milk?" Peter questioned as he nibbled on her neck. "No one buys milk looking that hyper-aware," MJ said as she webbed out to a nearby building. Peter sighed and followed behind her. They made sure to stay hidden and a good distance from Electro's girlfriend, so she wouldn't notice them following her. After tracking a cab she called, the Electro's girlfriend was driven downtown to the Bronx. After she stopped at the bar with no name, Peter and MJ stood on a nearby building and watched her walk inside. Peter sighed before he said, "This is a villain's hangout and it's better not to just barge in. No telling what they have to defend themselves. Stay back and wait for Sparky to come out, after all, they can't stay in there all day." MJ nodded her head and the two found a rooftop nearby to perch on, and after waiting a few hours their target finally appeared. As he walked out of the bar with his hand around his girlfriend's waist, Peter and MJ followed too and watched as he hailed a cab from the street side. After she left and the cab drove away, Electro started heading off towards Oscorp facilities. Peter frowned, and he decided to stop the villain now. However, MJ's symbiote was afraid of getting close to Electro. It's because of the heat. If Electro were willing to work with us like how Johnny and I fought together, gaining his power would be no problem. However, due to MJ's symbiote's lack of heat resistance, it would prove a problem for taking his powers away by force, Peter said as he continued to trail Electro. According to Spiderling, if he tries to defend against her actions, all it would take is one small spark up, and Spiderling would risk dying, Mary Jane said as she matched swings with Peter. Peter sighed and responded by saying, "Well, I guess, I'll be taking this one." Like a fly that had fallen into his web, Electro was suddenly engulfed by Webster when the two began fighting for control of his body. Panicked by the sudden symbiote, Electro entered his energy form and blasted down a bolt of lightning on top of himself. Webster shrieked in pain, but due to its recently gained heat resistance, it managed to survive the attack. Suddenly Electro felt his powers starting to drain when MJ hopped down beside him with a webbed-up fist. With a graceful pivoting swing, Mary Jane knocked Electro out with a well-placed punch to the jaw. Because of the symbiote that was draining the super serum that Electro was given, his brain returned to solid matter and shook around his skull like a ping-pong ball in a rolling cage. As his eyes rolled back, foam spewed from Electro's mouth as he fell down unconscious. Peter walked up next to the fallen villain and checked his pulse as he said, "Oh, right in the button. Well done, Spider-Woman." MJ did a dressless curtsy and said, "Why, thank you." With the obstruction of Electro's mental capacity gone, Peter's symbiote kicked it into overdrive and sapped away all of Maxwell's power. While Webster extracted the formula, Peter found the serum was an artificial recreation of a mutant's X gene, and by altering the formula with Webster's help, Peter had once again split it into two and gave half of it to MJ. Thanks to this, her suit gained both an electric and heat resistance and a weaker version of Electro's electrokinesis. Peter, on the other hand, gained a powerful electrokinesis with his symbiote active, similar to how he could use Johnny's cryokinesis. However, he discovered that Venom was never weak to electricity in the first place, only the sound and heat produced by the lightning bolt damaged them. Peter's symbiote thought it would have died the moment it made contact with Johnny. If not for Peter's regeneration factor helping it survive and the fact that Johnny was a willing host, it would have burnt to a crisp. It was a good idea that we didn't separate before absorbing Electro's power, Peter. Even with my heat resistance, if we hadn't been connected during that attack, our connection may have been severed, Webster commented. Peter smiled and felt that even without Webster, the new serum they gained was allowed them to use a weakened version of Electro's ability, equal to the level of Spider-Man's fire control without the suit. Peter then webbed up the regular old human Maxwell and placed him on the front steps of the nearest police station with a similar note left with the rhino attached to his chest. Except, this time he left a note for Maxwell as well that read, "If you have a woman counting on you, you shouldn't be a crook. Straighten up and do right by her." Peter didn't know if this would help Electro find some solace, but at least he tried. After taking care of the problem, they realized they only had a week or so until they had to go back to school. Peter sighed and couldn't wait to find out what Tony had in store for him. As soon as they had their grant money, they would apply for early graduation and start going to college. At least that's what he thought would happen. When he returned home and went to his lab to continue working on the idea he would present to earn that grant, Peter entered his cellar and got to work. However, after looking a few hours of him losing track of time, he entered a state similar to when he web swings. The whole world vanished and the only thing that existed was the work and himself. It wasn't until a deep voice called out to him that he responded, "Very impressive, Mr. Parker. You're tiring to remake proto-adamantium that Dr. Myron McClane invented by accident, and from what I've seen you've almost cracked it. Your plans on using the metal to create nanobots are ingenious." Peter gulped as he turned around and saw a tall, well-built, bald black man, with an eye patch covering his left eye. Seeing that Peter was speechless, Fury grinned before he asked, "I'm sorry, do you prefer Spider-Man?" Peter slapped his face and sighed before he said, "How?" Fury smiled as he placed his hands behind his back and walked closer to Peter's invention. "Honestly, your expression just now gave it away. You did a pretty good job managing to stay hidden from our surveillance. I didn't have any proof, just a good hunch. But after seeing your work, however..." Fury pointed to Peter's chest and began explaining, "The silk armor you made impressed me a lot. After SHIELD gave your work some praise, some of the other buyers wanted to scout you out. Even I was thinking of hiring you to one of SHIELD's best labs. So, we started investigating you and your parents' history. Although I'm not sure how you managed to pull off that double Spider-Man stunt, your activities afterwards left a lot of physical reports that describe a younger person saving them. The inconsistencies were more than enough for me to suspect." Peter slapped his forehead and thought, stupid, stupid, stupid. I just gave my identity again. This shit ends here, today. Gonna have to be extra careful in the future. From now on the new motto is, deny, deny, deny. Fury looked to him and found the way Peter punished himself funny before saying, "Kid, you got a lot of skill, and even some good training. But, if you want to do some real good you should consider joining this." Fury threw out a folder, with the words, Avengers Initiative. Peter lifted his eyebrow as he saw the original roster, Iron Man, Hulk, Captain America, Hawkeye, Black Widow, and one that wasn't there before, Scarlet Witch. Independent yet allies with SHIELD, Autonomous Action Unit against worst-case scenarios. Peter was mumbling out parts of the contract and thought. No wonder Tony agreed. There really aren't any hidden strings in this at all, Peter declared. Peter then looked up at Fury's one good eye and said, "Okay, but I guess you will be assigning someone to Mary Jane and myself. So, what comes next? Training?" Fury nodded his head and said, "Training." Peter sighed before thinking, "I'm not really getting a choice here, am I?" "You have a choice, kid." Fury grinned as he peered into Peter's eyes. "Stop reading my mind. That stuff is personal." Peter shot back in jest. Fury responded with a simple tone as he said, "I think you have a great choice, that's why I brought this contract to you. This way you can get the training you need. So you can keep an eye on us." Peter finished his sentence before asking, "Tell me, Fury. Did you put cameras in my house?" "No, not yet. Like I said before, I'd like to take a different approach first," Fury answered. Peter rubbed his temples in frustration and sighed before saying, "Okay, but I have some conditions of my own." Fury lifted a brow when he asked, "Such as?" "I'm going on vacation in a week, and I also have my studies to attend to. Not to mention fighting crime as Spider-Man, but all my weekends and vacation time is for me, my family, and my friends. No calling me with work, no training, no build something for me, and no bothering me with world-ending scenarios during my off time. I already have a busy enough life living as Spidey right now, so try not to interfere with my life too much. Okay. Also, no cameras in my house. Ever. And Fury, I get what you're all about, but I'm no killer, at least. I won't kill humans and kindred spirits, but if some evil overlord and robotic alien species wages war on this world or its people, you can count on me to fight. Fury grinned. I can agree to that, but you two better get ready for school. Something tells me you're going to like what we have in store for Midtown High. Peter furrowed his brow and shrugged his shoulders as Fury explained what his duties would be as an Avenger. After a few minutes passed, Peter looked to Fury with a pensive expression and said, I get it, if it's for teaching us how to be good spies, but I don't know if you have anyone strong enough to teach me anything combat-related. Fury grinned, not even if it's Steve Rogers himself. Peter breathed out a breath of fresh air, and thought, good, he knows I have spider powers but doesn't know the extent of my abilities. Maybe if you add the Hulk to the fight. Peter also thought of Thor, but he hadn't joined the Avengers yet. Fury smirked and said, kid, trust me, Steve is even stronger than he used to be during the war. Peter looked up and said, oh, I wonder how much stronger. Fury then pulled out a card and handed it off to Peter before saying, add this to your contacts, you'll receive a place and a location to go for training. Peter looked down at the card and then back up to see Fury had vanished. Cloaking tech maybe. Peter thought as he scratched his head. I wonder if he's going to ask MJ next. What's her response gonna be? I should just ask, Peter mumbled to himself. Just as he was about to give her the heads up, Peter looked at his phone and realized that she texted him, Avengers Initiative. Why? N. Peter's eyes widened and he sent back a text, is a tall black guy with an eye patch there. MJ sent back another lightning-fast text, no, it's Natalie Rushman, Tony's secretary. Peter wiped his forehead, and thought, good, was beginning to think Fury wasn't human or had clones or something along those lines. He texted back, what do you want to do? MJ wrote back, sounds fun, the contract seems legit too. If you're in, I'm in. Peter laughed before texting, then I guess we're in. He then wrote her the same list of demands he gave to Fury and told her she should try to get something that she likes out of it. After MJ agreed, she texted, how did she vanish like that? Is Batman her teacher? Peter laughed and sent back, you know, I thought the same thing. After the two went to sleep the next morning they received their first text from Fury. They were to meet up at an abandoned parking structure that was for government employees only. Suiting up and web-slinging out, the two spider heroes made their way across N.Y, and once they got there, they realized that it was actually an underground base for one of SHIELD's hidden bases. They entered the elevator as instructed and pressed the buttons in the order described in the text. 744-353, it spells shield. Not very original, Peter commented as the elevator began moving. I think it's kind of funny, MJ said as they watched the elevator floor indicator drop below the lowest basement floor. The elevator continued to descend a total of 50 floors below the ground surface and opened up into a rather large facility. Peter and MJ stepped out of the elevator and looked around in amazement. The underground facility was rather spacious, with high ceilings and metallic walls so clean you could eat off of them. Scientists walked back and forwards carrying technology and discussing rather advanced theories. Armed agents walked around patrolling or goofing off on their breaks. While they gawked, a few SHIELD agents could be seen staring at them while talking softly to one another. As one would expect, it didn't take long for word to spread that two superheroes had arrived at their base. Within a few minutes, Fury showed up and greeted them before taking them to a large training room that looked a bit like a boxing ring. Inside that ring was the one, the only, Captain America. He was inside the ring fighting and training like there was no tomorrow when Fury called out to him, Captain. Chapter 20, Issue 20, Avengers Initiative Part 2. Peter walked in and watched as Steve punched through a bag filled with steel. The bag shook as it was ripped from its hinges and thrown into the wall, exploding in a spray of metallic bead-sized pellets. Peter nodded his head as he thought to himself, he does look a lot stronger than Steve from any incarnation I've seen before. Although he still has the looks of the MCU's Captain America. Steve turned around and looked at Fury before he asked, what, another mission? Peter walked up to him and held out his hand before gushing over one of his heroes, hi, big fan. Did you ever get a chance to punch the real Hitler? My dad and uncle used to tell stories of how my great-grandpa saw you in that show you put on to boost morale. He followed your work right up to before you rushed out to fight in the war. Peter then pulled out a pen and a picture that his great-grandfather took. It showed the moment when Steve was supposed to punch the actor playing everyone's most hated German leader. Steve started laughing as the memories of his past brought him joy, and after signing it he handed it back to Peter before saying, I haven't thought of that stupid act in a long time. Actually, after going out to fight, I really did end up punching the real Hitler. Unfortunately, an old foe showed up to save him before I could do anything else. So, your grandfather was a soldier in the fight. Anyone, I know. Peter laughed before he said, that would defeat the purpose of wearing a mask, Mr. Rogers. Please, call me Steve or Captain. Seeing as you're the new recruit Fury's been talking about, Steve replied and pointed to the ring. Care to try me out? Peter jumped into the ring and said, I think I'm more than a match for you. Steve laughed and said, you're right Fury, he really does hide his feelings behind his jokes. I wasn't joking, Peter said as he invaded Steve's space. Peter quickly looked to Fury who was grinning at him before turning back to Captain America and held his hands out in a boxing stance. Steve smiled as he mirrored the spider hero before the two started to fight. Peter stood still to test Steve's speed and began dodging with great accuracy, only moving an inch away from his attacks every time he avoided the World War II hero fists. Steve continued to change up his tempo in order to confuse Spider-Man. However, his spidey sense made him untouchable. Peter had to admit though, without his spidey sense he might have lost this sparring match. Steve's experiences were bountiful, and his fighting style impeccable, without waste. During the whole fight, Peter was absorbing all the tips Steve was putting out, just from looking. Seeing he was getting nowhere with boxing, Steve started to put in other martial arts into his assault. Peter smiled and countered with his own martial arts. The two then fought back for a while, trading punches and kicks, when all of a sudden, Peter managed to score a takedown and put Captain America in an armbar lock. Captain tapped the floor and as Peter let go and the two stood back up, point for me. How did you? Captain America was amazed. He had never been so thoroughly defeated before. Being the good guy that he was, Peter quickly explained, I have a danger sense of sorts. It alerts me to your real attacks. No matter how good you are with feints, you'll never be able to fool my senses. However, if not for the training I had with my master, my senses wouldn't have been good enough to keep up with you. Also, if we both fought for real and I suppressed my spider senses, then maybe you would have won. Peter held out his hand and said, I look forward to you being my instructor. I'm sure there is a lot for you to teach us. MJ hopped up into the ring and pounded her fist together before she said, my turn. I'm next. Captain America laughed as he once again experienced defeat. MJ also experienced how crazy good at fighting Captain America was. She could only compare him to Shang-Chi and noticed that he was just a little less experienced. The strength he had, however, was actually a bit stronger than the two of them and Shang-Chi. Peter asked what made him want to train his super muscles when Captain America said, actually during the war, I never really worked out. However, after being thawed out of the ice, I started working out to pass the time. At first, I didn't notice any change, but after a few years of continuing to do so, I could feel myself getting stronger. Peter nodded his head as he listened. It appeared this Captain America early release allowed him discovered the secret to his super muscles sooner than the ultimate Captain America. So, is there a way to remove that special sense while I train you? Steve asked. Yeah, I think so, Peter answered. Thanks to their symbiote's abilities they could indeed suppress their spidey sense, and after informing him that they'd done so, Steve's Spartan-like training began. The two were constantly being beaten up without the aid of their senses. Peter and MJ had to admit that it was hard to predict where Captain America would attack, and when they thought they figured him out, he switched up, and managed to deal a blow against them with ease. Thanks to Steve's regiment, they started to show signs of improvement only after sparring for 8 hours straight. The Spider couple felt like students again as Captain America schooled them with his years of wartime experience. When Steve noticed that they had a good healing factor, he pushed them even harder. After the physical and combat training, they began their education in spycraft by learning from the very elegant Black Widow, aka Natasha Romanoff. After reintroducing herself as a SHIELD agent, she began teaching them about the trade of her craft. Things such as hacking, infiltration, acting, and stealth tactics were drilled into their bodies and minds. The two soaked up the information like sponges and continued to go through this routine for a week. Even though they still couldn't defeat Steve while working together, their summertime was all used up and it was time for their planned vacation. MJ invited Harry and Liz to go out to the beach with them for the weekend while Peter invited Johnny to come and play as well. They rented a nearby hotel and told them they would spend some fun times together before school starts. The group agreed and spent the whole weekend playing on the beach. Harry and Johnny were the only ones who had their license, so they decided to take 2 cars. Peter and MJ rode with Johnny in case any spider-related issues popped up. With luck on their side, the group made it to the beach without any incident and met up Harry and Liz. When MJ saw Liz, she jumped into her arms with a hug and shouted, "Liz. It's so good to see you again." Liz laughed and replied by saying, "Sorry, MJ. I've been spending a lot of time with Harry recently." MJ questioned Liz about her hiding the fact that she was dating Harry relentlessly, and while the two started gossiping, Peter nudged Harry on the back with his elbow and said, "You should have told me too." Harry responded, "Sorry, I know Liz used to pick on you with Flash, I thought you wouldn't approve." Nah, that was all Flash the ass. Sure, she laughed, but it's not like she made fun of me as well, Peter said casually. Liz told me she felt bad about how she acted and said she wanted to better herself. One thing led to another, and we started dating, Harry said, defending his girlfriend. Peter laughed and asked, so, you like her? Harry nodded his head, a lot. Anyhow, are you going to introduce us to your friend there, Peter? Liz asked as she pointed to Johnny. Where are my manners? Peter stated before he held his hands out in a presentable manner and said, this is Johnny Storm, otherwise known as the Human Torch. Johnny held out his hand and shook the hands of the shocked Harry and Liz while saying, it's a pleasure to meet this nerd's friends. He's told me a lot about you too. It's a pleasure to meet you, Liz said as she shook his hands with a starstruck expression. Likewise, Harry said before he looked to Peter and stated, I guess you have two rich friends now. Peter laughed and said, I think I'll be joining that rich guy ranking pretty soon myself. MJ giggled as Harry and Liz looked at him with a strange appearance on their faces. He's telling the truth, we managed to sell some stuff to make our own money, MJ said as she laughed at their silly expressions. It's true, this guy made 150 grand from his first paycheck. I would know, my family was the one who gave it to him, and from what Pete told me about MJ's job, she isn't making much less, Johnny declared as he placed his arm around Peter's neck. Both of them went wide-eyed and slack-jawed as they looked at Peter and MJ like they were freaks. Close your mouths, the flies will get in, MJ said as she lifted Liz's jaw closed with her finger. MJ's too nice, I want to see Harry swallow a fly, Peter fake pouted as he crossed his arms. Sorry, Pete. It's just that it came as a surprise, Harry declared as he regained his composure. Oh, so this is what it feels like when best friends keep secrets. You are so taking me out shopping later, Liz demanded as she joined Peter in a fake pout. Ha ha ha. You guys are a riot. Now, if you'll excuse us ladies, we're going to go get changed, Johnny said hooked his arms around Peter and Harry before heading towards the changing rooms. The girls giggled and followed behind. After changing they all met up at the car. Peter, Harry, and Johnny all stared at the girls with red faces and open mouths. MJ was wearing a red two-piece bikini. Her body was toned, supple, and well-formed. MJ had the muscles of a top-of-the-line acrobat and showed it with every step she made. Peter couldn't take his eyes off of her, especially her bouncing breast. Liz, while not having any muscles, had a fit body and well-formed curves. Harry drooled a little as he saw her hips swaying. Man, I need to get a girlfriend at least twice as hot as your girls, Johnny said before sighing. Yeah, that's not gonna happen, Peter said with a goofy smile on his face. I agree with Pete on this one, no girls can compete with ours, Harry stated as he gave them a fist bump. Looking good, boys. Liz said as she looked over everyone. Johnny and Harry were only wearing swim trunks and sandals, while Peter was wearing a baggy gray t-shirt that hid most of his muscle. Harry was a bit more built than Peter remembered, though not nearly as much as Johnny. MJ growled as she looked at Peter and said, shirt, off. Peter sighed before he said, do I have to? MJ nodded her head as she responded, yep. Now, give me my eye candy. Liz and Harry looked a little puzzled while Johnny chucked at MJ's choice of words. Peter lifted the shirt revealing his sculpted abs and rock-hard muscles. Both Liz and Harry went wide-eyed and shouted in unison, when'd you get those? Peter scratched his reddened face as he said, MJ and I have been training together for about 10 months now. MJ ran her hand across Peter's abs and stopped at his pecs before saying, with these bad boys right here, Peter will never be picked on by a bully like Flash again. And you get to enjoy the sight too, Liz said with a little blush on her face. Harry felt a little jealous and decided to hit the gym more often when he gets back. Johnny shook his head and placed his hand over his forehead while he scanned beachside. Oh, pretty ladies. Here comes, Johnny. Everyone laughed as they watched the Human Torch dash out with a childlike grin on his face. Peter then yelled, hey, you're supposed to help us carry the stuff. To which the rest of the group responded by laughing harder. Peter carried their stuff with Harry and set up a nice little spot near the water. As the group enjoyed their vacation by tanning, playing ball, swimming, getting to put suntan lotions on their girlfriends, both Harry and Peter looked at peace as they watched MJ and Liz splashing the ocean water on each other. This is the best, Harry said with a goofy grin. I too agree, Peter responded while nodding his head. Me three, Johnny said before he took off laughing after dodging the angry boyfriend's wild swings. I still can't believe you know one of the Fantastic Four, Harry said as he watched Johnny approach a group of pretty girls. Peter shook his hand in front of his face and said, oh, no, he's not that special. Peter then laughed, making Harry lift a brow and ask, what? Peter chuckled before explaining what it was that he saw. Johnny strikes out again. Man, he has no talent for hitting on the ladies. He was bragging about his superhero identity, and they apparently didn't believe that he was the Human Torch, and here it comes in 3, 2, and 1. Like Peter predicted, Johnny activated his flame on ability. However, as a result, the ladies were now crowding around him in hordes. Had to rely on your name to pick up a girl. Peter shouted to embarrass Johnny, which he succeeded in. The first nightfall, they returned to their hotel in a joyous mood and tanned skin. The boys and girls slept in different rooms, of course. While the boys chatted about their hobbies and life goals, the girls gossiped about fashion and their boyfriends. They spent the weekend having fun the entire time. When it was the last night before school started, they all sat around the bonfire they made on the beach, enjoying each other's company while talking about various subjects. Johnny was bragging on how they fended off Galacticus and saved the world from being eaten when they suddenly noticed a girl in the distance that started screaming. Peter, MJ, and Johnny then looked to see a red-headed girl bursting into flames. They ran over to see none other than Angelica Jones, the original Firestar, manifesting her power. While Peter was in awe, Johnny suddenly shouted, "Calm down," as he entered his flame-on mode. Seeing Angel started to calm down, Johnny began coaching her on how to control her power to the best of his abilities. When she managed to land and withdraw the power into her body, MJ and Liz abruptly covered their boyfriend's eyes. She had burnt her clothes clean off and was standing in the nude. Angel was looking at her hands in amazement when Johnny quickly covered her with a towel with a flushed face. Peter was still shocked that he'd meet Angelica here of all places. In the ultimate timeline, it was Liz who transformed while on the beach. It appeared this was another major difference that he discovered in this world. Angel didn't exist in the Ultimate Universe, and once again the strange alienation of redheads continued in his previous life's entertainment industry, and Agent Jilka was wiped from their canon and her power given to a blonde preppy bitch. Even if Angel was the Ultimate Universe, she at the least remained as an unimportant character. Peter and the rest watched as Angel's friends had all ran away while calling her a demon, monster, and a freak. Even her boyfriend gave her a disgusted look when she found out she was a mutant. Peter sighed when she asked Johnny, "Are we the same?" Johnny then went on to explain that she was a mutant, rather than a mutate like himself. Liz showed a face of disgust for a moment, when Peter frowned and said, "Something bothering you, Liz?" "No. I mean, she's a mutant," Liz complained. Peter frowned from her response and said, "So what? Every living thing on this planet is a mutant. You, me, the plants, the animals, and all the life on this planet grows and evolves. The word mutant is nothing more than an explanation for evolution. If you're afraid of her, then what would you do if someday your child or grandchild mutates to become a powered person? Will you scorn them too? 'Cause I'd love to burst your bubble, Liz, but everyone has a dormant X gene within them. Only question is, when will it manifest?" Liz was taken aback by Peter's speech and forced to do some serious reflection, while Angel seemed to be thankful for his attitude, smiled at him. Peter didn't want to be a dick to Liz. He liked her much better in his universe rather than the ones he read about. He also knew that a lot of her thinking habits about mutants came from the influence of Liz's racist father. Angel gave Peter a gentle smile and said, "Thank you, Peter." Tears started to come out from Angel's eyes when MJ smiled and held Peter's hand and said, "Angel, how about you join us? I'm sure Liz won't mind you rooming with us." MJ glared a bit at Liz, and in response, the blonde nodded her head in acceptance and shame. Angel was reluctant but couldn't resist the pull of MJ's charisma. After spending some time with her and getting to know her, Liz started to see mutants were no different than herself and started opening up to Angel. Johnny was making googly eyes at her all night, which left Peter and Harry laughing as they teased him. Johnny gave Angel his number and address before they went to bed. That night a loud explosion of noise that shook their hotel room and tore off the wall that led to the ladies' bedroom. Peter, Johnny, and Harry heard the noise of the girls shouting in panic and shot out of their beds like bullets. The boys then dashed to their room to see Magneto floating outside the hotel. Peter knew he was in trouble because the two couldn't suit up in front of their friends, and both Johnny and MJ knew it too. Peter gave Johnny a nod and watched as he activated his flame on the form before taking Harry and Liz out of there as quickly as he could. Magneto attempted to stop him. However, Peter and MJ activated their suits before webbing him, flicking their arms, and pulled him towards the ground. Luckily Johnny was moving so fast that his passengers couldn't see their friends turn into superheroes. Just before Magneto hit the sandy beach grounds, he stopped and floated above a small disk of iron sand. Magneto then looked to Peter and MJ before saying, "That's odd, I wasn't expecting more mutants." Max Eisenhardt, otherwise known as Eric Laneshare, moved his vision to Angel before he held out his hand and said, "I was sent by your father. As a fellow member of the Brotherhood, I promise to take care of you should you ever uncover your powers." "You're not taking her anywhere, Grandpa." "And what's with the red drapes?" "Getting ready for Christmas," Peter teased. "Peter, I think that's supposed to be a cape," MJ followed up. Magneto's eyebrow twitched as he controlled a series of scraps and sent them after MJ and Peter to restrain them. However, Johnny had returned and melted them down to slag before it could get near them. "Good job, Johnny. I see you knew that heating a metal past a certain point removes any magnetic properties." "See, Sue was wrong about you." "You do study," Peter said with an impressed expression. That's right. Of course, I knew that. Johnny bragged to cover up his lack of knowledge. I don't think he knew about that, Spider-Man, MJ said as she shook her head. Way to ruin my groove, Spider-Woman, Johnny said as he slumped his shoulders forward and pouted. Eric growled before he raised his hands and made several dozen chains out of the iron sand around them. Lowering his hand, the chains shot out towards the group as if they had minds of their own. As they dodged, Peter was so glad Magneto was an idiot. If he had even half of the intelligence that he or Professor X had, then he would have been far more powerful than he ever realized possible. Magneto controls magnetics, the atoms that exist everywhere are held together by a magnetic field, and if he could manipulate an atom, then he would be like a god. Technically Magneto should be classified as an above Omega level mutant, but his failure to understand his own power was one of the biggest reasons he wasn't classified as such. If he mastered and fully understood it, the only beings that would be a match for him would have to be on the same level as Owen Reese, also known as Molecule Man. If there was one power Peter wanted to copy, it would be the one owned by Magneto. Peter stared down the villain and managed to rein in his emotions. Right now he couldn't even get close to him, much less subdue him and steal his power. Suddenly Johnny shouted, "Hey, Caped Badly. What if she doesn't want to go with you? Will you just leave already?" "Johnny, what is the Brotherhood of Mutants?" Angel asked with a curious expression. She had thought her father dead and knew nothing of his past. MJ sighed before she answered by explaining, "I've heard of the Brotherhood of Mutants. They're a group dedicated to the cause of mutant superiority over humans. Throughout its various incarnations, the Brotherhood's agenda gravitated towards either subjugating the human race to the will of mutants or eradicating humanity altogether." Peter grabbed his chin and said, "So, they're modern-day Nazis." Magneto looked like he was about to pop when he shouted, "We are not Nazis." Peter looked back at Eric and shouted, "Explain how you're not a Nazi. If any of what she says is true, then I completely disagree with you. Humans are humans, no matter the mutation or emerging power. A single change in our biology isn't the only thing that makes us the same species. You say you want to enslave mankind because you view all mutants as a superior species. Hitler thought the same thing about blonde-haired, blue-eyed people. You want to kill simply because some people are lacking the X gene. Well, I hate to break it to you, Gestapo, the Nazi Party thought the same thing about the Jewish. Face it, Magneto, you're a modern-day Nazi, and a hypocrite too if you think otherwise." The ground beneath them started to shake, achieving what Peter wanted to do, pissing him off so much that Zyver could locate them. Causing a small tremor like this was sure to alert the X-Men to what was going on. Chapter 21, Issue 21, Avengers Initiative Part 3. Peter and MJ shot out a line of concrete webbing as they jumped around. Magneto used sharp blades of metal shrapnel to slice their webs to shreds, but that didn't deter either Peter or MJ as they sent out their web lines to tag him again. Eric raised his hand and blocked the incoming webs with a wall of iron sand and sent the wave of that very same sand towards the heroes. Johnny shot off a blaze of white-hot fire that melted the steel around him. However, Magneto learned from his past mistake and kept the metals from overheating and losing their magnetic properties. Now, the trio of heroes had molten pieces of slag chasing after them. "Johnny, stop helping!" Peter shouted in an annoyed tone. "Relax, I got this," Johnny said, starting to cool the metals by absorbing the heat. Magneto took this opportunity to forge the metals into tempered steel swords that started chopping away and stabbing at them. "Johnny, stop helping!" MJ shouted with a frustrated expression. "Fine," Johnny shouted as he stopped messing with the metals and pouted. Peter was aiming to remove Magneto's helmet. Every web shot he aimed was directed towards the vibranium cap, and his persistence was starting to annoy Magneto. While Angel was staring at MJ and Peter, she mumbled with wide eyes, "Peter and MJ are Spider-Man and Spider-Woman." Peter shouted in his mind, "Damn it. I forgot about her, so much for the deny plan. Man, I suck at this whole identity-keeping jig." Magneto suddenly stopped and floated in place before saying, "Why do you interfere? Just let me take my fellow mutant way." MJ stood by her side as she asked Angel, "What do you want to do?" Angel looked back at Peter and MJ before she smiled at Johnny and said, "I don't want to go. I want to stay with my friends." "You heard her. Now be a well-behaved evil mutant hitter, and stay here until I say you can leave. Preferably in cuffs," Peter shouted, throwing off Eric's state of mind again. Magneto was so pissed off at Spider-Man he completely blacked out in a furious rage. Peter swore he could see the mutant villain's eyes glow red and emit a visible aura of hatred. Gulping at what he brought upon himself, Peter sent a message to MJ through the symbiote and told her to stall until Charles gets here. He can erase the memory of Magneto ever seeing our faces. "Guys, keep him here," Peter said aloud. "Why do we want him to stay? From what I've seen so far, this guy is kicking our butts. Wouldn't it be better to run?" Johnny asked while guarding Angel. "He saw our faces, dummy. While you parade your identity like some common sponsorship program, our identities need to stay secret. Our family isn't exactly superpowered. MJ said, flicking Johnny back in the head. Peter sent out his new and improved shock web technique, using his electrokinesis to power and coat the line of webbing. Magneto tried to block it with a plate of iron, but when the lightning-infused webbing hit, Eric felt himself lose control of the object and frowned as it fell to the ground. What did you just do? Magneto questioned. Electro, wait, that's none of your business. You're the bad guy. Why should I tell you? Peter shouted. He had used an electromagnetic pulse to scramble the frequency of the magnetic field surrounding the metal, although this trick wouldn't work on a Magneto that better understands his power. For now, it was good enough. Peter controlled the magnetic field and returned it to normal. But, he wasn't sure if he could keep this up for long. His control was and practice with his electrokinesis was rather lacking. Think of it like Magneto able to broadcast to one radio channel, and by Peter sending out his own and opposite radio wave, it scrambled and disrupted the overall wave. By repeating this method, the magnetics around the object Magneto tried to control become chaotic and uncontrollable for his current mastery of ferrokinesis. If Magneto did have good enough knowledge of his skill, he could just adjust and return the magnetic field to regain control, but Peter wasn't going to give him the time to figure that out. While he started shooting his lightning webbing and getting closer to Magneto, Peter managed to notice that Johnny was idling. Peter then growled and shouted, "Johnny, keep him from flying away." "Now I can do something?" Johnny asked with a look of surprise. MJ and Peter both shouted as they launched another line of electrified webbing, "Johnny, start helping. Johnny, stop helping. Johnny, start helping. Make up your minds already." The Human Torch shouted as he flew into the air and got behind Magneto. Peter slung his webs into the air and decided to go full Electro form. His suit suddenly flashed an azure blue color before it glowed like lightning. Peter then shot into the air with an insane burst of speed. At this moment, Peter's new energy form shocked Johnny. He thought back to how Peter used his powers when they were fighting for their lives in the negative zone and said, did he copy someone who had a power similar to mine? Peter shot past him and launched a lightning bolt that exploded into an EMP. Sensing danger, Magneto stood on a piece of metal and used it to launch himself out of the range of Peter's attack. Johnny, however, shot a huge blast of fire at his back. Magneto dogged the attack before he raised his hand and sent a minivan flying at Johnny. Peter flew by and continued to assault Magneto with blasts of electromagnetic pulses while Mary began shooting her electrified webbing at all the metallic substances surrounding Magneto. Peter grabbed the minivan Magneto was using as a projectile with a quickly webbed net. As the car safely lowered towards the ground, Magneto struggled to lift it back into the air. When the mutant villain was about to break Peter's by webbing by stretching toward the sky, MJ jumped on the top of the car while shooting webs around the ground and nearby trees. Spiderman then thanked MJ as he shot another blast of electricity at Magneto. Magneto grunted before he narrowly avoided the azure blue bolt that ran by the side of his face. Hey, that was somebody's car and from the looks of it a soccer mom. What are going to do if they can't drive home? MJ shouted as she was slowly getting the hang of using her electrokinesis. Magneto dodged the trio of heroes' continuous assaults with ease. Every time they got close to landing a hit, Magneto would maneuver or block with a pile of iron sand. What should I care for mundane things as these? Magneto said as he waved his hands pulling up dozens of cars from the parking lot. Peter growled as both he and MJ webbed them all to the ground while Johnny shot fire blast at him and shouted, seriously, do you think nothing of other people and their problems? Peter then blasted several E.M.PS in the air, forcing Eric to dodge by gaining higher altitude as he shouted, even if you're a mutant your behavior is simply unacceptable. What if the owner of this vehicle is poor and can't afford a new car? What if they camped out in their car and you just threw their home? Magneto's hand twitched as he said, why should I care for the lives of humans? I only care about mutants. What if they were mutants? MJ shouted as she shot her first electric blast. Magneto dodged it and actually hesitated. Peter saw this as a chance and attacked with the best weapon he had at his disposal, his mouth. Look at what you did to the hotel, someone put good money to build this, and I don't think their insurance covers mutant terrorist attacks. Peter could tell he was getting Magneto to lose focus, just a few more insults and he would completely lose focus. Look, Mutant Hitler, I think we got off on the wrong foot. Couldn't you, well, I don't know, contact her like a normal person? Magneto's eyes started to grow bloodshot, as Peter continued to berate him. Sorry, I forgot you don't consider yourself normal. So, let me rephrase that for you. Couldn't you contact her like a sane and civilized member of the human society? Like, couldn't you have gone to her house and knocked on her door, or even waited for her to come walking out the hotel the next morning and say, hey, I was your old man's friend. Wanna come to join my mutant Nazi group? Annoying bug. Magneto had finally lost it. He sent up every piece of metal he could in the area and readied it to be thrown at the trio of heroes. Peter grinned as he moved into position beside MJ and nodded. MJ's eyes widened as she received a telepathic message and nodded back. Peter then flew over to Johnny before saying, "We have to turn his attention out over the ocean and away from the public area." Johnny looked around and nodded his head before the two dashed off over the ocean. Magneto was no longer aware of his surroundings. He was solely focused on Peter when he suddenly shot out thousands of metallic constructs from smaller pieces of metal shrapnel to entire cars and even a few empty boats. Peter grinned as he and Johnny played defense. Peter was dodging through the tornado of debris by using his spider sense while webbing a massive net to catch all of the objects being thrown at them. "Hey Johnny, this stalker can't take a hint, can he?" Peter shouted as he ran off the surface of a car. Johnny did his best to avoid Magneto's attacks by following behind Peter and joined him in insulting the mutant leader. "Yeah, I get ya, Spider-Man. But you can't reason with a Nazi. Their heads are full of crap," Johnny quipped. "Shut up. Just shut up already," Magneto shouted at the top of his lungs. Peter continued to chide Magneto by saying, "No, maybe he's losing his mental faculties. After all, he is pretty old and is wearing his underpants on the outside. I'll kill you all," Magneto shouted as he unleashed all his power. Suddenly, a web line and a cone of microwave-type fire shot at Magneto's back. The mutant leader tilted his body back and waved his hand. A pile of debris managed to intercept the flames but not the web that struck his helmet. "Stay on my tail, Johnny," Peter shouted as he let his spider senses guide him through the storm of metal. A burst of light eclipsed the area as Peter switched to his flame-on form and quickly closed the distance between himself and the foe in front of them. Magneto turned around after he glared at the girls. Peter then acted. With a single yank of MJ's hand, she pulled his helmet off while Peter and Johnny slammed their fists into Magneto's face. Magneto shot back into the ocean and tumbled out onto the beach. Before he could act, Magneto suddenly felt his body slowly started to heat up thanks to Angel's microwave pulses. He quickly tried to run away and reform a metal disc to stand on when MJ appeared from behind and sent a burst of electrical webbing at his back. Johnny dashed in front of Magneto and punched him in the face, sending him flying backward. Peter then webbed Magneto's chest and pulled him into the air before slugging him in the jaw. Eric flew back towards the ground and crashed into the sand while Peter slammed into his gut with both of his feet. Eric coughed up a mouthful of air alongside a tooth that Peter's symbiote managed to grab and tuck away. "You think this enough to stop me?" Magneto shouted as he tried to gather his powers. However, when he reached out to the metal surrounding him, he couldn't feel them anymore. "What did you do?" Magneto shouted. "You feel that light electromagnetic current running across your flesh," MJ said as she continued to zap Magneto's back. Peter grinned as he patted Eric's head like he was a child and said, "It's disrupting your ability to control metals. Kind of like a skin-tight Faraday cage." What do you plan on doing me now?" Magneto questioned, still stunned by the fact he got beaten by a group of kids. "Right now, I want you to go to sleep," Peter shouted as he punched Magneto again, and this time, he managed to knock him out. With Magneto out cold, Peter ran to his hotel room and grabbed a pair of power suppressant cuffs he had been working on for months now, and returned to place them around Magneto's hands. He really had to thank his little trip to the Renew Your Vows Universe's Peter for giving him a pair to study. "Good job, guys," Peter shouted as he looked around and started to clean up the mess. Johnny flopped down and complained, "Why are you doing that?" "I'm bushed." Peter grinned and sent out his symbiote to recover Johnny's stamina before saying, "Now you have no excuse." Johnny grumbled and said, "Sure, and this way you can improve your own power at the same time." "Hey, you get better at controlling your own power as well, so why are you complaining?" Peter shot back. MJ laughed at the boys bickering and started to join when Angel walked up to MJ before asking, "Can your suits really help people learn to control their powers?" MJ nodded her head and said, "Yeah, I haven't tried it out yet though." Realizing she could barely control her powers, Angel looked to MJ with a pleading expression as she asked, "Can I try? I mean, I want to help clean up the place too." MJ mulled over and decided that since Peter could use the flame-on ability, it might be a good idea to help her symbiote overcome its weakness to fire. What MJ didn't know was that by letting Angel wear the symbiote, she was doing more than just helping her master her powers. MJ was also fixing the genetic fault in her mutant genome. Angel's power was a two-way street, a double-edged sword since her ability to control microwaves also gives her cancer. But with the symbiote Spiderling's help, the gene was altered so that she also became immune to the radioactivity her mutant power generates. Peter took the time to make sure he called the X-Men, but after several missed calls, Peter got the message that no one was going to pick up. "Oh boy, I hope the mansion hasn't blown up again," Peter thought as started dragging in the net he made over the ocean. While Peter pulled in all the wreckage, Johnny took care of any repairs that required engine work or intense flames. The spider couple took care of the dents like it was magic. With their super suction power, they could remove any dent. Johnny made that painfully obvious when joked about them making their own dent-removing business. Many citizens, who were already alerted to the situation, crowded around the group and helped out the heroes. It was mostly the people at the beachside hotel, but even a few neighbors chipped in as well. MJ and Peter continued to patch up what they could with concrete webbing to fix any holes in the road or walls of buildings, and afterward, they used their electrokinesis to pinpoint metals on the beach and place them in a pile for Johnny to melt down and repair where needed. Once they had all the raw materials, Peter and MJ used their symbiotes to rebuild and repair any structural damage done to the surroundings. When everything was said and done, almost 4 hours had passed. The place wasn't perfect, but it was close to it. When Magneto woke up, he felt that his powers had disappeared before he shouted, "What did you do?" "Relax, your powers are only sealed temporarily. I can't have you remembering our faces. Once Charles arrives and wipes that image from your mind, we'll be on our way," Peter said before sighing in disappointment. "I see. So, I really lost this time," Magneto lamented. "All that power and such misplaced usage on responsibility. You know, if you tried to do something creative with your powers, you'd be capable of incredible things. Did you know you could leave this planet to terraform Mars and other similar planets with your power? You could build entire cities, help create a positive image for mutants, and even make your own resources. If you really cared for mutants, you could have run away and made another home far from any normal person. Somewhere no one could harm another mutant again," Peter explained as he thought of a certain what-if scenario from his previous life. Magneto was stunned. He never thought of using his power to terraform an entire planet, but after hearing that all it would take was for him to magnetically charge certain metals around the core of Mars, he would have created his own utopia, where war wasn't needed. "Magneto, I know somehow, some way you'll escape wherever they imprison you because you're powerful, far stronger than you realized. Everything, in reality, is made with atoms, and every single one of these atoms is held together by magnetic fields. You could do far more than terraform a world. With the right application of your power, you could create a world of your own. A paradise just for you and your kin," Peter continued to lecture the villain. Magneto was making quite the face, confusion, regret, and disappointment in himself when Peter said, "But what did you do with all that power? You chose to abuse it, bring harm to others, and ruin innocent lives. You become so set in your ways that you are blind to any other possibilities and all the suffering you inflict upon others." Peter said this one last thing to Magneto before they finally heard the sound of the Blackbird jet approaching. "Listen, Magneto, a non-powered mutant human that you hate so much, who is also my parent, lives by a certain code I chose to live by myself. A code I hope that every human can live by someday. With great power comes great responsibility." Although it's just a simplified quote from the French Enlightenment writer, Voltaire, it rings true to its statement. Magneto couldn't believe he was being lectured by a kid when a group of the X-Men showed up expecting the worst-case scenario. There was Wolverine, Cyclops, Jean, Gambit, Rogue, and Nightcrawler. Everyone was geared up and ready to fight. However, to their surprise, Magneto had already been defeated and the place had been cleaned up. Peter waved his hands. "Hi guys, what took you so long?" Jean walked over to Peter and said, "Your minds, I can't read them. It's like a wall has been put up. I can't even see your mental barrier anymore." "We got our suits upgraded," Peter stated as he pointed to his head and continued by asking, "Can you do us a favor? I don't care if you let him keep the memories of our meeting, fighting, and talking. But can you scrub the image of our real faces from his mind? If that's too much to ask, could you blur it or put a mosaic over it?" Jean smiled and said, "I think Professor could do something like that. But, did you really take out Magneto?" Peter looked around to the rest of the group. "The 4 of us did together. Go Team Spidey." "Oh, we are so not calling ourselves that," Johnny and Angel shouted. "Okay, then you got anything better?" MJ and Peter stood side by side and crossed their arms. "Stormtroopers!" Johnny exclaimed. Angel and the rest looked at him with a bland expression before saying, "That's taken." "How about the Amazing Friends?" Angel said with a beaming smile on her face. "How about the Amazing Spider-Friends?" MJ said, making them laugh. "So Fire Girl, decided on a superhero name yet?" Peter asked with a curious expression. Angel nodded her head before she answered, "I'm thinking Firestar." The X-Men look at them like, "These are the kids who beat Magneto." "Are you kidding me?" Peter saw Rogue checking Magneto's body. "How come he's so compliment?" "What's the matter, Magneto? I thought you'd be raising hell." Magneto rolled his eyes and looked away from the party of heroes. Peter then turned to Rogue and said, "Those cuffs he's got on are a gift. If you can figure out how they work, you can find a way to suppress your ability just by wearing an accessory. I could make you one, but Hank can easily replicate it." Rouge's jaw dropped as she looked to Magneto, who couldn't use his powers. "Is it true? Are these cuffs really suppressing his mutant gene?" "Yep, it's true," MJ confirmed as she put one around Rouge and gave her a hug. Rouge was surprised by the skin-to-skin contact before she began to cry. She didn't have to give up her powers, and now she had a way of controlling it. After chatting with the X-Men and watching them load Magneto onto the Blackbird, Peter then smiled under his mask and webbed into their rooms before grabbing their baggage. Once he returned to everyone's side, Spider-Man joking panted and said, "I'm exhausted. Johnny, lead us to where our friends are, let's go home." Johnny picked Peter up by his hand and Angel carried MJ. They flew away. After they got out of view they undid their outfits and reunited with their friends. Johnny had placed them in the nearest town and they spent the whole night worrying about their friends. Liz and Harry thanked Johnny and Angel for saving her best friends by hugging him. "Nah. It's my job to save normies like these two," Johnny said as he gave his superpowered friends a wink. "Car jockey," Peter said, sticking his tongue out at Johnny. "Nerd," Johnny replied. The two bumped heads when Johnny stated, "You are so gonna get your butt hooped on M.C the next time you visit the Baxter building. Please, your game is still too weak to defeat me. I'm undefeated in Mario Kart. Not even Reed's flexible fingers can touch my record time." Peter flipped off Johnny. After seeing them loosen up, Liz actually laughed. "How can you two act like this, after what happened today?" Peter and Johnny smiled. "Well, Pete's been to our place before, and he's experienced what it's like to have a superhero as a best friend. So, explosive situations like the one we just experienced are the norm for him." MJ smiled and said, "And we were saved by Spider-Man once." Liz and Harry looked at them and said back in unison, "You too." Peter pulled out his phone and showed a picture of the other world Spider-Fam waving with them and the rest of their family. The two thought it was a little strange that they seemed bigger than what they remembered, but attributed that to the stress they were under when they were getting mugged. "How come you didn't tell me?" Liz and Harry shouted. "We could ask you the same thing, we knew that you guys were dating for a while," Peter and MJ responded. "You guys already knew," Harry said, looked a bit ashamed. "We saw you two while we were on a date," MJ replied. "How come you didn't say anything?" Liz asked. "Because we figured you'd two tell us when you were ready," Peter answered with a smile on his face. Peter heard the Blackbird flying back when he then said, "Let's go back to the hotel, and call a cab, and go home. I'm beat. How about you guys?" Everyone else suddenly said, "I agree." Angel then looked at Johnny and grabbed his sleeve before she asked, "Hey, can I come and stay at your place?" Chapter 22, Issue 22, Avengers Initiative Part 4. "Can you come home with me?" Johnny shouted with a red face as he repeated Angel's question. "I live with my aunt, and well, let's just say that she's not exactly a fan of mutants," Angel explained with a downcast look. Everyone looked to Johnny with a "do it, or we'll kill you" expression, and watched as he said, "Well, I don't mind. We have plenty of rooms in the Baxter building, and you could stay there until you're ready to tell your aunt. I'm sure Sue would love to have another girl in the building. And I'm sure you won't mind either," Peter declared, winking at the two of them and causing Angel to blush and MJ to smack him in the back of the head. After driving back, the group said their farewells, split up and waved goodbye while being dropped off at their houses. Peter and MJ went to bed that night, and thought of the scholarship money they would be making when they went back to school. However, they had no idea what they were in store for. Peter woke up the next morning and got dressed for school. After petting the Bamf on the head and giving him breakfast, Peter dashed out of the house and met up with MJ, Harry, and Liz at the bus stop. On the way to school, they talked about their experience at the beach and what happened after. MJ and Peter managed to convince them that the Spider Heroes and the X-Men showed up to save the day and that the reason they didn't meet up sooner was that Johnny dropped them off at a different location. When they arrived at Midtown High, they were walking through the halls going towards their lockers when Flash showed up, and as usual, he did try and bully Peter. However, when he saw Liz hanging her arm around Harry's elbow, the veins on Flash's forehead almost popped when he shouted in anger, "Well, well, well. Liz, I didn't think you'd be hanging around puny Parker and his loser friends." Peter opened his locker door and sighed before saying, "Don't you get tired of this, Flash? I mean, what does bullying even do for you? What is so wrong in your life that you have to do this every time we meet? Daddy not giving you enough love, or maybe you just feel the need to crap on everyone around you because your life sucks?" Flash's face turned red in anger. "Watch yourself, Parker." Peter grinned and moved over in front of him and said, "Or what? You'll hit me. Come on, Flash, do it. Let's see how much money your family willing to spend on the lawsuit. I'll charge you with assault and sue your ass. Come on, Flash, let's go." Peter had had enough. He couldn't beat Flash up, but he could threaten him now that he had some money to throw in his face. "Go ahead, we'll take this to court, we'll hire a lawyer, and get this finally done with. 'Cause I'm sick of your shit, and I'm not going to put up with it anymore." Peter huffed before he started taking books from his locker and glared at Flash. Flash almost choked on his own spit as the whole crowd stared him down. Flash growled as he pointed his finger at Peter and said, "SSS, shut up. You're not worth it." Flash then looked back at Harry and Liz before saying, "What a shame, I thought you had better taste. The only shameful thing here is you, Flash." The saddest part of it all is that you can be something special, but you waste your time doing stupid things like this, for stupid reasons. Get your shit together and leave me and my friends the hell alone. Peter shouted out with a serious look on his face. Everyone who was standing in the hallway was completely silent when somebody said, "Amen." The kids broke out cheering and shouting praise when Peter slammed his locker shut and walked off to class, leaving a stunned and speechless Flash. MJ followed behind him, and with a worried expression, she asked, "Something wrong today?" Peter shook his head. "No, I'm just tired of going to school here. I wouldn't mind if we had some good teachers or something new to learn, but all I feel like I'm doing is wasting time." Peter rubbed his hands back and forth through his hair in frustration and sighed as he entered the homeroom class. He picked a seat next to MJ and placed his head on the table. Waiting for the insufferable school day to end, he decided to try and sleep. Shortly after the bell rang, the teacher entered the classroom and MJ shook Peter while saying, "Peter, wake up. You're not going to believe this." Peter opened his eyes and his jaw hung open. Standing before them was none other than the agent of SHIELD, Natasha Romanoff herself. She was standing at the teacher's desk and staring at Peter and MJ with a very attractive smile. Everyone in the classroom was chatting about how beautiful and young she was when she stood in front of the chalkboard and wrote her cover name while she said, "Good morning students, I'm your new teacher Laura Mathers." Black Widow smiled at the two wide-eyed Spiders heroes in the classroom, and if Peter didn't know any better, he could have sworn that he saw her smile before she continued her introduction. "I'm new to Midtown, so, please, treat me well." Some of the kids in the class laughed when held her hand up to silence the children, which oddly worked for some reason, and Natalia then said, "We also have some new students transferring in from a few different places, and a student returning after being absent for a year." The door opened as a group of people entered that made Peter and MJ go wide-eyed. "Please introduce yourselves to the classroom please," Natalia asked. A young handsome boy, with shoulder-length blonde hair, came up to the front of the class wearing a gray long-sleeve shirt, blue jeans, and sneakers. "My name's Danny Rand. It's a pleasure to meet you all, and I hope we get along in the future. A famous philosopher once said, a healthy mind is nurtured by the teachings of his peers and mentors like a plant, and I hope I can look forward to absorbing such teachings." A few guys called him weird and mean names, and a lot of the girls were staring at his looks and body while drooling. The jealousy from the men in the class was really focused on him. Peter almost laughed. "Yep, that's Iron Fist," he thought as the next person came forward. "My name's Angel Jones. I had some personal stuff happen which led to me transferring here. I hope we can get along." Seeing Peter and MJ in the crowd, she waved her hands at them, drawing all the eyes in the room on them. Angel was dressed in a skirt, white leggings, and a long-sleeve black Go Spidey shirt that had half of Spider-Man and Spider-Woman as logo around her breast. Both MJ and Peter blushed at their friend wearing spider-hero apparel and tried their hardest not to burst into laughter. Next up was a 6-foot well-built black man with a yellow muscle shirt and baggy short cargo pants. He had a strong physique and a handsome face that many girls in the classroom were blushing over. "My name is Luke Cage. I was transferred here from Harlem High, and I like basketball, hanging with friends, and I'm pretty passionate about science." Luke being the same age as Peter didn't surprise him, based on how old Danny was and how old his future wife is. Speaking of his future wife, Peter was completely blindsided by the next student to walk through the homeroom doors. "Hi, my name is Jessica Campbell. I was in a coma for 2 years, Jessica declared with a lot of lethargy in her tone. Jessica had long pinkish red hair and crystal clear blue eyes. She was wearing her brother's hand-me-downs, so they looked really baggy on her. The clothes she wore were a red t-shirt with a checkered flannel long-sleeve button-up shirt over it, long blue jeans on that were rolled up to her ankle, and a backward baseball cap on top of her head. Once she stood with the rest of the new students, Natalia told them to take their assigned seats. MJ waved to Jessica, and when the two's eyes met, a bit of happiness could be seen in Jessica's eyes. "MJ, you know her?" Peter whispered. MJ frowned before answering. "Yeah, Peter, don't you remember that time I got interested in journalism?" Peter nodded his head and noticed that a girl that looked a bit like Jessica did exist in his memories. However, that girl had short black hair, was constantly covered in gothic attire, and thick makeup. Suddenly, the image he had in his mind slowly merged into the girl he saw today. Peter had no idea that the girl MJ constantly called Belle was actually Jessica Campbell. She was the president of the school journalism club, and she went through many different looks during their junior high years. "That's Belle. Oh wow, I feel like crap. I'm a bad friend," Peter almost shouted. Jessica walked up to them and said, "Hey, been a while, Red." She tried to smile, but Peter could still see her trying to cope with her loss over her parents' death. For her brother, their parents been dead for over 2 years, but for her who just woke up a few days ago, it was still new. Jessica sat down next to her, the two started talked for a bit. When class started, Peter sent a message to MJ through the symbiote. "Hey, do you know Jessica's brother?" MJ looked at Peter and sent back her answer. "No, he was in college that was out of state when Jess and I became friends, so I never got to meet him." Hell, I didn't want to meet him either. He was the one who made it so the hospital wouldn't accept visitors other than direct family. Belle said that she didn't get along with her brother because he had issues with their mother. I guess the tension between the siblings was so bad that Belle never even told me his name. Peter believed that there was more to why Phil had chosen to do what he did when he suddenly idea as he thought, someone with a grudge against their parents maybe. He was trying to keep her safe from someone or something. Not to mention his change from Campbell to Jones, looks like Spidey Detective should investigate this case. Angel ran over to Peter and MJ giving them a hug and introducing herself to Jessica. Flash, who was sitting in the back, dropped his jaw and thought, how come puny Parker always has such beautiful women surrounding him? Angel sat down across from Peter and MJ and told them what happened after Johnny brought her home. Sue, because of being a few months into her pregnancy, acted very irrational towards Johnny when asked if she could live with them. Sue thought he did something unbecoming to her and begged for her not press charges. To which Angel replied by laughing before she cleared up the situation. After showing them her powers and telling them what happened, they gladly let her live with them. Of course, Sue made sure to give her the room across from hers and read. Reed was very interested in her powers and began studying her abilities. Angel didn't mind because she wanted to know more about her own power as well. With Sue helping him, the fantastic couple managed to discover information on her powers in great detail and even gave her an unstable molecule suit so she wouldn't have to worry about running around naked after using her fire form. Luke Cage and Danny sat next to each other, began talking. It appears that they are already good friends. Maybe they met up before this, Peter thought. He then turned to Jessica and said, "Hey, Belle. It's been a while. Glad you're back from Dreamland." Jessica lifted a brow as she tried to recall who Peter was, and when she realized it was the same nerdy kid who used to hang around MJ, her eyes widened as she said, "Pete. Is that you?" "Yep, the one and only. Unless I've been replaced by a Peterbot or a Skrull. Which I don't think I have." "So, how are you doing?" Peter asked with an innocent look on his face. Jessica winced at the bad jokes. They used to talk about Doombots and which elected officials they suspected of being Skrulls when they were kids. Just recalling it embarrassed her. "If it makes you feel any better, I've walked more than a few miles in your shoes. I know what it feels like to lose your parents. If you ever want to talk about it, just let us know." Peter pointed to him and MJ. "Thanks, Peter, it's good to see you again, Red." Jessica nodded her head but didn't say anything else. She just stared off into space for most of the day. "You too, Belle," MJ responded before sighing. Peter sighed as well. He knew that it would take time to numb this mental scar, but he still felt terrible. The accident happened almost a year before he was bitten in this timeline, and now he was sure she had her powers. The chemicals mixed with the radiation created by the visit from Galactus activated her powers. The healing just took a long time. Jessica had awoken from her coma months ago and was catching up on her schoolwork while her brother hid her from the public. However, she didn't seem to mind. Staying busy with something like her schoolwork was the only thing keeping her sane. Thanks to her hiding from dealing with the trauma of losing her parents, Jessica managed to catch up on her schoolwork. But during the whole rehabilitation process, her brother was constantly worrying about her health. Jessica wasn't getting any sleep these days, and he thought that she might hurt herself, but it wasn't what he thought it was. Jessica was testing the limits of her new powers. She didn't feel tired or worn out until the third night, and with that information, Jessica spent 3 days awake with only 4 hours of sleep needed to start studying. Peter waited for the class to an end before he should start asking questions. When the bell rang, Natalia asked Peter and MJ to stay for a while so they could talk. Once the classroom emptied, Natalia then smiled at them and said, "Now my students, admitted you missed me." MJ turned to Peter and said, "I think your personality is rubbing off on her." "I have that effect on people," Peter replied, throwing his hands up in a whatever gesture. Natalia then gave them a serious expression before she said, "Your mission is to help train Luke Cage, Danny Rand, and Angelica Jones so that they are combat ready. We need you to make sure that they are able to handle being a superhero that can perform as well as you too. They're future S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, so I expect you to perform your jobs like professionals and train them right." By this, she meant that keep them from destroying city property while saving the day. "Why do we have to train them?" MJ asked before she tilted her head in confusion. "You've been using S.H.I.E.L.D. resources to train you, nothing wrong with giving back a little. Is there?" Natalia declared with a knowing grin. "Okay, but the resources we've used don't add up to that big of a paycheck." "Heck, I could pay it myself," Peter said while he crossed his arms and frowned. Natalia pulled out a piece of paper and handed it to Peter. Taking it, he read it over and almost crushed the document in surprise as he questioned, "Is Fury serious?" Natalia nodded her head in affirmation. "Okay, you win, Fury." "Not even I would be dumb enough to pass this up," Peter said, looking at the outline of what he had been offered. Chapter 23, Issue 23, Avengers Initiative Part 5. Everything he needed for his nanobot project was inside the folder Natalia gave him alongside their price. Originally he thought he would have to use his grant money to build his personal suit, but the adamantium, vibranium, and several other rare elements he needed were crazy expensive. However, thanks to what Fury had offered him, he could start building straight away. Peter read over the contract and said, "Why is Fury such a good leader? Why do you think I chose to work for him?" Natalia interrupted Peter, mid-sentence. Peter replied with, "I was gonna say no at all, but yeah, he's not half bad as a leader either." Peter had checked over the contract and was presently surprised by what Fury had offered. He was helping him in a lot of ways. For one, besides Avenger work, the contract entailed that Peter's position in SHIELD was restricted to mostly training future agents. Fury even managed to hide how and what he was paying Peter with, so he didn't have to worry about a paper trail. Peter smiled as he put the paper down. "Well, I agree to these terms." Natalia gave a confident chuckle before she said, "Smart. Fury mentioned that you were worth investing in, not your technology, but you. And now I can see why." Natalia then handed them a key card to the SHIELD base they've been training at and informed the two, "These are your passes to the base, they'll meet you there after school. Oh, and Peter, you shouldn't think about graduating early just yet. I think you'll find the higher education classes this year are really special." Peter lifted a brow when he asked, "Could you do me a solid?" "Depends what you're after," Natalia answered. Peter wrote down some information and handed it over to Natalia. "I need some information on this thing right here." Natalia read the note and nodded her head before she said, "I'll contact Fury and update you if and when I get the info." Peter thanked her then left the room. When he reached the classroom for advanced science, Peter's eyes went wide as he discovered that instead of the usual teacher Midtown High had, there was none other than Dr. Otto Octavius standing at the front of the class. Wait a minute. This school doesn't have the kind of cash that could attract a genius like Doc Ock. Did SHIELD arrange this? Peter thought before he took a long good look at him and realized this wasn't the Ultimate Series Dr. Octavius, but his resemblance was a perfect match for the new Spider-Man video game that came out just before he died. In that world, Osborn and Otto were partners that had a falling out. After going his own way and leaving the company, they started working together. That version of him started surviving off of grants and projects from random conglomerates. To help Peter out a little, SHIELD offered him a big paycheck to teach at a midtown high school. At first, Otto thought something was strange about the deal, but after his lawyer went over the contract with him and neither of them discovered anything of the ordinary, he decided to take the deal. Oh God, please don't end up as a villain in this world. Peter thought before he gulped and took a seat beside MJ. Looking around the room, Peter noticed that Angel was in the Genius Program class as well. Peter didn't know it yet, but this universe's Angel was a very bright student in her own right. There were only a few other kids in the classroom that met the standard for geniuses of their age, but Peter didn't really care about that. He was looking forward to learning from a brilliant mind like Dr. Octavius. Even though he was a villain in most of the comics, he was considered to be one of the most intelligent people on the planet. The class began and quickly drew in Peter's full attention, and after several minutes of listening to the teacher talk, Peter only had one word for Otto: genius. Peter couldn't get enough as he continued to write notes as fast as he could. MJ was into it as well, and Angel seemed to be struggling to keep up. Otto was informing the class about neural pathways and how to connect them to mechanical devices. He even discussed the development of his famous psionic metal. This wondrous element could allow one to program metals to respond to human brain waves. He hadn't figured it out yet, but he already picked a name for it: ferrokintinum. Ferrous, kinetic, titanium alloy. Looking at the formula, Peter felt an explosion going off in his head as new ideas for his inventions kept expanding. The next class surprised him as well, because it was Curtis Connors teaching his class. Luke was in this class as well. Doc Ock, and now the Lizard. What's next? The Green Goblin teaching home economics. Peter thought as he sat down in his seat. He saw that the Curtis was indeed missing an arm, but showed no signs of reptilian behavior. Like the previous class, Peter found Connors' teachings to be amazing. The entire time Peter stayed in a fascinated state, he couldn't help but enjoy what he was learning. As a previous geneticist, Peter was deeply interested in this class. He even managed to use some of his research from his past to help and surprise Curtis. The most interesting thing they discussed was AI-operated CRISPR, targeted genome editing, which would become a whole new era in molecular biology. The development of efficient and reliable ways to make precise, targeted changes to the genome of living cells is a long-standing goal for biomedical researchers, and from the looks of it, Curtis had almost perfected the art. However, it was missing many things and was looking to be more trouble than helpful. Peter thought of his nanobots that would work in a similar form. The thing he was building was a mechanical version of what his symbiote was capable of. If they could figure this out, they could effectively cure cancer and even regrow limbs by altering their genetic code. Peter smiled as he began compiling his notes while thinking, New Technologies is a place I definitely need to look at in the future. New Technologies was the place where they perfected cloning technology and was the most advanced genetic lab in the USA. It was also the home base of one of Spider-Man's most deadly and fearsome foes, the Jackal. His next few classes were also at college and university level, so it only made him happier to discover that the stuff he was learning could be put to use almost right away. It appeared Peter's sense of boredom and feeling of wasting his time at this school had really come to an end. After school, instead of directly heading over to the SHIELD base, Peter told MJ they were going to follow Jessica for a while. MJ looked puzzled when Peter mentioned, "I think that her parents' death wasn't an accident. The things you mentioned about her brother sound like he was trying to protect her. Do you think she's in trouble?" MJ asked with a worried expression. "I don't know, that's why we're following her," Peter answered as they ducked into an alleyway before they jumped out the other side in costume. As they swung from building to building, Peter and Mary Jane watched over Jessica's every move. When they noticed her duck into an alleyway, MJ's jaw dropped as she saw Jessica jump up and fly towards the Brooklyn Bridge. Jessica was screaming as if she couldn't control it while saying, "I'm so stupid." Needless to say, Peter and MJ immediately made their move. The two webbed out and tried to catch up with her, and as they swung at full speed, the two spider heroes noticed that Jessica was heading straight towards the Brooklyn River. Just before she fell in, Peter managed to web up her ankle and say, "Whoa there. Need a hand?" Hanging on his web, MJ couldn't help but laugh at the fact that Jessica looked like a kite on a string. "People kites are real," Peter declared with a jeer that made MJ slap him in the back. "Ow." Peter whined before he said, "You wanted to laugh too, I know it." MJ rolled her eyes and pulled Jessica closer to them as she said, "Just calm down. If this is your own power then you can control it, but before you can even do that, I need you to calm down." Jessica took a deep breath and felt her body start to drop towards the rooftop. "Oh shit, oh shit, oh sure TT." Jessica ceased her flight entirely and started to fall towards them. In response, MJ jumped up and grabbed her out of the air. When they landed she looked at MJ and Peter in their costumes and shouted, "You're Spider-Man and Spider-Woman." Apparently, even though she'd only been awake for a few months, she had already discovered and became fans of the two spider heroes. "Hi, I'm Jessica. Can I have your autograph?" Jessica declared as she pulled out a pen and paper from her backpack. Peter started laughing when MJ gave him a pinch and forced him to sign it as well. "Nice to meet you, Jessica," MJ said as she gave her pen back. "OMG, Spider-Woman called me by name," Jessica said with a gushing expression that made MJ embarrassed. "I see you're a powered person that's just discovered your powers recently. Am I right?" Peter questioned her. Sorta, it's been almost a year and I still don't have a hang on my abilities," Jessica informed. A smile crept across Peter's face before he said, "We're off to go train with some future heroes. If you want, you can join us." MJ looked to Peter and asked, "Are you sure Fury won't get pissed?" "Who cares, Jessica here needs help, and as long as we don't divulge the location of the base, then he shouldn't mind," Peter replied while using his webbing to make a quick blindfold for Jessica. Peter then held it out to her before he asked, "So wanna learn how to control your powers?" Jessica's mind was reeling with the fact Spider-Man offered to train her when Peter held up a finger and said, "Offers going once, twice." "Yes," Jessica shouted. She wanted to be trained to control her power more than ever. She didn't want to lose anyone else in her life, and if training can help her protect the ones she loves, then Jessica was more than willing. She took the blindfold and placed it over her face while MJ picked her up and carried her to the facility. After arriving, Peter went off to tell Fury that he had an extra member joining and MJ showed her around. Peter entered into an empty room with only a single screen that displayed Fury was sitting in his chair. The one-eyed spy looked at Peter with a frustrated expression when he was told they brought someone to the SHIELD base. However, after explaining the situation, Fury sighed in acceptance before he said, "Per Agent Romanoff's request, the file I'm downloading to your phone is all I managed to uncover about her parents' activities." "Thanks, Fury. This'll be a big help." "So, I take this as a yes, Peter, she can join the training," Peter declared. "That Jessica kid you brought with you, can you handle her?" Fury asked with a serious expression. "Jessica will be fine. Now about that other thing I asked you for." Fury sighed and said, "It will arrive once you complete your assignment with the rest of the materials." Peter smiled and left the room after succeeding in obtaining the element he desired. Adamantine, different from adamantium, it is described as the metal of the gods. Adamantine is golden in color and has several mystical properties such as preventing both psychic and magical influences, as well as the ability to deflect massive blasts of concussive energy. The only problem was how rare it is. Peter only asked for a fist-sized piece, but even that was pushing it a little too far, so, with no other choice he would have to settle for half the desired amount. When he arrived at the training center Peter saw everyone but Jessica in superhero gear. Feeling a little left out, Jessica had cut eye holes out of the blindfold and was wearing that over her face. Peter smiled as he saw MJ coaching them like a drill sergeant and was sparring with them all while beating them down. When they saw Spider-Man enter the room they all stopped and saluted him, making Peter laugh. "Okay, at ease. Listen up. Every day, Spider-Woman and I will be teaching you the basics of combat and spycraft. If you already have martial training, good for you, but that doesn't excuse you from the lessons. You still have to take part in learning new martial arts and methods of warfare. If you have powers, I want you to describe them to the best of your capabilities and write down training ideas to help you expand and improve on them. If you're not creative enough to improve, then you must come up with at least 3 effective ways to use your power in a different manner. In other words, homework. Peter pointed to Jessica and said, she's just discovered her powers, and as you can see, she has no idea what she is capable of. Peter faced the whole group and said, tell what your monikers are, and give me a brief description of your abilities. Powerman. Invulnerable skin and super strength. Firestar. I can control radio waves and ignite them. Iron Fist. I can control chi, and summon the Iron Fist, which was gained from the strength of an immortal dragon. Jewel. I know I'm strong, fast and can fly. I don't know how tough I am, but not even a knife can cut my skin. I also heal slowly, but no matter how bad the damage is, I always recover. Jessica was referring to the time she first super jumped. She landed against a large rock and broke a few ribs. However, after waking up the next day, the bones had mended but remained fractured. It took her a total of 3 days to heal the life-crippling wounds completely. Peter thought of the time that Iron Man and Vision attacked her during the Civil War arc. She had a damaged spine and neck, a detached retina, and a broken nose. Yet, all of that damage healed a few days later, so Jessica's healing factor could be considered to have high effectiveness with a slow rate recovery. Peter then stood forward and said, good, now that you know each other a bit better, I'm going to point out all of your weakness. Peter pointed to Powerman and waved his finger at him. You're up, Powerman. I hope you live to regret this. Luke said as he charged at him. Peter easily dodged and hopped on his shoulders. You know, it took me a while to think of a way to deal with people like you. There's this villain I fought, he has similar powers to yours. His name is Tombstone. Any relation? Not that I'm aware of. Powerman answered as he gripped Peter's legs. Peter quickly placed his hands over Luke's head and said, so this is the method I came up with to take down thick-skinned foes like you is. Peter shook Powerman's head really fast, rattling his brain for a split second. As his gray matter bounced around his skull, Powerman suddenly felt nauseous before he fell over like a bag of bricks. Chapter 24, Issue 24, Avengers Initiative Part 6. After waking up from his force nap, Powerman saw Peter hovering over him before he held his hand out and lifted Luke off the ground. In the future, learn to protect your head. The outside of your body may be strong, but there are ways around that. Your homework will be working on defensive martial arts. Luke nodded, rubbing the back of his head, and said, I didn't think I could be knocked out like that. When Powerman stood back in line with everyone else, Peter pointed to Iron Fist and said, you're up next. Danny walked forward and bowed. Peter returned the favor when Danny jumped at him and began kicking and punching with every style he knew. Peter dodged effortlessly when suddenly, Danny's fist started glowing gold. Peter responded by charging up his own chi and meeting Danny's fist with his own fist. The room shook and as the two forces of chi exploded while sending a shockwave of force outward. Danny shot back while Peter appeared to be the clear winner of the battle since he barely moved at all. Chi has many uses, but if you only use it for reinforcement then you are wasting its potential, Peter explained as he walked over to Danny and held his hand, healing the wounds that he inflicted on him. Chi, ki, or chi, whatever you want to call it, is the bioelectric energy that surrounds and radiates from every living being. Some people have been able to train themselves to enhance their minds and bodies. It can also be used to heal themselves and others. I heard that immortals have special techniques that defy common sense. Do you not know of any? Peter questioned as he helped Danny back up. Iron Fist shook his head with a disappointed expression before saying, well, I have heard my master speak of things that I could do with my chi, however, I did not complete my training before returning. I can't. What? Be inventive or creative? Did the pioneer of your art have a teacher? It's your chi, experiment and figure it out. Your training will consist of making your own techniques and controlling your chi in various manners. Start with trying to understand just what chi is. Peter scolded the young hero. Danny frowned, realizing what Peter was getting at as he turned his thoughts inward and began to meditate. Peter began writing down a series of training exercises that consisted of mundane actions such as heating food, target practice, and lighting candles. He then turned to Angel and handed over the paper before saying, although combat is important, you should train by repeated use of your power. Start with control. Lastly, Peter faced Jessica and said, I think sparring with Luke would be the best choice for you to get a handle on your powers. Once you discover the limits of your body, you can move on to flight training using the facilities at S.H.I.E.L.D. You all need to better familiarize yourself with the powers you have. Make a game out of it. If you can substitute an everyday action with it, then do so. I don't care if it's for cooking breakfast or exercising until you drop. Just because you have powers doesn't mean you've reached the peak of your strength and understanding. Peter looked over them once more and said, after personally sparring with us, you'll spend 1 hour in the danger room. When you finish, you are to report to Agent Romanoff for learning the craftwork of espionage. The spider heroes spent the entire hour beating up and instructing the trainees on how to fight with each other. More than once, Peter and MJ had to interfere with Luke and Jessica's fight because they were destroying the training equipment. When they finished their hour of torture, they were stopped and were led to SHIELD's danger room. Peter set up the most basic level 1 setting. A group of floating metallic orbs came out and started swarming the group. They could shoot small lasers that could imitate the force of a superhuman punch and had a predictive algorithm installed in it that would adjust to their fighting styles and overcome them. Peter then sat back with MJ and watched as the future heroes begin training in the danger room. Okay. When fighting villains you have to refrain damaging the city as much as possible. I won't blame you if you can't help it, but if there was something you could have done to avoid it, then you better expect a lecture. The city pays for your mistakes as well. I know it sounds like a hassle, but you're not the ones paying for the damages, the city's taxpayers are. MJ announced as she pointed to the holographic city produced by SHIELD's top-of-the-line technology. Before they knew it, the group was swamped in droids that went on the assault. The spider heroes then proceeded to watch their terrible teamwork and buildings that were constantly destroyed by either their attacks or being attacked. The danger room training will focus on your actual combat training, and teamwork is the goal of this exercise. From now on each of you is required to make a combination attack or create team strategies to take down your opponents. Remember, these targets are supposed to represent real people. If you can capture and subdue them without damaging them, extra points will be awarded. Oh, and if a building or a piece of property is destroyed, points will be deducted, MJ added. We're being graded? Luke asked as he dodges the lasers being shot at him. Yep. The winner will be selected as hero candidates at the end of every month. Those that pass, get to go out on patrol with us. If all goes well, and you guys perform as efficient heroes, you can consider yourself a graduate, MJ said, grinning under her mask. Everyone's eyes shined in anticipation. While they tried their hardest not to break the materials and hit the shut-off switch on the drones, they were daydreaming about the day they could fight alongside the spider heroes, which ended up costing them some points. Peter and MJ let this continue for over an hour before taking them to Agent Romanoff's classes. The group sat down and began learning spying skills from the master. Later that day when they went home, Peter went over the files Fury had gotten him on Jessica and her family's accident. He looked through their history and it turned out Jessica's mother had worked for the head researcher for a project at Norman Osborn's company for a while. What she was working on was unknown, but it had apparently taken up most of her time as she had logged in over 14 hours of work almost every day. Peter knew Osborn had something to do with their accident, but he didn't exactly have proof, and he also doubted that Osborn would be stupid enough to leave behind evidence. It's also a possibility that it could have been a competitor of Osborn or someone who hated them enough to target his workers. Oh, what's this? She turned in her letter of resignation for the project she was working on. Something made her quit 3 years of research. What did she make? Peter mumbled as he put away Fury's files. Peter knew he would have to head to Oscorp sooner or later, but for now, he was busy training the future defenders. When he went to bed that night, Peter started preparing the schedule for the SHIELD trainees. For the next few weeks, Peter and MJ continued to train them in a harsh manner while balancing their superhero lives and schoolwork. Jessica showed the most progress in her powers, and Powerman had been a great help to her because could take her attacks without taking damage. Having someone she could go all out really made it so she could find her limits easier. Her flying training, on the other hand, wasn't going so well. In the training room, which consisted of a few giant fans that mimicked high-altitude flight, she performed great. On the other hand, when they used the hologram of a city for her to fly over, she could look down at how high she was. She began to get airsick, making everyone else laugh at her a bit as she emptied the contents of her stomach. Stop laughing. Jessica growled. Sorry, but whoever heard of someone with the power of flight getting airsick? Powerman countered. Hey! Cut the chatter and get back in the air. MJ shouted at Jessica. Her face turned pale before she asked, Can I take a breather first? Nope. If you want to get over your air sickness, then you have to grow accustomed to that feeling. Giving you time to rest would defeat that purpose, MJ informed Jessica as she threw her back into the human flight simulator. As Powerman laughed, Peter grabbed his shoulder and dragged him towards the sparring ring before saying, Come on, big guy, we have to work on your CQC. Iron Fist managed to make some headway in his chi control by healing small wounded animals. He also managed to spread the dragon chi from his hands to his forearms and up to his knees for his legs. After a few more weeks of training, Peter woke up one morning and saw the calendar, and smiled before saying, Today's MJ's 17th birthday, what should I get her? Peter thought of the fact his birthday was next week as well. In the original lore, MJ's birthday was a week and a day after the 616 Peter Parker. I guess it's switched around in my world. To think it's already been about a year since I became Spider-Man. I wonder when the invasion will begin. Grah. The BAMF tilted its head with a confused expression. No, it's true, I really came from another universe altogether. I was reincarnated into this one, Peter explained. Graha, the BAMF said as he nodded his head in understanding. Peter walked downstairs and had breakfast with May and Ben. After getting his plate, he plucked a pancake off the table, and stealthily sent out his symbiote to give the BAMF its share. They had wheat cakes again, Peter's favorite and the BAMF's as well. Since it was the weekend, Peter thought of heading to Reed to get her a present that he'd been saving up for. After a full month and a half of training and raking in the dough from his inventions, Peter had made it through his third paycheck from his patents, making him roughly $10.8 million. MJ's clothing material and brand name had taken off, so she had plenty of money of her own. Buying something for her seemed kind of impractical and pointless. It would be much better to give her something he made by hand, something money couldn't buy. After learning from Reed and his new mentors at school, Peter had decided he was ready to make the unstable particle for MJ's symbiote to absorb. He even made her some new web shooters. The spinnerets on the device were altered so that they could form far more complex structures and switch between the different webbings much quicker. The most personal thing he made came from out of his magnetic training. Thanks to him nabbing a tooth from good old Magneto, Peter managed to copy his X gene and gained his power. However, the ability had proven much harder to use than the other elemental forms he could access. When he did use them, he became the living embodiment of lightning and fire, making his understanding of the ability quite good, but Magneto didn't have anything like electromagnetism mode. Peter had to sense the wavelengths with his imagination and mental power. Not to mention that since Peter just started out on this path, his control was rather lacking. However, with enough practice, Peter had managed to learn how to control metals pretty easily. He fashioned a necklace out of a piece of gold he bought and added a spiderweb design to the surface of the metal before putting a heart pendant with a single small ruby adorned on top of it. He also learned what changes were made when his suit absorbed the unstable molecules. Other than gaining an additional boost to heat and cold, it could produce new chemicals to feed the symbiote its main source of sustenance, so chocolate binging was no longer a necessity. After putting the presents away, Peter left and quickly arrived at the Baxter building. With Reed's help, they make a batch of unstable molecules for MJ. Peter made sure to invite Angel and Johnny to MJ's birthday party as well. He also invited Liz, Harry, and Jessica. They all agreed to meet up at Central Park to have a picnic/birthday party. While they drove over, Peter made sure to give her the special superhero birthday presents early. After receiving the new web shooters, MJ jumped into his arms and kissed him before saying, "Thank you. I love them, Tiger." MJ smiled while using her symbiote to store them while never taking her eyes off the last wrapped present in Peter's gift bag. "What's that one?" MJ asked with a mischievous smile on her face. "The present I'm handing out at your party," Peter answered as he gave her a peck on the cheek. "Can't I just get a peek?" MJ pouted. Peter gave her a kiss on the lips this time before saying, "Sure, at the park with everyone else." After a few minutes, the taxi driver arrived at the park. Paying the fee, the couple took off and ran off to meet everyone waiting for them. Aunt May, Uncle Ben, MJ's parents, their best friends, and even Luke Cage showed up as well. "Sorry, MJ. I know I didn't ask, but he was my ride," Jessica said as she rubbed the back of her head. MJ smiled and leaned in and whispered, "You brought your boyfriend." "Well, I don't mind, introduce us." "He's not my boyfriend." Jessica whispered back with a red face. "Heya. I'm Peter." "So you're Jessica's boyfriend." Peter introduced himself as he snagged and shook Luke's hand. "Wait, we're not." Both Luke and Jessica shouted at the same time, they then looked at one another and blushed before turning their heads away from each other. "I'm Luke. I'm her ride to and from this party." "I don't mean to intrude, I can leave and wait in the car," Luke said with a stern and strong tone. Peter and MJ laughed and held out her hand before saying, "No, it's cool with me. Any friend of Jessica is a friend of mine. I'm Mary Jane Watson, but you can call me MJ." "So you're the birthday girl, congrats," Luke said as he shook her hand as well. "Peter. Are you going to introduce us to your friends?" "Wait a minute, is that Jessica?" Aunt May questioned in surprise. "Auntie May." Jessica hugged Peter's aunt with an elated expression. "Aunt May, you remember Belle, right?" MJ giggled as May stroked the girl's hair. "How could I forget, she was your best friend. I'm so glad she's doing better." Aunt May replied as she pulled Jessica back a bit. Luke then held out his hand and said, "Hello, ma'am, I don't mean to intrude, but my name is Luke." "Nonsense, there's plenty to eat, we have a tuna casserole, hamburgers, hot dogs, lasagna, home fried chicken, coleslaw, and my special baked macaroni," Aunt May declared as she took Jessica and Luke by the wrist and led them over to the large picnic blanket. When Luke smelled the food, he smiled and said, "I think I'm in love with you, ma'am." May waved her hand and bashfully said, "Oh, you silly boy. Before everyone ate, for those that didn't know each other, they were introduced. When they heard that reason Peter was friends with one of the Fantastic Four, he turned to Peter and said, "So you guys are loaded." Peter and MJ laughed and nodded their heads. "Yeah, but I already have plans for what I'm going to spend the majority of my cash on, and I can easily make more, so money doesn't really mean much to me." "It's just another tool made by men," Peter said as he chowed down. "I hear that. It's nice to see you have a good head on your shoulders. Money can turn a man into some awful things," Luke said before taking a bite of everything on his plate. Tears formed at his eyes while he placed his plate down and covered his face. "Is everything all right?" May questioned. "It's perfect, ma'am. Reminds me of my ma's cooking. It's delicious," Luke commented before quickly devouring everything on his plate and asked for seconds. After dinner, the sun started to set on the horizon. MJ blew out the candles on her cake and made a wish. "What do you wish for?" Peter asked. MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, "That's a secret. I'll tell you when it comes true." Peter smiled and with a fake pout, he said, "Tease." MJ giggled before everyone suddenly brought out her presents and made her smile ear to ear. Johnny got her an advanced wrist CPU that would basically take the place of her cell phone. "I heard you like tech, so I had Reed and Sue help me whip this up. I'm surprised you managed to put your focus into anything other than a car-related activity," Peter said with eyes like a dead fish. "Shut it, dweeb," Johnny fired back. MJ smiled and thanked Johnny by saying, "It's okay, Johnny. Lots of people underestimate your intelligence." Peter started laughing louder as Johnny said with a red face, "MJ, that's not a compliment." Angel gave her a new dress that she thought was cute. It was a red shoulder-strap one-piece dress that was actually made from MJ's material. Jessica gave her an old camera that they used to use for their old club and some of their junior high pictures. MJ thanked Jessica and gave her a hug. Aunt May gave her some perfume that she liked and Uncle Ben gave her a jean jacket. Her parents bought her a car and said that she could only take it out once she gets her permit. Johnny blew up in an excited rant and started promising her that he would give it one hell of a tune-up. "Sorry, I didn't bring one, but I promised to for the next one," Luke said after quickly swallowing his mouthful of cake. "Are you sure you're not after my aunt's cooking?" Peter joked. "What can I say? The woman knows her way around the kitchen. She's already tamed my stomach," Luke said before he laughed. Peter laughed with him and handed over his present. MJ opened it and took out the golden ruby necklace. Holding onto it, she showed an amazed expression before she smiled and said, "It's beautiful, Peter, I love it." Peter smiled as she handed it to him to put on. Placing it around her neck, MJ held onto it with a blushed face. Johnny looked at the present, nodded his head, and gave a thumbs up to Peter, who in return swayed his head side to side and sighed when he saw all the stares coming his way. The group went home after celebrating till the sun started to set. Peter and MJ held hands, as they decided to take the long way home. Unfortunately, their romantic evening was cut short by a random mugging. MJ sighed and looked at Peter before she said, "This asshole just had to go and ruin my day." With a quick suit up, the two stopped the muggers and went out on patrol for the rest of the night. As they stared over their city from the highest building in the area, Peter held his arm around her shoulder as they sat with their feet hanging over the ledge and said, "After we graduate, I think we should look for a place to live. We both have money, but I don't want anything too big." MJ smiled and said, "I know, what's with those people that live in giant houses, too much work, you'd have to hire cleaners, and it would feel lonely when no one is home." Peter and MJ continued to talk about their future, and after a while, they decided to head home. The next day, they took out the first superhero that they trained to see if they could handle a simple patrol. Iron Fist and Luke had managed to score well enough to take them on a mission. Since it was their choice, Peter and MJ decided to test them. When he notified Fury, he assigned them a light mission. They were to infiltrate an underground weapon smuggling ring and take them out without making a mess. Chapter 25, Issue 25, Avengers Initiative Part 7. Peter and MJ sat back a distance away, watching their actions from afar, all while judging their performance with complete seriousness. Danny and Luke handled it like pros. They singled out a drug runner and pressed him for information. After learning where they could find a higher-up with better info than a street pusher, they too worked their way up the ladder until they were face to face with none other than the Shocker. They were sneaking inside a warehouse where they were storing the guns. Peter was impressed by how they handled the situation. First, they took out Shocker before he could ever get a shot off, then Luke took to guarding Iron Fist from bullet spray, helping Danny jump around while disarming and subduing the gun runners. Every time a bullet was aimed at Danny, Luke stood in front of the attack, either taking the gunman down with a single blow or letting Danny knock them out while turning his attention towards another gunman. After a few minutes, the entire gang was taken down. They compiled the evidence the two found and sent a copy to the NYPD through SHIELD's credentials. After destroying the guns and ammo, the two met back with Spider-Man and Spider-Woman to receive their job well done. However, the Spider duo only gave them harsh criticisms. Really, too much noise, and although your combo was good, what would have happened if an innocent was standing outside of the building? Peter shouted. You should have cut the power before entering, that way they wouldn't be motivated to fire their guns in the first place. Shooting in the dark is a bad idea because it's easier to hit friendlies, and even the dumbest grunt knows this, MJ commented. It was clear that their words rang true, and they felt rather depressed. However, before the two could show a mopey face, Peter said, you still pass but barely. Of course, you still have to continue their training at S.H.I.E.L.D., but at least now you can patrol on your own, MJ added. Peter and MJ headed home that night after deciding on letting Jessica and Angel take on a mission. The next day Peter contacted Fury and told him how Iron Fist and Powerman performed. They're a little rough around the edges, but they're shaping up just fine. A few more months of training and they'll be ready. Although Jessica and Angel can't completely control their powers yet, they've come a long way, and I think they're ready for their mission. Fury nodded his head and gave out a mission to test the girls. Their objective, to find a SHIELD scientist that had gone missing a week ago. Jessica and Angel were another matter altogether. Their abilities made them far more destructive as a team. Peter had to watch over them very closely so things didn't spin out of control. The next day MJ and Peter tailed behind the two just like they did for Danny. Jessica showed her skills as a detective and managed to track down the last known footage of the target. She had walked into a restaurant, an expensive one. While they watched the footage, Jessica and Angel saw something strange happening as a man with purple skin walked in and ate for free. He stared at the SHIELD scientist and sat at her table. The lady went to reach for her gun, when the man held out his hand and said a few words. The woman retracted her violent attitude and sat back down to talk to him. After a bit he left with her without anyone caring for the fact they just skipped out on paying for their meal. They tried to track them down but lost them somewhere in Midtown. Jessica and Angel then began checking around on foot, bringing around a photo of the two to every hotel and restaurant in the area. It took a few hours but they finally got another lead. The two found a room full of women that hadn't moved in days. They were covered in their own shit and piss and crying their hearts out. Peter, when seeing this, knew who was involved, and began going over the information in his head. Zebediah Kilgrave, also known as the Purple Man, was once a Croatian spy sent on a secret mission to steal a special experimental nerve agent. But he got caught. One of the guards tried to shoot him but missed hitting the tank the gas dousing him with. When he got hit it turned his skin and eyes purple. The chemicals gave him the ability to secrete pheromones. Once inhaled by another person he can control them using through literal verbal commands, making them completely obedient to him. Deciding to interfere slightly, he called Jessica for a review on their mission, and when she finished describing what they saw to him he made sure to give her the heads up on Kilgrave's ability. Listen, this guy could be a telepath or something else that allows him to control others by verbal commands. If you encounter the target, take him down first and ask questions later in a controlled environment. After giving them the advice he backed off and returned to MJ's side. You really think this guy can control others? MJ asked. Peter answered, you heard their report, and you saw it with your own eyes. Not every person with mental powers uses them for good. But, to control them with words alone. MJ sighed, thinking of all the terrible things this guy must have done. Peter and MJ watched as the girls learned from the victims that he has a place he likes to eat at regularly. Lucky for them it was at an outdoor restaurant on a high-rise nearby. They flew over to see their target looking terrible. She was in her 30s, and slightly overweight. However, it looked like she hadn't bathed in days, and took no care of herself. She was being forced to tell Kilgrave everything she knew about SHIELD and her work as one of their scientists. Turns out old Kilgrave was searching for a way to improve his abilities. Peter and MJ wanted to make a move themselves, but they also had to let Jewel and Firestar attempt this solo. Firestar stayed back and powered down. A flying flaming girl attracted too much attention after all. After landing and turning her suit into something more comfortable she paid for a meal to eat with Jessica. While checking out their target from a distance, they waited for a chance to strike. Once finished his meal he ordered the girl to jump off the ledge, and began walking away. Seeing their target about commit suicide, Firestar jumped off the ledge, capturing her as she turned her legs into a jet and landed on the ground safely. Jessica made her move and threw a dish tray at his head, knocking him out and making him fly into a wall face first, losing his front teeth. However, before Jessica could get close enough for her to cuff him, Peter jumped down and shot a string of symbiote into his neck. Extracting the nerve agent from his body, Kilgrave had his color soon return to normal along with the vanishing of his power. Peter then copied the formula and stored it in his suit's memory before using a blast of white-hot fire to burn the chemicals in the air, destroying the product that gave Kilgrave his power. Sorry about that, you can take him now. Our suits detected a nerve agent and I had to act. His ability travels by airborne pathogen, and I didn't want to risk him escaping later, Peter said as he waited for Angel to return with the scientist. Grabbing Kilgrave he turned to the crowd and said, sorry about that. This man is a wanted criminal, we'll be taking him into custody. Have a great night. Peter webbed up Kilgrave and moved to another building to congratulate Jessica and Angel for completing their missions. You were watching us? Jessica asked. We watched Iron Fist and Power Man as well, MJ added. Peter laughed a little before saying, you girls did well, better than expected really. Just like Power Man and Iron Fist, you both are official S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, however, you still have to continue your training. Angle and Jessica gave each other a high five, and said, we did it. Peter laughed as he pointed to Kilgrave and the abductee, still have to get him back to confinement though, and return her to S.H.I.E.L.D. When the lady heard that they were from S.H.I.E.L.D., she started crying and thanking them profusely. What did you copy the formula for? MJ asked. I thought it might be handy in making a truth serum. Lord knows we'll need it someday to extract information from tight-lipped criminals, Peter replied. After watching the girls leave, the two headed home, happy that their work was mostly done. Peter especially because once he returned to his lab, there was a large crate sitting by his desk. Peter felt like a kid as he opened up to see the ingredients he needed to make his nanobots. He had begun taking a micro-piece of each of the elements. Using his control over metal, he took a tiny piece of adamantium and vibranium. The first step was making proto-adamantium. By liquefying the metals, he merged them together on a subatomic level and smiled at the nanobot in the shape of a spider. Next was adamantin. After fusing the three together, the material turned cobalt blue and had an incredible flexibility to them now. Congratulations Parker, you just created a new element. I know I can do better than potassium. How about M-Titan alloy? Peter said, smiling in joy. Next, he pulled out copper, gold, and several other materials to create the circuitry and complex power routing system. He needed an extremely powerful and tiny power source. His plan was to make it so they could operate off of bioelectricity and solar energy, but he still had to design a reactor. Thanks to learning quite a bit Tony's reactor, he had an idea of the type of power source he wanted to build. Looking at the nanobot under a microscope, Peter began shaping the material in the form of a complex hypertorus. After placing a ball of nickel-plated neodymium in the center, he sent a small charge of electricity and used his power to create a magnetic field inside the hypertorus. And now I have my own reactor design. I think I'll call it 0-point reactor. The nanobot circuits lit up and began humming as the tiny reactor had the pellet rotating around the center of the hypertorus at a crazy speed. He then added shielding to prevent the loss of energy and to protect it from the damage an EMP could inflict. The most important part was the psionic metal. Otto's biggest problem right now was finding a way to smelt the two metals together into a usable form, but he couldn't get the mixture right or figure out the most appropriate temperature or process to successfully bond the atoms into a stable structure. Peter, however, didn't have to worry about it, as he could directly bypass that by weakening the electromagnetic field surrounding the atoms and softening the metals to merge at room temperature, thus creating a vastly superior form of metal alloy. He also made sure to strip any poisonous elements from the metal to prevent them seeping into his bloodstream. After the alloy hardened, Peter started hardwiring the new psionic metals into the circuitry of the nanobots. This way they could be controlled by thought alone. Peter smiled as he made sure to write down his results. He pinned down the amount of voltage needed to start the nanobots and not fry it, which usually would have taken millions of attempts and countless dollars down the drain to find out. Peter also had a step-by-step method to use a nano 3D printer to replicate the nanobots with less expensive alloys. However, the psionic metal is a must-have, or else the person could be subjected to having their nanobots hacked. The psionic metal had an imprinting effect that would match the host's brainwave pattern, and since no two brain waves are the exact same, hacking would become impossible. Peter continued to create them until he filled 2 vials. He took up the one he created for himself and merged it with the symbiote. The material fused with the unstable molecules and began making the symbiote gleam like metal. He changed the suit to look like the white 2099, minus the arm blades and the white color. He kept the traditional black, red and blue spider theme, and looked at himself in the mirror. Wow. Peter flexed around and didn't feel the slightest discomfort. He held out his hand and said, "Sword." A long sword made of the same material as the nanobots formed in his hand and made him squeal. Next, he created a gun, then a plasma blaster using a larger scale version of his reactor. Even without firing it, he could tell the power output was insane. He grabbed up the vial and decided to hand the other one over to MJ. When Fury suddenly called him, "Kid, I'm activating the Avengers Initiative. Black Widow will be there shortly, help her gather the others." Chapter 26, Issue 26, Avengers Initiative Part 8. Peter was about to rush over to MJ and send her a telepathic message, when suddenly the room filled with a strange red mist. He looked around briefly and saw a white-haired woman wearing a visor and a long red dress with a white spider design on it. "You have to play your cards right, Spider-Man, or the Avengers might not exist at all," Madam Web called out before disappearing as fast as she appeared. "That's it, after this, I'm learning magic." Peter didn't like the fact that she could just come in without explaining anything or letting him ask a few questions. But, even with that discomfort, he knew that he was just in front of the mysterious Madam Web. She probably only told me what I needed to hear. Peter sighed as he ran over to MJ's. "You got the message right?" Peter asked. "Yeah. You too," MJ responded. Meeting outside her window, she saw Peter's new uniform and said, "Damn. That's hot, Tiger." Peter smiled and handed her a vial. "Give this to your symbiote." MJ nodded her head and allowed her symbiote to go through a similar transformation. It looked a bit like Julia Carpenter's black and white Arachne uniform from the Civil War arc, but had a much more high-tech aesthetic appearance to it. Peter gave her a few compliments and quickly filled her in on what the suit can do now. After hearing his detailed explanation, she quickly adjusted into playing with a variety of shapes through the suit's many new functions. The two suddenly received a call from Black Widow. "You guys ready?" Peter and MJ were standing on top of a nearby lamppost and said, "Where are you?" "Look up," Natasha said in response. As they did, they saw a cloaked SHIELD jet open up its drop latch. Peter and MJ jumped up and landed inside the jet without any issues. Natasha saw their new suits and said, "Dig the new outfits." Peter and MJ laughed and said, "So where to?" "I intend to go pick up Bruce Banner, and I need you to meet up with Stark and Scarlet Witch. I'll be dropping you off. After you meet with them, you have to take them to this location, and make sure to read up on the mission files." Peter opened up the documents and realized that it contained all the info they had on Loki, and the location where they would intercept said Norse god, Stuttgart, capital of southwest Germany's Baden-Württemberg state. It is also known as a manufacturing hub and was storing the iridium he needed to stabilize the portal that would lead the army of Chitauri straight down on New York's head. Peter sighed as he thought of Madame Web's warning and decided to play this one as close to the plan as possible. Peter and MJ jumped out of the ship, and landed on top of Stark Towers, and saw Tony, who was talking with Pepper. The two seemed to be discussing the architecture designs for what would become Avengers Tower. Peter knocked on the window, and waved with MJ before she said, "Hey, a tin can. Been a while. Hope you don't mind us dropping in." Peter hopped in through the window and said, "You know that Avengers Initiative that we signed up for? Well, it's time for the Avengers to assemble." Tony lifted a brow. "You too?" They nodded his head and said, "We have to get to Stuttgart. Our target is carrying a very dangerous weapon that can take control of the minds of the person they touch." Peter then handed Stark a file. "What's this?" Tony asked. "Your homework. We have to fly to Germany, and you're the only one we know with a jet right now." "You do have a jet, right?" Peter responded. Tony gave him a funny look, and said, "Of course, I have a jet, fastest one in the world actually." He then took the files and gave Pepper a kiss on the cheek. "See you later, babe, duty calls." They boarded the jet, and as Tony finished the file, he couldn't help but look at their suits and inspect them with a curious expression. "Impressive. What is it made of?" "Bioorganic steel," Peter replied, making Tony's jaw drop. "How?" he asked as he pinched the soft metallic surface of the suit and was surprised as he examined it with his high-tech glasses/scanning equipment. "Nanobot, unstable molecules, and each of them have their own reactor. There are some similarities to my arc reactor, but your design is really ingenious. To make them at this size would allow massive changes to power adaptation, using nickel-plated neodymium to maintain the electromagnetic field. This is revolutionary." Tony's expression was a total nerd, geeking out as he continued rambling on. "The most fascinating thing is the bioorganic structure. Are these linked lattice atomic structures?" Peter pinched his glasses from his face, crushing them as he said, "I think that's enough snooping for you, or should I start calling you the Iron Peeper instead?" Tony laughed as they took their seats and began flying towards their target. Iron Man wasn't joking when he said that he had the fastest jet on Earth, as it only took them 45 minutes to reach their destination halfway across the world. Tony suited up in his Mk.7 armor and opened the hatch to his jet, and said, "Can you guys fly?" Peter laughed as they used the symbiote to make a glide suit with thrusters on their hands and feet. "Neat," Tony said as he jumped out. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman followed behind. When they appeared over the landing site, they saw Captain America throwing his shield at Loki. Peter and MJ slammed into Loki from the side as Iron Man held his repulsors and several other lethal weapons at Loki's face. "Need a hand cap?" Peter said, aiming his web shooters at Loki's face. "Spider-Man, Woman, Stark," Captain America said as he looked around and nodded his head to them. Then looking back at a surrendering Loki, he said, "Thanks for the help." Peter and MJ webbed their way to the Quinjet and began heading towards the helicarrier. Peter was feeling anxious because he knew what was about to happen when their spidey senses went off. "Guys, careful, something's going on," MJ shouted. Everyone looked at them when Peter said, "Cap, our spidey senses are going off like fireworks on the 4th of July. A lightning bolt struck out in front of them and made the Quinjet rumble when Captain America noticed a startled look on Loki. "What's that matter, afraid of a little lightning?" To which Loki replied, "I'm not overly fond of what usually follows." A loud thump was heard on the roof when Stark opened the drop hatch and stared out at the sky. With a powerful stomp, Thor shook the ship in flight and threw his hammer towards Tony. As Iron Man went to blast the hammer, Peter webbed him in the back and placed his open hand forward and caught the hammer. Peter slid back and felt every bone in creaking when he stopped. Both Thor and Loki's mouths were wide open. Peter smiled before saying, "Hold still, Asgardian." Thor raised his hand and tried to call back his hammer when Peter felt him being pulled towards him and decided to go with the flow. Activating his thrusters for additional force, Peter tackled Thor out of the ship, making the god of lightning narrowly miss grabbing his hammer before they both went plummeting towards the black forest. On the way down, Peter and Thor exchanged fists at the same time. Peter nailed him in the stomach and Thor punched the spider hero in the face. The blow caused Peter to flung back with intense force, but the hero recovered quickly and managed to web Thor. Then, with all his strength, Spider-Man pulled himself back over with both of his feet rocketing towards the Norse god and hitting him dead center in the face. Thor's head flung backward but before he began rotating through the air. He grabbed Spider-Man's ankle and pulled him down to receive Thor's uppercut to his chin. Peter gritted his teeth through the pain and slapped Thor's ears with his hands while delivering a powerful chi attack that created a small sonic boom. Thor's grip loosened as he grunted in pain, the thunderclap still causing him great discomfort. Peter activated his glider suit setting and leaped back high into air before repositioning himself. He placed his arms out like Superman, and activated Johnny's Nova Burst on a smaller scale, localized only at his thrusters. A loud boom was heard as he ran into Thor's stomach and sent them crashing into the earth, knocking over several trees and destroying boulder-sized stones as he pushed the god of lightning through them. Peter jumped out of the wrecked terrain just quick enough to avoid Thor's grasp and landed on a nearby tree. Spidey Ninja on the scene, Peter said as he made a poor imitation of an anime hand sign before he began launching webbing out towards Thor. A lightning bolt intercepted his webs as Thor held onto Mjolnir and shot out another lightning bolt at Peter. In response, Peter rose his hand up and grabbed hold of the lightning bolt and attempted to absorb it. Peter felt a surge of strange energy start to enter his body and cause havoc, however, his regeneration kicked in as he searched for a way to engulf the foreign energy. Peter suddenly tried to focus it into his chi by activating his Venom blast, but suddenly he felt his lighting gene grow stronger and his chi more bountiful. Oh, I can use chi like this. Of course, chi is the essences of life energy, and genes are just the template it exists on. Why can't chi be used to better improve upon certain mutations? This is gonna require a lot of studies. Peter was astonished as he channeled the energy from his enhanced lightning gene into a concentrated rail gun he manifested using his nanobots. A bright red beam shot back at Thor, sending him flying into a nearby hillside. Peter shook his hands and shouted, "This armor is amazing." Webster then responded, "Thank you for the compliment, Peter, but the enemy is holding back his strength, be wary." "Hey, I don't know if you can hear me, but could we talk this out, Mentu, godlike alien? Or is it just God if they're godlike?" Peter stayed vigilant as Thor jumped back at him faster than ever before. The hammer came inches away from his face before Iron Man and MJ came flying down after them. Without wasting any time, MJ webbed the god's eyes while Tony punched Thor in the face. Thor, who was seriously getting pissed, raised his hammer and jumped at Peter. Suddenly Captain America got in between them and blocked Thor's attack, sending shockwaves throughout the area. Everyone fell back, and jumped back onto their feet when Peter altered his suit into a massive microphone and said, "Stop. You're Thor, right?" Peter shouted. Thor looked to him and said, "Yes, what's it to you, Bugman?" Peter grunted, "First off, you dumb blonde Viking oaf, spiders are arachnids. Secondly, as a visitor from Asgard, I hope you're not trying to pick a war with Earth Realm, Air Earth, no, you guys call it Midgard. I know Loki is your brother, but he stole a precious object, and destroyed an American base, killing 80 people during the process. 80 people lost by your brother's lack of humanity, hundreds that will never see them again because of his actions. Loki is a criminal and will be treated as such." "How do you know who he was?" Tony asked. "Don't you know your Norse mythology? Thor and Loki have always been at odds, and they're brothers," Captain America said, looking at Tony with a sly expression. Author note, only in Marvel is the original mythology making Thor and Loki brothers. He's more like Odin's brother and Thor's uncle in the actual lore. I was more into Greek mythology myself, Iron Man countered. Thor was stunned at the Spider-Man when he said, "Loki will be tried in Asgard." "Not without handing over the cube, he isn't," Tony stated, raising his repulsors at Thor. Thor was about to attack again when Peter said, "Look, if you want to come with and talk to your bother, we can allow that, but he stays in our custody for now." Thor grunted and saw the Avengers standing around him and said, "Fine, but I still think you should hand Loki over." As they managed to calm down the Asgardian, Thor walked up to Spider-Man and said, "You fight well, little spider person. In Asgard, you would be hailed as a mighty warrior. Named Spider-Man, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." Peter held out his hand and Thor shook it. "Interesting metal. Is it adamantine? I haven't seen that since my days on Olympia." Thor looked at his armor in fascination. Since he knew that the metal his hammer was made of had many similar properties, he was intrigued to wonder how a mortal managed to craft the material without a powerful enough forge like Nidavellir. Peter was about to respond when he felt something inside his body thump. The residual chi left over in his body had poured into his spider gene and caused it to grow stronger. He saw the image of a massive web stretching across the cosmos, and then he felt his body temperature skyrocket as he passed out. Suddenly he symbiote turned into a webbed cocoon as Peter felt his mind drift towards a large empty place where he saw a massive Spider-Woman type being with 4 eyes and the bottom half of as a spider. Champion is the name of your totem, do you accept? Chapter 27, Issue 27, Avengers Initiative Part 9. Spider gods are cosmic entities like the Beyonders and Galactus. They only appear as the host would imagine them, so Peter tried to imagine a much more hospitable form when the speaker suddenly turned into MJ. Peter shook his head and then watched as she turned into a form that is similar to Madam Web, but much younger in appearance. Okay, now this I can talk to, I take it you're a spider god/goddess, right? Peter asked when the spider god repeated her phrase, thy totem is champion. Dost thou accept thy place amongst the totems? Peter thought of the only time a Spider-Man rejected the spider god's aid, and that led to the creation of the monstrosity Poison, the half-human/symbiote hybrid of Peter Parker, and thanks to their role being to protect all life and hold together the different realities, Peter viewed them as extremely benevolent creatures. There were many higher beings such as these, for example, the Beyonders, and the beings known as those who sit above in shadow, but they fed off of different things, whereas the web of life spread as much as they absorbed. Peter nodded his head, accepting his role as he said, yes, as long as I don't turn into some spider monster, and as a godlike being yourself should know what I'm talking about by looking like a monster. The woman smiled and waved her hand, engulfing Peter in a web cocoon in this realm as well. Meanwhile, during all the commotion, everyone pointed their weapons at Thor and said, what did you do? Thor looked at Spider-Man in amazement as he felt an ancient power that was no weaker than his father's Odin force. He looked to the others and defended himself by saying, it seems the young spider has gone a spiritual journey, a totem god calls his name. A very old and powerful pantheon must have looked on in favor of his actions. Please do not fret over his condition, for it is a gift he is receiving. MJ still looked very worried when Iron Man picked up the cocoon and said, we'll take him with us, and run some test on the helicarrier. However, that would be impossible for the current Tony Stark, as the symbiote would protect Peter from any of his scans. MJ nodded her head and followed them back to the ship. While Thor was given time with his brother, he began to argue with Loki and begged him to give up the Tesseract and his insane mission, but they had reached an impasse. After their talk, he brought Loki back on board and said, I'm coming along. Loki looked around at the heroes before them and grinned, but when he looked at the cocoon his eyes bulged. Something you know about, brother? Thor asked, tightening his grip on his hammer. No, just a silly superstition. Loki said, turning his head towards MJ. Tony then said, isn't that kind of funny? A god talking about superstition. If you know something about this, why don't you prove it? Thor asked, taunting Loki. To which Loki replied, please, as if that childish provoking would work in a real-life scenario. Well, if you don't know, you don't know. Thor crossed his arms and leaned back against the Quinjet and had a smug look on his face when Loki said, really, you don't remember the legends Fath, Odin used to speak to us of? Of course, you don't, you were probably off killing something. Thor frowned when MJ webbed his mouth shut before saying, if you aren't going to say something useful then you shouldn't say anything at all. Thor laughed at his brother's predicament, making Loki stare daggers at MJ as he tried to speak in muffled tones. She ignored him as they flew towards the helicarrier and landed, meeting with the SHIELD agents that took Loki into custody. MJ was sitting next to Peter and was carried into the lab along with Loki's staff and Bruce Banner. Who's this? Bruce asked Tony, who was putting Peter on the table, undid his armor, and said, a friend, can you help run some scans on him? Bruce walked up and tapped the metallic surface and held a device over it. Odd, I've never seen an alloy with this composition before. Stark, can you remove this webbing? Tony, who still had his Iron Man glove on, focused a small laser on the webbing. However, it was no use. Damn, this is some tough stuff. Tony groaned in frustration seconds before Thor's booming voice was heard. As I said before, you have nothing to fear. Your Spider-Man will be fine. Loki should be your main concern. He plans to bring an army to this world and exchange the Tesseract to rule over it. At that moment, Fury stepped into the room, said, I agree, right now we need to focus on finding the Tesseract. Dr. Banner, any luck on that? Banner turned around and scratched his head as he said, actually yes, the stuff you brought in might be able to lead us to the ones that he controlled, as they should emit a similar radiation signature. Then please continue to work on that. Spider-Woman, I know you're worried, but he'll pull through this. We'll have our best shield doctors trying to help him. MJ nodded her head and turned to face everyone. I know Spider-Man would want me to focus on the task at hand. Dr. Banner, could you please watch over him should I have to leave? Banner nodded his head and said, sure. Why not? Not like I can do anything else up here. Peter, who was currently undergoing a metamorphosis, was out for quite a long time. A few hours had passed, and it wasn't until he heard Banner raising his voice about SHIELD building weapons using the Tesseract that he started to regain control of his senses. Guys, to be fair, an invasion of alien beings is coming to subjugate the entire planet, those weapons would be great asset in such an event. Although I don't understand why you were hiding it, Fury, MJ crossed her arms. Because I wasn't too optimistic about the weapons, I was betting on you, the Avengers being a frontline force so we would never have to use them. Fury shouted, making the room go quiet, when all of a sudden, he heard MJ call out for everyone to hold on to something. A massive explosion went off in the room, shaking the entire helicarrier and rattling everyone in the room. Both MJ's and Peter's senses were blaring and telling them to secure Dr. Banner as she jumped up and grabbed him, keeping him from falling or flailing about the room while she webbed up the rest of the crew with her symbiote. After the room stabilized, she looked to Banner and said, "You okay?" Banner was about to go green. He tried to calm down, even using meditation, but it looked like that wasn't helping much at all. MJ looked desperate when she thought of the only thing that might work. She peeled back her mask and said, "Please calm down, Dr. Banner, we can't have you running wild with so many lives on the line. You're a kid." Bruce seemed to have found something to take his mind off the environment. Seeing that he was gaining back his focus, MJ smiled and said, "I'm 17, thank you very much, in some cultures that's considered an adult." Bruce laughed a little and said, "Thanks," as MJ made the mask resurface. She placed him down and ran over to Peter's side, noticing that his symbiote was retreating back into costume form. Peter opened his eyes up and jumped up before shouting, "Holy crap, it feels like there's lightning in my veins." The spider hero felt the changes to his body. His bones, being the biggest difference, had undergone a complete transformation. They now carried a dense and metallic sheen to them, but it wasn't a simple coating like Wolverine, but they were made out of something similar to his spider silk and had the properties of his M-Titan alloy. He also noticed that he had organic web shooters now used the same material produced by his marrow to make incredibly powerful webbing. Of course, he had a way to make sure his organic webbing wasn't permanent. He would simply have to destroy the webbing with his powers. By disabling the Van der Waals forces surrounding the material, he could disintegrate them via removing the electromagnetic field around them and scatting the web's atomic bonds. He could also collect it and use it as material. So right now, it only existed as a purely combative type webbing. He also felt that his 5 senses were sharper than ever, his strength had increased several fold, and it was almost as if he could almost see the sequence of events to come just by focusing on his spider sense. However, since he was new to the spider sense upgrade, it felt like those visions were drowned out by a heavy fog. Once he felt like he had control of his entire body, he looked over to MJ and felt her run into him at full speed. Peter grabbed hold of her and said, "I'm okay." "What's going on?" "A lot." MJ looked back at the room covered in her webs when she released them everyone. Of course, they made sure to thank her for the save. While everyone was starting to relax a bit, Peter suddenly shot out a web and pulled his hand back, retrieving a certain sharpshooter's bow. All of this happened before MJ's senses could detect the bolt aimed at Bruce's leg. Seeing Hawkeye staring in surprise at Peter, he turned around and tried to run. When he was about to give chase, Black Widow ran after while shouting, "I'll take care of Clint. Tony, fix the ship." Thor had already left to check on Loki, and Fury had pulled a Batman on them, so they got to work. Tony slapped Peter on the back and said, "Glad to have you back with us, Spider-Man." Peter smiled and responded, "Thanks, I'll go check on Thor." MJ, keep Banner from going green on the ship. "Banner, I'm a big fan of your work, the thesis you wrote on anti-electron collisions is groundbreaking. I had some questions involving why anti-hydrogen production rely on the rate of antiprotons being slowed in positron plasmas, but since we have to work to do, I'll save the chit-chat for later." Peter then dashed off as Bruce thought, "What a smart kid." Peter ran all the way towards the prison they had built for the Hulk. Thor was trapped inside and was about to be forced out of the room when Agent Coulson stepped up and pointed his weapon at Loki. Peter arrived just as the staff was about to pierce through his chest when Peter webbed him and pulled him towards his grasp. Loki then pressed the switch, releasing the drop chamber in order to make Peter release the villain. The hero jumped, flipping up onto the ceiling while webbing onto drop chamber from above. Holding the several-ton chamber, he reeled it back up before webbing a few extra lines to give support lines for the prison. Peter then looked at Thor before asking, "Can you get out on your own?" Seeing things weren't going his way, Loki decided it was time to leave and disappeared like a puff of smoke. Peter paid no mind to the god's escape and moved over to Agent Coulson. He saw that his lung had been punctured, so he wasted no time and leaned down to use his symbiote and start repairing the damage. While he worked to repair the damage, his spidey senses suddenly became active, giving him visions of what would happen if he healed Coulson completely. Peter realized that something bad would happen concerning the fate of the world if he continued to go along this route. However, that didn't mean he had to stop completely. Once Coulson took a deep breath, Spider-Man retracted his symbiote while looking over his body. He noticed that was still wounded and needed surgery, but the damage to his lung tissue had been repaired and the patient was out of critical condition. Peter then webbed up his wound and placed him against the wall moments before Thor smashed out of the prison room. "I can't heal him, but I don't have to let him die," Peter thought to himself. "Is he?" Thor stood by Spider-Man, who shouted in response, "Go get a medic." Thor didn't wait as he began searching out SHIELD personnel to look for a medic. When Fury arrived, Peter knew the two would take this chance to unite the Avengers and was forced to play along with Fury's schemes for the greater good. Thanks to Bruce not losing it, the ship was in far greater condition, but still took a beating from Loki's mind-controlled puppets. So, they had no choice but to set the massive aircraft down for repairs. Fury gathered the Avengers around a table and threw out Coulson's bloody Captain America cards and said, "These were in Phil Coulson's jacket, I guess you'll never get the chance to sign them now." Agent Coulson passed away in surgery. It took a while for everyone to register what he said when Fury sighed, "Yes, we were building an arsenal, but I never put all my chips into that plan. No, I was playing something even riskier. Stark knows this as the Avengers Initiative." Fury walked around them as he continued to explain, "The idea was to gather a group of remarkable people, to see if they can become something more. To see if they could work together when we needed them to and fight the battles we never could." Phil Coulson died still believing in that idea, the idea of heroes. Tony stood up and started to walk away when Peter said, "They're the saying the men I consider my father quotes all the time." Tony stopped. Each of us has powers and abilities that no other normal person has, whether it's super strength, insane training, or super brain power, and with each of our great powers comes great responsibility. Right now, we have a responsibility to put aside our differences and work together to save our world, and to do that we need to look past ourselves and see the bigger picture. Chapter 28, Issue 28, Avengers Initiative Part 10. What I'm trying to say is, with great power comes great responsibility, and I don't know about you all, but I'm not going to just let Loki get away with this. I'll go alone if I have to. As long as I'm here, you're never alone. MJ held his hand. No, we're in this together. Iron Man sighed. Fury smiled at the famous phrase and said, "I like that saying. Mind if I steal it?" Peter shook his head and laughed, "Words are free, Fury, do as you please, but in return, you have to say that this isn't your first rodeo." Fury frowned and said, "Well, it isn't." Peter chuckled as he stood up, and said, "According to the mythology, he's cocky, a showboat, and loves to be the center of attention. Hey, he kind of sounds like you, Tony. I don't suppose you have any idea where Loki might be headed." Tony was tapping his finger on the table, and said, "I might if this Loki guy is a showman, like me." "He is, right?" Thor nodded his head when Tony looked at him for answers and said, "The biggest ego in Asgard." "Well, if I were going to perform an invasion and I wanted everyone to see, well, I would, that son of a bitch." Tony figured out where Loki was going to do this and started cussing up a storm. They then began their plan of assault. Thor and Iron Man decided to stall Loki for as long as they could while Bruce and Black Widow took care of the portal. Peter and the rest would be on crowd control and civilian rescue. Spider-Man then looked to Fury and asked, "Can we warn the people somehow, like using the civil defense siren?" Fury looked to him and said, "It's no good from here, our communication systems are down and we can't connect with any outsiders right now." Peter looked to Stark and said, "How about you, Stark, think you can hack into the emergency warning system and activate the sirens?" "Already on it, Spider-Man." Stark said was tapping away at the table showing his glasses run a computer code script. After activating the alarm they set out heading towards Stark Tower. Along the way, Peter called up the future defenders and sent them a warning, something big is about to go down, alien invasion big. Do your best and save as many people as you can use the old bomb shelters and subway tunnels to start helping evacuate the citizens. Are you for real? Luke said with a bit of worry in his tone. Yeah, this isn't a drill, as of now we're at war with another world. Luke, you're in charge of the group, take care of your team. Suddenly a massive surge of energy swept out over New York, the sky lit up as a ring-like portal opened up and hundreds of Chitauri began their assault. Peter and MJ took off along with the rest of the ground forces. Spider-Man didn't need to wait for the order and just reacted. As he began webbing up the Chitauri and crashing their vehicles into each other, he hopped from building to building making sure to help evacuate the civilians and lead them to safety. An explosion went off as a group of Chitauri were about to take down the whole building. However, Peter webbed up the damage area and used his suit to make a group of drones that would target any Chitauri nearby him. In the heat of combat, he grabbed hold of a family by webbing their waist together and began transporting them to the underground transit system with swift jumps and swinging motions. Once they were safely on the ground, he gave them directions to the nearest bunker and told them to get to the bomb shelters before returning to evacuate more. MJ was swinging around taking out Chitauri left and right. She saw a group of kids running from the laser attacks and webbed up a dome to protect them while she took out the aliens. Faster than the human eye could perceive, she leapt in the center of a cluster of enemies and kicked a Chitauri into another of one and shot a railgun version of her webbing pellets through their armor. Webbing a line into another alien, she swung around in a circle, jumping and ziplining to around the battlefield while knocking, grabbing, and throwing any enemy she could get a hold of into the alien in the center of her cobweb. Once she cleared out the area, MJ delivered a powerful electric current down the line, shocking everything within the trap with a lethal voltage that fried their armors alongside their bodies. She then grabbed the kids and started transporting them to a shelter. The spider heroine created 2 flying drones that orbited her body to protect her while she traveled through the gaps in the city buildings. Along the way, she spotted a few more citizens and webbed them up and carried them with her while the spider drones shot down anything that came close to them. Back with Peter, he was carrying away a new group of civilians, when he stared at none other than JJJ and his son protecting his family and a few dozen other people from a group of Chitauri with M16s. Huh. So that's why JJJ isn't up my ass. His wife is still alive in my universe. Peter swooped in and quickly kicked the head off of one of the Chitauri and webbed up one of the guns on, causing it to explode in the other Chitauri soldier's face. Spider-Man. The group of survivors shouted, "Good to see you too, New York, but now's not the time for idle chit-chat." Peter looked around and back to the crowd and said, "Well, come on folks, alien invasion's not stopping anytime soon, let's get you to a shelter." Peter webbed up a net and said, "Everyone on." As everyone stood over the web, Peter picked it up and began flying towards the nearest shelter. Along the way, every civilian he found, he webbed them up into the net as his automated turrets dispatched the nearby enemies. As he flew towards the shelter location, JJJ said, "Spider-Man, would you answer a few questions?" Peter looked down at him in amazement and said, "Really? You're asking me now?" "A decent journalist would never pass up this opportunity," JJJ responded. "Okay. Make it quick," Peter said as he neared the subway. "Are you some kind of half-bugman under that mask? Are you some kind of mutant? Why do you risk your own life to help others?" "No, I'm not some weird human-bug hybrid, I'm still human. Yes, I'm a mutant, but so is everyone else on this planet, and I do this because with great power comes great responsibility. JJ, if you had my powers, what would you do if something bad was happening and you knew you could stop it?" "But why the mask?" JJ asked as he knew he was almost out of time. "Have you seen the freaks I fight? They have superpowered abilities, tech you can't even imagine, and they all share one thing in common, they want Spidey dead. I may be superpowered, but my loved ones, not so much. Are you getting the picture yet, JJ? And besides..." Peter landed next to the subway tunnels, "The mask is pretty cool." Peter flew away after sealing up the entrance with his webbing. Along the way an explosion occurred as Peter saw a young black kid, around a few years younger than him, falling from an apartment complex window. Peter webbed him and pulled him back up as he jumped inside the building. Shooting out his webbing, he held up the damaged part of the building and began grabbing the family as he leaped over to a nearby building. He then started to clear out the enemies in the area while saving as many lives as he could. After taking this batch to a shelter, the kid who fell from the building hugged him and said, "Thanks, Spider-Man." Peter looked at the kid and thought he seemed familiar when the boy's father shouted, "Come on, Miles. Spider-Man has more people to save." Peter's eyes widened as he looked at his universe's Miles Morales walking away with his dad. Whoa. Wonder if he'll still become a Spider-Man in this world. Well, only time will tell. Up at the top of Stark Towers, Bruce was knocked off the building by a random Chitauri and transformed into the Hulk to survive the fall. When he landed and saw the chaos around him, the angry green giant didn't even pause before he started smashing into the Chitauri invasion force. Peter had just cleared out a block when a Chitauri warship came zipping through the portal. While it was flying overhead, he activated his magnetic control and turned the first ship around before he started ramming the ships into each other. A massive explosion went off as the ships came crashing down over New York. Peter captured all the metal and used it as projectiles against the cover of the portal. Suddenly, Peter heard a loud roar and saw a green dot flying towards another warship and began ripping it apart with his bare hands. Peter laughed and said, "Good to see you, big guy." The Hulk looked to Spider-Man and said, "You know, afraid of Hulk?" Peter laughed as he said, "Why would I be scared of you? You don't hurt people who don't hurt you, right? Bugman smart." Hulk said, laughing as he slapped Spider-Man on the back, sending him flying into the ground. "Ops," Hulk said, looking at the small crater made by Peter's body. Peter felt a surge of pain ripple throughout his body. Thankfully his suit absorbed most of the damage. If he hadn't been wearing it, he swore that every bone, muscle, and organ would have been ruptured or broken in some way. Peter jumped back up and surprised the Hulk, before saying, "Easy, big guy, I'm squishy compared to you, and it's Spider-Man, not Bugman." While he brushed the dust off him, the spider hero turned to the remaining ships invading their world and said, "Wanna have a competition to see who can take out the most?" No sooner than the words left Spider-Man's mouth, a bolt of lightning descended on a nearby warship, causing it to fall towards the ground. Peter quickly webbed up the giant monstrosity with his organic webbing and safely landed at Central Park. Now any survivors in the ship wouldn't be able to get out to cause havoc, not to mention he would later claim this tech as his own. Peter heard Thor laughing, "Can I get in on this competition as well?" "What about Loki?" Peter asked. "He's been incapacitated, they're working on closing the portal now, we just need to buy them time." "Sure, but try not to destroy the city. If you can aim the wreckage away from the city, that would be appreciated," Peter said before he started controlling another warship with magnetism. Suddenly all the Chitauri inside his captured vessel were shot out the whale-like ship and were thrust back through the portal, left to float away dying in the void of space. He then pulled the massive ship to the ground and webbed it up like his other one. However, unlike the other, he now had a captured perfectly intact spaceship. Next, he focused all his attention on destroying the warships. He began slamming the ships into each other like wrecking balls and tossing them through the portal with his ferrokinesis alone while Thor and Hulk were completely destroying the ships like they were made of paper. Giant green fists and hammer blows combined, sending multiple shattering blasts of shrapnel that Peter redirected and used to kill off even more Chitauri. Thanks to their close proximity to each other, Peter was able to keep most of the damage localized in Central Park, but there were still thousands of smaller units slipping past them and flooding into the city. Thankfully, they had the full might of Avengers kicking ass all throughout the city. Several sonic booms echoed out as Peter suddenly looked over to the tower when he saw Iron Man blasting off into the distance. He noticed that he was carrying a missile on his back, and that the portal was beginning to shrink. Peter waited for Stark got close to him and used his magnetic power to pull the rocket off of Tony's back before launching it straight into the Chitauri mothership as the portal closed. "Thanks for the assistance, Spider-Man," Stark said as he thought of what almost occurred. "No problem, Iron Man. Let's clear out all the stragglers," Spider-Man said as he looked to the remaining Chitauri forces still fighting on the surface. They jumped into action as they started killing off the stragglers. Captain America was standing in the center of a street, teaming up with Black Widow and Hawkeye as they took down enemies left and right. Bullets flew from Natasha's wrists, arrows shot out alongside a shield that bounced off enemy combatants, and dozens of Chitauri soldiers perished under their melee attacks. Peter jumped in and created a series of turrets that began to assist them. Tony shot everything in sight, and MJ webbed in taking out dozens of Chitauri at a time. The Hulk and Thor teamed up smashing down any remaining warships when Peter even noticed the defenders way off in the distance supporting the people and taking out some enemies of their own. As they joined together and faced down the last wave of Chitauri, Tony said, "Hey, there's a shawarma place not too far from here. Anyone else want to try it after this is all over? I've never had it before." "Oh. New Avenger rule, you pick the place, you're paying," Peter shouted. Yeah. I'll pay," Tony said as he put his helmet plate back on. "Okay, then let's do this," MJ shouted as they charged into the battlefield. Peter jumped in as fast as he could, punching, kicking, and using his powers to his fullest extent. Bones snaped, radiant green blood gushed from within the armor that was crushed under the weight of his heavy blows, limbs and organs reduced to dust through martial technique alone. Spider-Man held nothing back against the alien invaders and showed the new power he was granted by his totem in full. Thor shouted as he slammed his hammer through a wave of Chitauri, sending them flying around like rag dolls. Lightning tore through them while the hammer turned them into pulp, and throughout the whole slaughter, Thor's face was vibrant and full of joy. MJ really showed off her inventions as she created several types of cannons: fire, sonic, electric, vibration. The blasters were direct and focused so the Chitauri armor never stood a chance as the shots slammed through their bodies. She knew more than anyone that holding back now would likely result in her death. It was her first war with an alien species and couldn't afford to pull her punches. Cap threw his shield cutting through Chitauri soldiers before MJ webbed onto it and began swinging in a circle. As the shield cut through more enemies, she let go and let the shield fly towards Peter. In response, he webbed it up and bounced it back to Captain America, taking out a few more aliens before the American hero caught it and jump-kicked a Chitauri's head off. Iron Man fought alongside Thor and Hulk, shooting down targets from a distance and covering the two every chance he got. When another ship tried to get close, Thor actually managed to pick up the Hulk and threw him into a horde of enemies. While the angry green giant crushed them easily, Tony and Thor shot lightning strikes and lasers at their targets from a distance, wiping out dozens of enemy combatants with every blast. After a few hours of this, they all stood back to back panting after attacking. The final Chitauri soldiers fell before them. "Okay, that's it. I can't take any more. I'm starving," Tony shouted. Now that the battle had ended, Peter then said, "Let's go eat, and then deal with the cleanup right after." Peter pointed to the half-destroyed city. "We can't just leave a mess like this. I'll lose my friendly neighborhood title." Chapter 29, Issue 29, Avengers Initiative Epilogue. "Right, I'm sure I can help with that," Tony groaned as some of the bruises on his body ached. "Food first, fix city later, maybe see a doctor first." Before going off to the restaurant, Peter made sure to call his aunt and uncle. The moment they picked up, a wave of relief overcame him when he suddenly heard their panicked voices. "Peter, are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Where are you, kid? You in a safe place?" Peter smiled as replied, "I'm fine, you too?" "I'm with MJ, we're at a bomb shelter somewhere near the Brooklyn. Is everything all right over there?" Aunt May sighed in relief. "We were brought to a bomb shelter by someone calling himself Powerman. MJ's parents are here too." "Aunt May, me and MJ are going to be late, the city's going to be hectic for a while, and there's a lot of people that need help. We be as careful as we can, but we also have to help the people here. Is that okay with you?" Peter asked. Actually, the situation isn't that different over here. Ben keeps running around all over the place helping everyone we can, and since MJ's dad is a cop, he's going to be around us helping as well. Can you get home all right? Is there police there that you can move around with? Aunt May responded. Yeah, there are some authority figures here with us. What about you? Are you going to be able to get home all right? Peter questioned. No, the roads are messed up, jammed, and crowded. There is a shelter nearby that's housing people. I think we'll be stuck here until tomorrow. Love you, stay safe out there, and don't forget to call every few hours. Love you too, stay safe out there. Spider-Man said his goodbyes when he noticed MJ had her phone out too. After hearing her parents were okay, she felt like a 20-ton weight was lifted from her shoulders. She then breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't let anything happen to Mom. Take care of her, Dad. I love you guys and I'll see you tomorrow." They hung up their phones and leaned against each other. Hell of a day, Peter said as Tony showed them the restaurant and went inside. MJ chuckled as she rested her head on Peter's shoulders and said, "That's underselling it a bit, don't you think?" "Just a bit," Peter pinched his finger and thumb together. Well, I don't think there's a word big enough to explain how relieved I am. We did it, Peter, we saved the world from an actual alien invasion. Yeah, I guess we did. Now let's eat. Get us, one of everything, Tony said as he looked at the guys that came out of hiding. The cooks looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders before getting to work. While the group was sitting around a table eating their meal, Peter finished his meal and said, "Not bad, better than I thought it would be. Now, let's start talking war relief effort." The spider hero then turned his head to Stark and said, "Since we have the tech and know-how, I'm sure Stark and I can cook something up in the lab to help repair the city, maybe even improve it so it will be safe from supervillains and other attacks in the future." Stark lifted a brow and said, "Repairing, we could probably do, but upgrading? Well, even I don't have enough liquid assets for that kind of job." Peter made a bit of his organic webbing. As the cobalt blue webbing came out, he pulled over a cup and weakened the electromagnetic field around the webbing's molecules and caused it to shift into a semi-liquid form. Handing it over to Stark, he said, "How durable do you think an object would be if you coated it in this?" Tony scanned the material and was absolutely fascinated by its structure when he said, "How much of this stuff do you have?" Peter grinned and said, "As much as we need." Peter wasn't about to tell him that the unique webbing was created inside his bone marrow. Because of the unique structure of his organic webbing containing properties of his M-Titan alloy, it had psionic, magical, and physical durability that was just at the same levels of the adamantine, adamantium, and vibranium. Not to mention that because his webbing was neither a solid, nor a fluid, it could become both by simply spacing and pushing together the atoms with an electromagnetic field. Incredible, we could even use impacts from people walking to damage caused by villains, hell even the rain could give the city additional energy. If we could work out a kinetic transference device to suit the material's ability to absorb vibrations, it would lessen the strain on the arc reactors I've been setting up. I was thinking of using my nanobots like paint would be perfect for routing the energy, and if we could develop an efficient enough battery and generator, then every earthquake, monster attack, and villain attack could feed the city energy, but we need strong enough batteries to store the excess energy to prevent overloads. What's your opinion on liquid metal batteries? Peter and Tony started chatting away when Banner and MJ jumped in as well. What about adding sound dampening to the material so everyone doesn't have to wake up when a battle going on outside their buildings? MJ started sketching out a prototype fabric. It'll numb the sound, but won't diminish it completely. Windows are a thing, Tony, MJ added. Oh wow. Do you think you can make it absorb radiation and make them solar cells as well? Maybe you could rearrange the nanobot functions by adding something like this. Banner started to write down his thoughts. Clint laughed as he turned to his partner and said, "You catch any of that?" "Every third word or so," Black Widow commented. Captain America smiled and replied, "I don't understand the jargon, but sounds you guys fix the place up and can keep it from being destroyed in the future." MJ had suddenly thought of something and almost blew Peter's identity. "Pet. Spider-Man, isn't it your birthday?" Peter widened his eyes and said, "We've been out all night, I completely forgot." MJ smiled as she sat on his lap and whispered, "I think I have the perfect present for you." Thor laughed and asked, "So how old are you now, Spider-Man?" "Younger than you think, but old enough to be considered an adult where you're from." "I believe in your culture I should have already gone on my first hunt," Peter answered. Thor laughed, "Then you should come to Asgard sometime. We could help you pick a prey. And if you bring it down, we could even make you a weapon forge in Nidavellir." Peter smiled, "Really, I am actually very interested in meeting a god of the forge." He then turned to Tony and said, "So Tony, would you want to see a star that's been turned into a forge that can craft materials you've never even heard of before?" Stark smiled as he said, "You know, that sounds like a lot of fun. But first, Spidey couple, you two should come work for me." Tony shouted with excitement. Peter responded with, "Ha. You wish. Maybe I could get you to work for my company someday." "Fine, How about a partnership then? Tony said as he held out his hand. That I can do. Peter shook his hand responding. But then you'll have to tell me who you are. After all, I won't go into business with a total stranger, Tony shot back. Peter laughed and said, sure, when I form my company I'll give you a call. Oh yeah, help me out moving the 2 warships I caught in Central Park, will ya? I'll stop by tomorrow and we'll open it up together. Stark smiled, and started laughing before he said, darn, and here I was hoping you forget about that. The two chatted for hours when they decided on letting Tony's AI in his many extra suits to speed up the process, and Peter and MJ gave him some sketches for some different cleanup and repair drone bots. Tony made a bunch of improvements schooling the two on tech. However, they were still able to offer a bit of advice before they finished their meal. Peter stood up and said, well, I guess we should get back to work, gonna be a long couple of weeks. Before they paid for the check, Peter had them all take a picture together. This one's so going up on the Spidey account, MJ said as they walked outside to begin helping the people of New York. First, they stopped by where a group of people was gathering. They were placing up pictures of lost family members and contact information. Peter and MJ looked around for a good 5 hours or so before reuniting hundreds of people with their loved ones. Every once in a while, they would have to deliver some bad news. It broke their heart to see the grief-stricken tears of those that lost their loved ones. MJ was both distraught and inspired. She wanted to grow stronger so that she could save even more lives. Peter grabbed her hand and said, I'm with you, together we'll get stronger and protect the world we love. Don't forget what your symbiote is capable of. Should you find an opportunity and someone who's willing to share their power, we can continue to improve our abilities. You don't think we'll go power mad? MJ asked. Peter then answered, not if we do it the right way. There's nothing wrong with wanting to be stronger, but we have to remember, the stronger we get, the more responsibilities we'll have. MJ finished as she started swinging towards a broken-down building. Before using their webbing, they reinforced certain weak parts, making sure it was safe for reconstruction later. They also still managed to find some survivors buried under some rubble here and there. They sent them to locations where residents were gathering, and the sun had all but set when the two decided to call it a night. The two webbed home exhausted when they came in through Peter's window and transformed into their nighties. They laid in bed and smiled at one another. MJ wrapped her arms around Peter's neck and kissed him passionately. You know. MJ reached her hands down, grabbing his member, and said, I still have to give you your birthday present. Peter grabbed her shoulders and said, MJ, I want us to. MJ started to cry. Don't you want me? Don't you find me attractive? Peter bit his lip and sighed, you're the most beautiful thing I've ever laid my eyes on. I love you, MJ. I love you so much it hurts when I hold myself back like this. But. MJ stopped his sentence short and kissed him before whispering in his ear, then don't, I love you too, Tiger, and this is what I want. She removed her clothes and stood in front of him. The pale moonlight shined against her soft and supple skin. Peter's eyes were drawn to her well-developing breast and perfectly toned body. MJ moved closer to him and placed his hand against her groin. Peter felt a fire burn through him as he lost himself in her passion. He picked her up, removing his clothing, and placed her against his bed, his tongue intertwined with hers as he placed a finger inside, making her moan. Peter felt her stroking him, making his excitement grow. How big can you get, Tiger? MJ purred as Peter assaulted her neck with hickeys. Peter then stopped as he said, I don't have a. MJ smiled and said, the symbiote can act as a birth control for us. Peter slapped his head and thought, why didn't I think of that? Because of her regeneration factor, something as simple as birth control pills had no effect on MJ, but the symbiote could directly keep them from conceiving through other means. He laughed as he thought himself a dummy. Peter started off by reaching for her crotch and rubbing her. MJ moaned as she felt him kissing her stomach and working his way down. Oh, God. Peter. MJ moaned as she felt his tongue exploring her insides. When she felt ready, she pulled herself free and pushed him back on the bed before sitting on his stomach. MJ then smiled and kissed him as she guided him inside her. Wincing in pain as Peter slowly pushed his way inside her, she placed her arms around his neck and kissed him even harder. Her whole body shook as she reached the base of his prick before she gave a pained groan. Peter stayed like this for a while. MJ continued to kiss him as tears formed in her eyes and a trail of blood ran down her leg. Peter held her quivering body and said, God, you're beautiful, MJ. MJ's face brightened up as Peter kissed her neck before he whispered in her ear, I love you and I always will. I think you can start moving now, MJ said, biting her lip seductively. Peter slowly started to move and he saw MJ still fighting through the pain when after a few minutes she began to moan out in pleasure. Oh my God, Peter, MJ shouted, you're reaching my. Peter slammed in, making her yelp in joy. His bed creaked and slightly slammed against the wall. Thanks to MJ's body being powered like his, he didn't have to worry about breaking her, and he let loose a little. MJ seemed to enjoy it too as she wrapped her legs around him as he began to pick up the pace. They continued to go at it like animals in heat for several hours. Peter moved her in dozens of positions, and because of how flexible they are, the couple managed to explore some very provocative postures. Peter, I'm. MJ moaned, unable to complete her sentence. Me too. Peter shouted. MJ gripped him with all of her strength as he released inside her, making her call out his name as she almost fainted. However, they weren't done. Super stamina and all, they continued to go at it until early next morning. When the sun shined through his curtains, Peter laid down next to her as the two stayed close to one another, panting heavily as the sweat glistened on top of their skin. Holy. Peter huffed. Shit. MJ finished as she kissed his neck and wrapped her arm around his chest. MJ held her other hand on her stomach and said, well, at least we can choose when we'll have a kid. Peter smiled as he kissed her back. What do you want to name him or her? He said, making his way to her neck. Annie, if it's a girl, and Benjamin if it's a boy. MJ said, turning around. Peter smiled as he kissed her forehead. I love it, but maybe it's a bit soon to be thinking about our kid's name. After all, we still have to get married first. MJ blushed as she buried her head into his chest and put on her nighties again. Peter did as well and said, good night MJ, I love you. MJ responded, I love you too Peter, good night. The two fell asleep that morning without a care in the world, and sleep harder than they ever have before that night. Chapter 30, Issue 30, Trials of Merlin Part 1. Peter woke up the next morning to MJ laying her head on his chest with her arm wrapped around him. He smiled, kissed her forehead, and snuck out of bed. Heading downstairs, Peter started cooking her breakfast, and thanks to visiting the Renew Your Vows Peter Parker, he picked up a tasty banana pancake recipe MJ was very fond of. He had to admit it was pretty good. He could see why it would become Annie's favorite over the wheat pancakes he adored. The smell of the food woke up MJ and made her smile in embarrassment as she thought of what she did last night. She took the chance to take a shower before heading downstairs with a radiant smile that never left her lips. As Peter finished making breakfast, he placed the plate on the table around the same time he saw MJ walking down the stairs. Her hair was still wet, and her face was glowing just like Peter's was, and he couldn't help but blush. She swallowed her embarrassment and marched over before giving him a kiss and said, Morning, Tiger. Last night was. Peter smiled as he responded, Yeah, it was. After laughing a little, they sat at the table. MJ took a bite of the pancake and said, Oh my God, Tiger, this is amazing. I should get you to cook more often. Well, if every time is as good as last night, I might just do that for you. Peter gave her a quick kiss. The two then chatted back and forth about menial things, mostly about tech, when MJ said, By the way, what happened to you when you were all cocooned up? Peter had an idea of what happened, but for some reason, he didn't remember meeting the spider god. All he could remember was the word champion totem. I think that there is a magical aspect to our powers, but I have no idea what they are. Magic. But we got our powers through a science experiment, right? MJ asked. Yeah, but maybe that's just a catalyst that allows us to tap into this force, like our bodies being more aligned towards a certain force or realm. Thor said it was a totem god, and I think with what we both know, Strange might be able to enlighten us on that matter, Peter replied. After they finished their meal, they sat outside and waited for their parents to come home. They texted a few more times to make sure they were all right and learned that they were waiting for a couple of roads to be cleaned up. It took a while, but after a few hours had passed, a beat-up Volkswagen Type 3 drove into the driveway. Peter's jaw dropped as he saw the damage to Uncle Ben's car, and walked up to them. Hey, are you guys all right? Ben and May hopped out of the beat-up vehicle and ran up to Peter hugging. I'm so glad you're okay. MJ's parents did the same as they told them what they experienced. After helping out the people had to clear the roadways, and slowly making their way back, they ran into quite a few situations. Along the way home, they helped out survivors, helped remove wreckage, and eventually had to spend the night at a human services center. Actually, MJ and I were planning on going out to help with helping the disaster relief, but we wanted to wait for you to come home, Peter said, scratching his head when he saw their expression, and continued, We're actually planning on joining some friends from school, so we'll be moving with a large group. May looked like she was struggling with the idea when Ben patted her shoulder with a smile on his face and said, Let them go. Ben. May shouted with a worried expression. It's a good thing that the youth want to take care of their city, and the fact that Peter and Mary want to take part makes me proud. Everyone smiled at Ben's words. After all, it was because of his nature that they helped so many people while trying to get back. Every time he saw someone in need of help, Ben was the first one to jump into action. After some light convincing and a breakfast to unload all their thoughts, the spider duo left the house and webbed off towards Stark Towers. The real repairs would start there. After gaining some altitude, they switched into flight mode and shot off into the sky before activating their glider suits to gracefully fall towards Tony's home. When they arrived, they made sure not to intrude like they usually would and rang the doorbell. After waiting a few minutes, a screen popped up on the display screen showing Tony and Pepper in bathrobes. Hope I'm not interrupting. Peter chuckled, making Tony reply, Actually yes, could you give us, 2 hours? Pepper took over and said, Hi Spider-Man, Spider-Woman, Tony will be right down. I will. Tony replied with a sad expression. You will. Pepper shot back. Ugh, I guess I'm coming down. You know Spidey, your timing is horrible. Tony shut the camera off and opened up his gates. The spider couple made their way inside and greeted Pepper before she took them to Tony's lab. Peter still couldn't get enough of this place. The upper lab was just for fun time projects, but the real lab was below. Peter and MJ rode an elevator down and entered into a very large open space that had 2 webbed-up Chitauri warships stuck inside a containment field. Peter smiled as he waved to Tony. Tony, my men. These look great. As they approached, Tony noticed the strut in Peter's stride as he grinned and said, Looks like I'm not the only one who got some last night. Tony. Pepper shouted. Tony laughed before saying, What Spidey's walk has a chipper mood to it. Jarvis's recognition software is never wrong about these things. Either he just hit the jackpot, or he got some. Peter could feel the embarrassment coming off of MJ as she readied her hand to slap him. Tony raised his hands to protect his face while wearing a worried expression. Easy Spider-Woman, I'm not in my suit. A slap like yours could knock my head off. It's a good thing I can control my strength. MJ smiled. Oof, Peter chuckled. Do it Spider-Woman. Pepper shouted. Peter winced as he heard the slap. Tony's face had a red imprint on his cheek and an I deserved that one look on his face. Why'd you say it? You had to know this was going to happen. Peter whispered. Did you have fun? Tony grinned. Ahem, yays. Peter rubbed his throat while acting like it was a cough. Ow. MJ slapped him in the back of the head and walked over to Pepper. Spider-Man walked over to the ship and saw the prototypes to the cleanup robots. These would dispose of rubble and recycle it using his webbing as a new bonding agent. It would replace and fix most of the damage to the city. Tony even made an AI just for the cleanup and repair. He called him Handybot. Peter laughed and said, Why not Mr. Clean, or Agent Soap? Because those names suck, Tony replied as he rolled his eyes. The Spider Hero also saw a test run using Peter Parker's regular permanent formula. The building was in the middle of being coated, sanded down, and painted over. Since the adhesive was capable of bonding things on a molecular level, the end result looked no different than any other building surface. The spinneret for the device was made by a kid I know. I made some changes to it to suit the purpose though, and the results are amazing. Take a look at this. Tony brought them over to an I-beam made from the webbing and there was a section of it covered in the liquefied organic webbing he handed over to Tony yesterday. It looked like it had been subjected to a series of stress tests as there were burn marks and dents around the coating. If we coated this substance over the surface of building materials, they would vastly expand the conditions needed to cause wear and decay, they could absorb damage and supply energy to the city, and they wouldn't have to go through constant maintenance. Mr. Parker, what you have here isn't just money, it's real wealth. MJ was shocked when Peter memory holed it because of how interested he was in the drone's sphere-like design. Yeah, I can. Peter paused when he realized what Tony called him. Slapping his forehead, he turned to his friend and asked, How long have you known? I figured it out when I saw your webbing on the battlefield. Jarvis ran some scans and found a 30% match to the adhesive formula you gave me. Yeah, but those have been out on the market for a while now. Anyone can make my webbing in some form if they're smart enough. True, but in combination, the 3D printer you built had too many similarities to those shooters on your wrists. I was really impressed by your work, you know. Tony pulled open a screen showing his nanobot design. I was mostly impressed by your reactor. How did you create such a powerful and precise magnetic field? I get the hypertorus shape, but you don't just luck into these kinds of specifications. It took Jarvis a full day to run through all the calculations to get this to work. Peter removed his mask, making Pepper gasp. So you knew even before the whole Avengers Initiative? Tony replied, I kept waiting for you to trust me, but then I thought, nah. That's not me. Better to rip it off like a worn band-aid and embarrass you, tease you, make jokes at your expense. MJ removed her mask as well and said, Hi Pepper, good to see you again. Pepper smiled and turned to Tony and said, Tony, you should make me a suit. Tony smiled and replied, Could you say those words again? Tony, build me a suit, please. Pepper smiled as she crossed her arms. One more time, please. Tony couldn't help but push his luck while biting the bottom of his lip. No. Pepper shouted. Aw, come on. I've been waiting forever for you to ask me to make you one. I've already got a few designs ready. Seriously though, what brought this change on? Tony pleaded, making them laugh. I thought that I couldn't be both a couple and a superhero, but apparently. Pepper looked to Peter and MJ before saying, I was wrong. Nothing bad about moving forward. After all, it just seems like the most logical step. Oh, most logical, huh? Tony grinned as he nodded his head in agreement, so it has nothing to do with what happened last night. Ignoring the couple flirting beside them, Peter walked over to the warship and said, I can control magnetic fields, so I kind of sense how much energy was being produced while making it, not to mention if I can learn more about my power, I could even rearrange molecules in metals to make other metals. Peter waved his hand collecting the webbing that he originally used to tie down the ships. He then made a basket using his web shooters and proceeded to fill it up with his organic webbing. After turning it into a liquid with his ferrokinesis, he closed it off with his regular webbing and patted his hands like he just got done working. Now then, I think that's a little over 3,000 gallons for you to play with. I'm gonna charge you for the material, Peter said grinning. Amazing. Imagine the alloys we could craft, kid. I'm gonna give you a crash course on Stark methods of metallurgy, Tony said as he stared at Peter and the ship in front of him. Peter laughed as he opened up a hatch in the ship and said, what do you say to a little exploration? Tony summoned his armor and said, kid, I thought you'd never ask. MJ stood up beside Peter and said, I can't believe we're about to investigate an alien spacecraft. They stepped inside and wondered at the technology. Most of the equipment seemed to be operated by psionic command, there was enough space to house hundreds of thousands of people, and it was full of many high-tech machines that left them clueless. However, what made them drool with excitement was the anti-gravity engines and atmospheric manipulation device. Tony was looking at the bridge trying to figure out the material they used to make the circuitry. MJ was looking over it and said, it appears to be some kind of synthetic crystal or quartz, it not wired like a computer it's like a neural network, this is incredible. Jarvis, take pictures, a lot of them, also, scan the environment and get me a 3D reconstruction of the entire ship. Right away Mr. Stark, a spherical object detached from Tony's suit and began scanning everything in sight. While Peter was studying the engine, he couldn't stop being fascinated by the massive device that could focus powerful electromagnetic fields and manipulate the ship to move in any direction. The hero found out that the machine could mimic his ferrokinetic power, although it was with much less finesse and only capable of accessing a fragment of its potential energy. The engine could produce energy through a powerful antimatter reactor to emit gravity photons that would control the spatial barrier around the ship. Any direction the EM field moves, the ship follows. The fuel the ship used was an unknown element that glowed with an orange-yellow light. At the moment, Peter could only call it exotic matter until he learned its proper name. They spent a few hours studying the ship before Peter stepped back outside to work on the repair robots. Tony and MJ soon followed after, and as they worked, they discussed their findings while making vast improvements on the clean bots. Once they had the first robot up, Peter unwebbed the other spaceship and made another 3,000 gallons of M-Titan webbing for Tony to use. Within a few more hours they had finished building a few hundred of them, which was more than enough to send out into the city. Tony started up the A.I and they watched as they were spread over the city and began repairing it. Everyone freaked out at first, and a lot thought that the invasion wasn't over, but when they all noticed the Stark Tech logo, they started to think. Their suspicions were confirmed when Tony sent out a mass text telling people what the objects were for. The cleaning bots would scan the damage and use a mixture of Peter's formula to repair and enhance their buildings and broken housing. MJ and Peter continued to web around helping people, and along the way, he met up with the Defenders, Powerman. Peter called out to him. Hey, Spidey. Been a while, I saw you during the invasion but didn't have any time to spare. Sorry about that. So, how have you been? Pretty good, actually. I owe you some thanks, one of the people you helped out with yesterday were relatives of ours, so, thank you for saving my family. MJ smiled as she said, thank you. Powerman smiled and said, hey, we're all friends, no need for that. So. Luke pointed to the drones flying around, is this Iron Man's work? We helped. It's more like 40% us, and 60% Stark. MJ said laughing. Well, I have to get back to helping people, good seeing you again Spidey couple. Powerman waved his hand as he went to help fix up a broken-down shop by helping them clean up the heavy debris. Peter and MJ webbed to a nearby high-rise and looked over the rapidly recovering New York. They held each other's hands and laughed when they saw how quickly the machines were working. That is really cool to see. I should make one for my house, MJ's eyes sparkled. I guess we can say goodbye to chores, Peter chuckled. All right, I guess we should get back to work. We have to free up some time to study magic. So, I was thinking once we get back to school, we should apply for early graduation. Since Tony already knows our not-so-secret identities, he can help us start up a company, but I wonder how long of a hiatus we'll have to go on. I'm sure delaying our college education isn't going to make our parents completely freak out. I'm sure we'll do fine, Tiger. After all, even if it takes a couple of years, we have the Avengers to help pick up the slack, and since we won't have to worry about money anymore, it really isn't that stressing. MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek as she jumped off the high rise and webbed towards where they were needed. Peter followed after and the two started fixing up and helping the many citizens of New York, and they continued to do so for 2 weeks. Only when the city started to look like its former condition did life return to normal and school start up once again. Chapter 31, Issue 31, Trials of Merlin Part 2. The heroic couple walked to school that day, eager to apply for Tony's scholarship. All Peter had to do was present his nanobot prototype, and then it was a sure thing that he got it. MJ had her own ideas for the scholarship presentation. She was working on a piece of unstable molecule fabric mixed with her web silk formula to create a type of multi-use fabric that would put every other material out of business. Thanks to the material she was developing, not only could mimic every other type of fabric, but it would retain the durability of the spider silk armor. The spider heroine was targeting sweatshops and several other companies that relied on hunting down animals for their fur. She figured that if her fabric could mimic them, then all they would need is that single material to develop the desired clothing fabric. The best part was that she could use the spider silk formula as a base for the materials. All she needed was to make an electron synthesizer and create the particle in a lab. Once setting the base template for unstable molecule to the spider silk formula, it could then be shaped in any pattern or size that's within the silk stress levels. Once the fabric is shaped, it can be changed to any type of material that is recorded in the fabric storage center. Which is also something MJ had to develop. Peter offered to let her use his nanobots, but in response to his offer, she shook her head and said, "That's too much power for everyday clothing. I'll come up with my own design, just watch me, Tiger." I mean, don't you think it's enough for people to be walking around in bulletproof clothing? It's not completely bulletproof, it's too thin. Bones would break, Peter mentioned with a painful cringe. My point stands, it's a bad idea to give everyone tech like that, and I think they'll appreciate the extra safety it provides without giving up comfort. It's about balancing fashion and protection. When they got to school, everyone was freaking out and talking about the Avengers. Peter and MJ smiled at the approval of their heroics. However, that feeling was soured when Flash shouted, "Spider-Man is the best. Did you see him tearing up those whale ship things? And his Spidey woman. What a body." Peter crushed up a small piece of paper and chucked it at the back of Flash's head. Ouch. Who threw that? As MJ giggled at her boyfriend's antics, Jessica jumped on them with a cheerful greeting. "Hey guys, what's up? Good to see you, Jessica." Peter and MJ said, seeing Luke walk up next to her. "Hey, it's good to see you again, Peter." Peter smiled and shook his hand. "Nice to see you again, Luke. I hope you and Jessica have been getting along." "Ah, yeah, she's a cool cat," Luke responded when Danny walked up to them next to Angel. "You talk like you're from the 70s, MJ snorted. "It's how my mama raised me." "Got a problem with that?" Luke crossed his arms. "Hey Pete." "Hi MJ." Angel said as she hugged them. "Great job, Avengers," she whispered in their ears. Danny came up next and said, "Oh, you're Peter Parker, right? I hear you're the smartest kid in school, and this lovely lady must marry Jane. Angel talks about you guys all the time." Angel blushed and said, "I do not." Peter and MJ laughed at her expression. "So, did you hear about the scholarship Stark's giving out? The people who win will receive entry to a brand new academy, and enough grant money to start their own business," Luke informed. Peter almost choked at the thought, and groaned as he mumbled, "Tony, you always go overboard." He then looked to Luke and asked, "What's this new academy?" Luke smiled as he said, "It's a new school that will have every grade for teaching. From grade school to university level, as long as you pass an examination, you can go here. I also hear Tony Stark is the building's only benefactor and the materials he's using are all next gen." Angel smiled and said, "Yeah, actually, I heard that the company I got a job with is pitching in too. So, there are two benefactors." Angel winked at them without the rest of her group. Peter suddenly thought of Avengers Academy. No, it can't be. But if it is, that means I'll get to meet Hank Pym. The Hank Pym was dubbed as the scientist supreme by a cosmic entity known as Eternity. Peter thought to himself. Not to mention that he was more than sure that Otto and Kurt were coming along to the place to teach as well, especially since their contract is with SHIELD and not Midtown High School. Peter laughed. "So that's the game you're playing, Fury. Man, this guy knows how to tempt a person. Well, I guess I shouldn't be too surprised. He is the world's greatest spy and all that stuff. I bet he could tempt the devil into making a deal with him instead of the other way around." Peter rubbed the back of his head as he thought, "Well, I guess it's time to graduate. I guess we'll be seeing them later. I doubt Fury will let them stay here." He then smiled and said, "Actually, MJ and I are applying for the scholarship and will be taking the early high school exit exam." "Really?" Everyone shouted. "Yeah, we plan to graduate early so we can do personal stuff before college," MJ replied with a smile on her face. The bell rang as they started to walk away and towards their class. Flash shouted, "I don't believe it, puny Parker and geeky MJ are leaving school." Peter could put up with a lot of things, but he snapped after hearing him make fun of MJ. "Okay Flash, since this is the last time I get to show you up, might as well go big. I'm tired of you jumping at us just because MJ and I are smarter than you. I get it, you feel inadequate about your own life and your own lack of knowledge. You. Once again, Flash found himself walking into another verbal beatdown. Peter poked his chest and pushed him back a bit. You know, I bet if you just applied yourself to something anything with all of your might, you could be something special. So let me give you a piece of advice, you tiny brain oaf. You know that Spider-Man you like so much, that hero you idolize. He'd see you as a goddamn thug. A bully who can't take a hint. From the look on Flash's face, Peter could that one cut deep. But he didn't stop there. He backed away from the blonde jerk and said, if you want to emulate that hero you have to shape up and do something meaningful with your life, something productive to society. Or else you'll just be a dumb jock for the rest of your life. He gave Flash one last stern look and finished berating him by saying, you know what I want to do. I want to make things that make it easier for humans to live comfortably. I want to cure cancer, and revolutionize the medical world. I want to help mankind travel and terraform other planets, but most of all I want to move forward with my life. What do you want to do? SH. Shut the hell up. You don't know me. Flash tried to invade Peter's personal space. However, the spider hero pushed him back with a poke to his chest that actually hurt the guy a little. Oh, I know you. You're the kind of guys that prefers to sit on your ass and make fun of others all to stoke that tiny, and I mean tiny little ego. Grow the fuck up, Flash. You're not a kid anymore, so start acting like a goddamn adult and take some responsibility for your life. The bully was so stunned, he didn't even notice Peter walking away with his arm around Mary Jane. Damn tiger. That was harsh. Deserved, but harsh. He needed to hear it. Flash has a lot of potential in him. He shouldn't waste it taking out his problems on other people. He needs to look inside and see the hero that's in everyone. Peter said with a stern expression. Kind of corny, MJ said, but her smile made it clear that she rather liked that side of him. Why? Because it's actually good advice. The day something positive became weird is the day humanity becomes a doomed species. Doing good shouldn't be seen strange or foreign to people. It should be the most natural thing in the world. You got a point there. I never thought of it like that. MJ mulled over the reason why speaking like that became odd. Harry and Liz saw them strolling through the hall and came up to them. Hey Peter. Glad you guys made it through that mess. How's your family? Peter and Harry hugged and replied, they're all right. What about yours? MJ hugged Liz as she used their cover story, some guy named Powerman saved our parents. We were in Brooklyn when it happened. We were in Harlem when it started. A girl calling herself Firestar saved us, Liz said as she smiled at Angel. They entered homeroom for the last time and requested to take an early exam. They signed up and easily passed. Next, they applied for Tony's scholarship and sent in their prototypes. After they received their graduation papers they went home early to show them off. They also informed them that they would take a break before going to college. Since they bought themselves a couple of years before they would have to go naturally, they could take it easy and spend time with their family while shuffling their superhero activities. After a few days, an acceptance notice came from Pepper. Peter and MJ smiled. They weren't joking when they said that the grant money Tony supplied could build their own company. On top of the grant money, Peter and MJ were getting their own separate paychecks from the stuff they made and sold. Peter checked his phone and grinned. I don't think Spidey's ever been this rich. He and MJ both got around $5.5 million with grant. Added with what they already had, Peter had roughly $505 million while MJ was hitting $100 million. With this much they could officially open up a company or start an entire enterprise. However, before they could spend their cash, they wanted to learn magic. After that last battle, MJ started to understand that one of the quickest ways to get stronger with one's own maximum effort. D/P, I'm so proud of her. A/N, I will erase you if you keep this up. She thought of asking Angel or someone that she knew if she could copy their power, but she could never think of how to phrase it, and it always came off as something that sounded power-hungry. Ugh, why can't I find a criminal to have a suitable power that I like? MJ pouted as they moved around the city going towards Doctor Strange's sanctum. Peter then said, you know, I could always ask Thor to give you a shock that could purify your spider gene to perfection. Who knows, maybe you'll get your own totem and power up as well. He had long since explained that higher beings like the Beyonders and gods appear as they expect to see them, so if she didn't want to imagine a monster it would be a good idea not to go in expecting one. Sounds fun, MJ said with a sarcastic tone, little scary though. I wonder what this web of life is, and why it's so important. Peter sighed. There wasn't much known about the web of life's origin, but its importance was tied to the very fabric of their reality. From what he remembered of it, the full name was called, the Web of Life and Destiny. It is a three-dimensional construct in five-dimensional space which acts as a model of the entire multiverse and enables travel between realities. Its nexus lies in Earth-001, where it is maintained by the Master Weaver and totemic spider deities. From what Peter's learned of the spider gods, the totem names are given by them after reaching a certain level of connection with the pantheon. For instance, Cain being called the Other, it was a title that he gained from accepting the totem god, along with the power to transform into a spider monster. The other totem tittle he knew of were the Great Weaver, who also selects those who are worthy of becoming the avatars of great totems like the other. The Gatekeeper, who is responsible for controlling mystical forces and chooses which totemic avatars are worthy of their powers. The Bride's role is in weaving hidden threads, enabling spider totems to arise through chance, magic, curses, or unwanted luck. And his totem, like the 616 Peter Parker, was given directly to him by the totem god. He didn't know this, but after rejecting the other, the 616 Spider-Man was now known as the Prime Totem. That which lies at the center of the web is basically the primary universe of Marvel canon. He was from Universe 891211 and was now the home of the Champion Totem. Peter didn't know what that entailed yet, but he figured such a title couldn't be a small role for him to play in the days to come. As they arrived at Strange Place, they noticed that the door was opened, and there was a voice of a young woman was yelling inside, "I don't care if you're the sorcerer of the whole damn world, whatever you title yourself as. That artifact belongs to the Inhumans, and if you don't hand it over, then you're in for a world of hurt. Miss Crystal, I told you before, your ancestors gave this relic to the Sorcerer Supreme years ago as a peace offering. I don't know much about your current leader, but as his sister-in-law, shouldn't you be working to improve the relations with an ally of the Inhumans, rather than squander our partnership?" Strange questioned. He seemed to be trying to reason with her. "I keep telling my big brother that magic is a sham, and you're nothing more than a swindler come to prey upon our people. I don't know which Inhuman you are, what powers you have, or even if Strange is your real name. What reason should I have to trust you? Perhaps you're not even human at all, maybe a mutant." Crystal shouted with a frustrated expression. Peter and MJ walked up the stairs and saw Crystal, who was the sister of Medusa, the queen of the Inhumans. She had short bright orange hair and had an appealing appearance. Her facial features were top-notch and could only be called a beauty no matter which way you looked at her. Her body was lean, perfectly toned. She was clearly trained in combat, and was around the same age as them. She seemed to be holding a strange crystal in her hand and was pointing her finger at Strange while shouting, "I don't care what happened in the past, I was told to gather up the keys and return them to Adeline. If you would please allow me to speak to your leader," Strange said, holding his hand up. "Ha. Talking to Big Brother is pointless for a mortal. Do you wish to die?" I think he's referring to speaking with his mind. After all, the Sorcerer Supreme could easily speak with him using telepathy, Peter said as he walked up the steps. "Who are you?" Crystal turned around to see the two in costume. "What have you been living under a rock? We're your friendly neighborhood Spidey couple," MJ replied. Chapter 32, Issue 32, Trials of Merlin Part 3. "Ah. Just in time. You two came to start your magic training, finally." Strange looked as if the two arriving would solve all his problems, when he suddenly smiled, said, "I know you two wish to learn of your power's heritage, but I'm in a bit of a crisis right now. I was planning on testing you both together, however, the fates seem to have something different in store for you. Crystal, this is Spider-Woman, a hero who fought in the recent invasion." Strange introduced MJ before he turned to Peter and said, "And this is Spider-Man, also a hero who also participated in saving New York from the alien threat." Crystal looked them over and lifted a brow. "I thank you for protecting the Earth, but I have no time for chit-chat at the moment. This magic man and I were in the middle of a discussion." Peter laughed. "That's a good one, Dr. Stephen Strange, Stage Magician Supreme." Stephen frowned at the joke and said, "Actually, I was hoping Spider-Woman would accompany me, while you undergo a trial." "Say what now, Doc?" Peter questioned while giving his best shot at impersonating Bugs Bunny. "I will pay a visit to Black Bolt, and since Spider-Woman has a bit of fate with the Inhumans, she will come as well," Strange explained. "Okay. Then what test are you giving me?" Peter asked. Strange then said, "You see, almost every magic item contains some sentence, some far more than others, and a particular set of items has chosen you as its master. But I don't know the first thing about magic," Peter exclaimed. Strange pulled out a satchel and passed it over to him. "Inside is the beginnings of your magical lessons. You will have to learn several dead languages such as Old Norse, Sanskrit, and Latin." Peter smiled with a cringing expression. "Oh, joy, out of school, but I still have homework." "The bag is yours, and so are these." A thick leather robe floated over Peter and MJ when Strange continued, "These will help attune your spiritual bodies to better feel your magical energies." Strange handed a satchel of infinite space to MJ, and said, "After you two complete your initial training, I'll take you to receive your personal chosen items." Since Peter has already been chosen by an artifact, he will undergo a trail of sorts given by the item. It could take a while, so Spider-Woman will be joining me on our journey to settle our misunderstanding. "What do we do about our identities and lives back at home?" MJ asked as started to worry. "Won't our families and friends start freaking out? Not to mention, since we'll be absent at the same time as our hero counterparts, won't they start putting two and two together? I can cast a spell that will create the perfect excuse for your absence. When people try to think of why you two aren't here or there, they will think nothing of it and make up their own answers, so whatever is the acceptable excuse will become the illusion." "Of course, this only works if they don't see you," Strange replied. "Spider-Woman, what do you want to do?" Peter asked. MJ thought of all the people that passed away during the invasion and said, I want to get stronger. Peter smiled and turned to Strange, well, you heard her, Sorcererman. You better teach her as much as you can, because when you get back, I might just end up surpassing you. Strange laughed and said, we won't be gone that long, but very well, I'll do what I can to teach her in that time. You surpassing me would actually make me quite happy. Wong, please take him to a place to study. Wong appeared beside Peter, making him jump as he asked, whoa. When did you? I was standing here for a while now, Wong replied. Strange turned back to Crystal and said, if you would. The Inhuman rolled her eyes before she held the crystal out and activated it by connecting mentally to it. The pale blue fist-sized crystal shined as a portal opened up. On the other side was a massive floating citadel hovering over the Himalayas mountains. The city looked far beyond what she had ever seen, as was something akin to how a mortal would look at Asgard for the first time. Needless to say, the scenery was out of this world. There were high rises, and thousands of high-tech-looking buildings, all of which was suspended over a bowl-shaped, anti-gravity and cloaking device. Crystal took one look at Dr. Strange and scowled before saying, I can let you meet with Big Brother, but my mission still stands, this is going back to Adeline. Spider-Woman held out her hand, and said, I look forward to learning more about your people. Mary Jane smiled while Crystal jerked her head away and jumped through the portal. Well, that could have gone better. The red-headed hero sighed as she jumped through alongside Dr. Strange. While they left, Peter was led to a large library where he began going through the many languages he would have to study up on. Spider-Man scratched his head and let out a sigh of resignation as he dug into his homework, focusing on the books and their contents like his life depended on it. While the hero was doing his best to memorize the material, he was completely unaware to the many things currently happening across his city. One such issue was Osborn's lab getting up to its old tricks again. They were currently trying to recreate their version of the super soldier serum. Manhattan/Oscorp Tower. What do you mean the gas isn't ready? How much money have I sunk into your ridiculous project? If you don't shape up and get some results, then you can count yourself out of the job. No one would dare hire Roderick Kingsley again. Ever. Norman Osborn was shouting at a young blonde man sitting in a chair next to his lab equipment. Look, Mr. Osborn, the technology we managed to get from the invasion is still too new to us. It wouldn't make it into the experimental category. Even if we could use the alien tech to synthesize an enhancement serum, would the end result even be suitable for humans? This takes time, Norman, and using technology as advanced as this without knowing the full extent of what it's capable of is too dangerous. I don't care, Kingsley, you have 4 months to get some results or I'm taking away your lab and sending your work to someone else. Osborn said, shouting at the top of his lungs. You can't do that, I've poured my life's work into this project. Kingsley shouted back. Then you better get some goddamn results. Osborn said as he left the room. The young scientist grunted and turned back to his work. I show you, Osborn, I'll show you all. Flushing Meadows, Corona Park/Queens. Across the city at the Reed Richards Science Center, Eddie Brock was down in the dumps. After losing the only samples he had on Venom, he began trying to recreate the process from scratch. Of course, this required a lot of materials that he couldn't afford, so he had to steal, lie, and use blood he received from death row inmates that he acquired from his part-time job as a prison guard at Rikers Island Maximum Security Penitentiary. He was going over his lab notes and slammed his fist on the table. Damn it. Another rejection. Eddie was searching through his list of possible blood donors and sighed before saying, maybe it has something to do with blood type. Let's see, I ran almost every type, but the symbiotic parasite always dies or fails to fully form. Eddie was desperately trying to think of a solution when he thought, what if I used a type O negative to form a template gene, and then use type AB positive to culture the symbiote, and since I'm AB positive I can use my own blood. Eddie quickly singled out the only O negative blood type that was available, Cletus Cassati. So, it's going to have to be you. Now what's it gonna take to bribe you out of some of your blood? Eddie had been passing over things like magazines and cigarettes, but with a lunatic like Cassati, there was no telling what would get him in a cooperative mood. Eddie smiled as he thought that he had finally cracked the symbiote formula and shouted, if this works, I'm gonna be rich. Brooklyn. In a faraway location, over the Brooklyn Bridge, a portal from another world had opened up in a flash of purple light. A bloodied figure could be seen flying out of the portal. He was wearing a black and red Spider-Man suit that matched Kane's signature outfit. Falling towards the East River, he webbed out to the side of the bridge and slammed into the wall in pain. Okay, I'm so done with micro-worlds and macro-worlds. Kane shouted as he stared at the portal closing. Well, at least I don't have to worry about that symbiote god guys anymore. Now, where the hell am I? The Scarlet Spider took a look around in his rec suit and shouted, God damn it, why do I always end up back here? He sat on the top of the bridge and sighed, might as well go pay him a visit. At least I still have one good brother left. Still can't believe Doc Ock was in his body. I wonder how he's doing, is he holding up all right? As he webbed off, a small and black weekend ooze trailed down the other side of the bridge and slowly made its way across the support wires. Kane webbed through the city and saw that it was vastly different than the one he was familiar with. Wait a minute, this is New York, right? The Scarlet Spider started running around the city and shouted, crap, 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 crap. Please no. With a massive vaulting motion, he webbed to the top of a nearby skyscraper. He had heard about this from Peter before, but never experienced it himself. I'm in another reality. Kane fell down and sighed, oh, man, what do I do? Kane's stomach growled and he sighed at the fact he didn't have his wallet on him. I wonder if there's an Annabelle Adams in this universe too. Now what are you thinking, Kane? She'd just run away from you too. Kane webbed over to a seedy side of town and looked around for some scum to steal from. It's not a Spidey nice thing to do, but when you're strapped for cash and in a world you know nothing about. Kane stood on top of a water tower and focused his ability to communicate with spiders. He pulled in their visions until he found what he was looking for. Nice, a drug house. Well then, let's just clean up and take the cash. I should leave. No, I should burn the drugs. Kane looked at his suit's condition and sighed. I hope it still works. Wouldn't want to give the Spider-Man of this world a bad rep. Kane tapped his suit with an electrical charge. Due to the symbiote's nature he was previously wearing, it had absorbed most of the suit's matter. At the moment Kane only had a 50-50 chance of jump-starting the molecules to reactivate the unstable fabric's memory. It made a whizzing noise as he said, come on. Please work. A few seconds later the suit's unstable molecules began to repair the suit. Haha. Still got some of that Parker luck. Though, I don't know if that's a good thing. He quickly entered into the building and made quick work of the street thugs. He made sure not to use his webbing. As a result of him trying to hide his identity, many of them were going to jail with broken bones and large bruises. After knocking them out, he bound them against several anchor points in the room with the many zip ties that were lying around and made sure that he tied their limbs to each other so they couldn't struggle. He then searched through the room and picked up a massive pile of duffel bags stuffed full of $100 bills nicely stacked together. Once he secured the money, he went around the building and collected the drugs before torching them in the bathtub. Sometimes I feel bad for Peter's straight arrow personality. Kane walked over and picked a gun off the table before firing a few shots into the couch. He picked up the phone from one of the guys he knocked out and gave the police the address before jumping out of the building carrying the bag with him. As the Scarlet Spider ran across the rooftops he refrained from web-slinging. He thought the image of flying duffel bag would be strange enough. They didn't need to see a copy of the city's hero carrying around loads of drug money. Kane was sure that sticking to the rooftops and leaping from building to building would be a better method to avoid the stairs. All he needed to do was be hyper-aware of his surroundings. As he jumped from roof to roof while focusing on avoiding being seen by the public, he failed to notice that he didn't completely zip up the bag properly and a few stray stacks were poking out from the bag. The otherworlder's Spidey sense went off when he smiled and said, my Spidey senses are back. Could Venom have healed me while we were bonded? Wait a minute, my Spidey senses are back. Kane jumped back and narrowly evaded a woman in a revealing tight black leather-like suit. She had long silver hair and looked like she was in her early 20s, and a single thin goggle-like black mask worn over her crystal-clear blue eyes. Kane tilted his head and listened as Felicia Hardy said, pure, my dear floating bag of money, hold still for Kitty, will ya? Chapter 33, Issue 33, Trials of Merlin Part 4. Easy cat, I need this money so I can't share it with you. Kane said as he took off running as fast as he could. Black Cat gave chase and meowed before saying, come back my treasure, don't run from me. The Scarlet Spider started to really push himself and leapt farther than he ever attempted before when he felt his foot slip. Wait a moment, I don't slip. Kane thought as he placed his web to a nearby and pulled himself far away from Felicia's bad luck. Felicia purred, Spider-Man. Didn't know you were into robbing crooks. Does your girlfriend know about this? Lady, I'm not Spider-Man. Kane said as he removed his cloaking tech and showed himself to Black Cat, not Spider-Man. Then what's with the outfit? You certainly seem like Spider-Man to me. Although, I have to say, I dig the new colors, Felicia said eyeballing the cash, especially the green. I'm the Scarlet Spider. I may have similar powers to the guy you know, but trust me, I'm a lot meaner than my heroic counterpart. Scarlet Spider tried to web away when Black Cat tore through his webbing with her claws and said, stealing from bad guys is my thing, but since you're new here I'll only take half. Kane laughed as he dropped one of the duffel bags, take it, and just leave me alone. Felicia was cautious as she approached the bag. Seeing that he wasn't making a move, she smiled and picked it up. After wrapping it around her shoulder, the cat Bagla walked towards him, and got up close to his face. You're right, you're not Spider-Man, he looks a bit shorter than you, and I have to say. Felicia placed her hand on Kane's chest and said, I like what I see. Scarlet Spider webbed over to a nearby building and said, stay away from me cat, I'm a monster. Get too close and I might bite your head off. He pulled himself away and zip-webbed over to another building. As the anti-hero disappeared into the distance, Felicia smiled and said, I think I found something fun to play with. Kane went out to find a hotel to rent while he searched for a way back to his universe. Unfortunately, this version of Kane had never heard of or meet Doctor Strange. So, he realized that his best bet was with the Fantastic Four. However, before he could make any progress in his attempt to get home, he would have to find a place to rest. The Scarlet Spider had just finished fighting off an army of Carnage clones made by what he believed to be the god of symbiotes, which in reality was the Redeemer, a powerful godlike being from the microverse. After finding a hotel to crash in, he laid down on his bed and stared at the ceiling. Maybe this isn't so bad, not like anyone will miss me, and in this world, there might not even be a Kane, maybe I could start over. As he fell asleep, the symbiote that followed the anti-hero here was desperately searching for a place to give birth. The symbiote known as Venom was beginning to undergo mitosis. After merging with Kane, who then transformed into the other, the massive surge of multidimensional power was more than enough for the symbiote to split and duplicate. Must find a worthy person, can't end up evil, don't want it to be evil. Venom felt itself growing weaker and weaker. Without a host, it would soon die. However, if it bonded during its mitosis, it would put too much strain on the host and result in killing both it and the child. So, in order to find a warrior and a kind person, he headed to a police station, thinking it could find someone like Patrick Mulligan, a human that had managed to rehabilitate a symbiote and use it as a force for good. "Come on, Dad. I'm going to be late for work." A young blonde who looked around 17 or so stood in front of a police cruiser. "Hold on, Gwen, I'm coming, just give me a moment." George Stacy turned to the officer he was speaking to. "Anyway, I'm glad to see you're doing well, Officer Watson." MJ's father smiled. "Yeah, AA meetings help, thanks for referring the group to me, Captain." George laughed and patted him on the shoulder before he said, "We've all been there before. Sometimes you see some pretty bad things on the job, and I know how bad it can get when you're constantly seeing the worst of humanity. If you want, I can even find you a good therapist to talk to." "Thanks, Captain, but the AA meetings should be enough. That and my daughter slapping me really gave me a wake-up call." The two shared a laugh when Gwen shouted, "Dad." George turned his head and shouted, "All right, I'm coming. See tomorrow, Officer Watson." "Good night, Captain." The two parted ways and drove off in different directions, Gwen completely unaware that a spawn of Venom had latched itself to the bottom of George's police cruiser. Venom then watched as they drove away. Hopefully it will have a chance for redemption. The symbiote then went off in search of a host of his own. Only two people came to mind, Flash Thompson and Eddie Brock. Gwen's dad had driven her to Horizon Labs, and as she stepped out and gave her dad a kiss on the cheek goodbye, the new symbiote had crawled inside her backpack and nestled inside, waiting for the moment they came into contact. Venom had originally intended for George to fuse with the symbiote, but Gwen was the first one to exit the car, and it couldn't hold on much longer. After headed up to her lab and working tirelessly, she took a break in her office to get some sleep. As this happened, the symbiote latched onto her and fused without her even noticing. She woke up hanging over a building on a strand of her webbing. As she stared at her reflection, she tilted her head and looked over the pitch black and yellow Spider-Man suit with a spider symbol on her chest. Am I dreaming? Gwen was one of the Spidey couple's biggest fans. She even was on a pre-order list for new plushies of the two when they came out. While she was seconds away from geeking out, the suit, responding to her surprise, dropped from the web line and began webbing across the city. "What?" Gwen shouted as the rush of web slinging took her to new heights. Her speeds peaked at maximum velocity as she fell towards the ground and started swinging of her own accord. She started laughing. "This is so fun," Gwen shouted as she headed back towards her lab. Along the way, a certain Peter Parker in Spider-Man uniform was eating at his favorite hot dog stand. "Joe, you make the best dogs in New York." Peter pulled out a $20 bill. "Too much, Spidey. Besides, I told you, Spidey people eat for free." Peter smiled and said, "No can do, buddy. The more money I give you, the better your food gets. Besides, if you start saving up, maybe you could buy a restaurant." Joe tried to give the money back when Peter saw something that almost made his jaw drop. Gwen zipped past them, making Peter go wide-eyed. "Did you see that?" "Sure did." "Ugh, only in New York, right?" Peter pushed the bill into the owner's hand and scarfed down on the rest of his hot dog before giving chase. While Spider-Man shot after her, he sent a message to MJ. "Hey MJ, your symbiote didn't spawn a new one, did it?" MJ quickly responded, "All the way from the Himalayas. What are you talking about, Tiger?" "I'm looking at someone with a symbiote who's not you," Peter replied. "Need some help?" MJ asked. "No, I got this." "How are things going over there?" "Doctor Strange and I have been held up in our own waiting rooms. We're waiting for us the appointed time of our council with the king." "Oh, I think someone's coming." "Got to go, love ya, Tiger." "Love you too, babe." Peter responded and ended the mental link as he had finally caught up to Gwen. While swinging beside her, he then turned to Gwen and dodged the symbiote trying to web him away before shouting, "Hey! Watch it. I'm swinging here." Peter saw that she was totally enthralled in web slinging and couldn't even hear him. "Uncone Spidey girl, this is the New York Spider Police. Spidey Cop demands you pull over. Peter shouted, making Gwen snap out of it. The blonde symbiote host shot to the top of the roof she webbed to, and shouted in surprise as Peter landed in front of her, Spider-Man. I'd say the one and only, but I know that's not true. He stood in front of her and examined the black and yellow symbiote. Webster, can you scan her? Thanks to Tony's adjustments to his nanobots, he had installed an AI into the chip that would give Webster access to the internet and had computer functions that could make the world's most advanced supercomputers destroy themselves out of shame and jealousy. Tony also made sure to add plenty of useful functions that he and Peter spent hours arguing whether or not he needed them. Tony actually wanted to make a disco party function that took Peter several hours to talk him out of. Webster read the organic structure and replied, it's very similar but very different. This species is radiating otherworldly particles, like it's not from our time and space. It also appears to an alien species. I was created by studying a similar substance and crafted using your genetic template. This species seems to have your genes somehow. I am reading it as Peter Parker, so be warned your spider senses won't work on it. So, it came from another universe. Great, I hope this is the only one that made it here, but knowing my luck. Spider-Man sighed as he thought to himself. He then turned to Gwen and asked Webster, is there anything else you can tell me? What about the age of the symbiote, and who the current host is? Webster answered, the symbiote seems newly hatched, not more than 5 or 6 hours, and the suit is keeping me from scanning her facial features, so an identification software is limited. Judging from her measurements, there are 15,783 possible identities that are residents of New York. Would you like to see them? Could you say something? You've been staring at me for a while now, and you're starting to freak me out a little. Gwen waved her hands in front of his face. Where did you get that? Peter asked, pointing at the suit. I don't know, I just woke up with it on. I don't suppose you work for an evil corporation investing technology into interdimensional travel by any chance? Spider-Man quipped. What? No. Gwen responded. Phew. That's a load off my shoulders. Spider-Man let out a sigh of relief. Do you know what it is you're wearing? Not really. As I said, I don't know how I got this thing. The last thing I remember was going to sleep, and bam, woke up with a Spidey suit that took me for a ride, Gwen responded. Okay then, first off, what you are wearing is an alien species known as the Clintar. There are 2 factions. Those that call themselves the Clintar belong to the Agent of the Cosmos. They are a peacekeeping force that seeks out worthy hosts to imbue with their powers and partner with. Gwen's face lit up when Peter held out his finger. However, yours is a stray not recognized by the Clintar. Heck, I'm not even sure if they exist in this universe. The strays don't belong to any faction, and the other faction is called the Null Symbiotes. They travel from world to world, absorbing everything and making it part of themselves. Peter then thought of how Null had originally designed them to take out celestials and gods, and then how the fact that his parents had made something on the same level. This is different. My symbiote species isn't connected either to the Clintar or Null, it's an entirely new man-made branch. Peter thought as he looked back to Gwen. Gyun's face paled and said, what do you mean universe? Peter ignored the question because it would take too long to explain and said, look up multiverse theory when you get the chance. Now back to the symbiote. You have to think of your symbiote as a newborn baby. It doesn't understand human morals or emotions. You have to teach it, because right now it's not good or evil, it's just trying to survive. Peter scratched his head. I know someone who can help you teach the symbiote, but you need to follow me. Peter webbed over to a high rise. You know how to do this. Gwen webbed out next to him. The suit has been teaching me. Gwen looked at Spider-Man's face and said, why are you helping me? Peter laughed, because it's the right thing to do. As he jumped off, she followed behind and kept up rather well. She was doing the wacky Yahoo gig the whole way there. When they arrived at Strange Sanctum, they walked through the entrance and returned to see Wong glaring at him. What? I said I was going out to eat. I'm not mad because you went out, I'm mad because you didn't bring anything back. Wong frowned. Peter held his hand out and said, that's not true, I brought someone back. Gwen waved her hand. Hi. I'm, Spiderette. Wong raised an eyebrow and sighed. Wong, pleasure. He shook her hand and turned back to Peter. You get back to studying. Hold on, Spider-Man said that someone here could help me. Gwen raised her voice slightly. Wong nodded his head and said, he's not home right now, you'll have to wait until he returns. When will he be back? Gwen asked. That is unknown right now, Wong answered. He seems to be a man of few words, Gwen whispered. Tell me about it, Peter sighed as he started to leave the room. Chapter 34, Issue 34, Trials of Merlin Part 5. I can't stay here all night. Gwen shouted in frustration. Peter looked to her and shouted in a threatening tone, shut up and listen to me. Her symbiote reacted to her fear and struck out at him. Thankfully it couldn't do squat to his suit. Sorry about shouting, but I needed to prove a point. You need to calm down, the symbiote is reacting to your emotions and acting out. It doesn't understand what to do because you're overloading its senses. Gwen quickly started to breathe in and out, while thinking calm down over and over again. The symbiote responded to her and started to return to normal. If you go out as you are now, you could endanger your loved ones by wearing that. Right now, the symbiote is like an exposed nerve, sensitive to even the slightest change in your emotion. Oh, and if you get a craving for brains, I suggest using chocolate since what the symbiote is craving phenylethylamine or the dopamine our brains produce when eating it. I'll see if I can get you some unstable molecules for that. Spider-Man, are you a scientist? Gwen's eyes went wide. Peter watched as her eyes went wide when he said, I know my way around a chemistry set, all right. Spider-Man and the new Spiderette started conversing about advanced biology for a while. Since Gwen was studying to become a geneticist and was interning at Horizon Labs, he learned she was almost a year older than Peter in this world and was in her first year of college due to graduating early. While the two chatted about the genetic properties of the symbiotes, MJ was walking through a large hallway with Dr. Strange. When they arrived at a throne room that was mostly made of precious marble, they saw a woman with long red hair that almost touched the ground, sitting in her stone-like throne alongside the Inhuman leader known as King Black Agar Boltagon, or more commonly known as Black Bolt. Standing next to them was Crystal, who was staring down Maximus, Black Bolt's insane younger brother. King and Queen of the Inhumans, I am Dr. Stephen Strange, Sorcerer Supreme. Stephen bowed and MJ did so as well. Raise your head, Strange, Medusa said, nodding her head at Black Bolt, why have you come to Adelan? Strange looked at Black Bolt before he answered, many years ago, when Adelan was first built, the old Sorcerer Supreme and the first king made a pact. Should the world ever be threatened by their old enemies, they would once again unite. Strange looked at Maximus and frowned before continuing, the key you took back is part of that pact, can I ask why you chose to reclaim it? Maximus smiled and said, brother, we kill him, and we must punish Crystal. She actually brought a human to our kingdom. Black Bolt looked at Maximus and shook his head in disappointment, then suddenly back at Strange. After communing with his wife with whispers, Medusa turned to the sorcerer and said, I understand that this one is a hero who protected the earth from invaders. However, we have no recollection of such a pact. That's because it took place around 25,000 years ago. Strange pulled out a parchment and placed it out in front of them. When Maximus heard this, he recalled something that he had been searching for a very long time. So, thinking Strange might know of the prima materia, he tried to peer into Strange's mind. Regrettably for him, there are consequences for trying to invade a Sorcerer Supreme's consciousness. Maximus screamed out as foam started gathering at his mouth. He clenched his head in pain and fell to the ground. Seconds before, when Medusa was about to attack Strange, Crystal suddenly jumped at Maximus screaming, you bastard. Crystal punched him in the face while part of her body was engulfed in flames. Suddenly water and lighting surrounded her as she blasted towards Maximus with the intent to kill. Just as she was about to strike the finishing blow, Medusa curled her hair at her and bound her up her sister while frantically asking, Crystalia, what are you doing? Let me go, sister. I'll kill him, that bastard made me his slave, sealed my personality and made me do his bidding for the last 3 years, now let me go. Crystal yelled. Strange frowned, I'm sorry, but it appears your brother attempted to search my thoughts. He managed to make it through most of my defensive spells. Unfortunately for him, he broke one too many. Encountering my rebound spell is quite harmful for telepaths. Right now, his mind has fractured a bit. Be clearer in your explanation, sorcerer, Medusa demanded. Imagine if you could take all of your mental energy and form it into a punch. In simpler terms, he essentially just punched himself in the brain, really hard. I knew something was off with the princess, but I only figured it out when I saw him interacting with her. Crystal looked to the Sorcerer Supreme and bowed, thank you. You freed me from that bastard's thrall. Medusa looked conflicted. She, a superior Inhuman of the royal family, had no idea that Crystal was being controlled, yet this stranger was able to do so upon a simple glance. However, since her sister was confirming the story, she had no choice but to believe it was true. The queen turned to Maximus and fury could be seen radiating in her eyes. Why? Medusa shouted as she wrapped Maximus up, why did you betray us? Because you follow a madman. He killed our parents. He doesn't deserve the throne. Maximus shouted as she tightened her grip around his body, it was your fault that he had to use his powers. Do you think I know nothing of what happened? Do you think Black Bolt never told me of your betrayal? The only reason we kept you close was to keep an eye on you in case you tried to sell your own people again. I just didn't know your powers had manifested. You did well hiding it. Black Bolt stood up and looked disappointed in his brother, when Strange said, I'm sorry to interrupt this heart-wrenching family moment, but I can offer my assistance. If his communication you seek from my husband, it'll have to go through me. His power. Not necessary. Your brother-in-law isn't the only one who can commune with telepathy, the Sorcerer Supreme declared as he sent a telepathic message to Black Bolt. The two conversed for a while, and after reaching some kind of agreement, Strange's hands lit up and powerful red bands came out and surrounded Maximus before the sorcerer brought out a strange-looking artifact that looked like a metal spine. He threw the crimson shackles of Sidorak onto him and they watched as the magical relic imprisoned his body and mind in a metal exoskeleton. These shackles will seal in all his mental abilities and is quite unbreakable, only those who speak the keyword will be able to release him. Medusa was still holding back a pissed-off Crystal who was doing everything she could not to blow up and attack her uncle again when MJ walked up said, "Are we finished here?" Strange sighed before he turned to MJ and explained, "The king has allowed us to keep one of the keys to their city, but in exchange, I have to do something for him. He wants me to create a barrier for magical protection around Alicia. This task will take me a couple of days to complete, so why don't you help young Crystal?" Strange looked to Crystal and said, "Couldn't you accommodate young Spider-Woman here? Perhaps you should show her around. After all, it's not often that a human gets to walk around Alicia. If you don't mind answering, could you tell me why you're taking back all the keys to your city?" MJ asked. "It's because we are moving. We've recently gotten into a spat with the Atlanteans, we either risk war or move again." Medusa explained. "I was ordered to gather them up because they were only designed for us to travel around the Earth." Crystal continued. "Where are you taking this place?" MJ asked. "To the moon," Medusa said, looking at MJ with interest. "Tell me, what kind of human are you? Are you a mutant?" "No, I'm a mutate, just your everyday lab-designed superhuman mutation formula, although, some other things, such as my suit, really kind of blur that line." MJ answered. "It's as we thought, husband, the humans' technology grows too powerful. Soon they would easily be able to find us. It appears your decision to leave the planet was the right choice," Medusa claimed. Black Bolt nodded his head when Medusa asked Crystal, "Could you give us some time with the sorcerer?" Crystal nodded her head and led MJ out of the throne room. As they walked away, the princess turned back and apologized, "Please forgive my behavior earlier, my mind was not my own." MJ waved her hand, "It's no problem, can't say I've ever had my mind controlled before, but having done so must be the best excuse for rude behavior." MJ held out her hand, "Let's try this again, I'm Spider-Woman." Crystal smiled and shook her hand, "My name is Crystal." The two chatted for a while, mostly about what it was like living in a city, and what the other species were like. "Well, my Spider-Man told me that there is no real difference in race. You may be Inhumans, but from what I can see you're no different than any other human, mutant, or alien that I've met, though, the only aliens I've met so far tried to take over the world." Crystal then replied, "But I have powers and am genetically different and superior to most of mankind." MJ shook her head, "So what? You feel and have desires just like the rest of us. The only difference that matters is how we act, and what we choose to do. It's our actions that define us as a person, not our race." Crystal smiled, she had always been curious as to what living outside would be like, and Mary Jane was a wellspring of information. As she was showing MJ around the city's many sites, the Inhuman princess told the heroine about the various other races and kingdoms hidden from Earth. "Wait, so, you're telling me Atlantis is real? Why the sudden decision to relocate to the moon of things? I mean, it's the freaking moon." Crystal looked a bit flustered and upset when she responded, "Actually, yes, there are quite a few highly advanced societies living amongst the normal people. Atlantis is very real, and the person who rules over it is a total." "What? My father is a total what?" A young man with long black hair leapt down from a nearby building with a furious expression on his face. He wore a scaled armor, with black vestments, had green eyes, and dark black hair. The newcomer marched up next to Crystal, still wearing the frown, as he pointed his finger and shouted, "You're going to become my wife someday. So, you better learn to respect my father. I won't tolerate any disrespect coming from a mere concubine. Kamar. I have already told you countless times, the Inhumans do not marry outside their race. Why does your father insist on forcing this matter? You do know that I would sooner run away than becoming your bride, do you not? Then father would just wage war on the Inhumans, there is nowhere you can go that we can't find and follow. If you run, Atlantis' armies will rise up and destroy Adelan." Kamar reached for her arm and frowned when MJ grabbed his wrist. "Could you go away? You smell like fish." MJ, seeing the situation, had answered her own question, then looked to Crystal, wanting to help her out. Kamar looked at Spider-Woman in disgust, "Filthy land dweller, remove your hand." "Crystal, what is this human doing here?" He pulled his hand back and spoke with venom in his tone, "Atlantis will deal with you disgusting land dwellers in due time, so until then, but out of my business." MJ frowned when Crystal snapped back. "She is a guest of mine. You have no right to decide what friends I bring to my home. What are you doing here anyway, and how did you get past our defenses? Your Adelan has no magic training, while our kingdom has spent thousands of years perfecting ours. Even my dull sister could get in here without even needing to try." Kamar boasted like the spoiled child that he was. MJ laughed while thinking of the deal Black Bolt just made. They may not currently have such defenses, but soon would. You can't just come here uninvited. You think we are afraid of you just because you know magic doesn't mean you can follow us anywhere. Crystal started to walk away while dragging her guest beside her. Kamar reached out for her collar and was about to start demanding things. However, before he could, MJ webbed his mouth shut and said, "You know I really hate pushy guys. Come on Crystal, let's go." Spider-Woman webbed over to a nearby high-rise before grabbing Crystal and swinging away. Kamar was about to give chase when he fell on his face. He looked down at his feet to see webbing around them holding him to the ground. Did I misjudge? Is she an Inhuman too? A blue light pulled the webbing from his body before he frowned and saw them miles away already. As they swung across the city, Crystal cheered happily. "I can fly, but this is really fun for some reason." "I know, I can use my suit to fly, but something about the fall and becoming weightless for a few seconds is really exciting," MJ replied as she landed on a nearby building. "So, your family is planning on running away because of an arranged marriage?" "No, they are relocating because they don't like or want war. There are these beings called the Skrulls, and Kree. They are enemies to all of humanity, and we can't afford to lose our people with such a treat looming over us." At the discovery of such powerful enemies, the spider heroine became upset the more the princess informed her about the enemies that existed outside of Earth. The desire to grow stronger was gnawing away at her more than ever before. MJ then swallowed her pride and asked, "Crystal, how strong are you?" Chapter 35, Issue 35, Trials of Merlin Part 6. "I'm the second strongest Inhuman in this place, next to my brother-in-law Bolt, of course. Not even my sister is as powerful as me." Crystal began to brag about her powers a bit. After hearing how her new friend could manipulate the elements, MJ took a deep breath and asked, "I have a way to copy powers, and I was wondering if you would let me copy yours." Crystal looked at MJ and asked with a harsh look, "Why do you want so much power?" MJ sighed and said, "After the invasion, I discovered that many people died in the attack, and then I started thinking what it would have been like if we failed. Would I have been forced into slavery? Would my family and future child have to live in a world where all humans can no longer live freely?" She looked off into the distant sky. "I admit it seems kind of greedy to desire more power, but it's also not wrong to want to use that power to protect the world I love and the people that live on it, especially when I have the means to get stronger." Crystal listened to MJ as she told her about how she could copy her power. "Can the suit really do that, and I'm not at risk of losing my power?" "No, the symbiote will copy your power by making a duplicate gene that's stored inside of it," MJ explained. Crystal thought about it really hard when she said, "Sure, but you have to help me run away." MJ almost fell over. "I can see why you want to leave, but your family is moving to the moon. Won't you be safe there?" MJ asked. "I don't want to go to the moon. I think what they are doing is disgusting and cowardly. They saw the attack on the Earth but chose only to get involved if they discovered our city. It's like you said, Inhumans aren't special at all. We're no different than any other species when it comes to the soul. I've always thought it would be a good idea for our people to improve our relationship with the world and come out of hiding, but our people can't see past their superiority complex and actually consider us a different species." MJ then asked. "Didn't you think the same though?" Crystal shook her head and said, "MJ, you're my friend, right?" MJ nodded her head, "Yes. Friends keep each other's secrets, right?" Crystal added. MJ answered again, "Yes." Crystal had learned many secrets under the control of Maximus's thrall. She even learned of her people origin through Maximus's exchange with the Kree slave dealer, the man known as Eretz, also known as Shatterstar. Inhumans are nothing more than humans who've had their genetics tampered with by the Kree. A long time ago, they found humans and were interested in our potential as future mutants. What they discovered was the dormant mutant gene. They began altering it to try and make slave warriors and spies that would infiltrate the world of other races all across the universe. For some reason, they gave up on the experiments and left our world, but now, after thousands of years, they've returned with renewed interest. MJ was shocked as she continued, "So you see, we're nothing more than the result of another's experiments and early activated mutants, yet we act like the most superior beings on this planet. It can get a little frustrating when almost everyone you know is a self-entitled, misinformed egocentric. I've always thought we should reintegrate with society again, but everyone always refuses, and would say, why would we choose to live among inferior beings? Those more accepting would ask things like, where would we even begin? That's what you're going to help me with. We'll run away before the move, and I will learn how to help the Inhumans accept their humanity by living alongside them. But you're relocating to the moon, you'll be separated from your family, and not to mention it's not easy adapting to modern society. There's education, taxes, and work." MJ started explaining how humans behave and act as a society. The Inhuman laughed, "If me staying in contact with my family is your biggest worry." Crystal held on to MJ and said, "Then you have nothing to worry about." A thick sphere of air surrounded them as they shot out into the sky. MJ was starting to freak out when she noticed how high they were climbing, when all of a sudden they stopped just outside the stratosphere. "I can leave Earth any time I please." Crystal smiled as she stared out into the vast expanse of space. "It's beautiful," MJ said as she stared at the stars. "So how do you copy powers?" MJ smiled and said, I think we should land first. Crystal laughed and landed near their city, on a nearby mountaintop. Okay, let's do this. MJ breathed a sigh of relief before she replied, okay, but first, you're going to have to promise not to reveal my identity because it will require me to remove my suit. Crystal smiled and said, of course, we're friends now after all. MJ removed the symbiote and said, okay Spiderling, do your thing. The symbiote started to gather around her hand. It left Crystal speechless. She stared at MJ and said, you're beautiful. You even kind of look like me. I bet you could even be mistaken as my sister. MJ blushed and hid her expression as she said, thanks. The spider heroine then held out her symbiote and said, all you need to do is accept it. Crystal placed her hand on the symbiote and felt Spider-Woman's power surge through her. This feels great, I've never felt so powerful before. I'm glad you approve of my presence. Now, please wait for me to copy your power please, it will take several hours, Spiderling said. Oh, it even has some kind of AI, this is an impressive suit. Crystal continued on, as she waited for the suit to complete copying her power. MJ introduced herself giving her real name, while the two chatted about her life as a citizen of New York. So, you and Spider-Man got your power from a spider bite. I don't know why but this sounds familiar. Crystal slapped her hands together and said, oh, I remember, it was something my parents used to talk about, an old story dating back thousands of years. There was something about a potion being made from an arachnid's poison. I think Mom called them a spider tribe before. No, they call themselves the Black Tarantula family, that's what it was. MJ was surprised by the fact that there was another out there with similar spider powers and wondered what kind of person they would be. Crystal had asked MJ many things about how humans live, and MJ did the best she could to answer. What you said before was right. We really aren't that different. If only I could make sister see the same things I do. MJ smiled and said, well I guess that makes you a revolutionary and a rare good one. Thank you, MJ, Sorry, is it okay if I call you that? Crystal asked, feeling a bit silly. All my friends do. MJ replied. The time passed and they continued to exchange their experiences with their cultures until the suit had finally finished copying her genes. Once it returned back to MJ, the red-haired spider heroine hugged Crystal and said, thank you for your patience. To return the favor, I have fixed your genetic damage, and removed all of your cancer issues. Wait, what do you mean cancer and genetic damage? Crystal questioned. Every mortal organism has them, and I'm guessing what Spiderling healed was leftover genetic damage from the Kree's experimentations. I'm not as good as Peter when it comes to this stuff, but if I had to guess, the gene structures the symbiote repaired were put there purposely. By my estimations, these Kree you told me about designed it that way so they could control your species. They didn't want the Inhumans to breed with other species and be able to produce a powered offspring. I suspect the final product of their designed evolution would allow to your race to interbreed whenever they want to rapidly increase the population. Not to mention, that inbreeding has a bunch of terrible side effects all on its own. I think you'll find that you feel like a brand new person now that the programmed genes have been repaired, Spiderling said as it returned to MJ. Crystal took a deep breath. She had already realized that the Kree were messed up in the head, but what the symbiote revealed showed how monstrous the Kree really were. After the princess released the hold on her breath, she could feel what the symbiote healed in her. Just as Mary Jane said, she felt healthier than ever before, like she had just gone to the spa and had a full body cleansing both inside and out. I feel great. Crystal shouted, what an amazing creature. After the suit returned, MJ felt the full power of Crystal's ability, but her control was terrible. Thankfully, Spiderling started creating a series of training programs for MJ to follow up on. Crystal helped teach her as well and offered as much advice as she could. She even taught MJ to fly using the air instead of her suit. The spider heroine and Inhuman princess chatted about many things, mostly about mundane life, causing them to laugh several times. Wait, so when he first attempted to web-sling from building to building, he wrapped himself around a lamppost. Crystal laughed so hard she almost fell out of the sky. When I walked up to him he said, I swear this never happened before, it's just that, it's my first time and these tend to happen. I laughed so hard I fell over in this snow. The two grew closer as friends over the day or so they spent together. After they approached the central area of the city of Attila, Crystal led her back towards the room she was staying in at the palace, when all of a sudden, loud quake rumbled, shaking the castle down to its foundation. MJ and Crystal ran to the throne room to see Kamar lying on the ground with his ears bleeding. He had angered Black Bolt by saying that his sister-in-law was his property along with the Inhuman throne that would belong to their child. Black Bolt had whispered only one word, silence, and the whole building almost came down. Do you know what you've done? Kamar shouted as he stood up, wiping away the blood on his ears. He started yelling, blood. Why, you dare to make this prince bleed? Have you lost your goddamn mind? Do you know what my father will do to you? He'll drown your people in an ocean of blood, he'll flood the entire world so that you feel the pain of your actions. MJ webbed the Kamar's back and slammed him into the wall. What did you say about flooding the world? Human. Kamar shouted with rage in his eyes, you interfere again. This time I'll. He tried to use his magic to remove the webbing, and discovered he couldn't. What did you do? I didn't use my web shooters. This webbing is made by my suit, and as you can see, it has pretty good magic resistance. MJ flipped him off. Kamar's face paled, then quickly turned red out of embarrassment. In his rage, the Atlantean prince spoke in what sounded like ancient Greek words when suddenly 2 waterspouts started flying at her. Crystal deflected the water and sent it flying back at his face. You filthy subhuman lab rats. MJ webbed his mouth shut again when she said, don't think that Adelan is the only home to powerful species and technology in this world. The Avengers aren't a force you want to mess with, so take your threats and second-rate magic and beat it. MJ used her new wind control to send him flying towards the ocean. She turned to the royal family and grinned as she rubbed the back of her head and said, sorry, will he be okay if he lands in the water? Medusa smiled and shook her head when Crystal started laughing and said, that was brilliant, Spider-Woman. He totally deserved that, and you shouldn't worry about his threat. His father spoils him rotten, but Namor isn't a total fool. If he wasn't scared of the retaliation from the land dwellers' forces, then the world would have been underwater years ago. MJ smiled and said, thanks Crystal, if there is anything else I can just let me know. Thank you, Spider-Woman. I'm afraid if he stayed any longer then Black Bolt may have actually killed him. We still have some things to talk about, so would you please give us some time? Medusa asked. Sure, I'll be in my room studying, give me a holler if you need anything. MJ walked back to her room and started studying the book Strange gave her. Thanks to Peter's connection with her, they could share notes and improve even faster. Hey, Peter, you're not going to believe the day I had, MJ said through the telepathic link. Oh yeah, I bet I can top it. Peter sent her a mental image of Gwen, her symbiote. When MJ saw her, she felt a twinge in her heart and said, Peter, who's she? Author note. Author note point. Author note point. Chapter 36, Issue 36, Trials of Merlin Part 7. Peter explained what he knew about her and her circumstances, but he didn't miss the emotion his girlfriend was sending out. So she's a biology expert as well, huh? Well, just be careful around that woman. MJ said with more of her jealousy leaking through. Oh my god. You're jelly. Peter said laughing. I'm not. MJ replied. You can't lie to me when we connect like this. I can feel your emotions, and now you're angry. Of course, the connection worked both ways. MJ could feel how happy he was. And now you're really angry. Ahem, I can only say one thing in response to save my Spidey bacon. MJ, I love you, and only you. Peter smiled as he felt her embarrassment and love. That's better. Ah, and now you're angry and happy. Peter laughed. Spider-Man, you're doing it again. Gwen was waving her hand in front of his face when Spider-Man said, sorry, I'm communicating with my girlfriend right now. Gwen didn't know why, but hearing that hurt a little. She slapped her cheeks and thought, what's wrong with me? I know he has a girlfriend. Get it together, girl. She looked to Spider-Man and said, so what are you reading? How to learn ancient Sumerian, and that one is Coptic, Akkadian, Biblical Hebrew, and this one is the Beginners to Magic Theory, Peter said as he felt like his brains were scrambling. You can't possibly be studying those, they're all dead languages. Wong came by and spoke out in Sanskrit. As per his training, while he studied he would only speak in the languages he was learning. How is your Latin coming? Vesser me vos calvitium calidus idolin, eat me, you bald sneaky spook. Peter said out loud. You're not very funny, but at least you learn quickly, Wong said, the first half in Celtic and the other half in ancient Chinese. Bitch, I'm hilarious. Ah. That's not fair, I haven't finished the Bashu Chinese scroll yet. Peter shouted in Gaulish, an ancient Celtic tongue. Gwen was speechless and thought, my god, do they even understand each other? It sounds like gibberish to me. Gwen walked over to the book and saw the key for the dead language and started seeing the English translation provided. This is all made up, right? Gwen asked. Wong and Peter looked at her while raising a single eyebrow. Peter smiled before saying, Spiderette, you're wearing an alien symbiote that has a copy of my spider powers from an alternate reality, and you think having a lexicon to dead languages is strange. You got a point, Gwen said as she started reading one of the books. Peter smiled as he looked at her and said, that's it. You're wearing an alien symbiote that has a copy of my spider powers from an alternate reality. Wong, can you track recent breaches into our universe? Wong gave him a confident look and nodded. Good, what do you say to a good old-fashioned team-up? Spider-Man stood up and started walking towards the door. Gwen was starting to follow after when Peter turned back and shook his finger while saying, no, I was talking to Wong, you stay here, it's too dangerous for you right now. I think I can take care of myself right now, Gwen said smiling as she flexed. I wasn't talking about you being in danger. I was talking about you putting other people in danger. Peter wanted to add you could just give up the symbiote and go back to a normal life, but he was afraid that the symbiote would start freaking out again. Gwen's shoulders hunched over, and she sighed in resignation, fine. Before they left, Wong looked back and said, don't touch anything, don't go anywhere. Stay where you are. As the door closed, Gwen went back to where the books were and sat down. She crossed her arms, grunted like a grumpy kid. While she was stewing in her frustration, a voice crept into her head, why do you go against your nature? Gwen looked around with a frightened expression, who's there? The symbiote's head appeared out of the suit, and looked at Gwen with a curious expression, you want to go, so why don't you? Needless to say, Gwen was freaking out. However, she prepared herself for this since Peter informed her about the way symbiotes communicate. She took a breath and thought back to the conversation she had with Spider-Man. It's a baby, just explain it, Gwen thought before saying, sometimes following your desire isn't the right thing to do. All actions have consequences, and not all of them are good. What if I hurt someone by accident? Or what if I get hurt because of my incompetence and inexperience? The symbiote looked to her and said, but I can protect you. I can make you strong. I'm happy to hear that, but as I said, I need you to grow and better understand humans, how we act, what emotions we have, what our ideals on good and bad are. We'll take things slow, okay? The symbiote retreated into the suit, mulling over what she said, as she picked up a book on Latin to pass the time. Peter and Wong were standing on top of the Brooklyn Bridge. Wong's hands were glowing as he stared through the transparent substance. He frowned. Two beings came through this portal, one a man much like yourself, the other a symbiote. Peter took a sample of blood and ran a scan on it. Webster finished running the scan and said, the DNA is from Peter Parker. In shock that another version of himself could be in his world at this very instant, Peter looked around frantically for the other him. They followed the blood until the trail ran dry. I guess we should scan for the symbiote, Peter mumbled and started looking around the city, but just like his search for Kane, he found nothing. Damn it, if I just had a piece of the symbiote I could track it. The blood trail ran dry too. Maybe I can hack into some satellites and search for that otherworldly radiation Webster mentioned. Wong patted his shoulder. Back to reading then, and with that said, Wong teleported back to the sanctum without Peter. As he was webbing back to return to his studies, Spider-Man heard an explosion in the direction of the Baxter Building's location. Peter sighed as he changed course, please don't let it be bugs again. After flinging himself over several buildings, he landed on the edge of a building, looked around, and said, oh, it much, much worse. A green-robed man in full body armor was assaulting the Fantastic Four in front of their building. The hero quickly jumped down and shouted, call Furry. Webster began calling seconds before Peter called out to the villain, hey, the Middle Ages called, they want their wardrobe back. He slammed into Doom's back, sending him flying away before one of Marvel's biggest bad guys stopped midair and said, who dares? Peter landed his backflip and then said, Webster, record everything. He stared at the man known as Victor Von Doom and took a deep breath before the villain threw a few chunks of debris at him. Peter dodged them and was about to say something quippy when Fury answered, what's up, kid? If it isn't my favorite furry, Fury, Spider-Man said laughing, get it? Because you're one letter off from being someone that loves animal a little too much. I'm hanging up. Fury said when Peter quickly responded, Doom is sitting outside the Baxter Building causing havoc. Him being from Latveria and all, I was wondering if it was okay to punch him a little. Is he on Latveria soil? Fury asked. Peter jumped off a large chunk of asphalt and webbed out, catching them and throwing them back at Doom while saying, unless you count the dirt he's throwing at me, then no. Then get me evidence of him attacking Americans on American soil and then I'll send in backup. Fury responded. Victor Von Doom, cease all your actions at once, this is American soil, not your Latveria's embassy. What you're doing is nothing short of an act of declaring war. Spider-Man shouted at the top of his lungs. Doom paused as Reed and Johnny appeared beside him, yo. Webhead, what's up? Johnny said, putting his arm around Peter's neck. Peter cracked back, the same as usual, matchstick. Fighting crime, searching for an alien life form, studying magic, and apparently, opposing one of the world's most dangerous supervillains. You know, just your average day in the life of your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. How about you, Reed? You know me, just trying to be Mr. Fantastic, Reed said as stared down Victor. So, care to tell me why the King of Latveria is attacking? Peter asked, seeing that Doom was still struggling on whether to continue attacking. We found something in the negative zone, and Doom wants it. Reed explained. Where's Sue? Peter asked once more. She's guarding the object with Ben. No pregnant women on the battlefield. Johnny said, smiling. Peter looked back to Doom and said, so tell me, you dummy-dense Doom dude, what's your decision? Lose all embassy rights in America? Or go home like a well-behaved dictating metalman? Who are you? Doom raised his hand, ready to attack at a moment's notice. Didn't you hear, Johnny? I'm Hyperion, nice to meet you. Peter raised his hand ready to try and defend against Doom's assault. What? You're not the only one who can wave his hand menacingly. Doom then shouted, silence arachnid. Whoa, you got it right. I guess you're not as dumb as I thought you are, still pretty dumb compared to Reed and me, but that's not a fair comparison. Peter saw Doom's fingers itching. Come on, lose your cool, attack us on live television. Webster, are you streaming this? Every last image and word Peter, Webster responded. Peter laughed and said, who taught you how to dress? Did your mom take fashion tips from a goblin? Hopefully not the gobby I'm thinking of. Doom's eyes went wide at the mention of his mother. As a green beam formed around his hand, he dashed towards Peter and blasted out with a powerful type of repulsor weapon. However, Peter was fast enough to dodge and activated his ferrokinesis and caused Doom to start tripping. Sensing something was off, Doom activated a magical force field around him that disabled the hero's control over his body. Damn magic. Peter thought as Doom continued to dash towards him, why does my Doom have to already know magic? Spider-Man grimaced in pain as he thought of what he had to do to end this as quickly as possible. Johnny and Reed were about to attack when Peter threw them out of the way with a couple of weblins. Doom's fist hit his armor and scared the ever-living shit out of Peter. The strange metal that Victor's suit was made of was very powerful magical material that wasn't completely metal in nature, so it actually managed to get through his defenses. The blow hit the hero's body with the full force of 1,000 tons, causing a shock wave to appear and push everything in 10 feet of them back into the air. As the dust cleared, Doom's fist had pierced Peter's heart and held him suspended in the air. Peter coughed up blood that filled up his mask while the symbiote started freaking out to start repairing the damage. That the best cough you got. You're as persistent as a fly. He then saw Doom raise his hand and prepare another blast of energy aiming to blow off his head. Cough, not in the face. Not in the face, cough. Goodbye, arachnid. You will hinder my plans no longer. Peter grabbed Doom's arm and said, so I hope you realize, this means war. Hey, too young. You know nothing of politics. All I need do is silence every witness for good. Peter pointed to the big screen ad display in the distance showing Doom's appearance. Smile, you're on candid camera. Incredible. You would give your life you exile me from this nation. Doom said with sheer anger and slight admiration in his voice. Who said anything about dying? Peter webbed Dr. Doom in the face with his shock webbing combo, surprising Doom for just long enough to allow Johnny to send him flying with a powerful plasma blast. Torch then grabbed Peter and shouted, Spidey, you still with me? Peter could feel his heart rapidly repairing itself, when he gave Johnny a thumbs up and said, so think you guys can listen to me for a second. I have a plan. Peter quickly told them his plan of attack when Doom came charging back in a blind rage. Spider-Man jumped forwards and punched Doom's fist. However, this time his armor was just barely holding up. The shockwave caused his bones to fracture and healed constantly, but it didn't break apart like before. Reed. Slingshot. Peter webbed back and jumped off of Reed's arm, which bent back before it shot back into place, sending Spider-Man's fist flying into Doom's face. A loud crack was heard as Doom's feet came off the ground. Peter jumped over to another part of Reed's arm that was crisscrossing around Doom like a cage and used the Elastic Man's limbs to launch powerful blows. He landed punch to the villain's gut, a kick to the shoulder, a chop on the top of his skull, a spinning elbow to his chin. Spider-Man's punches and kicks continued to echo with loud booms before Doom suddenly yelled out in pain and frustration. After climbing a decently high up distance, Peter then used his organic webbing in Reed's arms as a mold to form a perfect cylinder while they hovered over the top. Peter then twisted his body up and punched Doom onto the ground, landing on his stomach while shattering the ground around them. Before Doom could register just how badly he had been hurt, Spider-Man jumped out of the web cylinder and shouted, light him up, Johnny. You got it, webhead. Johnny jumped to the top and shot in a powerful pillar of white flames. Thanks to the webbing's durability and heat resistance, it held up against Johnny's fire and didn't cause a massive area of the city to melt down. Enough. Doom shouted as the webbing actually exploded. Peter jumped back to see a green orb floating around Doom, his eyes were bloodshot, and was staring glares of killing intent towards Spider-Man. I will kill you all. For I am your Doom. That old line. You got to talk to your writer, Dr. Doomy, that's more likely to make a guy laugh than strike fear into them. The space around him started to warp as Peter quickly sent in his webbing, tagging Doom on the chest. The anti-magic property of the organic webbing disrupted his spell seconds before Peter pulled himself over and kicked Doom into the air. Then he webbed the villain and pulled him back down onto his fist. The blow sent Victor's head flying back up along with the rest of his body. Johnny appeared beside him while Spider-Man used his lightning form and focused the electrical current into the webline, creating a very powerful heat beam contained by a magnetic field. At the same time, Johnny activated his Nova form and the two shot at full power into the sky, lighting up the entire neighborhood like it was daytime all of a sudden. Is he dead? Johnny asked quickly, undoing his supernova form so as not to waste energy. Not likely, don't you know Doom's nickname? At S.H.I.E.L.D., they call him the Unkillable Man. Peter responded, seeing an emerald green glow in the sky. Chapter 37, Issue 37, Trials of Merlin Part 8. Peter turned to Johnny and said, "So any plans?" "Mine involves chucking his ass into the negative zone and locking him in some random location." "Not a bad idea," Reed said, still fuming over Doom's presence. Peter had never seen him so worried before, and it worried him a little. He had seen versions of the guy that went off the handle. It was not a pretty sight. Mr. Fantastic looked at the Baxter building and thought of Sue. He then turned back to Doom and said, "Go home, Doom. I won't allow you to mess with my family anymore. If you come back again, I won't show you any mercy." "Reed." Peter shouted, "I know you're worried, but you should never say that again. You're going to a father soon, and that means you're going to be the child's role model. You have to lead by example. I don't like Doom either, but you should never give up what makes you a hero." Reed was shocked and then felt deeply disappointed in himself. All the rage and worry building up seemed to fade away as his senses returned to Peter and said, "Thank you, Spider-Man, I have a plan." Reed then quickly explained himself in hushed tones. "So I just have to keep him busy." 10 minutes, Spider-Man. Johnny, can you handle it?" Reed asked. "We got this, bro, go do what you have to do." Johnny shouted as his flames turned white, "I can maintain my supernova form for 3 hours now, bring it on, Doom." Peter looked at his hands and said, "Well then, I guess it's time to go a bit old school now." Peter webbed up his hands, making a pair web band around his knuckles. He then charged alongside Johnny as they took the fight into the air. "Hey Fury, how's that backup coming?" "Need to stall as long as you can, the Avengers have been notified. I'm in the middle of turning Doom's diplomatic immunity status into enemy of the state." "You did good, kid, now just hang on." Fury replied. "I'm taking the fight over the Hudson River, tell the Avengers to meet me there," Peter responded. Peter then leapt into action and charged Doom alongside Johnny. Doom shot green beams of magic at Peter, but thanks to his trusty spider sense he dodged them all and pulled Johnny aside with a jerk of his webbing whenever he was about to be hit. Peter zipped in front of him and raised his fist into the air, sending him flying upward for Johnny to tackle him in the gut and sent him flying off towards the Hudson Bridge. Peter blasted off beside him, and when Doom was ready to strike Johnny, Peter activated his Nova burst-through boosters while webbing Doom's face and chest. He then shot off ahead of Johnny, carrying the villain behind him. Spider-Man flexed his muscles as stalled in the air to meet with his target that was quickly catching up. Once he was close enough, Peter punched once, raising his fist high in the air, and collided with the bottom of Victor's chin. The blow launched Doom out past the Hudson Bridge, but Peter kept up and started fighting him over the river. After getting hit multiple times, Doom expanded his magical shield and destroyed Peter's webbing again while he shouted in anger, "Go to hell, foul creatine." The villain created a giant triangle of magical energy over their heads that glowed with nefarious intent. However, when Spider-Man's web hit it, the magical energy from the spell dispersed and caused Doom's eyes twitched as he shouted, "Insolent bug. Ah, come on, Doomer Van Doomington. I thought you were one of the smart ones." Johnny shot Doom in the back, sending flying into the water as he floated next to Peter and said, "He's an arachnid." "Hey, only I can make that bad joke," Peter said as he webbed Doom in the back of the head and lifted him into Johnny's attacks. The Human Torch shot dozens of fire beams into Doom before the villain created a sphere of energy around Johnny and blasted him towards the city. It didn't take his trusty spider senses to know that Johnny had been turned into a bomb that would destroy a part of the city as he saw the teenager rapidly increasing in luminosity. Thinking quickly, he webbed the sphere and watched as the shell he made around Johnny began to crack and crumble. Before it could blow, he pulled it back and threw it at Doom's face. However, in doing this, he opened himself up for an attack. His spidey sense shot off his move to the side, but he was too slow. A beam of energy shot through his stomach and caused Peter yelled out in pain as he started falling towards the river. Doom raised his hand to stop Johnny, but the Human Torch had other plans. He focused all his energy into his legs and fist before breaking through the spell and punching Doom down towards Spider-Man. While falling, Peter webbed up Doom's face and pulled his head into his feet, hitting him as hard as he could. Doom's head snapped back with a loud crack. As he grunted out in pain, Doom reached out for Peter and was shot in the side of the face by a beam of energy that wasn't from Johnny. "Hey kid, did you miss me?" "Iron Man." Peter shouted, happy to see another friendly face. A lightning bolt crashed down, on top of Doom, making him yell out, "Spider-Man, it is good to see you again." "Thor!" Peter yelled out. A shield flew out of the sky and bounced off of Doom's mask, revealing his scared face. "Wow. Now that's a face only a mother could love," Peter said as he looked over to see Captain America wearing one of Tony's suits. It looked like the Iron Patriot armor with the red, blue colors being most prominent and with a white star on his chest. Captain America looked to Peter and asked, "Everything okay here, Spider-Man?" "Fan-fucking-tastic, nice suit." Peter gave a salute with the wrong hand. "Language, and it's a special occasion. After all, I can't fly, Steve replied. While Doom was falling towards the water, he suddenly felt Peter start to web him back up. The villain quickly destroyed the webbing by raising his hand and slammed them together. A green wave of magic erupted from every part of his body, sending the heroes flying back. While Peter was being hurled through the air, he raised his arms and shot out dozens of web lines out towards his target. The webbing counteracted the wild and unrefined spell, slowly breaking it down until Peter saw his opening. 2 more weblins shot out and he finally got a hold of Doom before he pulled himself over and punched him in the face. Of course, Doom was no pushover. He countered by punching back with enough force to destroy a small building. Peter dodged, rolled over his arm and wrapped his legs around his neck before flinging him towards Thor's hammer swing. Johnny jumped in on the action and aimed his fire alongside Thor's powerful divine bolt. The hammer and the superheated fire slammed into Doom in unison. The blast exploded with a great force that shook the surrounding space and made the villain scream out in pain. Captain America shield bashed Doom's back while Tony barraged him with a halo of laser-guided missiles. With his frustration reaching its peak, Doom raised his arms and shouted as a giant pillar of raw magic energy that shot them through the air. Peter felt every bone in his body creaking from the concussive force. Since it was an attack powered by magic, he worried whether or not his allies would survive such a blow. However, upon seeing that Tony and Captain America's suits only slightly damaged by the attack, Peter knew that Iron Man must have used the M-Titan organic webbing compound to upgrade his suit's defenses. As he regained control, Peter floated next to everyone and said, "If you can keep him from destroying my webbing, I'm sure I can seal his magic. That is, if I can tie him up with enough of it." 2 large cannons with large spinneret legs at the tip of the barrel appeared around his arms, and he filled them up with his organic webbing. The rest of the heroes jumped into action. "Check it out, I'm Mega Man. Even got my own W-Buster," Peter shouted as they started attacking Doom from all sides. While he prepared to launch an attack, Iron Man used his repulsor blasts with Johnny's fire. Captain America struck the villain with every opportunity he was granted, and Thor hit him with lightning and raw strength that seemed to have the greatest effect, even managing to hurt Doom severely on numerous occasions. Peter raised his hand as 2 large web lines shot out of the web cannons. As soon as it hit Doom, he felt his magic control drop significantly. He tried to break it, but this time, thanks to the aid from his friends constantly hitting him, Doom couldn't so much as muster a single spell. Spider-Man continued to wrap Doom up in the thick strands of webbing and could hear him cursing vehemently at the foes in front of him throughout the whole process. Just as Peter managed to seal Doom up in a cocoon of his organic webbing, he threw them on top of the Houston Bridge and leaned in close to put his ear near the cocoon. "What was that?" Peter asked as he held his hand up. He could only hear his muffled screams and every other word, and they were most certainly not nice words. "The potty mouth on you. You're lucky I don't have a bar of soap on me." "Well, don't you worry, where we plan on sending you, no one will ever have to deal with it again." Peter looked over to see that Reed approaching. The fantastic hero stretched over to them carrying a box that was similar to the one he had when Peter captured the insectoids. "Toss him here," Reed shouted. Peter nodded his head before grabbing the ball of Doom and throwing it towards Reed. Mr. Fantastic hit a switch on the box, causing a portal to open before the villain fell into the pocket dimension. "Reed. Just in time," Peter shouted. "Quick, Spider-Man, get him back to the lab," Reed shouted at fellow hero. Peter grabbed the box and shot himself towards the Baxter building. As he passed by Reed, he heard him shout, "Sue's waiting by the dimensional transference device, that box won't hold Doom for long." Peter accelerated as fast as he could. As he saw the Baxter building in sight, the box began to shake and chip away. Peter didn't wait as he flew up to the room where the portal to the negative zone was opened and waiting for him. "Good to see you again, Sue. I guess we can say so long to this guy," Peter said as he chucked the box into the portal, and watched as the invisible woman started to close it. "That not the negative zone?" "No, it was the Void Realm. As far as we can tell, there is nothing in this extra-dimensional space," Sue replied. "Oh, and that Sue joke was lame." As the portal shrunk, Doom broke out of his constraints and charged towards Spider-Man. "Oh shit." Peter frantically placed his hand out and webbed Doom with an organic web cannon shot. He hit his mark, webbing a line to the villain's chest, sending him flying back. "You're grounded, Doom. You've been a very bad boy. Hopefully, you'll learn your lesson in there. Damn you, Spider-Man," Doom shouted as the portal closed. Peter fell over on his back. "Okay. Doom down, Avengers. He's been banished to the Void Zone. However, something tells me he'll be back someday. We need to prepare anti-Doom strategies for when that happens." The intercom in his helmet came on and Tony's voice came through. "Please tell me you're joking, I don't want to have to do that again. Anyways, what the hell was up with that guy?" "Magic happened, Tony." "Freaking magic," Peter replied. "It looks like we still have to clean up," Captain America said through the comm. "I don't suppose we're in trouble for exiling the King of Latveria to the microcosm?" Peter asked. Fury came back on, not a chance, Latveria revoked their allegiance to Doom to avoid a war. They've had no other choice but to back down and chose a new ruler. That's good news. Even if he does come back, he can't pull the diplomatic immunity B.S again. Now we can justifiably beat the gravel off of him until he's out of American soil, get it? Gravel. Soil. Because his skin is deformed. Peter added. Door, there, Johnny pointed to the exit. Seriously, you think that guy is coming back? Tony asked with a nervous expression. You can't keep a baddie like Doom down forever, and he is most definitely one of the most powerful villains in the world. Do you see him staying put in the Void Zone forever? Good point, kid. I'll start thinking of some countermeasures, Tony said as he started helping clean up Doom's mess. Peter joined in on the cleanup as well. Thankfully, they managed to keep damage to the city down to a minimum. However, Peter wasn't exactly in tip-top condition. He was still aching from having 2 giant holes in his body. It had healed, but the soreness was apparent. Doom's magic is really something else, and he isn't even as powerful as he could be. Peter thought of the Doom who killed the entire Marvel Universe. Nothing could stand in the way of that variation of Doom. Even before he had the Infinity Stones, he managed to kill every hero on Earth that fought against him, and not to mention every alien or godlike being that was an enemy of the human race in the universe. After cleaning up the mess, he thanked the Avengers again and headed off back to the sanctum. After reaching the house, he walked in and dragged his feet all the way to his room that Strange and Wong had prepared for him. He laid down and passed out. While he slept, across the city, Eddie Brock hovering over a microscope, he smiled and jumped up. Success. The parasite is growing. Brock pulled up his test papers and began marking down his results when he picked up and placed the sample in a vial and stored it in his locker. After packing up, he had a chipper expression on his face as he made his way to the door. Suddenly, a glass beaker fell over, the sound of slithering could be heard, and the lights in the room started to flicker. Who's there? Eddie shouted, but no one answered. Eddie tried to reach for his locker when a black ooze fell on his arm. What the? Venom started to fuse with Eddie when he felt the darkness inside him and shouted, "You're not my Eddie." Too much darkness, so much filth. The symbiote freaked out and shot its tendrils across the room, destroying most of the lab. Eddie, wearing the suit, was freaking out as Venom tried to separate itself from him, but whether it liked it or not, Eddie was a near-perfect match to Venom's own Brock, which only sped up their merger. While the symbiote struggled to free itself, they busted through the campus wall, ran out into the city while lightning crashed to the distant landscape, and it started to rain. As he vanished from view, the red symbiote that Eddie had made slowly crawled out of the containment locker and started crawling towards Riker's prison, as if it was searching for part of itself. Chapter 38, Issue 38, Trials of Merlin Part 9. MJ was reading through her latest dead language when Crystal knocked on her door. She put the book down and got up to open it. "Hey MJ, hope I'm not bothering you," Crystal said as she walked inside. "Not at all, Crystal, I was just doing some light reading," MJ responded. Crystal looked over several of the reading materials and said, "That's a lot of old languages." MJ laughed and sat down next to the books and picked one up before saying, "Yeah, this is my homework." Strange said something about learning multiple languages being important because many spells use them, and it helps expand the mind. So, magic, huh? I thought it was mostly a myth, and if it weren't for Atlantis' recent incursions then I still would have doubted. Crystal replied. Strange is my teacher right now, and I'm still learning, but he explained that every power, spell, in this universe all comes from various planes of existence. So, if I want to use fire, I would have to connect to the plane of fire and use spellcraft-like phrases or hand motions to focus channeling its power into a usable form. But I can't use magic, yet can still control the 4 classical elements, Crystal replied. Actually, Peter had a good theory about that. He speculated that the X gene, or any powers that manifest without the aid of magic, are because their bodies are operating on the same wavelength as these other realms. The genetics are simply a doorway that can't be closed. So, mutants, inhumans, aliens, they all draw power from these realms because their bodies are aligned or have a subconscious access to these planes of energy. Crystal placed her hand on her chin as she continued, if we have full access to these places then why do we tire when we overuse it? Everything has a cost. I'm not saying that this rule holds true for every power user, remember that door metaphor I said was always open. Well, some are born with the door cracked open, and others completely open. I think there is a certain level of strain on the physical body when they draw power from it. There's some evidence there to support it too because the output and control of their powers mature alongside their body's growth. MJ continued to explain. For instance, your powers are a lot stronger than they were when you were a child, correct? That does make some sense. Crystal stood up and said, so your teacher will be done tomorrow. MJ smiled as she pulled out her cell phone. When you come to New York you can stay with me, but for now. MJ took a picture with Crystal and handed her the phone. When you get there, use this to call me and I'll come to pick you up. Crystal smiled and held the picture close to her chest and said, I really can't wait. The two stayed and chatted late into the night. When Crystal finally went to bed, MJ did so as well. The next morning, they woke up to the room shaking. MJ rushed out to see the commotion and saw a giant red transparent barrier surrounding the Inhuman city. Powerful ancient runes were ingrained on the surface of the barrier with lines forming into an ornate pattern. A geyser of water was assaulting the barrier, and behind it was Kamar and a group of mermutants surrounding him. It was the Atlantean squadron. They were made up of light blue-skinned humanoid beings with gills on their throat and all wearing fabric-like armors that had golden glowing symbols on them. Most of the Inhumans gathered around to wonder at the magical barrier Strange had set up while MJ watched as all the foolish prince's attacks were deflected away from the barrier. Strange had enough and walked up beside the prince and shouted, "Cease your assault, Atlanteans." The barrier reacted to his words. A series of red bands shot out and coiled them all up. The Sorcerer Supreme flew up and exited the barrier before MJ followed behind. Seeing them leaving, Crystal flew up to join them. "I know you come from Atlantis, and I also know Namor isn't foolish enough to wage war on the Inhumans. Go back. Filthy land dweller, you have no right to order us around. You inferior beings only need to listen and follow our orders." Kamar shouted when a voice yelled out, interrupting him. "Enough." From a portal torn in the air, a person stepped through, revealing a handsome man with short black hair and scaled enchanted armor. He carried a trident that was radiating a powerful magical energy the likes MJ had only seen in Thor's hands. "Namor, it is a shame we had to meet like this, but as you can see, whatever plans you had for Attilan will no longer be an issue for them," Strange explained. Namor frowned at the Strange and then turned to his son. "You had one job, create an alliance through marriage, yet you even messed this up." Kamar looked at his father in fear and said, "But father, they won't listen to reason." Namor slapped his son and shouted, "Silence." He then looked to Strange and said, "I'm surprised that a human is now the Sorcerer Supreme, but that doesn't give you the right to interfere in our business." Strange shook his head as he explained, "Your son was threatening war against the Inhumans, and the Sorcerer Supreme of old made a pact to assist the Inhumans should they require help. I was perfectly within my right to help them. However, you and most of the remaining pure Atlanteans have woken up after a long slumber and are unaware how much of the world has changed. Atlantis isn't the only magic society these days. After all, the Ancient One has built much since you've been imprisoned." Namor frowned. That old fogey is still living. He thought of the Ancient One's prowess and gulped. The king had been around a lot longer than his own Atlantis, and knew that the Ancient One was far stronger than his disciples. Even the Sorcerer Supreme might not be as powerful as her. Your threats will only last for so long. Soon Neptune will return and then we shall see who has made the mistake. The Ancient One may be strong, but I doubt she will be able to handle our god." MJ frowned and said, "You know you're not the only one with a god for a friend. We have a Thor." Namor gave her a disgusted look before saying, "Filthy land dweller, who gave you permission to speak?" MJ was about to snap, when Crystal stood forward and said, "Enough, Namor, you will not interfere with the Inhumans, and if you dare call my friend a filthy one more time, I shall make sure you live to regret it." Spider-Woman smiled, "Thanks, Crystal." Namor grunted as he kept his look of displeasure evident, "I shall call this land dweller whatever I wish." The Atlantean king then pointed his trident at MJ and said, "If this human dares to open her mouth again, I shall dispose of her myself." MJ couldn't take it anymore and shot her webbing over Namor's mouth. "I don't know why you hate humans so much, but that doesn't give you the right to act as you own us. In fact, I think you should learn that we humans are capable of so you don't get any funny ideas." Namor was surprised at the strength of her webbing and used his magic to remove it. "You." "Yes. I what? Defended my people's honor. I had a million fish jokes in my mind, but to show some respect to your people, I held back. However, since you threw civility out the window, I might as well let loose. Now listen here, you water-breathing guppy. I don't know how your parents raised you, but everyone on this world, regardless of where they were born, or what their genetics they have, deserves to be treated with even the most basic courtesy. I am Namor, king of Atlantis. You land dwellers deserve no respect. You pollute the oceans and the air, and think nothing of it." Namor shouted. "There are 6.7 billion humans on the earth, and I guarantee that less than 1% of these people are the ones doing that. While on the other hand, countless people are trying to fix this problem or have demanded that it be taken care of from their leaders. Can you keep track of and maintain a population of 6.7 billion citizens? And we're not even united. Some people, entire countries just don't give a damn, but if you overlook the innocents and people trying to do better, then what does that make you? I heard coming from you was complaining and not doing your part to make it better. We have a word for people like you back in New York, we call them lazy." Namor chanted some ancient Roman words as lightning appeared around his trident. Strange moved in front of MJ and said, "Using an artifact of that level on a child who hasn't even started her training. Have you gone mad, Namor?" MJ pushed Dr. Strange aside and said, "I don't need you to protect me, his trident is on the same level as Thor's hammer, right?" Strange sighed, "Yes, more or less. Beware, it is made of orichalcum, an almost perfect magic conductor, and is a gift handed down by Neptune himself. Spider-Woman, you can't. Wait for me to bring my sister here. Crystal shouted when she suddenly heard Medusa say, not necessary sister, Black Bolt and I have already arrived. Namor looked to Black Bolt and the Queen before he said, King Boltagon, it is an honor to meet you. I had hoped to meet under better circumstances but not everything goes according to plans. The Atlantean king shot his son a disappointed look. I hope you won't interfere with my match with this human. Medusa smiled and said, this human is a guest of our Adelan. MJ smiled as she placed her hands out in front of Medusa before saying, thank you, your majesty, but this guy needs to learn a lesson. Spider-Woman then cracked her knuckles and looked back to Namor with a scowl as she said, you want to fight huh? Okay, but this is just between you and me right? Not human vs Atlantean, but just two people who have a disagreement. Namor clenched his fist around his trident and grunted, fine. The King of the Ocean swung his weapon at MJ, but she dodged it and webbed up his legs before swinging him further away from the barrier. Seeing what the human did, the mermutants shouted in worry, my king. Namor stared back in shock at MJ's strength, and shouted at his men who were getting ready to aid their ruler, do not interfere. The king pointed his trident at MJ and a gush of water shot back at MJ at incredible speeds. It was more than fast enough to cut through solid steel. Her spidey sense went off like car alarm seconds before Spider-Woman dodged past it and closed the distance. She punched Namor in the gut and sent him flying back again. Before he could get very far, she pulled him back with her webbing and punched him in the face, making him flip around multiple times in the middle of the air. Namor gritted his teeth as MJ was surrounded by a water bubble. MJ then used her suit to make a sound-repulsing device and blasted his bubble apart with a sonic blast. Namor's eye went wide as a blaster formed around her and shot a blast of electric energy at him that looked like a lightning bolt. The Atlantean king shot back his own lightning in response, absorbing MJ's bolt while forcing the current to switch directions. MJ raised her hand and thought, if Peter was right, then regular electricity wouldn't work. The only reason he was able to improve his spider gene was because of the divine attribute of Thor's lightning. If Neptune's power of storms is what allows the trident to conduct electricity, then maybe it has the same property. Please let Peter be right. After activating her electrokinesis, she absorbed the bolt of energy and felt her body scream out in pain, fight through it MJ. She thought as she started channeling her chi and the symbiote to convert it and direct it to her cells. MJ's body glowed as she felt her strength surging. The gene she gained from Rhino's strength grew as well, along with Electro's serum as well. She felt that she could go full-on lightning form now as she pointed her hand at Namor and shot a blazing blue bolt of plasma, Namor sending him flying into the ground. Holy crap! Mary Jane shouted as she looked at the white-blue lightning form her symbiote took on. Peter was right, chi really can improve someone's genetics. But the source has to be from a unique form of energy. Namor shouted in rage as he flew back up with his trident in hand. Human. Namor summoned a giant swirling vortex of water and lightning and then started chanting. Just as he was about to complete the spell, MJ webbed out with her suit's webbing and covered his mouth. The moment he felt his mouth being sealed, his control over magic begins to wane, shattering the spell. So, you still want to continue? MJ raised her hand and formed a series of automated cannons. Have to wrap this up quick. She could feel her body temperature rapidly starting to rise and knew if her current condition was anything like Peter then she wouldn't have long till she lost consciousness. A/N. I also changed a lot about the Atlanteans. For one, the entire family line isn't dead, and Namor other surviving pure Atlanteans are no longer the first mutants, because let's face it, there are too many first mutants in Marvel. Now they are demigods, children of Neptune. I used Roman gods to represent their pantheon: Jupiter, Juno, Minerva, Neptune, Venus, Mars, Sol, Diana, Vulcan, Vesta, Mercury, Ceres. Although Marvel used Greek gods, they didn't touch the Roman gods, because they probably thought it was the same thing. This mistake is made a lot. If you look up the wiki you can see how different they really are. Here's a big one. You know Cronus, Zeus's daddy. He is depicted as one mean motherfu *cur doing stuff like castrating his own father and eating his children. However, Saturn, his Roman counterpart, was a god of generation, dissolution, plenty, wealth, agriculture, periodic renewal, liberation, and time. He was seen as a peaceful and caring god. Big difference, right? Enough to become a new pantheon for Marvel if you ask me. Could you imagine Marvel presents new pantheon? You could even give them a bad history with Greek pantheon so the story has some tension. Another change I made is the reason Atlanteans were in hiding until recent events. Since they specialize in being a mostly magic-focused society, I wanted to make them demigods, and have something I won't spoil being why they hid from the world. For some reason something Marvel never really dove into or explored this aspect of the Atlantean legends, so I figured I'd make a new place for them called Olympi, the ancient word for Olympus. It was either give them their own godly planes or have it as the Greek pantheon stole their home while they were out working in the cosmos. Chapter 39, Issue 39, Trials of Merlin Part 10. MJ charged up her cannons with the power of the 4 classical elements and aimed them at Namor. I don't want to harm you, but your arrogance might lead to the death of innocent lives. What is it that you hate about the humans that you can't even attempt to try and understand them, not the politicians, not the leaders, but the people? Namor was steaming. To think I, Namor, an ageless being, would be scolded by a mere mortal. The king looked to MJ, who was still charging up her cannons, and shouted, "What is your name, human warrior?" "Call me Spider-Woman," MJ said, starting to feel a bit wobbly. "I will retreat for now, but this is not over. We will finish this at another date." Namor opened up a portal with his trident and pulled back his son and every other Atlantean that came here and returned to their city. MJ breathed a sigh of relief and returned the material to her suit as Strange and Crystal came flying over along with Medusa and Black Bolt. "That was amazing, Spider-Woman," Crystal said, clapping her hands. Medusa smiled and applauded as well. "Indeed, it is not often that one can speak some sense into a demigod." MJ smiled as she said, "It's a good thing he left. Strange, watch over me while I'm out." The spider heroine started to fall towards the ground while the symbiote created a webbed cocoon around her body. Strange reached out his hands and caught her as Crystal flew over in worry. "What happened?" Crystal shouted in a worried tone. Strange put up his hand and informed them of her condition. "She will be fine. Her power is just progressing to the next stage is all." "This is odd, it resembled the Turagan cocoon that helps birth new Inhumans," Medusa added. "I assure you that Spider-Woman is not an Inhuman. The cause of this cocoon is magical in nature," Strange explained. Crystal still looked worried, so Strange let out a sigh and proceeded to say, "If you want, we can stay until she returns." MJ was currently experiencing exactly what Peter went through, so it didn't take long for her to discover the spider goddess. Standing before her was a woman that looked an awful lot like her mother, except that she was wearing webbed clothing. The woman looked to MJ and said, "Thy totem name is Guardian. Doth thou choose to accept thine title?" MJ nodded her head. Peter had told everything he knew about the spider gods and their importance, so she didn't hesitate to accept. Her body grew stronger as she felt her bones turned into the same substance as Peter's. She then felt her organic web shooters forming, but different from Peter. She had gained the ability to turn invisible and a new symbiote gene that was similar to Peter's blank gene. Several hours had passed since MJ's body had transformed. Her symbiote turned back into a suit, and Crystal, who had been watching over her, had started shaking her. "Spider-Woman, are you okay?" Mary Jane started to wake up and felt her newfound strength coursing through her very being. She looked over at the princess and then saw her worried expression. "I'm okay. In fact, I'm better than ever." MJ hopped off the medical table they had her on and said, "So how long was I out?" "About 5 hours or so," Dr. Strange came in and said with a happy expression on his face. "Thanks, document." "Thank you, Crystal," MJ replied as Crystal stopped hugging her. "I think it's time to return, don't you?" Dr. Strange added. Crystal really wanted to spend more time with MJ, but she knew that her new friend had to return to continue her training. Before the two parted, they decided to spend a little time shopping around their city and meeting Crystal's friends. After taking a ton of pictures, Strange called MJ back to leave. The two gave each other a hug, said their goodbyes, and then stepped through the portal, returning to the sanctum. Earlier that day, Peter had woken up and started reading. As usual, he kept an eye on reports or sightings for the other symbiote that had come to this world, along with any sightings of another Spider-Man, but so far nothing. Several hours had passed before he heard something being reported on the police's radio channel. "There's been a breakout at Rikers prison. Cletus Kasady has escaped, killing 34 guards, and has released the other prisoners." Without finishing the thought, Peter ran out and webbed towards the prison. He then stopped halfway and slapped his head. "I can't just walk up to the prison. I need an invite." Peter called up Fury. "Furry, there's something that I need your help with." "You got 3 minutes, webhead," Fury responded. "I need a connection to the police department. There's a place I need to go that requires their approval," Peter commented. "What are you up to, kid?" Fury asked. "Working. You know, hero stuff," Peter replied. "Fine, there's a SHIELD agent working at the NYPD, her name is Jean DeWolf. If you need her help, just go to her in the future," Fury said, almost making Peter fall over. He knew the character well, he just hoped it would end in tragedy like it did in the material he was familiar with. "Thanks, Fury. So, how's that hair growth formula I sent you?" "I shave, you moron." Fury hung up the phone. Peter webbed off to the building and thought, Jean DeWolf, huh? Well, I guess it's time for Spidey Cop to make an appearance. Fury sent the call over to the NYPD Manhattan Central booking station. It only rang for a couple of seconds before a young enchanting voice came out the other end. "Hello, Fury." "Detective DeWolf, it's me, your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," Peter said as he moved closer towards the prison. "Hey Spider-Man, been waiting for you to give me a call. You have a lot of fans at SHIELD, and you've been a great help to me in my station, brought down a lot of big fellas, even managed to rehabilitate Electro. Did you know he got a job as a construction builder?" Peter webbed from rooftop to high rise as he said, "Wow, really? So Sparky gave it up, huh?" Anyways, I heard about the breakout at Rikers and I'm on my way over to help. I need you to inform the police not to shoot at me when I get there. Can you do that? Jean smiled and said, "You got it, Spider-Man. Anything else you need?" "That's it, but I'll call you if Spidey Cop needs a hand," Peter said in a deep voice. "What are you doing with your voice?" Jean said with an awkward tone. With that said, Spider-Man became allies with the NYPD and Spidey Cop was born. With a thirst for justice that can't be sated, the two teamed up, and with their awesome detective work the new partners made the city a more peaceful place. "Are you narrating?" Jean almost laughed. Peter saw Rikers in the distance and said, "Okay, I see the prison, I'm heading in. Be careful over there, Spidey. I'm getting reports of a red slime monster that is eating people and turning people into mummies," Jean explained. "Not turning them into mummies, but absorbing their plasma and biomass," Peter replied. "You know something about this?" Jean asked. "Sorry, Jean, gotta go. My biggest fans are shooting at me now." Peter jumped into the prison wall as Jean gave the cops a heads up. They all shouted in joy as Spider-Man leapt over the walls and started webbing up prisoners. Bullets and explosions went off like fireworks as Peter made his way through the battlefield. Who the hell stocks a prison with rocket launchers? He spotted a prisoner that had gotten a hold of one of the guards' weapons. Without thinking, he pointed the gun at the officer and was seconds away from ending his life. Peter jumped in and blocked the bullet while covering the guard's body with his back. He webbed the prisoner to the wall and carried the guard behind the line made by the police. "Thank you, Spider-Man," the guard said while nearly crying. "No problem, just doing my job." Peter jumped back into the fray as he saw the Kingpin moving beside a group of armed mercenaries. "Planning a jailbreak, not on my watch, fatso." Peter hopped down and as he webbed up the mercs with a single spinning motion he said, "Hey, where did you find these guys? Did you buy them at some store or are they just naturally drawn in by your gravitational field?" The criminal shot at Peter who effortlessly dodged it while closing the distance between them. "No, seriously, do you just post an ad at some $2 merc site or something? You know I hear Deadpool is on Craigslist, you would have had better luck escaping if you hired him." Peter landed on the ground as Wilson Fisk charged at him. Peter raised his hand out and stopped him in his tracks, "Though, I can't promise he'd leave you intact." "What the hell?" Kingpin was surprised that all his power was rendered useless in an instant. He didn't have the chance to retaliate as Peter punched him into the air and webbed him against a wall. He might have hit him a little too hard, but he thought a guy like him was more than deserving of the punishment a fractured skull brought. Maybe that'll put the fear of God into him, Peter smirked as he jumped back into the hail of bullets. He moved through the battlefield and danced through the rain of ammunitions like he was taking a stroll in the park. Spider-Man went on to pounce on every crook and criminal he could get his hands on while evacuating the guards to safety. After the situation started to calm down and the police began to overrun the prison, a large explosion went off at the Raft. Peter stared at it only for a second and turned to one of the cops, "Can you guys handle it from here?" "We got this, Spidey, we'll send some boys in blue to assist," a cop who seemed to be the senior officer shouted as he cuffed another prisoner. "Keep up the good work, boys." Spidey Cop out. Peter webbed into the air before flew over towards the Raft. As he reached the facility, he saw dozens of people, both guards and criminals, running for their lives. Peter looked over at a red and black symbiote standing on top of the tallest building carrying 5 individuals, the Tinker, Sandman, Shriek, Speed Demon, and Killer Shrike. Peter's eyes widened when he realized what the symbiote was up to and rushed even faster as he shouted, "No." He tried to fly over but it was too late. The symbiote had absorbed them into his body completely and let out a terrifying laugh as his body grew to around 8 feet. "I am Kasadi no longer. We are mayhem, ha 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 ha." Peter was freaking out because according to Webster this symbiote didn't come from another plane of existence, but his own. "This is my fault," Peter thought. "I just took the samples expecting Eddie to give up, never did I think this would happen, I should have been able to stop this." He then looked around at the dead bodies consisting of guards, cops, and criminals that the symbiote left in its wake. His vision shifted then to his hands. However, he saw that it was covered in blood and then looked around seeing nothing but a sea of blood. He freaked out before realizing that he had hallucinated such a vivid scene. Peter clenched his fists tightly as he looked at the new symbiote Mayhem and shouted in anger. Without exchanging words, he flew over and blasted Mayhem with a sonic attack. However, it had no effect. The powers of Shriek allowed for the control over sonic energy, and a few other types that Peter hoped that Mayhem didn't know about. Shriek had abilities to cause others to go insane, affecting their minds in horrifying ways, such as swapping morals from to light the dark side in people. During Maximum Carnage, she used this power to make the city to go mad, causing all kinds of issues. For example, she made a woman like the idea of killing her children, or making a man give in to their more violent tendencies. She could make an entire city suddenly commit to acts of anger, vandalism, and mayhem. Peter punched Carnage lookalike up into the air and felt his spider sense screaming at him every step of the way. He knew how dangerous this was, but he wasn't thinking with his head. Peter activated his lighting and fire form at the same time before he suddenly felt like his body was going to explode. However, he pushed through the pain and continuously punched away at Mayhem while expecting to hear the pain screams of Symbiote. But, all Peter heard was the sound of Mayhem growing excited. "Brother. You're just like me." Mayhem laughed uncontrollably. "You're no brother of mine." Peter charged up chi and shot it alongside a beam of his fire and lighting energy. A giant blast covered the sky, and for a second, Peter thought he just made his own version of the Kamehameha, but to his immediate dismay, Mayhem fell to the ground and reformed in an instant, completely unharmed. "Spider-Man. We're here to help." Police officers rushed forward before Peter turned around and shouted for them to run. At this moment in time, MJ and Strange had returned to the sanctum. Spider-Woman called out to Peter but there was no answer. Wong then pointed them to the sound of a television blaring at a loud decibel. As the two came in the room they saw Wong and Gwen watching the Channel 4 news, with JJJ covering the story of Spider-Man's assault and heroic actions on the escapees from Rikers. Spider-Man is currently trying to get the situation at the Raft under control. However, a strange blood monster that is responsible for the known deaths of 52 inmates and 21 prison guards is holding its own against our resident superhero. The police are moving in to provide aid. Oh god no. The image of Peter webbing back cops and him grabbing hold of the tendrils Mayhem launched out played out on the screen. However, it wasn't enough as the symbiote pierced through around a half a dozen officers and they were drained almost instantly. Mayhem even killed a few for fun instead of absorbing them. A/N, so in honor of Stan Lee's life, I will create a cameo for him. Don't want to spoil it when it will happen because I know we all get a kick out of the surprise. I hope you enjoy it. Chapter 40, Issue 40, Trials of Merlin Part 11. MJ was suddenly noticed by the others and Gwen freaked out. OMG. You're Spider-Woman. MJ didn't even hear her as she started to run out of the sanctum. She tried to contact Peter telepathically, but all she could get out of him was, "It's all my fault," stuck on repeat. MJ's worry grew even more as she felt Peter's mind descend into madness. "I'll kill him, make him suffer, he'll regret." "Peter, come on Tiger, snap out of it." MJ shouted trying to snap Peter out of it. But it was no good, he was too entrenched in his fight with Mayhem to return to his senses. In his rage-fueled daze, he continued to pound away at the symbiote who was laughing hysterically. Peter noticed that the symbiote was trying to steal away his powers, so he put a stop to that when he started going supernova. His body glowed with pure white heat making Mayhem scream in agony. Peter webbed his mouth and kicked Mayhem across the sky. The red and black symbiote which became Mayhem instead of Carnage flew back and tried to make a move towards more people to absorb. "Peter. Snap out of it." Her voice rang throughout his entire body when he suddenly came out of his daze and looked around. "What the hell is wrong with me? This isn't how Spider-Man should fight. Use your damn head, Peter." Spider-Man thought as his head was starting to clear. Thanks to MJ's telepathic presence, his irrational behavior became instantly apparent, and he managed to finally come back to his senses. "Why didn't my suit stop the psychic attack? Don't tell me Shriek's powers aren't psionic or magical in nature. Does her ability work on the soul like Mr. Negative's powers?" He webbed Mayhem in the back and pulled up stray pieces of metal, forming them into a sealed sphere which Mayhem easily broke out of. Peter was starting to grow more worried. Mayhem had absorbed Tinker, one of the smartest known villains in the Marvel Universe that could give any techno-was a run for their money. Sandman is able to convert his body into molecular and quantum structures that can reform, and Shriek could control Sonic's soul, and had telekinesis. Speed Demon was essentially the Yellow Flash but much slower, and Killer Shrike was a warped version of Captain America. Peter didn't know if his ability to control gravity was the result of technology like it was in the 616 universe or a mutant gene that was in the Ultimate Universe. Mayhem dashed back towards the prisoners, a blast of speed that was hard for Peter to keep up with. He had to use his lighting form to catch up, shooting out his organic webbing coated in lightning. The webs covered Mayhem's torso before he could touch another victim. Peter used all of his strength and threw him far out over the river as he could, yet Mayhem still laughed at Peter like he was having a good time. Peter shot out dozens of webs as he spoke to MJ. "Hey baby, thanks for pulling me out of that. I think you just saved my life. Contact the Avengers, tell them that the Raft, you know, the place we keep all our supervillains at, is compromised. I need his help on this one." "Peter, what is that thing?" MJ asked with a worried tone. "A mistake MJ, my mistake," Peter said as he dodged Mayhem's tentacles. Spider-Man continued to keep Mayhem away from the Raft and was thinking of taking this fight into space. Realizing what he was up to, Mayhem let out a growl as he shouted, "Stop ruining my fun, Spider-Man. Why are you stopping me? You should be helping me. Have fun with me, brother." Peter felt his mind slowly slipping into madness when he said, "MJ, keep talking to me. Just tell me anything, I need your voice to keep me grounded. I'm almost there, Tiger. Just hang on." MJ started telling him about her time at Adelan, about the people she met, and the friends made. Peter took a deep breath and managed to keep fighting back against Mayhem's ability to corrupt a person's soul. The hero kept him far enough away to reduce Shyrek's ability, but he knew that he couldn't harm Mayhem either. After all, symbiotes were practically immortal, and this one had absorbed some troublesome fellows that made him more so. Spider-Man, Spider-Man, can't save everyone, Spider-Man. Can he stop me from killing? No, he can't, he's too wimpy. Look out, here comes the crazy Mayhem. Mayhem sang as he started to turn into dust particles spreading out over the distance. Peter was racking his head for a solution when MJ showed up and used her hydrokinesis to create a dome of water rotating at an insane speed around them. Mayhem reformed at the center of the bubble and shouted, "Stop fighting me, we're the same, why don't you absorb and steal all the power you want? So, what if we kill people here and there, with them we could be all-powerful, with them we could absorb this whole universe. We can all be one." MJ held his hand and the two carried on with the conversation to stop whatever influence Mayhem's power had over them. Something about their telepathic link allowed them to resist Mayhem's madness. Peter stared down Mayhem and said, "I'm not like you, the power I seek is to use it for righteous means." As he spoke, one of the Merlin gems back in the sanctum glowed with a bright red light. Strange smiled as he opened the sanctum doors and exited the building with the power ruby. Raising his hand in the air, the Sorcerer Supreme said, "And with this the first trial is complete." Peter continued to speak of the power he sought after. "The power I seek is indeed ultimate power, but with it will come ultimate responsibility." The ruby shot out of Strange's hand and flew towards Peter so quickly that it was ripping through the space around it. Before Peter knew what happened, the Merlin gem slapped into his back, merging with his armor. Red lines circulated on top of his suit, glowing with the power containing a fraction of the universe's laws. Power mode active. 1 minute to power ruby depletes energy, 24 hours are required to recharge gem's energy. Make it count, Peter. Webster's voice echoed throughout Peter's mind. For 1 minute he could channel the portion of the entire strength of the universe. Peter didn't wait as he thought of a proper way to use this time. Everything else around him faded away. Only MJ's presence and the problem before them remained. Peter suddenly thought, what is power? He raised his hand. If I have ultimate strength, then why can't I force apart the molecules bonding you and the victims together? Peter waved his hand and watched as the prisoners and guards he had absorbed shot out from Mayhem's body and landed naked on the ground. Only Kasadi remained, and as much as Peter then tried to force the two apart, nothing happened. It appeared that there was a bond that not even fragmented ultimate power he had achieved could remove. Fine, let's do this the hard way. Peter dashed over and shot into the sky, rapidly climbing out into the stratosphere. He created an airtight chamber made of his organic webbing imbued with the power ruby's energy before placed Mayhem inside it. He shot over to the moon in an instant, using his lighting fire mode to finish the job. 30 seconds remaining. Webster warned. Peter waved his hand and pulled out a pillar of the moon's surface, then threw Mayhem into the moon's core before putting everything back the way it was. Peter then blasted all the way back to MJ to see her helping all the people Mayhem spit out. Overall, there were 102 inmates, and 32 guards, and the 6 police officers he had absorbed that found themselves free. Even though they saved some lives, Peter still felt terrible about the lives Kasadi claimed through their brutal slaughtering. After cleaning up the mess and securing the prisoners with the aid of the Avengers, Tony dropped by and saw him staring over the raft. "You okay, kid?" Tony asked. "Yeah, Tony, it's just that this day has been pretty brutal," Peter responded. MJ could feel guilt and disappointment rolling off of Peter and held his hand tightly. "Tiger, it's not your fault. Listen to her, kid, bad stuff happens all the time, and you stopped it from getting worse. Go home and get some rest, the Avengers will take it from here," Tony said as he blasted off back to the prison to help take care of cleanup. MJ gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, "He's right, you should listen to me." Peter smiled back at her as he said, "It is my fault though, MJ, this happened because I shirked my duties as Peter Parker. I was so focused on the suit, I overlooked something that caused the deaths of others. The blood is on my hands." "Pete. Come on, we need to go to Reed Richards Science Center," Peter webbed off. They made their way to a lab room where a group of college students was picking up the mess made by Venom the previous night. "Excuse me," Peter said as he stood on the roof next to MJ, "you wouldn't happen to have seen a young man by the name of Eddie Brock? Spider-Man. Spider-Woman." The college students shouted. Peter and MJ hopped onto the ground and Peter said, "I'm looking for a student named Eddie Brock." A bunch of the students looked disgusted and said, "Us too, he was the last one to use the lab, and he left it like this." A young with black short hair and stylish attire spoke out in thick Greek accent, "My name Dr. Michael Morbius, Eddie is one of my students, he hasn't returned to the dorms last night." Peter looked at the future living vampire and sighed before he said, "Can you tell me anything else about him, like where he lived before moving into the dorms, or where he would go if he had Northwest other place?" Morbius went into his office and pulled out a student profile on Eddie. He came back out and handed it over. The spider hero flipped through it and learned that Eddie had an apartment at a complex in the Bronx. After handing it back, Peter and MJ thanked Morbius. Before Peter left, he slipped a nano tracker on him and said, you should look into Reed's new portable lab tech. You can create a pocket space to perform your experiments in, so things like this don't happen in the future. Peter and MJ then headed towards the Bronx in search of Eddie's tracks. They entered his apartment and found that it hadn't been used in a while. There were large cloth sheets covering up most of the furniture, trash littered here and there, and several books on genetic engineering lying about here and there. Peter and MJ began searching through his stuff when Peter found a hidden floor cover. After opening it up, he discovered a set of old videotapes. MJ looked over his shoulder and said, "Wow, don't know of anyone who uses cassette tapes anymore." "You got a VCR, Peter?" "'Cause there's not even a T.V in here." Peter placed a few surveillance bugs around the room and headed to the window before saying, "Yeah, back at my place, but we have to sneak in. I don't want strange spell to break." After sneaking into his aunt and uncle's basement, they started viewing the videos. Peter and MJ discovered that Eddie's father was working alongside his parents, and most of the material was their experimentations on making the symbiote prototypes. They reviewed a lot of stuff they already knew about the symbiotes, but only one video seemed to be of any importance to them. After putting the tape in, Eddie's father appeared on the screen. He was a tall, well-built man with a scar over his left eye. He had buzzed short blonde hair, piercing blue eyes, and wore a long white lab coat. The man stared at the camera, cleared his voice, and gave a stern expression before began talking. "Eddie, if you're watching this, then that means I have died or have returned to where I belong. The Parkers have been lying to me. They've started to suspect what I've been up to." Eddie's father slammed his fist on the table. "They managed to figure out the blank gene. Their son just recovered from an incurable disease, and thanks to that, SHIELD been sniffing around looking to hire them. I managed to secure you a sample of the Venom I stole from Richard's lab and will attempt to stop the Parkers from making contact with our enemies." Eddie's father stood up and placed his arm on his chest before shouting, "Hail Hydra, and take care, my son." Peter's face paled when MJ remembered her history. "Peter. Is that?" Peter called up Fury, "Good job with the prison kid, but you have some explaining to do." Peter growled, "No, it's you who has some explaining to do, Fury, and it better be the truth or we're gonna have problems." MJ placed her hand on Peter and said, "Are you okay?" "No, we need to find Eddie Brock now. He's too dangerous to let run around." "Fury, I'm sending you some data. You should know what I need you to build to find this guy, and I need you to tell me the truth about my parents." "I swear, Fury, if I don't like what I hear, we're going to throw fists." Chapter 41, Issue 41, Trials of Merlin Part 12. Peter took the time to start arguing with Fury. "You knew my parents even before you met me, didn't you?" Fury sighed. "Yeah, we were looking to hiring them before their plane crashed. In fact, you could say that SHIELD was responsible for their deaths in a way. We never got to meet though. They took a trip out to Europe to meet with an agent, so they could discuss their demands for coming to work for us. Unfortunately, the plane crashed. There were no survivors." "Look, kid, I didn't keep it from you because..." Peter interrupted, shouting, "Because of what?" "Because you didn't think I could handle it. You've had your eye on me for almost 2 years now, Fury, and you haven't figured out my nature. These are my parents, Fury. They could still be alive and could currently be prisoners of Hydra. For Christ's sake, even I could clone my parents' bodies and fake their deaths. It'd be even easier for her to..." "Kid, Hydra's been gone for years," Fury replied. "Watch the file I sent you, Fury." "I'll wait," Peter shouted. MJ could sense the pure anger and worry coming from him and hugged him. She placed her head against his back and said, "I'm with you, Tiger. Whatever happened to your parents, we'll find out together." Peter turned around and held her while still shaking in anger. "I don't know what to do, MJ. This day just keeps getting worse. If I had bothered to investigate Eddie instead of simply taking away my parents' work, then those people mayhem killed. Oh God, MJ, what have I done?" MJ felt his pain and held him tighter. "Use it," MJ said, looking him in the eye. "Take that pain, and use it to make yourself better. Use this moment to learn from your mistakes so you can overcome them in the future." Peter knew the pain and guilt might not end, but he would be lying if he said her words didn't numb it. He placed his hand on her face and leaned his head against hers. "I love you, MJ. I know this might sound weird, but you're the reason I can be a hero. Not the powers, or the costume, but you make me a better man, a better person." MJ felt a gush of heat overtake her as she kissed Peter. "I think you'd be a hero even without me, but to hear that, those words that I'm needed, that's all I ever wanted." Peter kissed her back when Fury interrupted with a loud sound of a fist slamming onto a table. "Son of a bitch. Agent Hill, contact the directors, we have a problem." "Peter, hang on for a while, we'll send you a notice if we spot anything matching your descriptions. I'll have my best people working on the job. We'll be taking apart the Brock family history and inform you if we find anything." MJ smiled and said, "I guess that means we have some time to ourselves." Peter smiled and held her close. They stayed there all night. MJ stayed by him and comforted him by holding him through the night. Even when he woke up screaming, haunted by the image of the men mayhem killed in front of him, Mary Jane was there through all of it and helped him deal with his trauma. The next morning Peter and MJ suited up and snuck out. Making sure not to be noticed by his aunt and uncle, the Spider duo went to visit the mass funeral for the victims of the Mayhem event. Peter stood on a nearby branch and watched over the event. Crushing his fist with a firm grip, he couldn't help but feel waves of guilt towards the victims. If I had just bothered to investigate Eddie, if I hadn't acted like a know-it-all, and ignored what Peter Parker could accomplish instead of Spider-Man. MJ placed her head on his shoulder, and the two watched the ceremony from beginning to end. During their way back to the sanctum, MJ, feeling Peter's terrible mood, said, "Come on, Tiger, you need a break. I found a pretty good place to eat. I was saving the reveal for a special occasion, but I guess now's a good enough time as any." Peter smiled and said, "Food, huh? I could go for a bite." The two webbed over to a small dinner called Mix. MJ held his hand as they walked in. They sat at the bar and ordered some food. Peter could have sworn this place was familiar to him, but he couldn't place his finger on where. "I'm telling you, Pete, this place has the best French fries in all of New York." Peter smiled as he ordered a hamburger and some fries. A middle-aged woman with blonde hair and a waitress uniform came up and wrote down their order. Peter thought that the woman looked familiar as well when MJ ordered her meal, and thanked her. "Thanks, Joan. Good to see you again, MJ. Is this the boyfriend you've been bragging about?" Joan said as she looked back and forth between the two. MJ nodded her head up and down, before asking, "Where's Stan at? Doesn't he usually handle the register?" "He's out back helping the delivery truck unpack today's food supplies," Joan commented. Peter smiled and said, "I'll go help out." "I would appreciate that, sweetie, but there's no need to worry yourself like that," Joan responded. MJ giggled and said, "You know, I brought you here to relax, right?" Peter laughed. "It's just helping him carry in a few boxes." Peter gave her a kiss on the cheek before Joan told where to go and let him walk out to the back of the dinner. His spidey sense went off the very moment he stepped out into the alleyway. Out of habit, he stuck to the wall and peered around the van to see a man pointing a gun at the owner of the dinner. Peter could see the crook shaking with nerves. "Give me everything you got and load the food into the car." The man known as Stan held his hands up next to the deliverymen that were only here to drop off Stan's produce. "Okay, son, just don't do something you'll regret." Stan kept a gentle smile as he held up his hands. He got ready to do as instructed when Peter came out holding his hands up. "Hey," couldn't help but overhear what was happening here. Peter looked around at the situation and noticed a kid sitting in the back of the robber's car, and the fact that he looked malnourished and sick. "Who the hell?" "No matter, you help him load the boxes into the car," the robber ordered. "I can see your situation isn't good, but is this the example you want to set for your son? Is this how a good man, a good father behaves?" Peter pointed to the car. The man looked back and shouted, "Stay down, Jimmy." Peter took the chance to move closer to him. "Look, you don't have to do this." The robber pointed his gun at Peter and shouted, "Stay back. What would you know? I lost everything in the invasion, my job, my wife, house. Everything." Peter walked closer to him and said, "A bunch of people lost a lot during the invasion, but doing this won't make it right. Is this what you want to show your child, to rob what you need instead of earning it?" Peter placed his hand over the gun and said, "Please stop, there is a better way, there has to be, so please." The man lowered his gun and started crying. Peter pulled out around $4,000, all the cash he had on him, and said, "Take this, and get someplace to sleep and eat. There are shelters for this kind of thing. I can give you the names of a few good ones. They can help you get a job, and maybe help your life back on track." Peter talked with the guy for a while and gave him the name of a few good shelters. When the adrenaline finally wore off, and the man realized just what his child must think of him, he started crying before falling to his knees. He continually thanked Peter through his sobs, but still forced himself to get back in his car. After the men left, Peter let out a sigh of relief when he suddenly felt that a hand was placed on his shoulder. "You did good, kid." Peter turned around and almost fell over. In front of him was middle-aged Stan Lee, and his wife was Joan Lee, the woman who just took his order earlier. Peter shook his hand with an excited expression. He knew it wasn't the same Stan Lee from his universe, but nonetheless, Stan Lee was in front of him. "It's not a big deal, the guy was just down on his luck is all," Peter commented. "But you know you're out $4,000. That's a lot of money to just give away, kid. You all right?" Stan asked when Peter saw the deliverymen relax and wipe the sweat from their foreheads. "It's just money, besides, he needed it more than I do, and this way no one had to get hurt." Stan smiled and said, "That's a nice way of thinking. They don't have too many people like you nowadays. What's your name, kid?" "Peter Parker. I actually came out here to offer a hand taking in the supplies," Peter answered. "Well, thanks for that too. Tell you what, you can count that $4,000 towards meals eaten here, but don't abuse it, or I'll cut you off." Stan moved over to the boxes and started picking up a few. Peter came by and helped as well. "Pretty strong, aren't you?" Stan asked, seeing Peter pick up around 8 of the boxes. "I work out," Peter replied. As he walked back into the dinner and set them down, Stan looked at him and asked, "What's bothering you, son? You don't look like someone who just saved the day." Well, to be honest, I messed something up a while back and it's been eating away at me, not to mention, my usual method of dealing with those kinds of guys was a black eye. I really think I need to change, Peter replied. Oh, and what did you mess up? Stan asked. Peter sighed as he went back out and picked up a few more boxes. I had the chance to stop something from happening, but I chose to ignore someone because I didn't want the trouble. Some people got hurt. That's a tough one. Well, are you doing anything about it now? Stan asked. Yeah, Peter responded. Then aren't you taking responsibility for your actions? Humans aren't infallible, they're not omnipotent, omnipresent, nor omniscient, they make mistakes all the time. What matters is what you do next. Are you going to let that mistake define you, or are you going to correct your mistake? It kind of reminds me of this old saying, success is not final, nor is failure fatal, it is the courage to continue that counts. If you gave your all, then who can blame you? Winston Churchill, right? Peter said with a grin on his face. Yeah, that's it. Good philosopher that one, Stan commented. Peter smiled and finished helping them unpack. Once the truck drove away, he walked back inside the dinner and sat next to MJ. Something happened. Mary Jane noticed his expression. Nah, just helped out the owner, and now we get to eat here for free for a while. Peter said smiling. Really, what happened? Peter explained what happened. After he finished giving her the cliff notes, she gave him a kiss on the cheek and said, see, you can do just as much good as Peter Parker. It isn't, you know who, he isn't the hero. It's always been you, Pete. He placed his head against hers and laughed, you always know how to make me feel better, babe. They were brought their food and chowed down, oh my god. This is great. You were right, MJ, this place has the best fries in the city, and the burgers are damn good too. My compliments to the chef, I just might make you regret giving me a free meal pass just yet, Mr. Lee. Ha. You can try, but remember I said I'd cut you off if you bite off more than we let you chew, Stan replied. Peter, after they finished their meals, said their farewells to Stan and Joan and headed out back to the sanctum to continue their training. When they arrived, they saw Strange using the same magic he used on their symbiote. He created a copy of Gwen's personality and morals, then transferred it into the symbiote. With the symbiote's new understanding of the human mind, it became far safer for her to wear. Peter then pulled out a pen and scribbled something down on a piece of paper. While he handed it over with a vial of what looked like black powder, he looked Gwen in the eyes and said, this is our martial arts teacher's address and our contact numbers. If you run into any problems, just give us a call. I also managed to make you some unstable molecules for your symbiote to absorb. I can't stay with you guys. Gwen asked with pleading eyes. Not untrained, you can't. Once Shang-Chi says you're ready, then you can patrol on your own, or with us. Peter said while crossing his arms that gave off an air of authority. Chapter 42, Issue 42, Trials of Merlin Part 13. 1 month had passed before Peter and MJ had finished their ancient language classes. After memorizing and becoming fluent in over a dozen dead languages and some still living ones, they were finally ready to start learning spells and considered to be geniuses amongst other sorcerers that came before them. Though, they couldn't take all the credit. The boost they had as superhumans played a part in why they were so good at memorizing new information. Peter and MJ both sat on a meditation pillow inside a complex magical array. Strange walked circles around them and continued to make small adjustments to the design of the array as he explained. Everyone has affinities towards certain magics, and you two lucky dogs have more than a few of them. Says the guy who has an affinity for all forms of magic. Strange hit him on the head with a teaching ruler. Quiet. This magic circle will let your astral forms visit these realms briefly to loosen your mind and allow the aspects of magic to reveal themselves to you. When he finished, he said some Latin words and their minds were sent on a spiritual trip across the many realms. Peter saw a massive web hanging in the void. On the web were glowing dots that represented different realms of glowing with their own unique forms of power. Suddenly his mind was thrust into these immaterial planes of existence. Peter felt the bonds that connected everything together, atoms, molecules, the energy that glued them together. Next, his mind shifted over to a realm of pure fire, almost as if he was sitting in the heart of a star, no, even hotter than he could imagine. It was like everything burned away, only leaving raw heat and pure power. Thinking that he had discovered the source of Johnny Fires, he couldn't help admit that it does indeed come from a dimension of heat. This place was like the universe before the Big Bang. Once upon a time, 14-some-odd billion years ago, a cosmic explosion released an immense amount of heat and pressure. All the particles and energy in our universe, once confined to space about the size of a dime, before they raced away from one another at tremendous speeds. As the hot particles cooled and continued to expand into space, matter formed and the stars and galaxies of our universe were born. Johnny could tap into this realm's power that was probably equivalent to the temperatures of an active Big Bang, temperatures that far exceeded 1 billion Kelvin the scientists theorized for pre-Bang universe. Next, he visited a realm of pure lightning. The light blinded everything that existed, only a rapidly moving positive and negative charged molecules existed and were only in an excited state. It was as if the realm mirrored the laws of conductivity and electrical manifestation. Next, he found himself at a spring pure water that spread out for eternity. He didn't know what to think of this one, because he didn't have the ability to control water. As he touched it, he felt a surge of vitality enter his body, a recovery realm. No, this is something more. I can't quite understand this. Eternity. The last place he visited was a bright red realm that was filled with a red mist. Only pure unadulterated power could be felt coming from this plane. Peter then felt his body shift back to the web before he was pulled back reality. MJ had a similar experience for the electrical world, except she noticed several other small dots beside the classical elements. One was completely gray and represented pure force, or telekinetic energy. The 4 classical elements each resided in a world of burning infernos and flaming vortexes, an endless blue sea with the addition of ice and snow, a world of endless stone and dirt, and air, free and endless forms of gases. MJ tried to explore the others but thought back to her door metaphor with Crystal. These are doors I haven't opened, not even Crystal has opened yet. How much power does that girl have? MJ came back to reality around the same time as Peter. They looked at each other in amazement and disbelief. Even noticing their shocked expressions, it didn't surprise them considering what they both just got back from. Their minds were still reeling through the visions and feelings, the countless sensations they just went through. Reading about it was one thing, but experiencing was another, Peter thought as he stared at MJ. With this, the two were allowed to begin their magic training, and for another 2 months, other than patrol, the two didn't see a single ray of sunlight. Peter and MJ were going over some advanced spell crafting formulas when Strange came in. He looked over Peter's paper and said, "This is interesting. You're taking a logical approach to magic, breaking it down into science and rebuilding it in your own structures. I kept thinking why we still needed to use dead languages, then I thought that it wasn't the words that were important but the meaning they imbued them with, for instance, Ignis." Peter lit a fire using his magic, and said, when they thought of the word they imbued the aspect of the very nature into the word. After years of pouring their imagination and meaning into them, the words themselves became magic. Science has always separated itself from supernatural means, so our words don't carry the same meaning. I aim to fix that. MJ then said, we're trying to use computer code. Everything in the universe can be boiled down to a single language, zeros and ones. If we can program our spells, we can create complex matrices to pull energy from the other realms and execute our spells with frightening accuracy and control. It's impressive you two managed to continue your hero work and get this far. Everyone has their own understanding of magic, and it appears that you two found your way, Strange commented. Peter and MJ stretched their arms, when MJ turned to her boyfriend and asked, any news on Eddie? None yet. I've been checking in with Fury periodically and nothing so far. Wherever Eddie is, he is keeping low. There haven't been any reports of his sightings. Peter sighed while standing up. He walked over to the library shelf and pulled out a book on universal truths. Lately Peter's understanding of Magneto's power had shot up another level. He could now create electromagnetic fields around him that can deflect most kinetic energy. He even managed to use those fields to create electricity, adding to his electrokinesis power. MJ had made a new spell that impressed even Dr. Strange. She could use her magic to stimulate other people's healing factor. It would cut time off their lifespan, but if you're bleeding out from a gunshot wound, I don't think they would mind losing a few minutes to hours of their remaining longevity to survive. She was in the process of developing a unique tracking spell. Using a toothbrush that they managed to pull from his dorm room, she placed it on a map and raised her hand and watched as a white array melted the toothbrush and dropped over the map. The material flowed like mercury until it landed over Central Park. Again. MJ slapped her head. This is the last bit of Eddie's genetics we could find. His position has been jumping across the map, but SHIELD scans turned up nothing. Peter walked over to her and placed his hands on her shoulders before saying, come on, we need a break. MJ let out a sigh of frustration before taking a breath and smiling, wanna go on a date? Peter smiled, watched as she suited up. I love your idea of a break. They were both suited up. He followed her and went out on patrol to clear their heads. While MJ and Peter webbing down a street, a figure watching them from the shadows looked up, seeing the sun was starting to set, and said, he's so young here. Kane was in his full Scarlet Spider outfit and using his stealth mode to hide. The only reason he wasn't at his usual bar was because he was out of money and was searching for a new source of cash. However, that proved to be harder than he originally predicted. The Spider couple kept the place pretty tidy. Even the drug dealers had mostly been cleaned out. As he hopped away, he spotted a certain black cat jumping from along the rooftops and smiled, well kitty, I think it's time for a little payback. Keeping up with Felicia proved to be no problem for him. He watched as she snuck into an apartment condo and exited a few moments later with a bag on her waist full of gems. He waited for her to get far enough away from the crime scene when he webbed up her feet. With a look of surprise on her face, Felicia fell down before she felt the bag being pulled away. No fair, Spider, you didn't give me a heads up, Felicia said as she cut the webbing and threw herself into the air, landing across from Kane with a cocky smirk. Now come on, you wouldn't steal from a defenseless girl like me, would you? Felicia smiled as she tried her best to look like a weak and helpless maiden. Kane laughed, wow. Cat, you and I both know you're no defenseless little girl. Trained by the world's greatest thief at a young age, you were exposed to a variety of different martial arts, not to mention you're reaching for your grappling hook. Kane placed the gems inside the suit before saying, much smaller than a bag full of cash, and then turned his suit into stealth mode, becoming invisible and sound absorbent. I think I'm going to enjoy stripping that suit off of you, Felicia purred seductively. Kane was about to web away when he saw his line was cut quicker than it could attach to the neighboring building. The moment it appeared Felicia made her move, she pounced on Kane. Using her bad luck to affect his senses for a split second, she managed to land on top of him. Wow. Your body is. Felicia smiled as she sat on his abs. Careful, Cat. Kane removed his stealth. I don't want to hurt you, I'm out of cash, and studied your MO. I know you only steal from bad guys, so can you really blame me? Felicia smiled and said, you need some cash. With your powers, couldn't you just hire yourself out to the Avengers? It's complicated, Kane replied. She placed her hand near his mask and said, oh, how complicated. As she was about to remove his mask, he grabbed her hand and said, I can't let you do that. Please get a room. This may be a rooftop, but there are people that web sling around here. Peter's voice echoed out as he landed on a billboard. Wow. Another Spider-Man, do you think he's you from another universe? MJ said, looking upset at the scene before her. I think so. You're the Scarlet Spider, right? How does he? Kane started to freak out when he felt Black Cat get up and say, the straight arrows showed up, guess it's time for me to leave. MJ tried to shoot her webbing at Felicia but felt her web shooters malfunction. That's not supposed to happen. Felicia threw out a smoke pellet and disappeared. However, Kane, realizing that Black Cat had stolen back the gems, cussed it in his head before he tried to web away. Peter stood in front of him and held his hands up. Come on, Kane, I just want to talk. Kane frowned as he removed his mask. How do you know about me? Peter smiled and said, we went to another universe for a while and I got to speak with a different world version of myself that was far more experienced. He told me a lot of stuff to help me prepare. Our universes may be different, but I'm sure you understand that they have many similarities between them. MJ looked at him, making Kane realize there could only be one red-headed spider girl that he knew of. It appeared that this Kane wasn't from the 616 universes but one that closely followed its history. He was actually from the 18119 universe that was the home of Annie Mayday Parker. Peter was surprised to hear that the Kane he was talking to was from the 18119 universe and had disappeared a few years before they arrived. The Renew Your Vows version of Peter had told him that he was still looking for his brother. MJ stood next to him studying Kane. Still, to think that someone had cloned you, this is weird, crazy, wrong, Kane said, putting his mask back on. I was gonna say awkward. What's it like to be a clone of someone? Do you have their memories or habits? I mean, there's a whole can of questions I want to ask. Kane was a little surprised by MJ's honesty when Peter said, do you have a place to stay? If you want, I can use a BAMF to send you back to your universe. Kane looked at him and paused before asking, are there any clones here? Peter shook his head, nope, and there won't be any of me. At least, not if I have to say anything about it. Peter paused before he said, sorry, I meant to say, no one in this universe is going to get my universe's genetics to clone me. You're welcome to stay as long as you want, as long as you stay out of trouble. You're not going to give me the whole great power shtick? Kane asked. Peter webbed over to a building and said, why? Looks like you know a lot about it yourself already. If you're lost now, take a break in this world and relax for all I care, it's not like there are lives you could be saving. Kane started to respond, you're being sarcastic, Aaron. Yes, I'm being sarcastic. Peter interrupted. Chapter 43, Issue 43, Trials of Merlin Part 14. I heard about your time back in older Peter's universe. I was proud to have a brother who managed to turn his life around and do some good. You, however, are you the same man that my daughter called uncle? Peter spoke harshly. He hopped down next to him and grabbed his brother's suit by its collar. What you're wearing is a symbol of responsibility. Ben passed it on to in hopes that you would become a hero. Peter tightened his grip when Kane moved his hand to try and remove it. Look, kid, I don't expect you to, what the? Kane tried to move his wrist. Odd, I thought I was the stronger one. Peter noticed his surprise as he dragged the Scarlet Spider along, swinging across the city with ease. He took his Renew Your Vows clone counterpart and patrolled around the Queens until he found someone dumb enough to still commit a crime in his city. He found a thuggish woman mugging a man at gunpoint. Peter had already activated his magnetic power to control the gun and ensure the man's safety, but he wasn't about to let the clone know this. Peter then turned to Kane and said, well, looks like that guy is going to get hurt. The Scarlet Spider shook his head and got ready to move when Peter stopped him and asked, what are you doing? Kane frowned and replied, saving them, obviously. Why? Peter asked. Because. Kane was stumped. What do you mean? Are you planning on just letting this happen? It's not your responsibility, so why are you going to help? Peter asked in a dark tone. Kane started to grow irritated when the men called for help. He looked at Peter in frustration and said, "Let go." "Why?" Peter shouted. "Because I can." Kane felt Peter let go of his arm as he leapt down and webbed the armed woman to the wall. Peter smiled as he followed after, snatching the gun from the robber's hand, and used his ferrokinesis to crush the weapon into a solid smooth sphere. Kane was surprised to say the least as he saw Peter's actions. "Okay, my Spider-Man can't do that," Kane said as the men thanked them both before leaving. MJ walked up next to Peter. "You went kind of dark there, Spider-Man." He laughed before saying, "Yeah, it looked that way at least. Maybe I have a talent for acting." Peter then turned to Kane and followed up, "Because you can, huh?" "Well, it's not what I was expecting, but at least the answer came from your true self." "You." Kane pointed his finger at Peter and couldn't think of what to say when his little webbed to a nearby building. "Stay out of trouble, big brother, and as I said before, I have a way for you to go back to your universe. If you want to leave, just give me a call. You're welcome to live here too if that's what you want, but if you wear that suit, you have to be wearing it for the right reasons." Peter tossed him their number carved into the metal sphere he made before he and MJ webbed off, leaving Kane completely dumbfounded. He really is different, but still the same old Peter I know. Why does he have to care about a clone like me, and even call me a brother? Kane webbed off and landed on a nearby high-rise. "Honor the costume, huh?" Kane sighed as he thought of Ben, and how he died. "I'm tired." "Ben, what would you do?" "Hey Scarlet Spider, who's Ben?" A familiar voice called out, as Kane turned around to see Felicia using her claws to pinch onto the side of the building. Kane shook his head and said, "He was my brother, and he never gave up on me. I wasn't always, well, heck, I was never really a good guy, but Ben, my brother saved me. I was going down a dark path I couldn't return from, but he gave his life for me, the failure. I've tried to do some good, but it never works out." Felicia replied, "I thought it was pretty cool how you saved that guy back there." Kane webbed over to another building and sighed as he saw Felicia swinging over beside him. "Hey, do you need a place to stay?" Felicia asked. "You willing to put up with me?" Kane landed on a building top and said, "I'm a monster though." "What does that mean?" Felicia asked. Kane tried his best to explain how he could morph into a spider creature known as the Other when he gives into his instincts. Felicia scratched her head, "So it's like a self-defense mechanism. Can you control it?" "Kind of, it's like walking on a wire. Any second I could lose it and give into the spider, but as long as I keep the balance I can stay in control," Kane explained. "Cool," Felicia said with a smile, making Kane stumble. "What?" he replied with a look of disbelief. Felicia laughed and said, "It's not like you lose completely it in that form, and you can even control it, so why aren't you happy about having an ability that makes you stronger? That's all it is, an ability, right? At least you're not like the Hulk who goes apeshit on everything around him the moment he has a bad day." Kane grinned and replied, "I'm not so sure. But if you're willing to put up with me knowing what you're getting into, then what happens next is all on you. Just don't say I didn't warn you, cat." Felicia smiled and grappled over to a ledge and began swinging. "Follow me." They made their way across the city until they stopped at an old decommissioned subway tunnel. The duo continued on going deeper inside the tunnel when Kane said, "You live here. It's nicer than you think." Black Cat grinned. They reached a room that Felicia family spent a fortune on making self-sufficient and luxurious base. There was a bar, decent lighting, furniture, 3 rooms, and even a pool table. This used to be the Thieves Guild's base, but since Dad was forced to disband the group, I was left to pick up the pieces. Felicia sat on an expensive couch and crossed her legs. The Thieves Guild used to be a bit like Robin Hood: steal from the corrupt and rich, keep a little for yourself, and give the rest to the poor. The main goal is to support victims of those who abuse or outright dodge the law and steal from the innocent. Sounds fun, but should you really be bringing me here? Kane asked. Looks like someone's getting ahead of themselves. Felicia moved closer to him and placed her finger on his chest. We just met after all. She turned around while trying to tempt Kane by swaying her hips. She made her way to the door and peeked back as she said, "This isn't our main base. We have a few extra hideouts. This is just one of them, and I'll be staying across from you in the West Wing." Felicia walked out of the room and said, "There's food and drink in the kitchen. You can have the hard liquor. Don't touch the wine, that's mine." Kane laughed as he collapsed into the sofa. He started to make himself at home when he turned on the T.V and saw the news. Spider-Man and Spider-Woman were fighting against the Vulture and his gang. He watched them easily taking care of the villains when he looked at his restless fingers tapping on the couch and stood up. So much for taking it easy. The spider hero put on his mask and ran out to start a night of patrol. I wonder what Peter would think if he saw me now. Kane webbed off into the city and decided to give it one more try to be a hero. Peter and MJ made quick work of the Vulture and his gang, so when they finished webbing them up and leaving them to the police, Peter and MJ webbed off to finish up their patrol. After gaining some distance, the two ducked into an alleyway and returned to their civilian clothing. Since they were still using Doctor Strange's spell to hide their whereabouts, they decided to use their symbiotes to shapeshift into an older version of themselves. They also changed the color of their hair. Peter chose to try out being a blonde with a beard, and MJ turned her hair into a pitch black color and added a few wrinkles that didn't take away from her beauty. The two held each other's hands and walked down the streets of Harlem. As they passed a hotel, MJ stopped Peter and stared at him before she said, "You know, we couldn't get a whole lot of privacy in the sanctum." Peter grinned as he picked her up and put her over his shoulders. MJ laughed as he carried her inside. He rented a room and carried her up 5 flights of stairs. Once he reached the room, he threw her onto the bed and climbed over her and started kissing. Peter and MJ's hands were locked together as their tongues intertwined. Peter slowly undressed her as she did the same. "I'm not going to let you get any sleep tonight, Tiger," MJ said as she sat on top of him. Peter smiled and said, "Careful when you tempt a tiger, they're liable to pounce." He flipped her over and began to massage her breasts. He placed his mouth over her nipple and bit down slightly as he pushed fingers inside her. MJ moaned as she grabbed Peter's head. "Oh wow, Tiger, it feels so good." Once she was wet enough, Peter grinned as he placed his member at her entrance and pushed in as deep as he could go. MJ let out a loud moan as her legs stretched into the air. He started to pump away, hitting the entrance to her womb every time he bottomed out inside her. Their moans grew louder as they let themselves cut loose. The bed was creaking, and the legs started to crack. MJ held his face as they started to kiss. She then moved down to his neck and bit down, giving him a hickey. Peter then got her back by giving her one himself. They picked up their pace while Peter held the back of her neck, nibbling on her neck as he pistoned and rutted faster and faster. MJ cried out in joy as she bit the bottom of her lip. "Harder, baby. Harder." "I'm getting close," Peter said as he flipped her on top. "Me too, Tiger. I'm gonna." MJ started grinding her hips faster until she let out a loud groan of pleasure. They both climaxed together, but they were far from done. Peter stood up as MJ crossed her legs around his waist as he continued to hit her deepest parts. "You're a beast, Tiger," MJ moaned. Peter started walking towards the wall. MJ felt him pleasure her with every step. She bit her lip as she barely made out, "What are you doing?" "Abusing my power," Peter responded as he placed his foot on the wall, suddenly shifting all the gravity to placing MJ on top. MJ moaned as she whispered, "Damn it, Tiger, you made me come without you." Peter laughed and said, "I've always wondered what it would be like to do this." He placed her back against the wall as he began to move faster, making MJ shout as they switched positions. Peter placed his back against the wall as MJ furiously ground her hips against his. Almost an hour had passed before Peter kissed her and said, "I'm getting close." MJ tightened up as she replied, "Me too." Both of them were on the roof over the bed. MJ had her back against the wall while gripping Peter's hand tightly. She started quivering. MJ bit her lip as she felt him release inside her. The two fell on the bed and laughed. "Maybe it's safer on the ground," Peter said as he kissed her breast while making his way towards her neck. "We could always try using our webbing," MJ commented as she started moving her hips, her face showing a seductive look that would drive any man wild, and like a ball of wound-up stress exploding. The two spent all night enjoying themselves. The bed had been completely destroyed, so they left some extra cash before leaving early in the morning. "After that workout, I think we need some food, Tiger," MJ said as her stomach growled. Peter laughed before he replied, "Let's head back to the sanctum. I'll cook us some breakfast." "Banana pancakes." MJ licked her lips. "Ha. You really like them, don't you?" Peter asked as he teased. "The 3 things I like about my boyfriend. Number 3, he's a kind-hearted and loving genius. Number 2, he's a beast in bed. Number 1, those banana pancakes are the bomb." Peter laughed. "So it goes food, sex, then love." "No, all of it's love," MJ replied with a radiant smile. As they landed at the sanctum doors and went inside, they immediately noticed something was off. The very moment they stepped through the door's threshold, their spider sense went off. It was like they had stepped into an entirely different realm. Suddenly Doctor Strange's cloak appeared and wrapped around Peter and MJ, swirling around them as the two looked at each other in confusion. Since their spider senses were still on full alert, they knew something was up, but still were completely unaware of what was setting it off. The cloak started pulling on them and began leading them through the sanctum. As they looked around, Peter thought it was odd. The placement of everything is in reverse. "Whoa, you're right," MJ said as they walked down the hall, as they were about to turn the corner where Doctor Strange's meditation room was when the cloak stopped them. The spider heroes honed their senses and focused on what was behind the door when they heard someone talking. It was the voice of a woman in her prime, and it seemed to carry a bit of an English accent. "Tell me, Sorcerer Supreme, did you ever think the day would come that you would be imprisoned by your own magic?" Chapter 44, Issue 44, Trials of Merlin Part 15. "No, this is actually pretty familiar. I'm more curious as to where you got that mirror," Strange replied as he struggled from being imprisoned by his own red bands of Sidorak. Wong was strung up as well as he struggled to get free. Oh, this old trinket, it was made from a carbuncle's gemstone. Merlin gave it to me as a gift when he tried courting me. Way back then when he was the Sorcerer Supreme. The woman spoke with a confident tone. You mean you stole from Merlin? He has died, Morgan Le Fay. He died a long time ago. Why have you returned? Strange spoke loudly for anyone that might be listening in. He died because the pesky Ancient One wouldn't mind her own business. If he had joined me, then we would have conquered this world and ushered in an age of untold magic. Now are you going to tell me where the stones are, or am I going to have to torture the truth out of you? Morgan responded, tightening her fist, causing the bands around the two to squeeze them to the point of yelling out in pain. Don't lie to me, I can feel that they're active. MJ frowned as the two crawled along the roof as quietly as they could. MJ sent him a telepathic message and made Peter's eyes go wide. I've learned to turn myself invisible, so I'll look for a chance to grab the mirror. Fine, I'll draw her attention. Peter then stood up and stared down at Morgan from the ceiling. He placed his hand over his mouth and coughed. Excuse me, I want to hire a magician for a birthday party. This is the right place. Right. Morgan turned around and looked at Peter. Oh, what a cute child. Peter shook as he landed on the ground and stared at her. Morgan was truly a beauty, long black hair, fair white skin, and glowing green eyes. I don't suppose you could let my friend go. Seeing Peter, she felt the energy of the power ruby flowing inside his body. Figuring out that he was the new rightful owner, she smiled and said, I don't mind as long as you hand over your magic stones. I'm sorry, but these magic stones belong to someone else. Peter covered his crotch, making Morgan's calm smile crack. What a foul-mouthed little boy. Perhaps Big Sister Morgan here should teach you a lesson. A violet stream of magic gathered around her hand, as she pointed it at Peter and said, Bad children should be punished, for foul language. I think sealing your lips is suitable punishment. She waved her hand that was surrounded with black and purple energy and smiled, looking at Spider-Man with a smug expression of confidence and said, Well, little boy, anything you have to say. I bet you can't because I've sealed it shut. But don't worry, your punishment isn't over just yet. Yeah, I have something to say. Who the hell do you think you are? First, you say you're after my stones, and now you want to punish me. Lady, you got some serious problems. I'm only 17 and a half. I should report you to the FBI, Peter said while crossing his arms. Morgan frowned. Odd, are you immune to hex magic? I mean, what are you, hundreds of years old? I'm pretty sure what you're insinuating is illegal. A violet energy erupted from her palms and shot towards Peter as she said, Fine, the hard way then. He managed to dodge a few of them, but eventually was completely outnumbered. The bolts of energy slammed into Peter, sending him flying away. While he soared through the air, MJ strung out a web and hit the surface of the handheld mirror, pulling it out of her hands as Peter smashed against the wall and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Ow! Peter shouted as he felt the shock run through his entire body. However, his pain was worth it because a second later, the bands around Doctor Strange unraveled. MJ jumped down beside Peter and webbed up the mirror with her organic webbing to seal the magic and asked, You okay, babe? She helped pick Peter out of the wall as the wall crawler replied, Peachy. Magic lady packs a punch. They stared down Morgan, who clicked her teeth as the room and space they were in returned to normal. A series of runes appeared around Strange's hands as he said, Well, the tables turned rather fast now, wouldn't you say? Morgan smiled, No matter, even if you destroy me, this body is nothing but an avatar, only a fraction of my power is in it. If you don't hand over my possessions, I'll just keep sending them back to disrupt your lives. Ha! You and I both know that you can't possibly breach the void, for with many avatars. To send even one here would take up a phenomenal amount of your energy, and where you are right now, I imagine you don't want to waste too much of it. So what? Even a fraction of my power is enough to handle the likes of you, Morgan said as her body started to grow, her clothing ripped as she transformed into a giant fire-breathing dragon. Burn! The dragonized sorceress shouted as a violet flame shot out from her mouth. Strange placed up a barrier and began to push back while Peter jumped up and webbed her mouth shut with his organic webbing. She quickly shape-shifted her body to shrink and escape the webs. Once she returned to a humanoid form, she instantly returned to her dragon form and shot magical flames at Peter. MJ webbed up a net and tried to throw it over Morgan but was hit in the waist by Dragon Tail and sent flying into the wall. Just being around an avatar of Morgan caused their spider senses to go into overdrive, so it made it almost impossible to predict her moves and dodge properly. Thanks to it constantly ringing in their heads, they might as well not have the senses at all. They didn't even want to imagine what it would be like fight her at full power. Morgan took full advantage of her advantage and attacked the heroes with her centuries of combat experience. She held Peter in place with a series of dark fire spells and used melee to keep MJ occupied. However, even without their danger sense, the two heroes weren't defenseless. By relying on their martial skill and experience to dodge and attack, they were slowly starting to memorize Morgan's attack patterns. Peter managed to break free and kick the dragon lady in the leg, knocking her over while MJ fell from above to stomp into her head. At the same time, Strange sent out his red bands and tried to entrap her. However, both MJ's falling kick and Strange spell harmlessly ran through what looked like a transparent hologram. It's an illusion. Strange shouted as he felt a bolt of Morgan's powerful magic striking him on the back. Wong caught him and jumped back beside Spider-Man before saying, "Glad you two made it back. Thanks for the help." "Yes, the help is much appreciated," Strange barely managed to say as he wiped the blood from his mouth. Peter cracked his knuckles and said, "No problem, now what do you think about bringing an ancient legend down?" Spider-Woman looked to the giant dragonized Morgan. "Looks like you have some bad luck, Morgan. Since this is just an avatar, we don't have to worry about killing you. For once, we can go all out." Peter jumped forward and charged towards Morgan. The evil sorceress laughed as she glared down at them and said, "Foolish child, you think you can match the might of a dragon?" MJ appeared beside her and said, "Who knows? We haven't exactly gone all out since we constantly have to worry about our opponents' lives." Morgan went to attack her when MJ grabbed her tail. Her feet slid across the ground before she managed to stop the full force of the blow. "That wasn't so bad," MJ grinned as she held her in place. At the same time, Peter jumped up to the roof and leapt from it to punch her on the top of her skull. "Normally I'm against punching ladies, but for you, I'll make an exception." While she was dazed, Spider-Man and Spider-Woman jumped back and webbed Morgan's body up and pulled her towards them. As the organic webbing made contact the sorceress, her shape-shifting power started to wane and caused her to revert back into her human form. She tried to cast a spell to escape, but it was no use. The spider heroes added more of their webbing to wrap her arms and legs up, piling on the webs with anti-magic properties. As Peter and MJ pulled her in, they felt the several tons they were lifting suddenly weightless. As they punched out with all their might, they hit the villain in the stomach, causing a loud cracking noise to echo throughout the room. They looked over to see Morgan's body shattering into a million pieces and fell to the ground like broken glass. She reformed from the dust and glass shards while shouting, "What naughty children." The room began to twist and turn as Strange pulled them into the mirror world. Morgan's body grew until it started to eclipse the size of a high-rise building. She then placed out her hand and sent down a massive ray of world-ending magical-based energy. Peter and MJ created a dome of webbing encasing them in a layer of magic protection. With Strange reinforcing it, they managed to hold out, but then Morgan flickered her fingers, causing the webbing in the ground underneath them to be pulled up and launched across the sky. They tumbled around inside the empty space inside the web bubble, when suddenly, Peter grabbed Strange and MJ grabbed Wong. Spider-Man then kicked out the bottom of the ground beneath them and flew out the hole alongside Spider-Woman. Strange hovered next to them and said, "Can you keep her busy while I prepare a banishment spell?" "Sure, but can't we just destroy her?" Peter asked when his suit lit up during the activation of his power mode. "I almost forgot about that. I suppose you could." Strange laughed as he turned to Morgan and said, "You're in real trouble now." "Impossible. He can use the power ruby to its full capacity." Morgan started to shake a bit. Peter then reappeared in front of her and punched her in her giant gut so hard, the blow sent her flying back at Mach speed, destroying anything that she flew through. He didn't let her off with just a simple punch. While Morgan screamed in pain, he focused the power ruby's energy into his lightning mode and shot a bolt of lightning that would make Thor think he was his illegitimate child. "Thor, son. It's a good thing we're in the mirror world," MJ said as she watched her boyfriend wreaking havoc on a mythological being. Peter raised his hand and created a ball of fire and lightning energy that exploded over Morgan's body, shattering the very fabric of her magic. As she started to crack and crumble into dust, her avatar screamed out in vengeance, "I will remember this child. You think yourself worthy of that power, but only I am capable of doing so. A mere novice." Peter kicked the image of her away and hovered over the massive star-like construct she sank into. "I think I'll handle it just fine." Snapping his fingers, the miniature star disappeared, and the power mode come to a halt with 30 seconds remaining. 12 hours until the power ruby recharges completely, Webster mentioned as the glow on the back spider dimmed. MJ jumped into his arms and shouted, "That was amazing. I wonder how strong you'll get when you claim ownership of the rest of Merlin's gems." Strange walked over to him and said, "I agree, I imagine you will be of great help for any future threats to come." Wong then nodded his head, before saying, "I think it's time to begin the remaining trials. Your knowledge of magic is sufficient to not need my teachings anymore, not to say that I couldn't teach you more, because I can. However, since you two have found your own path, I don't wish to interfere with what discoveries you'll make." Peter and MJ smiled at each other. "So does this mean we can go back to our lives?" she asked as she looked at Strange with eyes that could make a pouting puppy dog cave in. "Yes, but remember you are free to come here and ask for advice about anything. My library is open to you both, and just because you've reached the starting line, doesn't mean you get to neglect your studies. If you're done, we should head off to the vault. I'm curious to see what the stones have in store for you," Wong commented while walking away. Strange took them back to the real world and led them towards the magic vault. Peter and MJ stood at the threshold of a large archway and walked through with curious expressions. They peered inside, seeing millions of strange artifacts that were either sealed or placed in a display case with what Peter thought to be some form of magical protection or sealing enchantments all over the items. As they approached the Merlin gems, Peter could feel a connection between the power ruby on his back. They were like a series of bells that rang on the same frequency, harmonizing in perfect chorus. He started to approach it while he stared in awe at all 5 of the finely cut stones. The time opal, the reality topaz, the soul emerald, the mind sapphire, and the space amethyst, all of them glowed with a mysterious and immense energy. The radiance of the gems only grew brighter the closer Peter got. As he stood over the Merlin gems, the first to approach him was the space amethyst and time opal. For some unknown reason, Peter realized that they both wanted to test him at the same time. They floated in front of the reality and soul stones, almost as if they were displaying their order of importance or possibly the order in which they were created. Strange looked at Peter with a fascinated expression as he said, "Simply place your hand out to accept." Peter looked to MJ, who nodded her head and said, "I'll be right here with you." As he reached out his hand, he felt himself being pulled into the gems before he was thrown across time and space. Colors blended together, the space around became warped, and then it all cleared up when he suddenly felt his body smash into a table. Peter quickly jumped up, began looking around, and realized that he was no longer in Strange Sanctum anymore. However, he was surrounded by a group full of familiar heroes. Another Spider-Man was wearing his black suit, Luke Cage was standing next to Jessica Cage, who was guarding their baby, Clint was dressed in the Ronin uniform, Maya Lopez standing next to him, Captain America was looking down at him, and Logan were all staring at between the 2 Spider-Men. "This isn't where I parked my car." Peter rubbed the back of his head. "Clone, this universe's Spider-Man shouted, when Peter waved his hands. "No, not a clone, you from a different universe. Speaking of different universes, which one am I in?" Everyone was stunned as Peter removed his mask. See, but young to be a clone, after all, they wouldn't create a child since they can easily age them to the peak of their maturity, would they? Holy crap. Look how young I am. This universe's Peter shouted. Chapter 45, Issue 45, Trials of Merlin Part 16. Peter looked around then asked, "Look, calling us both Spider-Man isn't going to fly, so do any of you know this universe's designation number?" Suddenly Doctor Strange appeared through a portal and said, "I think I can help you with that." Peter smiled and said, "Oh, good." I was beginning to think that no one knew. Steve Rogers then asked, "What does he mean by universe designation number?" There are an infinite number of multiverses where alternate versions of yourself live. For every choice not taken in our universe there exists one where that path was chosen. Each of these universes have their own number designated by the web of life and destiny, that which lies at the center of the multiverse. Our universe is numbered 616. Peter almost stumbled over, "Oh, boy. This is the Prime Universe. Should I?" Peter then thought hard as he considered to whether or not he should interfere with this world's history. He then looked at the faces of people he considered to be his heroes, sighed, and said, "Peter, you removed your mask in this world, didn't you?" "Yes, biggest regret of my life." 616 Peter responded. "Okay, listen up, if you really want to take back what you did, you work with Strange and ask Xavier to wipe the world's memory concerning your real identity. You don't even have to wipe it, you could simply censor the event in their minds so they can keep the event but not your identity. You could also ask Strange here to make a spell so that everyone besides those you trust implicitly forgets." Wow. 616 Peter said as he listened to his counterparts when Strange interrupted, "To do something like that, I would need an incredible source of energy, something along the lines as the Power Infinity Stone." Peter rose up his hand and revealed the Power Ruby. "I have about 30 seconds of runtime with this. You know what it is capable of. That's. So the Merlin Stones have chosen a master." 616 Peter said, "What's a Merlin Stone and why don't I have one?" Strange looked excited as he stared at his universe's Spider-Man. "You may not have them now, but the appearance of a version of you just put you on the candidacy list." 616 Peter grinned at the thought of getting something that could power a spell of that magnitude. The visiting Peter looked at those in the room and asked, "Can you guys fill me in on what's happening? Mainly, where we are during your timeline." Steve sat down and began explaining. It took a few minutes, but as they finished their story Peter sighed and said, "This is a tough call. On one hand, I fully agree with Steve's reasoning. The right to protect ourselves and our identity is a fundamental right all United States citizens are afforded. Technically, as long as we don't break the law, we're perfectly within our rights. On the other hand, there's no doubt that a Hero Registration Act could work out, as long as the list is in the right hands." Steve frowned and said, "No one can handle that kind of power." Peter smiled and responded, "Someone has to, and I think you do a pretty good job being the only owner to the Hero Registry. The world is growing, and they need training. Hell, I was scouted by S.H.I.E.L.D. when I was 16, and you trained me personally, Captain. You taught me how to use my power, and that was nothing more than a tool to amplify and impose morals properly. I learned to never becoming a slave to my power, mastering my abilities to the point of having perfect control over my body, and to always minimize damage to the city. All this would have been impossible without your guidance. And he was trained by Cap. I've been solo my whole life. 616 Peter groaned. Only more superpowered beings are going to pop up the future, especially when the If the House of M's event is undone by Hope. They need someone, Captain, someone trustworthy like you. Logan shot up and said, "What did you say?" Hope Summers from another universe will appear here someday, and she'll use the power of the Phoenix to undo the House of M's effects. They return the world to how it was supposed to be. A word of advice, have her train a Kunlun, and have Spider-Man there to teach her as well. Once the Phoenix comes and Hope is prepared, have Scarlet Witch join her and don't fight the power she'll receive. She knows what must be done. How do you know all this? Logan asked. Different realities, many similarities. I just happened to see the universes were the best and the worst outcomes of this ridiculous civil war you're all having. The best outcome? Steve asked. You and Tony end this squabble, reconcile, and you take up the list as I mentioned before, therefore ushering in an age of glory for all mankind, where heroes are respected and work hard to earn that respect. The worst outcome? Logan asked. Peter looked down and shook his head before saying, this argument intensifies until either Captain dies, or you all die together. Of course, this is just advice, there's no telling how this information will affect the outcome of this universe's future, the choices that you make will determine how you shape your destinies from here on out. 616 Peter shouted as he slapped Logan on the shoulder, good for you men, looks like there's hope yet for the human race. Only you don't call us mutants. Logan looked at Peter and smiled as the two Spider-Men said, of course, we're all mutants. Clint slapped his forehead with an annoyed expression, I can barely handle one Spidey, now there are two. Everyone laughed before Peter asked, so, where is Tony? At Stark Towers. Jessica Drew, aka Spider-Woman, walked inside, hey Pete, care to explain why there are two of you here? 616 Spider-Man was about to explain when Peter put his mask back on and webbed her face and punched her through the wall. What the hell are you doing? Clint shouted as he raised his bow at him. Remember that you all die scenario I talked about? Peter webbed her body and pulled her back, revealing an unconscious Skrull. They're an alien species who are obsessed with conquering Earth, and like all Skrulls, her skin was green and had multiple wrinkle lines on her chin. Now that she was unconscious, he had proof that she had shapeshifted into their ally and probably had been impersonating her for some time. Skrull, 616 Peter shouted, as everyone in the room gasped. How? Everyone was wondering how Peter managed to discover a Skrull, as they can fool just about any scan. My suit can detect the biological differences between humans and aliens, and I'm also trained in magic, so I have the scan spell hardwired into the suit's function, Peter explained. Is anyone else here a Skrull? Luke asked. Strange then used his magic and said, you're all clear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when the Spider-Man's spidey senses went off. Peter pulled everyone together with his webbing and shouted, take us to Stark Towers, now Strange. Strange didn't hesitate as he teleported everyone to Avengers Tower, including their friends and families that were on the floor below. Just as this happened, the building they were in previously exploded from a rocket shot by a Skrull scout party. Targets eliminated, we lost the matriarch, we have to report this to the elders. The Skrull said as he teleported back to his ship. The few dozen Skrulls surrounded him and nodded their heads as they followed suit. Over at Avengers Tower, Tony, who was brooding on the top floor, was suddenly surprised by it filing up with people. What the? Tony suited up and said, surprise attacking me is a little cowardly, don't you think? Peter used his webbing to wrap up Tony so he couldn't move. There's a new Spider-Boy. Tony said as he stared at Peter, I guess you didn't learn your history. Spider-Man's webbing is strong, but my suit is. Tony was trying everything he could to break out of the webbing, making Peter laugh. Sorry Tony, but that isn't coming off unless I wanted to. I'm not the same Spider-Man you know about. Peter. MJ shouted, putting a dying Aunt May on her hospital bed that they were teleported with. In this part of the timeline, because the 616 Peter Parker had revealed his identity on public television, Kingpin had hired an assassin to target the people in his life, and Aunt May had been shot because of it. Thanks to Strange and the rest of Captain America's team, they managed to keep her alive on life support. They were in the hospital before they felt the floor give way and falling in here. 616 Peter ran over and he helped make sure that the life support equipment was still functioning. We have to get her to a medical station. Peter walked over to her and smiled, I got this. His symbiote covered Aunt May, making his counterpart more than surprised. That's 616 Peter shouted, yes, a symbiote, probably your biggest mistake giving up on Venom too soon. He was an infant in human terms of understanding, Peter. It viewed you as its parent. It didn't know any better and needed you to teach it. It's funny, things only seem to go wrong for us when we overlook our responsibilities. 616 Peter was stunned, he never thought of Venom like that. He had simply believed that it was more harmful than good. Peter quickly patched up May's body and healed any cancerous cells in her body. He also gave a bit of his chi, giving her back some of her youthful vibrancy, taking off 20 years from her appearance. Her skin had smoothed out quite a bit, and her hair now was mostly black with a streak of white running through it. As he pulled back his symbiote, MJ and Peter gasped in astonishment before May opened her eyes. Peter. Mary Jane. The two held her hands and started crying. I'm so glad you're okay. Everyone else in the room also joined in on the tearful reunion. Tony watched as they explained away what just happened in amazement. Peter then turned his head towards Tony, who was turning red from embarrassment because he still hadn't been able to break the kids' webbing. I'm happy May is okay, Peter, but don't think this means you win. Cap, come to your senses, please, we can't fight this thing forever. That's what we're here for, Tony, to talk, no more fighting, we need to settle this peacefully, Steve replied. You just don't get it, wait, what? Tony looked over to them and saw the unconscious Skrull Queen being held by Peter. Spider-Man removed the Skrull imposter's hero mask and said, we have bigger problems right now, if you guys keep this up, you'll weaken SHIELD, and the world's heroes susceptible to invasion. Peter threw over the webbed-up Skrull as he used his ability to remove the webbing from Tony. He then looked at the leftover webbing, and as he stored it away, he looked back to MJ and May. If MJ can protect herself, then Peter would have a lot less to worry about. Peter thought how to handle that issue as he turned to Cap and Tony to say, you two have a lot to talk about, so I'll leave you to it. I want to talk to Strange about developing a Skrull identification device. Tony was still quite speechless when Cap walked up to him and said, I'll explain. Peter walked over to MJ and took off his mask. Aunt May and MJ's eyes widened as Peter tugged on 616 Peter's shoulder and said, Daddy, aren't you going to introduce us? Logan, Luke, Danny, and Clint started busting up. 616 Peter turned pale as MJ and May gave him scornful looks. Peter, that has to be the best joke you ever told. Logan slapped his shoulders while wiping the tear from his eye. As he looked at their expression, the short bestialman laughed again and fell to the ground while holding his stomach. It wasn't that funny. 616 Peter shouted as he turned back to MJ and May and began to explain. Adult Peter looked to his other for confirmation, but Peter wasn't ready to stop and threw in a couple extra jabs. Daddy, why are you saying this? Don't you love me anymore? MJ and May stared at him in shock and spoke in unison. It really is Peter. Peter laughed and said, so Aunt May, what do you think about me being Spider-Man? I haven't told my May and Ben yet, as was wondering how you would handle it. Aunt May touched young Peter's face and said, incredible, it's like staring at an old photo. I have always been proud of you, Peter. She gave him a hug before looking over to her Peter and said, always. Adult Peter smiled and rubbed the back of his head when the words his counterpart spoke earlier rang out in his head. Uncle Ben is alive in your universe. Yes, it seems the major difference in our world is that I always wanted to be a hero, even before the spider bite that changed our lives forever. Oh, and does MJ have spider powers in this word as well? Peter asked with a cheeky smile on his face. This time it was MJ's turn to be surprised. I have spider powers in your universe. Peter laughed and replied, yep, bitten by the same spider as a matter of fact. Sorry, as much as I'd like. MJ suddenly looked really down. However, Peter smiled and interrupted her by asking, do you want spider powers too? Peter and MJ went wide-eyed. That's impossible, right? Peter pulled out a full spider costume from the bag of infinite space. It looked like the Ben Reilly Spider-Man outfit he wore when he took over for Spider-Man after the Clone Saga. It was his first work on enchanting his knowledge into a suit. Basically, the enchantments would allow those wearing it to have powers equal to Spider-Man's most basic power, so essentially, all the same powers of the 616 Spider-Man. It was also made out of his organic webbing, so it was highly durable and resistant against force, psionics, and magic. Strange looked over the work and said, fascinating, you made this. Peter laughed and said, I had your help, of course. After all, there was once a what-if comic written about Doctor Strange giving Peter a similar suit once that acted like a symbiote but was entirely magical in nature. Or was it Symbiote Peter becoming Sorcerer Supreme? I swear I remember a comic where Spider-Man gets a magic suit, Peter thought before shaking his head. He then handed it over to MJ and said, you two are always better together in any reality that I travel. MJ recognized the suit as he grabbed it and said, this design. Yep, I used unstable molecules to make it so you can change the look if you want. Peter said, smiling. 616 looked at the suit and said, no fair. How come she gets a cooler suit than me? Everyone laughed as MJ hugged Peter and said, thank you. 616 Peter then grabbed Peter's shoulder and said, hey kid, get off of her, or am I gonna have to get a stick to sweat you off of her? Relax, she's my girlfriend in my world. I'm not dumb enough to try anything with your MJ, Peter let go. Yeah, I imagine other me doesn't appreciate you ogling another me, MJ chuckled. The two Peters looked at each other and laughed. 616 Peter shook his head and said, seriously, thank you, for everything.